In this ice-covered land, the shadow of the end of the world lingers. Resources are scarce, zombie viruses are rampant, monsters are rampant, and every day is a test of survival. However, even in such a harsh environment, Spark City still stands and provides shelter for countless survivors. Chen Chu, an ordinary young man from the modern world, traveled to this glacial apocalypse 18 years ago. His identity is unusual, the son of Chen Lei, the leader of Xingho City. Chen Lei is a powerful user of thunder abilities. With his unparalleled strength and wisdom, he leads his family to establish a safe haven in this apocalypse. However, as Chen Lei's only son, Chen Chu did not inherit his father's strong genes. He did not awaken any special powers, nor did he possess the heroic spirit of his father. Under the protection of his father, Chen Chu spent 18 carefree years. He enjoyed a luxurious life that other survivors could not afford, such as precious ice fruit that could improve the ability to resist the cold, and he had never even experienced the pressure of food shortage. Chen Lei has high hopes for Chen Chu, hoping that he can shoulder the family's mission and pass on the torch of human rejuvenation. It was not until he became an adult that Chen Chu finally awakened his own system, the system of having many children and many blessings. The system rules are simple and direct. You can get rewards simply by increasing your offspring. This was the last wish of Chen Chu's late mother, because in her last moments, she said, "Let mankind return to glory, even in this frozen land." He believes that there may be a simpler and more direct way than to struggle against disasters. Revitalize humanity, then have more children. Chen Chu often said self-deprecatingly in private, "More children, more blessings, that's the hard truth." In his opinion, instead of wasting limited resources in direct conflict with the enemy, it is better to start with the family and establish real survival advantages through reproduction and cooperation. Chen Chu stood in front of the window, looking at the wilderness in the distance through the broken glass with a complicated expression. In order to fulfill his mother's last wish and revive mankind, he made a major decision: to sacrifice his personal image and devote himself to great justice. In a conversation with his father Chen Lei, Chen Chu bluntly put forward his own point of view. "Dad, population is the key to the problem. If you want to revive mankind, you have to have more children." When Chen Lei heard this, his expression froze instantly. He was speechless for a long while, then snorted coldly. "Who did you listen to?" Chen Chu did not back down. His tone was serious and firm. "This is not nonsense. The glory of mankind is inseparable from the huge population base. There are only 10,000 people in the camp now. Before the end of the world, this size could only be considered a village. If we want to revive, the first step is to restore the population." Chen Lei's expression was uncertain for a moment. The murderous aura he had originally revealed gradually dissipated, and the coldness between his brows also showed a hint of hesitation. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly said, "Do you want me to change my heir? Find someone with special abilities?" Chen Chu was startled and quickly waved his hands to explain, "No, I didn't mean that. I just want to fulfill my mother's last wish and do my part to revive humanity." Chen Lei looked at him steadily, with complicated eyes, as if trying to see something from his son's face. In the end, he seemed to be moved by Chen Chu's determination, and his tone softened a lot. "Your mother risked her life to give birth to you, hoping that you would become the spark of mankind. The name of Spark City also implies this, hoping that the fire of hope of mankind will not be extinguished." Chen Lei's voice gradually became more passionate. "You are right. More children means more blessings, and it will continue the future of mankind." Seeing Chen Lei getting emotional, Chen Chu struck while the iron was hot. "Father, the most dangerous thing in the apocalypse is not zombies and monsters, but human hearts. If we surround ourselves with family, the risks we face are much lower." Chen Lei was enlightened when he heard this. "That's right. Outsiders are unreliable, and relatives are the most reliable. If you want to expand the family, you have to plan well." As soon as he finished speaking, he made the decision. "Son, you are responsible for getting married and having children, and I will be responsible for grabbing land and storing supplies. If we work together, we will definitely succeed." After hearing this, Chen Chu showed a righteous look on his face and said in a sonorous and powerful tone, "This is my mission. I am willing to dedicate everything to my mother's last wish." Chen Lei was touched by this determination, and suddenly he patted Chen Chu on the shoulder. "Good boy. I'll find you a wife right now." Chen Chu lowered his head, looking shy and helpless, but he was already very excited in his heart. "Come on, the system reward, Chen Chu will take it. For the people of Spark City living in the glacial apocalypse, becoming Chen Chu's wife is undoubtedly a huge gift. This means getting away from a dog-like life and enjoying a stable life with no worries about food and clothing. The father and son, wearing special warm clothes and thermal helmets, walked out of the black house with several guards. The cold wind was as sharp as a knife, biting and piercing. They walked straight towards the underground entrance. Under the tunnel is a magnificent underground world, like a giant ant nest. Some of the huts are embedded in the rock walls, while others stand on the ground, with lights flickering. The noise in the passage attracted the attention of the residents, who quickly stood up and drew an arc across their chests to show their respect. Although Spark City has gathered tens of thousands of people, there are only a few people with special abilities, and most people can only rely on labor in exchange for survival resources. Everything in this city, from expansion to production, from mining to planting, revolves around survival. The freezing temperature underground would be fatal to ordinary people, but to Chen Chu it was as warm as a spring day. He casually took off his thermal clothes and put on a waistcoat, revealing his extraordinary physique. Chen Lei had already made a plan in his mind. Let his son get married as soon as possible and notify interested girls through the radio to sign up in order to save energy. However, Chen Chu sighed in his heart that he was just an ordinary person who did nothing in his previous life, but now he can enjoy such treatment in the end times. But compared to his father's arrangement, he is more looking forward to the launch of the system, thinking that this is the key to changing the future. Inside the largest Yaohei villa in Xingho City, the room temperature was more suitable than outside. The father and son changed out of their warm clothes and looked particularly relaxed. Chen Lei noticed a new layer of quartz coating on the wall and couldn't help but sigh at the preciousness and rarity of the resource. As a strategic material in the end times, Yaoshi has excellent thermal insulation properties and is the object of competition among major cities. Although Chen Lei envied those large cities that controlled the Yaoshi mines, he also knew that it was not easy for Xingho City to protect its existing resources. Just as the father and son were planning the content of the broadcast, the door was gently pushed open and Sulan walked in. She is one of the few wood-type mutants in Spark City, and is also the head of the medical department. The white coat made her cold temperament even more outstanding, and there was a kind of calmness in her every move that was hard to ignore. After listening to Chen Lei's description of the plan, Sulan had a complicated expression, and her eyes stayed on Chen Chu for a moment. She silently assessed Chen Chu's physical fitness and genetic conditions, and quickly came to a conclusion in her mind. According to her professional judgment, Chen Chu's descendants are very likely to awaken special powers, which is a rare opportunity for the revival of mankind. Sulan suggested to Chen Lei, City Lord, Chu's first wife must be a superpower, and future concubines must also give priority to this condition. Sulan stood in front of Chen Lei and Chen Chu and analyzed from a medical perspective that the future spouse must not only have superpowers, but also be in good health, have a good appearance, and have a clean background. Chen Lei grasped the key point. A person with superpowers must have a good body. And Chen Chu couldn't help but add, it must look good. Sulan nodded in agreement. Appearance is an important factor of heredity, so it naturally needs to be taken into consideration. Although Spark City has a population of over 10,000, there are very few female psychics, and even fewer who meet the special requirements. Chen Lei and his son Chen Chu fell into deep thought, quickly screening possible candidates in their minds. After a moment, they both fixed their eyes on Sulan. Sulan is a rare wood-type supernatural being. Not only does she have an outstanding figure and appearance, she also has calm judgment and excellent physical fitness. No matter from which aspect, she is the best choice. Chen Lei pondered for a moment and slowly said, Xiaolan, you are 28 years old this year, right? Isn't it time to consider your personal problems? Sulan was slightly stunned when she heard this. Then a blush appeared on her face, and she quickly waved her hand to refuse. No, the medical department cannot do without me. The atmosphere became awkward for a moment. Chen Lei's eyes moved, as if he had thought of something, and his expression showed a bit of relief. He clapped his hands and said loudly, Yi Miao, come in. As the words fell, a petite figure in black walked in from outside the door. Her movements were clean and neat, as if she turned into a gust of wind. My name is Yi Miao. Nice to meet the city lord. Her voice was clear and capable. Yi Miao took off his mask, revealing an exquisite and beautiful face. There was a hint of stubbornness in her eyes, but also a hint of fragile beauty, which made people feel pity for her. Chen Lei pointed at Yi Miao and turned to look at Chen Chu. She is a water-based supernatural being. She has been by your side protecting you all these years. Hearing this, Chen Chu couldn't help but be stunned. His eyes fell on Yi Miao again, and his heart was shaken. Now, she is also suitable to be your wife. Are you willing? Chen Lei's tone was direct, without any hesitation. Chen Chu looked at Yi Miao quietly, and was impressed by her impeccable appearance. His mind was full of thoughts, but he finally nodded and answered solemnly. I do. Yi Miao lowered his head slightly, a hint of shyness in his eyes, and said in a voice as low as a mosquito, I am willing too. Wedding seemed particularly grand in the end times. Spark City was decorated with lights and colors everywhere, and the entire underground city was decorated in red, a rare color, creating a festive atmosphere. Every citizen in the city received free food, even the extremely luxurious cold rice and meat. Half a month after the wedding, Yi Miao gently stroked her abdomen, with a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Chen Chu, I think I'm pregnant. This news made Chen Chu overjoyed. He immediately sent Yi Miao to the medical department for examination, and his excitement was beyond words after receiving the confirmation. Sulan nodded gently. Congratulations, Yi Miao has been pregnant for half a month. However, before Chen Chu had time to savor this joy, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host, you have a child, and received a novice gift pack. Chen Chu's heart was shocked, and he couldn't suppress his inner excitement, so he quickly chose to open the novice gift package. Just as Chen Chu was happily welcoming the new life, a colorful question mark flashed across his mind. The system prompted him that the first offspring was endowed with top-level supernatural talent, absolute zero. Top talent. This is a level of ability rarely seen even in large cities. Chen Chu couldn't help but sigh in a low voice, feeling extremely excited. At the same time, the system continued to feedback, and the supernatural powers of the child in Yi Miao's belly fed back to Chen Chu, allowing him to awaken the same rare space-related supernatural powers. When using his superpowers for the first time, Chen Chu felt the wonderful abilities of teleportation and storage. He tried to put the items around him into the different space, and then quickly took them out. Everything went as smoothly as flowing water. However, after continuous use, his strength was quickly exhausted, and he was so weak that he had to lean against the wall to rest. Just as he was adjusting his breathing, Chen Lei's voice came from behind him. Good boy, I heard that your child is actually a top-level psychic? Chen Chu looked up and was about to answer, but Chen Lei didn't give him a chance to continue. He smiled and patted his shoulder. Next, you have to take in a few more concubines and have a few more grandchildren. Chen Chu was speechless for a moment, and with a wry smile, he whispered to himself, This is not my wish. I just hope that mankind will prosper. Chen Lei took it for granted and said earnestly, In the last 30 years of the world, it is normal for strong men to have multiple wives. You are the heir of Spark City, so this is your duty. Chen Chu nodded helplessly and sighed. Okay, remember to pick something nice. In fact, he knew in his heart that the many children, many blessings system could make him more powerful in the end times. And this was also a practical need for the continuation of mankind. Chen Lei stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. There aren't many people with special abilities. We can go outside to find one, or just snatch it away. Chen Chu was startled when he heard this. Although he felt uncomfortable with this apocalyptic logic, he had to admit that this was a true reflection of the current situation. The strong are respected, and mastering resources and population is the way of survival for every surviving force. In order to adapt to this cruelty, Chen Chu took the initiative to ask the team to leave the city. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Lei finally nodded and agreed. Okay, this mission is not difficult. I will take you to see the world. During the preparation process, Chen Lei equipped Chen Chu with a complete set of cold-proof equipment and even sprinkled special quartz powder on the inner layer of the clothes to enhance the ability to resist cold. The next day, the team was ready to go. Chen Chu got on the snowmobile, and Yi Miao came to see him off. She gently stroked her abdomen and said softly, Husband, be careful on the way. Chen Chu nodded and watched her figure gradually go away. He secretly made up his mind to fight for more resources and future for this family and city. The team entered the wasteland at the end of the glacier. Snow and wind were howling all the way. The white and silent world made people feel depressed. It was the first time that Chen Chu saw such a vast and cold wilderness with his own eyes. He felt shocked and nervous. He leaned on the sled, quietly activating his special abilities, trying to sense the existence of underground resources. Every time he used his powers, he could feel a cool sensation in his mind, a subtle hint that his abilities were steadily improving. Chen Chu gradually figured out the limits of his ability and is currently able to detect about 3 meters deep underground. When he was concentrating, the team suddenly stopped. He looked up and saw a lot of people gathered in front. It was a temporary supply point for people with special abilities, where survivors from all over the world often traded supplies. Chen Lei dragged the snowmobile with an indifferent look, ignoring the gazes from all around, and walked straight through the crowded crowd. Those superpowers retreated one after another, lowered their heads, and avoided him, not daring to look directly at him. Chen Lei's powerful deterrence made the air filled with an indescribable sense of oppression. Walking to the center of the crowd, Chen Lei said coldly, This is my son. Before he finished speaking, the psychics around him immediately began to offer various gifts. Mr. Chen, this is a blue zombie crystal core. Please accept it. Mr. Chen, this is an extraordinary item, the bone whistle, which can control low-level zombies. This is a small token of my respect. Chen Chu held his arms full of supplies and looked at his father helplessly. This scene really made him laugh and cry. After confirming that everyone had presented their gifts, Chen Lei nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand to signal the team to move on. After leaving the supply point, Chen Chu continued to detect the strata with his supernatural powers. Soon he sensed a special or that emitted strange energy fluctuations. I'll have to study this carefully after returning to Spark City, he thought to himself, feeling that this might be an important discovery. Stop! Chen Chu suddenly spoke. The team suddenly stopped. Chen Lei looked back at him and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Too fast." Chen Chu shook his head, took out a piece of silver white ore from the ground, and handed it to Chen Lei. "Dad, ore." Chen Lei took the ore, examined it carefully, and frowned. "I have never seen this ore before. What is its function?" Chen Chu asked curiously. "We'll know after we study it." Chen Lei's voice was low, but it may be similar to Yaoshi. If there are enough of them, you can exchange them for a lot of good things. Chen Chu pondered for a moment, then guessed. Could there be a mineral vein? Ah, you dare to think so. Chen Lei laughed and teased, then signaled the Earth-type mutant beside him to check the surroundings. The Earth-type ability user waved his hand, and the ground turned over, and some ordinary stones and scattered bones were dug out. It's good luck, but the amount is not large, Chen Chu suggested. Note this location and check it later. Note it. Chen Lei gave a decisive order and continued to move forward. Back on the snowmobile, Chen Lei played with the ore in his hand and suddenly asked, "Boy, have you awakened your telepathy?" Chen Chu pretended to be innocent and raised his eyebrows to ask, "Is telepathy also considered a supernatural power?" "Of course." Chen Lei nodded firmly. "Your future concubine will have this ability." "What? The?" Chen Chu was shocked. "Dad, what on earth are you doing?" "The Prince of Spark City must snatch the two princesses," Chen Lei said with a proud smile. "Target, the twin daughters of the Lord of Waiguang City." Chen Chu was completely stunned and looked at Chen Lei in disbelief. "What?" In front of the small black bungalow in Waiguang City, Chen Lei took off his goggles and lightning flashed in his hands. He said, "Chen Lei from Xingho City is here to visit Xiaojia from Waiguang City." Two psychics wearing warm clothes walked out of the small bungalow and looked nervous when they saw Chen Lei. "Mr. Lei, City Lord Chen Lei has come to visit us. We are honored to welcome you," one of them said respectfully. Before he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck the ground. Chen Lei said coldly, "Go find your city lord." The psychic did not dare to hesitate and immediately turned around and ran towards the underground passage. Lu Rian glanced at Chen Lei and explained, "This is the defense measure of Waiguang City. However, if Chen Lei wanted to attack, it would be effortless." Not long after, the underground passage opened and Xiao Jia walked out of the passage with a professional smile on his face. "City Lord Chen, why didn't you notify us in advance?" Chen Lei waved his hand impatiently and said forcefully, "My boy wants to marry your daughter." Xiao Jia was stunned for a moment, then asked with a smile, "Eldest daughter or the youngest daughter?" Chen Lei responded domineeringly, "Marry both." Xiao Jia's smile froze suddenly, and his eyes became complicated. Underground of Waiguang City. After entering the underground, the scene of Waiguang City made Chen Chu frown slightly. The city was small, the light was dim, and there was an unpleasant smell in the air. But when Xiao Jia brought them into a villa, the environment suddenly became fresh, as if they were two different worlds. Xiao Jia said, "Brother Lei, Master Chen, please wait a moment. My daughter will be out soon." Soon, the Qiao and Xiao Qiao came downstairs nervously. The two sisters were similar in figure, almost like mirror images, and they were a pair of outstanding supernatural beings. Chen Chu observed silently and concluded in his heart, he is definitely a first-level mutant. Of the two, one was shy and the other was smart and clever, but their eyes were both fixed on Chen Chu. Chen Lei looked at Chen Chu and asked, "Boy, are you satisfied?" Chen Chu nodded with a smile on his face, satisfied. Chen Lei laughed heartily when he heard this. "Great, let's get married today." In Xingho City, Xiao Ying and Xiao Qian followed Chen Chu all the way, looking a little uneasy. Although they are first-level superpowers, they have been protected since childhood and rarely come into contact with the outside world. This is their first time in Spark City. Xiao Qian's eyes were filled with undisguised curiosity as she kept looking around. And although Xiao Ying was more reserved, she couldn't help but look up and observe her surroundings. Compared to Weird Light City, Spark City is undoubtedly on another level. The city was huge with bright lights, fresh air, and orderly buildings. The two sisters unconsciously turned their eyes to Chen Chu. "Is this the person I want to marry?" This thought came to their minds at the same time. Chen Chu was the most handsome man they had ever seen, with an extraordinary temperament, completely different from other psychics. Thinking that today is their wedding day, the two sisters couldn't help but blush. Yi Miao had been waiting in front of the villa for a long time. After her pregnancy, her temperament became more gentle, and her smile was calm and friendly. "Are these the two sisters?" Yi Miao walked forward gently. After Chen Chu's introduction, the two sisters called out cautiously, "Hello, sister." Yi Miao smiled and took their hands, saying softly, "Don't be afraid since you're just here. We will be a family from now on." Seeing that they were getting along well, Chen Chu felt a lot more relaxed. He watched Yi Miao bring his two newlywed wives into the house, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It's really worry-free to have the eldest wife teach the younger wife. The wedding was being prepared. and Spark City was decorated with lights and colors, making final preparations for the wedding. Chen Chu took advantage of this time to return to the martial arts training room to take inventory of the spoils. He took out 20 blue zombie crystal cores from the black cloth bag. The crystal cores glowed in the dim room and seemed to contain infinite energy. Chen Chu weighed it in his mind. The lowest level is the white crystal core, followed by the blue, and then the red. These blue crystal cores should allow me to be promoted to a second-level superpower. He carefully picked up a crystal core, and energy poured into his body along his fingertips. In just 2 breaths, the crystal nuclei turned into transparent powder and finally disappeared. Chen Chu felt the energy surging in his body and felt a burst of joy in his heart. 10 blue crystal cores are enough for me to advance to the second level. He was very interested and absorbed the remaining crystal nuclei one by one. Soon, he felt that his supernatural strength and physical fitness had been significantly improved. Second-level superpower done. He clenched his fists, his face full of joy. Compared to more than 10 years of practicing ancient martial arts, this kind of improvement comes quickly and directly. However, as the crystal nuclei were absorbed, he also found that the subsequent effects gradually weakened. It takes about 100 blue crystal cores to advance to the third level, and now there are still 90. Although Chen Chu felt a little disappointed, he was more motivated. He knew that the answer to the end of the world was superpowers, and he needed to become stronger. He murmured in a low voice, "If my father knew the speed at which I absorbed crystal nuclei, he would probably be frightened. As expected, I'm a genius. The golden Congo is indeed an extraordinary thing." Chen Chu took out a small copper-colored fruit from the storage bag, shaped like a mulberry. He remembered that this fruit was once used by Chen Lei as a training aid, and the effect was extremely significant. Without hesitation, he swallowed the fruit in one gulp, and instantly, a majestic power surged out of his body. Chen Chu's skin gradually gained a faint copper-colored luster, and his whole person looked healthier and stronger, as if his power was ready to explode at any time. The effect is indeed extraordinary. I feel much stronger than those I took before. He whispered to himself, his eyes flickering slightly. As a superpower, he knew that his ability to absorb extraordinary things was much higher than that of ordinary people. Ordinary people often need to consume 3 extraordinary items to barely achieve the effect of 1 extraordinary item. It seems that Chen Lei was really a bit wasteful in the past. Thinking back on his past experiences, he couldn't help but secretly complain, but he quickly put away his distracting thoughts. The most important thing at the moment is to find out the situation of the mineral veins. He turned his palm lightly, and 2 pieces of silver white ore appeared out of thin air in his hand, flashing a faint luster. He discovered these minerals by accident on his way back. "Let's talk to Dad about this after the wedding." He smiled slightly. If he could really find a special mineral vein, the rise of Spark City would be just around the corner. At this moment, the city is full of joy. With lights and decorations and the sound of gongs and drums, Spark City is bustling again, and the preparations for the wedding are coming to an end. Although Chen Chu's 2 brides were robbed by force, he did not neglect them and gave them enough face. The wedding was still held with a red carpet and was an unprecedented grand occasion, with the people of the city also actively participating. Every guest was given 2 bowls of rice and 2 pieces of meat. Many people who lived in financial difficulties could not help but sigh. It would be better if there were more weddings like this. There are even some women who think they are very beautiful and frequently appear in places where Chen Chu often goes, intending to attract his attention. After all, marrying Chen Chu not only means wealth and glory, but also represents the most rare sense of security in the end times. With his protection, she will never have to worry about food and drink, and she will have status, a handsome and doting husband, and offspring who are very likely to awaken supernatural powers. As a result, Chen Chu's reputation quickly spread to several surrounding cities, and he became a legendary figure passed down by word of mouth. In the Ice Age, humans were forced to move underground with a lack of daily entertainment. However, Chen Chu's life was filled with warmth because of the company of his concubines. However, peaceful days are always short-lived. A month later, Chen Lei finally informed Chen Chu that the preparations for exploring the mineral veins had been completed and the team could set off. On the wild ice field, the snowmobile moved slowly. Chen Chu leaned on the seat, fiddling with a silver-white dagger in his hand. The dagger shone with a cold luster in the sun. "Dad, can this or really be used to make psychic weapons?" he asked, looking up. Chen Lei smiled heartily and replied, "Of course. This material can conduct supernatural energy very well. If it is made into a weapon, it can at least increase the combat effectiveness of supernatural users by 30%. If it can really be produced, our Spark City will be prosperous." Chen Chu's heart was shocked. He knew that the value of this or even exceeded that of Yaoshe. No wonder Chen Lei was so excited. If the news of this kind of or were to leak, both giant cities and high-level psychics would covet it, so this operation naturally required extreme caution. Soon, the team arrived at the destination. Chen Lei held the map and whispered, "This is it." At this moment, Wu Wu, who was standing next to Chen Lei, suddenly said, "City Lord, there's someone." Wu Wu is a person with special abilities, a psychic. His eagle is circling in the sky with sharp eyes. What direction? Chen Lei asked in a steady tone. Southwest, 500 meters behind the boulder. Wu Wu replied. Chen Lei sneered. Hiding? Ah, it seems there are some hunting dogs. The next second, a bolt of lightning struck like a punishment from heaven, and the boulder was instantly crushed into dust. After the debris flew, a team of more than a dozen people with special abilities were revealed. The leader was a bald man with a scar on his face that ran diagonally from the left forehead to the right ear. His right eye was covered by a white cataract, and he looked hideous and ferocious. Lei Lao, who long time no see. The bald man touched his head and grinned. Chen Lei's eyes were cold, and he said in a cold voice, "The robber is Hu Jinghe." Hu Jinghe didn't take it seriously and retorted with a smile, "Ha, you brothers on the road are just shouting nonsense. What robber? I'm just a human survivor like you." Lu Ruyan, who was standing next to Chen Chu, said softly, "Young Master Chen, this person is a 6th-level rock-type ability user with great strength. His gang specializes in burning, killing, and looting for a living, and is notorious. If there is a conflict later, you must follow me closely." Chen Chu shook his head helplessly, thinking that although he was only a 2nd-level psychic, he would not be a complete drag. Hu Jinghe obviously noticed Chen Chu and looked at him unkindly, revealing a teasing smile. "Is this the legendary good-for-nothing young master? Come here, nephew, let your uncle take good care of you." As soon as he finished his frivolous words, a bolt of lightning and a flame struck him at the same time, and the explosion shook the earth in an instant. However, when the smoke and dust cleared, Hu Jinghe's hands had turned into rock shields and scathed. "Ha, Lei Lao, Hu, you're still so hot-tempered. I was just joking with your young master." Hu Jinghe didn't care at all and looked at Lu Ruyan again with a lewd look. Lu Ruyan frowned, raised her hand, and shot out several flames, but they were still easily blocked by the opponent. Just as Hu Jinghe was grinning triumphantly, the snow around him was suddenly covered with lightning. Bang! A lightning bolt pierced through Hu Jinghe's calf, and blood splattered everywhere. "Hu Jinghe, you don't seem to respect me very much." Chen Lei sneered and stepped forward, his eyes fierce and murderous intent rising. "Lelehu, don't be so arrogant just because you have the 7th level supernatural power. I tell you, I am also at the 7th level." Hu Jinghe retreated back to the minefield with the help of his companions, with a hint of fear in his voice. Chen Lei snorted coldly. "If you want to try, I'm always here to accompany you." Hu Jinghe looked gloomy and said in a cold voice, "I will not give you this piece of starstone mine. If you want to fight, then fight. Who is afraid of who?" Chen Lei heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an excited smile. Now there is no need to explore anymore. This vein really contains a lot of starstones. However, his smile quickly turned cold. "Since you know about the mineral vein, you can only die." Chen Lei's voice was low, and his eyes were as sharp as knives. Hu Jinghe thought Chen Lei wanted to negotiate terms, so he smiled and said tentatively, "Lei Lao Hu, you know the value of the starstone. If you want to cooperate, show your sincerity." Chen Lei stared at him and suddenly said, "Do you know how much your head is worth in Liu's city?" Hu Jinghe laughed when he heard this. "That bitch is really interesting. Didn't I just rob a few hundred women? As for her chasing me all the time, and even offering such a high reward, it really makes me want to report myself." Chen Lei licked his lips and whispered, "The Starstone Mine, the bounty, and yourself, this deal is worth it." Hearing this, Hu Jinghe finally felt Chen Lei's strong killing intent. His body tensed slightly, and he said coldly, "Lei Lao Hu, I have more people than you, and my strength is equal to yours. Do you really think you can win?" Chen Lei slowly raised his hand. Lightning flashed around him and sneered, "Son, remember, this is one of the rules of survival in the end times dash. For those who are in the way, just kill them." In an instant, the lightning was like a sea, engulfing everything. The sea of lightning surged, and Chen Lei, who was standing in it, was like a god descending from heaven. His hair and beard were flying, his eyes were wide open, and his whole body exuded a breathtaking aura. On the other side, Hu Jinghe roared to the sky, and his 1.6-meter body swelled instantly, rising into a 5-meter-tall rock giant. His skin turned into earth-red rock, and the snow under his feet quickly melted, revealing hard, bare ground. Every step the rock giant took made the earth tremble, and the surrounding land seemed to come alive, rolling rocks to resist the ever-eroding sea of thunder. The rock world clashed with the sea of thunder, and a strong light exploded, dazzling the people around. "Lei Lao Hu, today is the day you and your useless son will die." Hu Jinghe's voice was low and hoarse, like thunder. He dragged his rocky body weighing several tons. His steps were heavy and powerful, and every step seemed like a landslide, approaching Chen Lei. When Chen Lei heard the other party mention his only son, his eyes burned with rage, and lightning enveloped his entire body. Even his thick eyebrows and big eyes were shining with a dazzling daylight. "Old man, comandi!" Chen Lei shouted, and lightning roared out. The battle between the two 7th-level psychics was fierce beyond imagination. The shock waves swept across the surroundings, the ground cracked, and the snow was shaken into flying ice chips. Every collision was accompanied by a sonic boom and earth-shaking tremors. Chen Chu, who was sitting on the snowmobile, was stunned. This is the battle between 7th-level superpowers. He was shocked. This extraordinary fighting ability was simply that of a demigod among humans. No wonder the psychics are so afraid of his father Chen Lei. In addition to the fierce battle between the two bosses, the teams of both sides have also been fighting each other. Hu Jinghe's robber group is full of desperate criminals. They fight with ruthless tactics, and every move is deadly. But the psychics in Spark City are obviously not pushovers. No one who can survive the apocalypse is a weak person, especially Chen Lei's confidants. Each of them can be regarded as an elite among the supernatural beings. Although the robber group had a slight advantage in numbers, they were still suppressed by Spark City. The situation began to favor the Spark City, and the robbery group even showed signs of collapse. Lu Rian stood in front of Chen Chu, taking a defensive stance. Although she released flames from time to time to support her teammates, she was unable to directly participate in the battle, which put the Spark City team under greater pressure. At this moment, a black shadow stood up silently in the snow. Shadow kill. The black shadow roared in a low voice, and the dagger flashed with cold light, stabbing directly into Chen Chu's back. "Mr. Chen, be careful," Lu Rian exclaimed, turned around, and released a flame to pounce on the black shadow. Bang! Chen Chu was prepared. He pushed with his hands and suddenly stretched out his legs, whipping the black shadow hard in the face. Immediately afterwards, a silver-white dagger flew out from the void and accurately pierced the black shadow's throat. The black shadow fell to the ground, his body quickly freezing in the extreme cold, and he fell into a pile of ice. "Mr. Chen," Lu Rian was stunned. Although this assassin was not very strong, as a desperado with special abilities, he was easily dealt with by Chen Chu. Chen Chu stood with his hands behind his back, his face calm. More than 10 years of ancient martial arts training is not in vain, and extraordinary things are not eaten in vain. Everyone knows how much effort and resources Lei Lao has spent on Chen Chu, the son of an ordinary person. Lu Ruyan was convinced, but still knelt on one knee to apologize. "I failed to protect you well. Master Chen will punish you." Chen Chu's mouth twitched, and he felt like he couldn't stand it anymore. But looking at this fire-type supernatural being who charmed everyone, he remained calm. "Nothing, get up." Lu Rian stood up and stood beside Chen Chu. Any enemy who dared to approach was completely dealt with by her. At this time, the battle situation gradually became clear. Although the robbers had more people, their team awareness was very poor, while the superpowers of Spark City cooperated well and had the upper hand in strength. Under the strong suppression of the psychics in Spark City, the robbery group was gradually defeated. Hu Zhenghe gritted his teeth at the sight, but he could do nothing about it. "Lei Lao Hu, I lose this round. How about you take 60% of the Starstone mine, and I take 40%? He panted and tried to negotiate. Chen Lei sneered, and lightning poured down like a violent storm. "I said if you are an eyesore, just kill them." The lightning struck Hu Zhenghe with destructive force, and his huge rock body was cracked all over. "Stop, stop, stop! I'll take 3. You'll take 7. Hu Zhenghe screamed, and had no choice but to make a condition. "I'm 2, you're 8. Hu Zhenghe shouted with gritted teeth. "Lei Hu, don't get too far. We are at the same level. Can you kill me?" Chen Lei was full of fighting spirit. Holding the thunder spear in his hand, he roared and stabbed at Hu Zhenghe. The spear broke, leaving only a white dot on Hu Zhenghe's rocky body. "Lei Lao Hu, my defense is invincible. Even if you besiege me for 3 days and 3 nights, you can't break my defense." Hu Zhenghe sneered, his tone full of disdain. "Don't give me a chance. Otherwise, I will make your entire Xingho city in turmoil. I will eat your useless son alive." Seeing that the attempt to negotiate was ineffective, Hu Zhenghe gave up completely. He simply stuck his feet into the ground, his whole body turned into rock, curled up into a ball, and stood still, allowing the lightning to bombard him. Gutsy! Chen Chu's eyes lit up, and he waved his hand and threw the silver-white star-stone dagger towards Chen Lei. Chen Lei was surrounded by lightning, leaped into the air, and caught the dagger. The powerful lightning energy was compressed and injected into the dagger, and the entire weapon instantly burst into a dazzling light. "Your bounty belongs to me!" Chen Lei roared, and a thunderous move dropped from the sky. The sea of thunder dissipated. The surrounding rocks shattered layer by layer. Chen Lei raised his hand high. It was Hu Zhenghe's head dripping with blood. "Whoa! The boss is mighty! The city lord is mighty!" The psychics in Spark City raised their arms and shouted, and the cheers resounded through the sky. In Liahua City, Hu Zhenghe's reward is one of the most attractive in Jianghai City. Chen Lei casually threw the head to the team member beside him. "Wrap it with your supernatural power and lock it in the constant temperature safe. Don't let it freeze." "Yes, boss." The team member carefully took the head, as if he had found a treasure. "Also, Xiao Wu, search this old guy's body to see if there are any treasures around." "Understood." Psychic Xiao Wu formed seals with his hands and summoned a long-haired dog to start sniffing around the corpse. "Excavation team, find a mineral vein." Chen Lei gave an order. Since Hu Zhenghe risked his life to return to Jianghai City, There must be star-stone veins of extraordinary value hidden here. Chen Lei held the star-stone dagger in his hand and felt proud. This kid is really good. He turned around and heard about Chen Chu's feat of single-handedly dealing with the psychic, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha, he's worthy of being my son. Boss, we found it. The psychic Xiao Wu was ecstatic. The crowd gathered around and saw a huge modified snowmobile filled with the robber's supplies. Chen Lei patted the modified snowmobile and laughed. With this thing, kid, you will be much safer when you go out in the future. This snowmobile has 3 large compartments, which are well sealed and made of high-grade insulation materials. It can be called a mobile camp. Boss, we also found a map. Xiao Wu handed over a piece of parchment, on which was marked the location of the stronghold where Hu Jinghe hid the supplies and the Starstone mine. Everyone was very excited. The value of this map was like a treasure. It's great. Spark City won't have to worry about anything for the next 10 years. If we can get all of this batch of supplies, Spark City will surely expand several times and even move towards becoming a giant city. Chen Lei studied the map carefully and led his men to quickly find the location of the Starstone mine. 2 Earth-type mutants exerted their power, causing the ground to roll and crack, revealing the mineral deposits 5 meters below. A silver-white vein lies there quietly, dazzling and bright. The man wearing mechanical glasses jumped down the mine, checked with instruments and shouted excitedly, "Boss, it's an A-grade vein." Chen Lei couldn't help but touch his head and grinned. Xingho City doesn't have to worry about food and clothing anymore. This is a starstone vein that is large enough to build a huge city. Chen Chu also smiled happily. The stronger Xingho City became, the better his life would be. Good boy. Your father has been running the camp for 30 years, and you have expanded it several times. Chen Lei laughed. After I go back, I will definitely give you an A-level concubine with superpowers. When Chen Chu heard the word great, I actually felt a little excited. In the apocalypse, an A-level superpower is already a strong person, and being able to take an A-level concubine is undoubtedly a symbol of status. A sound of surprise was heard in the mine, and a piece of, or sparkling with golden light was carried out. The man with mechanical glasses tested it and exclaimed, "S-grade material." Everyone was stunned. S-grade materials were almost legendary in the end times. If the mineral essence is made into a weapon, it can increase the strength by at least 50%. Chen Lei grabbed the mineral spirit, and with a flash of lightning, the mineral spirit turned into a long stick. He waved his hand casually, and the hill next to him turned into powder in an instant. 70% increase. A good weapon to use. Everyone was stunned. Lei Lao, whose strength increased by another 70%. Son, you are really my lucky star? When we get back to the city, just tell me what you want. Chen Lei was in a good mood. He had obtained a weapon that suited him best in this battle, and his strength had greatly increased. He could even fight against the Lord of Fiery City. The second is the huge wealth obtained, which makes it easy to expand the territory or enhance the overall strength of the city. The most important thing is that you can marry more wives and concubines of better quality to your son. Having many children means more blessings, and the revival of mankind is just around the corner. Chapter 13. Great Harvest. Becoming a father again, twins. The improvement of Chen Lei's strength not only makes the position of Xingho City more stable, but also injects new impetus into the city's resource acquisition ability. This means that the living standards of the citizens will be greatly improved. In the end times, the best way to celebrate is to give back to the citizens. Give each person a small bag of cold rice porridge, a piece of meat, and a few fresh tomatoes. In the end times, fresh vegetables are a luxury, but Spark City can actually distribute them for free, which is a huge joy. The entire Spark City was immersed in laughter and joy, a harmonious and beautiful scene rarely seen in the end times. The city residents' admiration for Chen Lei also reached a new height. The city lord is truly the best leader in the apocalypse. Yeah, I heard that the citizens of other cities can only eat black nutrient blocks every day, and those things are made of cockroaches. We are so lucky to be able to join Spark City. Just this little tomato is something that many people have never seen in their lives. Isn't your daughter pretty? Why don't you just marry her to Master Chen and let us benefit from her? Good idea. I'll let her try it right now. In the city lord's mansion, Chen Lei and a group of supernatural beings were drinking and laughing, and the table was filled with fresh fruits and delicious meat. This scene didn't look like the end of the glacier at all, but rather like a lavish banquet at a wealthy family. Hu Jinghe's family is really rich. There are 3 trucks of supplies, 1 truck of fruits and vegetables, 1 truck of fresh meat, and another truck of cigarettes and wine. A superpowered person gulped down a strong drink and couldn't help but sigh. We are working so hard in the end times and our lives are still very tight, but he has saved so much by robbing houses. Don't be too happy too soon. He still has a few material bases that haven't been moved. If we move them back, our Xingho City's assets can double. These ordinary supplies are nothing. When the boss sends his head to Fiery City in exchange for a bounty, that's when we'll be truly prosperous. Everyone was talking at the same time, and the whole hall was filled with laughter. Today's harvest even exceeded what Spark City had accumulated over the past 20 years. Chen Lei sat on the main seat and laughed loudly. Give it all to me. Eat, drink, celebrate to your heart's content. Killing Hu Jinghe would not only bring abundant supplies, but his head and starstone mines were the key. Heads could be exchanged for high bounties, and starstone mines were top strategic resources. With Chen Lei's new weapon, his strength increased by 70%, making him the second best fighter in Jianghai City. This is the most joyful thing. Chen Lei turned to look at Chen Chu, his eyes full of pride. Boy, you gave Dad such a big surprise this time. You are really my lucky star. If Chen Chu hadn't discovered the starstone mine, recorded the coordinates, and proposed to leave the city, how could Xingho City have gotten so many benefits? Son, tell Dad what you want. Dad will give it to you. Chen Chu knew that his father was generous, so he didn't act pretentiously. I want a big villa. Although the city lord's mansion is big, he has married many wives and concubines, which is always inconvenient. More importantly, he has his own plans. Chen Lei laughed loudly and slapped the table. Good boy, that's right. When you have more concubines in the future, you really need to live in a bigger place. He ordered earnestly. Dig a piece of land in the east of Spark City and build a big mansion. Use shining stones to build the outer wall. If you don't have enough, go to Fiery City to exchange. Yaoshi is a strategic material in the end of the glacier. Using it to build a wall is undoubtedly a great feat. Chen Chu raised his mouth slightly. Thank you, Dad. Chen Lei waved his hand, and two Earth-type ability users immediately set out with a construction team to build a residence for Chen Chu. At this time, the Qiao came over with Xiao, who was frowning, and said, My dear, my sister is feeling a little unwell and wants to go back to rest. In the Ice Age, it was common to be ill. Chen Chu did not let the two return alone, but personally took them to the medical department and found Su Lan for a comprehensive examination. While waiting outside, Chen Chu's consciousness sank into the space in his mind. After being promoted to the second level, his space expanded from 100 cubic meters to 1,000 cubic meters. At this time, the space was filled with silver-white starstone blocks. Chen Chu quietly moved most of the ore veins and prepared to transfer it to the vicinity of Xingho City to prevent future troubles. Digging a new residence was the first step of his plan. Just as Chen Chu was thinking, the door of the medical department was pushed open. Su Lan ran up to him with a look of surprise on her face, waving the test tube in her hand. Xiao Chu, you are a father again, and to twins. Chapter 15 Offspring 1 arrived at the underground trading market. After discussing with my dad went to plan the route and make preparations for the trip. The two most important things in this trip to Liyue City are to redeem Hu Jinghe's bounty and to give Chen Chu a concubine with superpowers. In addition, they also need to plunder the supplies that Hu Jinghe has hidden in the wild and open up sales channels for Starstone. The output of the Starstone vein is more than imagined. After arming all the superpowers in Spark City and making a certain amount of storage, a lot was still dug out. Chen Lei planned to take the opportunity of going to Liyue City to sell it and exchange it for other scarce materials to enhance the strength of Xingho City. After settling Di Qiao and Xiao, Chen Chu went to the residence he was building. After choosing a suitable location, Chen Chu used his supernatural powers to transfer 1,000 cubic meters of starstones in his space to that location. That was his plan. The original mineral vein of starstone is a certain distance away from Spark City. Mining is costly and risky. It is easy to attract the attention of other forces and bring unnecessary trouble to Xingho City. So he used his spatial ability to collect most of the starstone or veins and buried them near Spark City. Then, during the expansion of Spark City, people will be able to reasonably discover this starstone vein. Avoid the biggest risk for Spark City. After doing all this, Chen Chu slowly returned to the city lord's mansion and lived happily with his wives and concubines. After seizing Hu Jinghe's 3 carriages of supplies, Chen Chu's life was greatly improved. Hu Jinghe has been robbing houses for so many years and has collected a lot of good things. Even top-grade Wagyu beef can be obtained. A plate of premium Wagyu beef, a luxurious green salad, a plate of fresh fruit, and a bowl of fish soup. This is Chen Chu's daily meal these days. It's really eye-opening to find that fish can be eaten in the last days of the Ice Age. Putting the fresh and sweet fish meat into his mouth, Chen Chu exclaimed. During the glacial apocalypse, even several oceans were frozen, but fish actually survived. Yi Miao looked up with a smile. My dear, although the glacial apocalypse is approaching, some fish that originally lived on land have been preserved. For example, the fish markets and supermarkets that were protected by far-sighted psychics, and the doomsday shelters built by wealthy people around the world before the end of the world. But in the last days of the Ice Age, fresh fish is an absolute luxury, so one less portion is better. Yi Miao sipped the fish soup in small sips with a very cute expression. She was an orphan rescued by Chen Lei in the apocalypse, and later became a secret guard. She understood clearly what such food meant in the end times. The piece of fish that I just ate could buy 10 beautiful women in some chaotic places. This is the end of the world. Yi Miao sipped the fish soup gently. She cherished this kind of life very much. At the same time, she also knew that it was her husband who gave her such a life. I must become a good helper to my husband, Yi Miao said to herself. Chen Chu casually threw a juicy grape into his mouth. Fortunately, I have a good father. Ugh! Di Qiao, who was eating with him, suddenly vomited lightly and lowered her head to cover her chest. Sister, what's wrong with you? Xiao Xiao quickly supported her. What's going on? Chen Chu looked at the chef standing beside him, with murderous intent in his eyes. He would not allow his family to come to any harm. The chef's eyes widened and his expression was panicked. He is very careful when cooking every day and pays special attention to hygiene, so there is no way anything could go wrong. Mr. Chen, it's not me. It's really not me. The chef immediately knelt on the ground. Go call a doctor quickly. Yi Miao ordered calmly. After she became pregnant, Chen Lei sent a team of home doctors to her. A moment later, a medical team came to the restaurant and gave the Qiao a comprehensive examination. Mr. Chen, congratulations, your wife is pregnant. The female doctor wearing a mask announced the good news to Chen Chu. Got it. Chen Chu was slightly stunned. However, thinking about how hard the Qiao had been working during this period, Chen Chu suddenly understood. Yes, Master Chen, the baby in Madam's belly is already half a month old. Okay, take good care of her. Chen Chu looked at his 3 wives and concubines with a smile. Unexpectedly, all 3 of them became pregnant so soon, and Xiao Xiao was pregnant with twins. Among them, Yi Miao is 4 months pregnant, Xiao Xiao is 2 months pregnant, and De Qiao is half a month pregnant. He is about to be the father of 4 children. It's such an amazing feeling. Half a month passed like this. Chen Lei sent someone to inform Chen Chu that everything was ready and they could set off for Liuhe City, the only giant city in Jianghai City. This time, with Hu Zhenghe's modified car, traveling became much more convenient. There are 3 carriages. One was converted into Chen Chu's bedroom, one was filled with supplies for the team's survival, and one was filled with star stones for trading. The star stone that Chen Chu buried in Xinghe City was dug up by the construction team a few days later. Chen Lei immediately blocked the news and then tried his best to dig for the star stone. Because Chen Chu was buried in a good location, with the help of an Earth-type ability user, most of the body was excavated in just half a month. Xinghe City's wealth increased greatly as a result, and Chen Lei also felt confident. After pulling a whole carriage full of star stones, Yang Yin asked Liuhe City to find a carriage full of wives for Chen Chu. As for whether it would be robbed in Liuhe City, then Chen Chu was not worried at all. His father was originally a well-known strong man in Jianghai City. Moreover, he thought that with the help of new weapons, his strength would increase by 70%. Now in the entire Jianghai City, only the mayor of the giant city of Liuhe City can compete with Dad. Kid, get out of the car, we're here. After driving in the white snow for a month, the vehicle finally stopped. Chen Chu put on a special helmet and walked out of the car. In front of him stood dozens of dazzling black 3-story buildings, like the small towns in his previous life. In the Ice Age, dozens of houses can be built on the ground. Is this a giant city? Chen Chu's eyes flickered. Hey kid, the real body of the giant city is still underground. Chen Lei laughed twice and took Chen Lei into the subway entrance passage. The underground passage of Fiery City is not as narrow as that of other cities, which can only accommodate 1 person. Instead, it has 4 staircases just like the subway entrances before the apocalypse. And all kinds of people pass by every moment. Under Chen Lei's guidance, Chen Chu and several others took the elevator to the underground from another high-level passage. In the slowly descending closed elevator, Lu Rian said, Mr. Chen, our people have just checked. There are a total of 5 female psychics who meet the requirements in Liuhe City this time. It's already been discussed. As long as Master Chen is satisfied, he can get 5 concubines directly. Chapter 16. Take a concubine and take Hu Zhenghe's reward. The elevator landed. The heavy iron door opened. A wave of hot air rushed in, and a completely different new world appeared before Chen Chu's eyes. Come to Luo. See Luo? Look at Luo, the daughter of the mayor of the medium-sized city Tiger City, 18 years old, with a nice figure and good looks. The original price is 10 cans of meat, but now it's discounted to 8 cans of meat to take away. Don't miss it if you pass by. She is the wife of the former mayor of a small city. I'm so disappointed to buy 5 cans of her food. Her food tastes so good. The descendant of a wealthy man found in a hidden shelter. The main target is a clean, obedient, and knowledgeable one. The sound of hawking is endless. In each iron cage, there stood men and women with disheveled clothes and numb expressions. The bosses around were shouting their wares very hard. But Chen Chu just took a glance and didn't see anything unusual. This is the end of the world. Survival is the first rule. Compassion will only destroy yourself. He traveled to the end of the world with only one ideal, which was to protect himself and his family from harm, and to marry a wife, take concubines, and have many children. Seeing that his son did not feel uncomfortable at all when he saw this scene for the first time, he was calm and composed. Chen Lei nodded with satisfaction. In fact, he had selfish motives in bringing Chen Chu to Liuhe City and directly to this underground trading market, just to train him. After all, Chen Chu is already married, and Xinghe City will eventually be handed over to him. So while I'm still in my prime, I should lay a good foundation for my son. In this damned apocalypse, anyone with a saintly mentality will die without a burial place. But my son's mental quality is much better than I thought. Chen Lei was very proud in his heart, as expected of him. Brother Chen, young Master Chu, I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. A skinny middle-aged man with gold teeth, a shiny middle-parted hair, and a face full of wrinkles walked over with a flattering smile. Ah, Zhang Yazi, you said it. I guarantee that my son will be satisfied with the goods. If he is not satisfied, I will skin you alive. Chen Lei laughed and shook hands with Zhang Yazi. Lu Rian leaned close to Chen Chu's ear and whispered, Zhang Yazi is not only the biggest sex dealer in Shanghai City, but also in several surrounding cities. There is no one he cannot find. He has great power, and several large cities around him give him face. Feeling the warmth coming from his earlobe, Chen Chu nodded slightly. People who do this kind of business must be very good at it, and maybe I'll have to work with him many times in the future. Zhang Yazi bent over and smiled. Brother Chen, that's not true. Don't worry about me. You're welcome to get this batch. They are all top-quality goods. I guarantee that Master Chu will be satisfied. He rubbed his fingers. That's the price. Chen Lei laughed even louder. That's right, in the end times, there is no such thing as brotherhood. It's all business. A piece of starstone fell into Zhang Yazi's hands without a trace. As soon as Zhang Yazi touched it, his eyes immediately lit up. The smile on his face immediately became more sincere, and his originally grinning mouth now widened even more. He strode up to Chen Chu with a mouthful of gold teeth and disgusting tartar. This must be Brother Chen's son, Master Chu, right? Hearing about him is worse than meeting him in person. Today I see that he is indeed a handsome man. Then there was a round of greetings and compliments between the few of them. Then, under the guidance of Zhang Yazi, they walked into a dark room in the underground trading market. Although Chen Lei looks big and rough, he is actually very meticulous. He just revealed the star stone, not to show off. Instead, he spread the news to Liuhua City that he had a big deal and the highest bidder would win. As for whether it will be robbed, ha ha ha. Then you have to ask the big stick in his hand whether he agrees or not. A special lightning ability, level 7, holding a starstone weapon that increases strength by 70%. There is also a complete psychic team fully armed with starstones. Even if the Lord of Fiery City came today, he would still be beaten with a stick. This is the end of the world. Strength is greater than heaven. Master Chu looked, entering the warm but smelly house. Zhang Yazi lifted a black cloth with a proud look on his face. Under the black cloth was a small iron cage. Inside the iron cage, 5 beauties, each with their own unique features, wearing special bracelets and anklets, huddled together with expressions of either numbness or fear. Zhang Yazi stretched out his neck and raised his head, like a rooster showing off his feathers. How is it? Are you satisfied? This batch of goods took me a lot of effort, and I went across several cities to get it together. Not only are they supernatural beings, but their looks are also top-notch. Having said this, he paused with a lewd expression on his face. The most important thing is that this batch of goods is very clean. Chen Lei turned to look at Chen Chu expressionlessly and asked for his opinion. There's nothing he can do about it. Apart from his deceased wife, he really isn't interested in women. Chen Chu nodded with satisfaction. Although Zhang Yazi seems unreliable, the situation before him is exactly as he said. The woman in the cage is first class in both appearance and figure. Seeing that his son was satisfied, Chen Lei did not hesitate. He waved his hand and said, "Take it away." Hearing this, Zhang Yazi's face immediately lit up with joy. He had originally prepared a lot of rhetoric for price increase, but now it's easier. 3 levels, 1 level, 1 level. Zhang Yazi rolled his teeth and stretched out a few fingers. In the end times, people with superpowers are extremely rare and precious, let alone such top-quality ones, so the price is very high. Chen Lei smiled inconspicuously, stretched out his hand, and gave his price. He is not a sucker. Long before he came, he sent someone to inquire about the price in advance. His current bid is slightly lower than the market price, leaving room for trading. Perhaps because of Chen Lei's strength, or perhaps because he saw that Chen Lei had the Starstone and wanted to do him a favor. The stingy Zhang Yazi actually agreed, which was rare. The 5 timid beauties were led out by the strong men behind Zhang Yazi, holding special iron chains. Zhang Yazi smiled obscenely and handed a black key to Chen Chu. Master Chu, enjoy it. When paying, Chen Lei frowned and confirmed again and again. Are they all clean? Zhang Yazi patted his thin chest until it made a loud noise. Make sure it's clean. If it's not, come find me. With a clear guarantee, Chen Lei waved his hand generously and placed 500 kilograms of starstone in front of Zhang Yazi. When Zhang Yazi opened the bag, his eyes turned into symbols of money. Brother Chen, Master Chu, please come often when you have time. I have a clean supernatural beauty for sale for a long time. After bringing the 5 beauties back to the modified car and settling them down, Chen Lei lit a cigar and looked at Chen Chu with a very satisfied expression. Son, please work harder and give us more great-grandchildren. Chen Chu's mouth twitched. Let's wait until we get married. Although these 5 concubines were obtained through transactions. But after all, they are his wives and concubines, and he will have to sleep in the same bed with them. He will also marry her in a formal way and give her enough respect. Chen Lei gave him a thumbs up. Your mother used to say that I was a rough person, and it really is true. I will learn more from you in the future. Then you take a break now. We will go to Fiery City later to exchange for Hu Jinghe's bounty. Chapter 17 S Level. Jiang Fenju and Jiang Qingshui sisters. A beautiful woman with special powers bought from Zhang Yazi. Because they have been frightened quite a bit during these days, Chen Chu arranged for Lu Ruyan to stay in the modified car to take care of and guide them. Lu Ruyan patted her chest vigorously, indicating that she would complete the task successfully. Then, Chen Lei brought Chen Chu and several team members to the wide entrance of Fiery City again. As the rolling stairs gradually descended, a large black iron door appeared in front of everyone. Above the big iron gate is a fiery red plaque with the words City of Fiery Flame written in a flamboyant style. The fully armed guards on both sides of the iron gate recorded the identities of the group and then opened the gate of Fiery City. Welcome to the City of Fire. As soon as I walked in, I heard a dull sound of a door closing behind me. Then, a wave of heat that surpassed the underground trading market rushed towards everyone. Chen Chu took off his special helmet and took in the scene in front of him. The only giant city in Jianghai City, its area is 20 times that of Xingho City. The permanent population is 10 times that of Spark City. In addition, there is a large number of migrant population. At first glance, you can see bright and dazzling lights, crowds of pedestrians, and bustling shops. The temperature was only minus 20 degrees Celsius. Even ordinary people wore big cotton jackets and wandered around. If there wasn't a rock formation above his head, Chen Chu would have really felt that his journey through the apocalypse was just a dream. Because this fiery city is no different from the city before the end of the world. Seeing Chen Chu was a little stunned. Chen Lei laughed and said, do you think all cities have such a magnificent view? That's because Jiang Fenju, the Lord of Liuhua City, is a top-level fire-type ability user. Chen Chu understood the preciousness of those with fire abilities in the glacial apocalypse. This can be seen from the fact that each superpower team must be equipped with a fire-type superpower user. What's more, he is a top-level fire-type mutant. That's definitely a big boss. In this glacial apocalypse, we feel like fish in water. At this time, a fully armed team carrying guns came to Chen Lei. The team members looked alert and stood in an arc without making any noise, protecting Chen Chu behind them. City Lord Chen Lei, it's rare for you to come here. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. A woman wearing a gray suit, silver-rimmed glasses, and a cold expression walked out from behind the armed team. She waved her hand, asking the armed team to put away their weapons. He glanced at Chen Chu without leaving a trace, and then set his eyes on Chen Lei. My sister wants to invite City Lord Chen Lei. I hope you can do me the honor. Jiang Qingshui smiled faintly and extended his hand to Chen Lei. Perhaps it was because of her temperament. Even though she was very particular about the etiquette and details, she gave people a feeling of being kept at a distance. Chen Chu, who was a superpower user, also keenly noticed Jiang Qingshui's scrutiny of him. He curled the corner of his mouth, returned the favor, and looked at Jiang Qingshui boldly without any disguise, looking like a real playboy. She has a beautiful face and looks to be in her early 20s. She has a cooler and more unique temperament than Sister Lan. Although he is wearing a loose suit, you can still tell that he will not let the child suffer. His straight legs and his exposed ankles reveal his snow-white and tender nature. Although Jiang Qingshui was talking to Chen Lei, but how could he not notice Chen Chu's bold stare at him? However, with her kind of personality, she is able to express her emotions without leaving any trace. There was just a flash of disdain and contempt in his eyes, and at the same time he cursed him in his heart as a lecher. I heard that Lei Lao, whose ordinary son married 3 wives these days. Hearing about him is worse than meeting him in person. After meeting him today, I can see that he is indeed a scoundrel. Spark City is doomed to fail after falling into his hands. Brother Chen, why did you come here without telling me in advance so that I could pick you up? In a luxurious high-rise building, Chen Chu finally met the legendary Lord of Liuhua City, Jiang Fenju, a top-level fire-type mutant. Originally, Chen Chu thought that with her strength and status, she should be at least 40 years old and as vigorous as a wolf. But now that I see her, I find that she is not much older than Jiang Qingshui, at most 20 years old, and definitely not over 30. This time, Chen Chu still showed his image of a second-generation playboy to the outside world. Anyway, Jiang Qingshui treats him as a playboy, so he will remain such a playboy. He sat down on the leather sofa beside him and took a bite of the fresh fruit on the table. Then he glanced boldly at Jiang Fenju. Like Jiang Qingshui, she has a beautiful face, but they have 2 completely different temperaments. Jiang Qingshui was cold and silent, spoke briefly, and had no emotional fluctuations. Her clothes were conservative, plain and loose, wrapping her whole body for protection. Jiang Fenju is different. Although she is less than 30 years old and is a well-known super powerful person in the outside world, she gives people a gentle feeling. She was also wearing tight fiery red armor, which perfectly brought out her proud figure. A camel hair-colored women's windbreaker is casually paired with it to make it more elegant. Jiang Qingshui, who had originally been unable to show her emotions, was immediately struck by Chen Chu's unscrupulous gaze at her sister. Behind the thin silver-rimmed glasses, a pair of beautiful eyes glared at Chen Chu with hostility. This must be Ah Chu. Jiang Fengzhu didn't take Chen Chu's look to heart. Just treat it as a child's curiosity. She walked to Chen Chu with a smile, stretched out her slender hand, touched Chen Chu's face, and looked very loving. After a long while, she said, "Ah Chu, you look so much like your mother." Then, she chuckled again. "When you were a child, I held you in my arms. Logically, you should call me Aunt Jiang." Then, she withdrew her fragrant, boneless, slender hand and instructed the secretary behind her. "Bring up all the fresh fruits in Fiery City to Ah Chu." Ah, ah, ah. Three doubtful voices sounded at the same time. The first voice came from the confused Chen Chu. The first voice came from the confused Jiang Qingshui. The first one came from the confused secretary. But Chen Chu reacted so quickly, he chuckled. He stood up, held Jiang Fengzhu's hand, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Sister Fengzhu." Sister Fengzhu? Jiang Fengzhu was surprised by Chen Chu's boldness and her lips slightly opened. After the shock, she smiled slightly. What a sweet little mouth. Then, she turned her face away and looked at her secretary with great indifference. "Secretary Li, why don't you go quickly? Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Secretary Li shuddered, said yes repeatedly, and trotted out. Jiang Fengzhu turned his head and smiled again. "Ah Chu, don't be restrained. Just treat it like you're at home. If it weren't for your mother, my sister and I would have starved to death, and we wouldn't be here today. Moreover, when Fire City was first established, Spark City also helped us a lot." "Oh, there's this relationship." Chen Chu raised his eyebrows. "Then thank you, Sister Fengzhu." Chen Chu held Jiang Fengzhu's soft and boneless hand and looked at Jiang Qingshui, who was glaring at him with a provocative look. "With this relationship, you will become my wife sooner or later, right?" Chapitre 18, Surprise. SS level hidden physique, angelic body. With Jiang Fengzhu scolding. "The people under me work very quickly." Portions of fresh fruits that outsiders would never dare to imagine were brought to the table and placed around Chen Chu. Jiang Fengzhu stroked Chen Chu's head lovingly. "Eat more. These are all freshly picked from the crop area today. If you don't have enough, let me tell you." After a while, Chen Chu kept calling her sister, and Jiang Fengzhu gradually accepted it. She couldn't help but think, "I'm just a few years older than a Chu, so I really should be called sister." If Jiang Qingshui heard this voice, his worldview would definitely collapse. Isn't my sister a powerful person with superpowers who can kill decisively? Isn't my sister the lord of a giant city? Isn't my sister a ruthless apocalyptic boss? Seeing Chen Chu throwing fresh, moist grapes into his mouth one by one, he looked at him provocatively. Jiang Qingshui clenched her fists and bit her teeth lightly. After hesitating for a long time, she made up her mind, strode to the sofa next to Chen Chu, rolled up her sleeves, and started eating fruit. It was as if he was angry with Chen Chu. She would take whatever Chen Chu ate. Secretary Li, who was standing aside with his head down, had his pupils dilated in shock at the scene before him. "Oh my god, Manager Jiang has always been an icy beauty and never does anything out of line. Why is she like this today?" She wasn't the only one who was shocked. Li and Jiang Fengzhu was so surprised by her sister that her red lips slightly opened. "Ha, the two kids are making a fuss here." Chen Lei laughed artily. But after being surprised, Jiang Fengzhu looked at Chen Chu with colorful eyes. Qingshui has shut herself off for so many years, and I always thought she was shutting herself off because of something that happened in her childhood. Now Chu can actually make her like this. They are really destined to be together. Jiang Fengzhu was really happy. Jiang Qingshui is her only relative in this world. Her biggest wish is to see her sister regain her childhood innocence and cuteness. But for so many years, my sister has always been like a stranger who doesn't want to be approached, and she never shows her emotions, let alone doing something so out of line. "Chu, you may be the key to changing Qingshui." Jiang Fengzhu looked at Chen Chu with surprise in her beautiful eyes. Jiang Qingshui, who was in a heated argument with Chen Chu, didn't realize that he had lost his composure today, nor did he notice what people around him thought of him. If Jiang Qingshui knew what Jiang Fengzhu was thinking, she would probably faint from anger. She just couldn't stand the fact that Chen Chu, a second-generation playboy, looked at her sister with a bad look, held her sister's hand, and even called her sister sister. A sister can only be her sister. Jiang Fengzhu looked at Chen Chu and Jiang Qingshui, who seemed to be a perfect match, with a smile in his eyes, unable to take his eyes off them for a long time. It was Chen Lei, who was doing business, who tapped the table to wake her up. "Fire Phoenix, I'm here to negotiate a deal," Chen Lei said expressionlessly. Fire Phoenix is Jiang Fengzhu's nickname in their circle. Brothers should settle accounts clearly, even if there is some relationship between the two families. But now we are discussing business in the end times. How would it be if we kept calling each other Brother Chen and Sister Jiang? Jiang Fengzhu withdrew his gaze and looked at Chen Lei with amusement, who had a serious expression. She thought to herself, how could Chen Lei, who is so rigid, give birth to someone as humorous and interesting as Chu? He must have inherited his mother's genes. Sure enough, Sister Fang's genes are the best in the world. But she still looks serious. "Okay, Lei Laohu, is this a Starstone transaction?" Asmile crosed kin les lips. "You know everything?" "Not only me, several giant cities in the surrounding areas have also received the news." Jiang Fengzhu's expression became very serious. However, Chen Lei, whose strength has greatly increased, is not afraid of the so-called giant city at this time. He grinned. What did they offer? Jiang Fengzhu sighed. That is, they learned that the mineral vein occupied by your Spark City is small in scale and does not contain mineral essence. Otherwise, Spark City would have been surrounded by now. These words made Chen Lei stunned. That vein clearly contains mineral essence, and the quantity is not small. But he didn't say it. He was not a fool. How could he do such a thing that would hurt himself? There should be a mistake in the internal link between them, which led to the misjudgment. Chen Lei lowered his head in thought and took the matter to heart. But I didn't care too much. With his strength increased by 70%, he was not afraid of the giant city that was previously high above him. We'll talk about the Starstone later. We came here today mainly for this. Chen Lei brought a constant temperature box onto the table, then slowly opened it. Suddenly, there stood the head of Hu Zhenghe with a crooked mouth and blind eyes. Because of the glacial apocalypse and the constant temperature chamber, the human head still retained its original color, as if it had just died. Oh, Zhang! Boom! A flame rose up and the temperature in the house instantly rose to 60 degrees. The scorching heat made the hair of everyone present bend. Sister, calm down. Jiang Qingshui's face flushed and sweaty. He spoke weakly while lying on the table. The flames died down and the temperature in the room instantly dropped to 0 degrees. Huh? Jiang Qingshui let out a long sigh and tightened his dark suit. Are you an ordinary person? Chen Chu was a little surprised. Jiang Qingshui's performance just now definitely shows that he is not a person with special abilities. Jiang Qingshui's face turned cold and he retorted, aren't you also an ordinary person? An ordinary person who knows nothing. Jiang Qingshui suddenly realized his own advantages and felt a little proud. I can help my sister manage the blazing city, can you? She glanced at Chen Chu, feeling proud. Chen Chu fell into deep self-doubt. That's impossible. How could this girl be an ordinary person with this kind of strength? My intuition can't be wrong. System, you are so powerful. Can you tell me about Jiang Qingshui's physical condition? Chen Chu shouted in his heart unwillingly. Jiang Qingshui, 23 years old, gifted physique, angel body, hidden, not activated, innocent body. Really? Chen Chu was overjoyed. This arrogant girl is not only not an ordinary person, but also a level beyond what ordinary people can see. Shouldn't this be made into a wife? Chen Chu looked at Jiang Qingshui with satisfaction. For some reason, Jiang Qingshui suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by a demon, and he couldn't help but shiver. Sorry, I lost my composure. Jiang Fengzhu stared at Hu Zhenghe, his expression colder than ever. At the same time, she also knew the purpose of Lei Lao Hu and his group. Level 1 Cold Spirit Field 10 acres. A medium-sized Level 2 Mineral Vein. A gene potion that is effective against Level 3 mutants and below. A Starstone weapon made by a Level 4 blacksmith that can increase the user's strength by 40%. What is your choice? These are the bounties that Hu Zhenghe received in Liyue City. Any one of them would make the powerful people in the last days extremely jealous, and they would beat each other's brains out. This is also the reason why Hu Zhenghe did not dare to return to Jianghai City for so many years. Yes, this woman is so cruel. Jiang Fengzhu paused. She looked at Chen Chu, who was sitting next to her and whose eyes and brows looked a bit like his mother. A hint of softness appeared on the cold face. She then said, a level 5 extraordinary item, Thunder Core Fruit. Thunder Core Fruit. Chen Lei was slightly shocked, and a rare look of caution appeared on his face. Chapter 19. Thunder Core Fruit. Daddy is promoted to the 8th level. Thunder Fruit. For people with other attributes, this is just a rare, extraordinary item. But for those with lightning abilities, it is an elixir from the immortal world. Not only does it have a chance to strengthen your own thunder ability talent, it can also increase the body's energy storage. There is even a slight possibility that the lightning talent can gain new abilities. Although I don't know why, Jiang Fengzhu temporarily added this option. But in the end times, Chen Lei will not let go of any item that can greatly enhance his strength. After all, only when one's own strength is improved can one seize more territory, store more supplies, and marry more and higher quality wives and concubines for one's son. Choose 5, Hu Zhenghe's head is yours. Chen Lei laughed and pushed the incubator containing Hu Zhenghe's ugly head in front of Jiang Fengzhu. There was a gleam of hatred in Jiang Fengzhu's beautiful eyes. This was the person who, before she developed, bullied and killed hundreds of sisters in the City of Fire. This hatred is as deep as a sea of blood. The incubator was turned off and Hu Zhenghe's head was collected. Jiang Fengzhu calmed down and sorted out his emotions. With a clap of hands, a wall in the office opened up in a sci-fi style, revealing a silver-blue wall house behind it. Jiang Fengzhu walked in and leaned over to scan the iris. Then a transparent constant temperature box was recessed in the wall. The box contains a fruit with lightning symbols all over it, which is constantly flashing with lightning. Your bounty. Jiang Fengzhu smiled and handed the incubator to Chen Lei. As a long-established and established Thunder-type psychic, Chen Lei immediately confirmed the authenticity and quality of the items in the box as soon as he got it. Thunder Core Fruit, an absolutely rare and extraordinary item. The elixir that all lightning-type psychics dream of. Chen Lei laughed twice, then generously threw out 50 kilograms of starstone. I've rented the best training room in Fiery City. In order to meet the needs of foreign merchants and wandering people with special abilities, giant cities will be equipped with training rooms. After all, traveling long distances in the end times is very troublesome. Many psychics find it impossible to return to their old nests when they have obtained incredible supplies or are close to a breakthrough. Many of them achieve breakthroughs in the training rooms of giant cities. On the one hand, a giant city does not exclude foreigners with special powers. On the other hand, a giant city will not lower itself to snatch the gains of foreigners with special powers. Of course, the most important thing is that the training rooms equipped in the giant city are made of special materials, which are very beneficial for breaking through levels and improving perception. It is this attribute that determines the extremely high price of renting a training room. However, Chen Lei's family is now well off, and he doesn't care about this little money at all. Qing Shui, take Lei Laohu over there. I stayed in the closed training room for a whole day. Chen Lei finally came out, although his appearance has not changed much. But everyone around him could sense the vicious lightning hidden in his eyes. The whole person's temperament has also changed a lot. If we say that the previous Chen Lei was a notorious master, now he is the master who hides his strength behind his back. Dad, your aura is so strong. Chen Chu is now also a superpower, so he is very sensitive in this aspect. With his strength greatly increased, Chen Lei was in a good mood. He laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha ha, after 10 years of hesitation, I finally achieved the 8th level. 8th level." Before Chen Chu could react, the team members around him exclaimed, "Boss, are you really at level 8? An 8th level boss. An 8th level boss. Ha ha ha, our Spark City is about to take off. Rank 8 boss, the strongest person within 1,000 miles, is probably only at this level. Ha 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 ha. The boss has finally become a top powerhouse." The superpower team was pleasantly surprised and excited. Once your supernatural power level is promoted to the 6th level, it's like reaching heaven in one step. Every time you break through a level, your strength will undergo a drastic change. Chen Lei had been at the 7th level for 10 years. Now he broke through to the 8th level and became one of the strongest people within 1,000 miles. Basically, no one can threaten him anymore. He can be on par with the lord of a giant city. Now, as long as there is enough time for development, it is certain that Spark City will become a giant city. 8th level. Jiang Qingshui, who came along, was shocked. Level 8. Unexpectedly, a thunder core could allow Lei Lao Hu to reach the same level as his sister. Her gaze shifted to Chen Chu, who was standing next to Chen Lei. She felt inexplicably unhappy. She originally thought that if Chen Lei handed Xingho City over to this playboy, it would definitely be squandered. But now Chen Lei has been promoted to an 8th level strongman. Not only will its strength be greatly increased, its lifespan will also be extended, and Spark City will also enter a period of rapid development. It seems that Chen Chu can really be a playboy for his whole life. And if Spark City becomes a giant city, it will definitely have more connections with Fiery City. And Chen Chu will have more opportunities to see his sister. Thinking of this, Jiang Qingshui panicked. Chen Chu, this bastard, will take away my sister's love? Chen Chu was a rookie and didn't know what an 8th level expert meant. But look at the shock and ecstasy of the people around you. Chen Chu knew that his life as a playboy would get better. Ha ha ha. After you marry these 5 concubines, Dad will marry you a few more. Chen Lei laughed. An 8th level strongman will have much more strength, ability, and resources than before. The level that can be reached will also be the top level within 1,000 miles. In this way, I can marry more and better concubines for my son. The revival of humanity is just around the corner. Let's go and negotiate the Starstone business with Fire Phoenix, and we'll come back to the city to give you a grand wedding. Chen Lei waved his hand and walked towards Jiang Fenju's office building. Lei Laohu, are you at level 8? Jiang Fenju is a level 8 warrior and a tycoon who dominates a region. Naturally, he was very keen to notice the changes in Chen Lei. Ha, it's earlier than I thought. The word modest never appears in Chen Lei's description. Modesty? That's the excuse of the weak. Jiang Fenju looked Chen Lei up and down with her beautiful eyes. If Chen Lei is promoted to the 8th level, Xingho City will become a competitor, but also a partner. This will almost change the entire Jianghai City, or even the entire province. Your ability level has also been promoted? Now it is level. Jiang Fenju saw more. Chen Lei didn't want to hide the truth from the strongest man in Jianghai City. He smiled and nodded. One of the benefits of the Thunder Core fruit. I remember that the so-called Thunder Core fruit has a chance to increase the ability level of a Thunder-type psychic, but the probability is only 1 in 10,000, and no one has ever succeeded. This time, Chen Lei just smiled and didn't explain. But Jiang Fenju also had the answer. Yes, no one had ever succeeded, but he, Lei Laohu, succeeded. She also knew that once the user successfully used the Thunder Core fruit to increase the level of superpowers, the user's superpowers would also gain a powerful attribute. The Lei Laohu in front of her was really on par with her. It seems that in addition to the Starstone, we have more deals to discuss. Chapter 20 Return to the City, Consecutive Weddings. Chen was promoted to the top 8th level strongman, and his supernatural power level was enhanced. He suddenly became one of the strongest people in the entire province, on par with the lords of various giant cities. He also owns the cold rice fields and starstone mines. There is no doubt that Spark City is about to enter a period of rapid development and quickly move towards becoming a giant city. Therefore, the top leaders of Liyue City attached great importance to this matter. It's not just the starstone business, and strengthened all connections between the two cities. Food transportation, personnel exchange, and technology sharing. Chen led his team to negotiate with the top leaders of Liyue City for several weeks, and the matter was finally settled. Dad, you look fine. Outside the blazing city, inside the transformed car, Chen Chu said as he looked at Chen, who had a happy face. Chen laughed twice and sat down next to Chen Chu. I think if things continue like this, in a few years, Spark City will be able to develop into a giant city. For a giant city, the underground base must be large enough to accommodate 200,000 people, and it must also be able to build residences on the ground. Living standards and economic levels will increase significantly. A giant city is basically a small country. The city lord is a local lord. It will be much easier for you to take a concubine in the future. From now on, we don't want the following. Chen waved his hand, very proud. Chen Chu smiled and shook his head. He already had 5 concubines who had not yet married off, and yet he was thinking of taking in another one. But if so, he would still be willing to do so. After all, no one can suffer, but the children must suffer. You little bastard, take a look at the 2 sisters who are the mayors of Liyue City. Chen suddenly came up to Chen Chu. Chen Chu touched his chin and thought seriously. Yes, but it doesn't seem to be enough, right? He carefully recalled the 2 sisters, each with their own characteristics. Chen slapped him on the head. No way, Zhang Fenju is a top-level expert. Even I, his father, have to stay away from him. Chen Chu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, oh, Dad, this is what you were talking about. The 2 sisters of the Zhang family are pretty good, especially Zhang Qingshui. The world only knows that Zhang Fenju is a super genius. But she didn't know that her sister Zhang Qingshui was a super pervert. Not to mention that her looks and figure are both top-notch. If the 2 of them had children, their talents would definitely not be low, and the system would definitely give them another generous reward. Chen did not ask much about why Chen Chu cared so much about Zhang Qingshui. As long as his boy was happy, that was enough. Although Zhang Qingshui is just an ordinary person, what we want is double happiness. Wait for Dad to work harder and marry Zhang Qingshui, who you promoted to level 8, and her sister. The corner of Chen Chu's mouth twitched. He admitted that his father was very powerful. But if you want to marry Zhang Fenju, you'd better think of more ways yourself. But now others don't know Zhang Qingshui's talent. From the outside world's perspective, we are a good match. One is the useless son of an 8th level strongman. One is the useless sister of an 8th level strongman. How about taking advantage of Zhang Qingshui's lack of awakening and tricking her into becoming your wife? Chen Chu thought it was completely feasible. Moreover, this level of talent is the highest level he has ever seen. It must not fall into the hands of other people. He must seize more opportunities in the future. Not long after Chen led the team back to the modified car, the team set out on the return journey in a mighty manner. On the return trip, 3 huge carriages. Except for the carriage where Chen Chu lived, the other 2 carriages were filled with items traded in Liyue City this time, including different rare foods, powerful weapons, extraordinary items, and information about other places in the end times. Liyue City is the only giant city in Zhanghai City, and is also the hub for information exchange between Zhanghai City and the outside world. In the glacial apocalypse, travel is difficult and information transmission is also difficult. The extreme low temperature and endless storms rendered many communication equipment obsolete. The most primitive human power has once again become the new darling of the apocalypse. Compared to the outside world, Zhanghai City is still very peaceful. Inside the car, Chen Chu looked at the information newspaper in his hand. Most of them are news about a certain city being breached or several levels of powerful men appearing in a certain place. It seems that I need to help Dad develop the city quickly. The struggle for survival resources, the lack of supplies, the conflict between the superpowers. In this last days, one could die if one is not careful. The key to helping Dad increase his strength and develop rapidly is to marry a wife and concubines. Chen Chu fixed his eyes on the 5 beauties sitting together not far away. After several months of training by Lu Ruyan, the 5 people no longer have the fear and numbness they had at the beginning. And because Chen Chu was very nice to the 5 of them, the food and clothes are all the best. So they gradually got used to it and even felt extremely fortunate. As people with special abilities, they knew that being captured and held hostage would never end well. Such inhuman treatment is not something that humans can endure. But now, not only have their living standards greatly improved compared to before, but it seems that the handsome young man in front of them is their future husband. He has good looks and a good family background. Although he is an ordinary person, he has an extraordinary temperament. It seems that I can look forward to this kind of life. Because my father's strength has greatly increased, There is no need to avoid the original dangerous places when returning to the city. This greatly speeds up the formation of the team. The journey that originally took a month now takes only 3 weeks to reach Spark City. Father, husband. Inside the city gate, Yi Miao, with a bulging belly, was already waiting there. Chen Chu immediately stepped forward to support him. Your belly is so big now. Didn't I tell you to rest at home? When Chen Chu set out, Yi Miao was already 4 months pregnant. The round-trip journey and the rest time in Fiery City for trading took 3 months. Now, Yi Miao is 7 months pregnant and is not far from giving birth. Yi Miao smiled slightly and put her cherry lips close to Chen Chu's ear. Do you miss your husband? And my husband, I have already arranged for you to take a concubine. You just need to set a date. Chen Chu felt warm in his heart. He held Yi Miao's soft, boneless little hand and kissed her beautiful face. Yi Miao is good at handling things. Chen Chu's wedding went very smoothly under his arrangements. Chen Chu treated the 5 new concubines equally and gave them enough respect. They didn't have a grand wedding together, but instead married one every 2 days. Dowry, relatives and friends, wedding banquet, and formal marriage. It took a full 10 days for Chen Chu's wedding to be over. In the days that followed, Spark City experienced explosive growth. However, Chen Chu turned a deaf ear to what was happening outside. He stayed in his new home and worked diligently with his 5 new concubines. The happy days lasted for more than 2 months. Yi Miao is also about to give birth. Chapter Yi Miao Shink. Eldest son, Chenan. Potential. SS. Don't be afraid. Don't be nervous. Take a deep breath. You are the best. Spark City, Medical Department. Looking at Yi Miao being pushed into the delivery room, Chen Chu gave her a final encouragement. Okay, Ah Chu, just wait here. Leave it to me. Everything will be fine. Seeing Chen Chu was even more nervous than Yi Miao, Su Lan comforted him with amusement. Afterwards, the door of the delivery room was closed, leaving Chen Chu outside. Husband, sister, you will be fine. Did Xiao, Xiao Xiao, and 5 other concubines surrounded Chen Chu and comforted him. Chen Chu waved his hands. I'm fine, not nervous. Xiao Xiao took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off Chen Chu's forehead. Sister Su Lan is a powerful wood-type medical psychic. It will be easy for her to deliver a baby. Don't worry, husband. Chen Chu gave a forced smile. Well, he was nervous, extremely nervous. Although he has lived 2 lives as a human being, he has never been a father. I don't know how to describe this feeling. I am afraid but more excited. Son, I heard that my daughter-in-law is about to give birth. A loud thunder came from the other side of the corridor. It was Chen Lei who rushed over after hearing the news. Yes, she has entered the delivery room. Chen Lei sat down next to Chen Chu. Look at him. He is sweating profusely due to nervousness. Chen Lei smiled casually, lit a cigar, and talked freely. Son, don't be nervous. When your mother gave birth to you, the conditions were difficult. There was no such high-end delivery room as there is now, and there are no top-level medical specialists to deliver the baby. It was just an elderly woman who delivered the baby with scissors and hot water. I watched you come out of your mother's belly with my own eyes, without even blinking. Chen Chu's mouth twitched. Dad, before you say this, can you stop shaking your hand holding the cigar? Chen Lei looked down and saw that his hands were shaking uncontrollably, almost putting out the cigar. He smiled awkwardly. Who wouldn't be nervous when they are about to welcome their grandson? This excitement and anticipation that comes from deep blood ties is an absolute instinctive reaction. Moreover, this child is Chen Lei's first grandson and Chen Chu's first child. Just like that, Chen Lei and Chen Chu, father and son, waited anxiously outside the delivery room. Chen Lei finished the cigars one by one, and Chen Chu couldn't help pacing back and forth outside the delivery room. I don't know how long it took. Suddenly, several screams were heard in the delivery room. What's wrong? Chen Chu, who was near the door of the delivery room, took a step forward, pushed the door open, and rushed in. As soon as he entered the door, a feeling of coldness surrounded him. The temperature in the delivery room is at least 20 degrees lower than outside. Fortunately, Yi Miao was fine. This. The nurse, who was holding the baby in her arms, widened her eyes, too surprised to speak. Child. Chen Chu strode forward. All I saw was a naked little baby, shivering all over. The nurse who was holding him had her hands stiff and frozen. The birth of the host's offspring has been detected. Talent. Potential. The reward has been successfully issued to the host. Please check. The system sounded in Chen Chu's ears. Level 1 talent. Absolute 0. Chen Chu remembered the rewards in the novice gift pack. This child's talent is the ice element. Don't be afraid. Step forward. Put the child from the nurse's hands to Chen Chu's hands. Then she placed her palm over the nurse's hand, which had been frozen into a popsicle, and a green light lit up. The nurse's arm returned to its original state. Achu, your child is so capable. Su Lan's voice was weak, but with a hint of excitement. Because this is the birth of Chen Chu's first child. So Su Lan used her supernatural powers throughout the delivery process. Reduce Yi Miao's pain, protect Yi Miao, protect the baby, and at the same time observe the changes in Yi Miao and the baby's physical condition in real time, to ensure that Yi Miao and the baby are not harmed in any way. This process consumed a lot of her energy. The arm of the nurse who had just treated her hollowed her out. But she was also very surprised. Although she had very little supernatural energy left, it could actually be consumed by a baby. Ice level talent. Chen Chu smiled as he looked at the child in his arms. Level. And it's ice type. Su Lan covered her mouth, extremely surprised. In the end times, a level 1 mutant almost represents a giant city. And those with ice-related abilities are the absolute darlings in the glacial apocalypse. A Chu can really revive humanity. Su Lan looked at Chen Chu, her beautiful eyes shining. We must make sure Ah Chu works hard to get a wife and concubines. Is my little grandson okay? Chun Lei came over. When he saw the baby, he was stunned, then laughed. Ha, it's a kid, but why are your eyes so wide open? I remember that when you were just born, your eyes were closed. Everyone looked over. The newborn baby actually has 2 round eyes, looking at the world curiously. He even laughed low when he saw Chen Chu and Chun Lei. Chun Lei is a rough man and doesn't care about this strange thing. He laughed and gave the final conclusion. My grandson must be a genius. He opened his eyes right after he was born and can even smile. Su Lan on the side had a serious expression. Yes, A Chu, your child's life force is dozens of times stronger than that of an ordinary baby. Dozens of times. Chen Chu was surprised. Then he thought of the system's previous evaluation. Potential. There is no doubt that this child is a genius who surpasses his father, and even Jiang Fenju. Husband, let me take a look. Yi Miao's weak voice came from behind. Chen Chu came to her with the child in his arms and squatted down beside her, looking at the mother and daughter lovingly. Child, you are so cute, just like your husband. Yi Miao's eyes were full of smiles. Husband, please give the child a name. Name? Chen Chu was stunned. He looked at the nurse whose hands had just been frozen, looked at the frost falling from the air, and felt the temperature which was obviously lower than outside. Just call me Chen Han. Yi Miao stretched out his hand to tease the baby in his arms. Han Xiaoan. Lololo. Tian Smi Liet Kutili. Ha, great. My good grandson is a top-level genius. Chun Lei on the side laughed. Originally, everyone guessed that it might be level 5. When I was born, I was a level 1. This was a big surprise for him. With this good grandson, Spark City can prosper again for another 100 years. At this moment, Chun Lei had the same idea as Su Lan. We must make sure that stinky boy Chen Chu gets married, has many wives and concubines, and has many children. As for Chen Chu, after he confirmed the name of the child, the system's sounded again. The name of the offspring has been confirmed. Offspring attribute panel has been opened. Offspring attributes have been generated. Chapter 22. Advanced to level 3. Physical fitness is enhanced and lifespan is increased. Offspring panel. Name Chen Han. Identity. Eldest son. Talent. Level 1 ice element. Absolute 0. Potential. Skills. None. Host panel. Name Chen Chu. Talent. Level 1 space system. Potential. Skills. Teleport, storage, cutting. There are 2 more panels in the Duoziduofa system. One is the newly born eldest son Chen Han, and the other is Chen Chu's own. Comparing the 2 panels, Chen Chu couldn't help but sigh. Everything was good before. Why is my potential so low? Chen Chu now also understands the difference between talent and potential. Talent, to put it simply, refers to the level and ability that has been awakened. Potential represents a person's physical level. The eldest son, Chen Han, has great potential. This makes his life force dozens of times higher than that of his peers. And he opens his eyes, smiles, and releases his supernatural powers as soon as he is born. Such potential makes his body like a monster. Not only does he learn things quickly and have abnormal physical fitness, but he also understands things much more deeply than others. And Chen Chu himself has potential. No wonder I have been learning ancient martial arts for so many years but still haven't made any progress. He only knows a few moves and can fight against a few ordinary strongmen. It is impossible for him to fight against people with special powers. Moreover, Chen Chu also suspected that his physical potential could reach a certain level, and a large part of the credit was that his father had given him a lot of extraordinary things over the years. Otherwise, I would just be an ordinary person. It's true that the older ones are worse than the younger ones. Chen Chu half-jokingly shook his head and smiled. Although my initial talent is not good, fortunately there is a system. As long as you marry a wife and take concubines, you will have many children and be blessed. One day I will stand at the top of the world. And there are still rewards that have not been claimed. Chen Chu silently said receive in his heart. When Chen Han was just born, the system gave him a reward. Talent potential. Such a talented offspring would surely receive a good reward. Reward received successfully. High quality life improvement. High quality ability improvement. High quality potential improvement game boutique recommendation. As the 3 system sounds rang, 3 extremely ethereal feelings accompanied by comfortable and numb feelings rose in his body. After a while, the numbness disappeared. Chen Chu opened his eyes. 2 rays of light that were not seen by ordinary people shot out from his eyes. He let out a long breath of white air. The high-quality life improvement has made my physique stronger and increased my lifespan. The high-quality improvement of my superpowers not only promoted me to a third-level superpower user, but also optimized my superpower energy, removing the impurities from the zombie crystal cores I absorbed before and compressing it. Now the quality and quantity of my superpower energy are more than 10 times that of the same level. The high-quality potential improvement has enabled me to go from level 1 to level 2. It spans 2 major stages. After the reward acceptance is completed, Chen Chu immediately and clearly felt the changes in his body. Moreover, when he opened the attribute panel, he saw that the potential line had really changed from the superpowers are enhanced, the body becomes stronger, and the strength is increased. This is the benefit brought by the birth of the eldest son, Chen Han. Chen Chu was overjoyed, because Chen Han is not his only son. Xiao Qiao is about to give birth to twins in 2 months, and De Qiao is about to give birth to a baby in 3 months. And the other 5 concubines are also working diligently. These are just what we see in front of us. Dad is still preparing for his next concubine. Therefore, there will be more and more concubines and more offspring. The rewards will increase. If this continues, it's hard to imagine. Reaching the peak of the apocalypse doesn't seem to be a difficult task. Thinking of this, the corners of Chen Chu's mouth curled up unconsciously. Not only does it enhance physical potential and talents, it also increases lifespan. It is imperative to marry a wife, take a concubine, and have many children. Because of the system's cover-up and the fact that everyone around was focusing on the eldest son Chen Han, no one noticed these amazing changes in Chen Chu. I just feel that he has become more handsome and more energetic than before. But everyone thought it was probably because she had a child and she looked so happy. What a good grandson, what a good grandson. Chun Lei hugged his grandson and kept muttering. A sturdy man who was notorious in the end times actually had a thin layer of mist in his eyes due to excitement. So, Chun Lei's big palm fell heavily on Chen Chu's shoulder. The tears of excitement in his eyes sparkled in the light. You gave birth to a good child. With this child, Spark City will prosper for another 50 years. You kid can continue to be the second generation. Ha 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 ha. Chen Lei laughed loudly. A smile also appeared on Chen Chu's lips. He knew that the birth of his eldest son Chen Han solved a major concern for his father. How cruel is the glacial apocalypse? When Chen Lei was young, he had a great reputation. Although he made a name for himself, he also made many enemies. Over the years, with him in charge, the enemies dared not show up. But his boy Chen Chu is an ordinary person. What if I pass away decades later? You can imagine what will happen to Chen Chu just by thinking about it. So Chen Lei has been collecting extraordinary items for Chen Chu like crazy over the years. Eliminate dissidents in Spark City and cultivate trusted confidants. Select orphans with good talents and train them to be secret guards loyal to Chen Chu. All of this is for the sake of Chen Chu enjoying a few more years of happiness after he passes away. Now, my boy has given me a grandson with superb talent. He also advanced to the 8th level. There is enough time to train your grandson to become someone stronger than yourself. I have the support from above and the support from my good grandchildren below. Chen Chu can enjoy 100 years of peace in the last days. How could Chun Lei not be happy? How could he not be excited? He held Chen Han in his arms as if he were the greatest treasure in the world. Son, your dad wanted to do a lot of things before, but couldn't do them. Now your dad wants to do them. We need to conquer territory and store supplies, so that your son can marry a wife and have many children and revive mankind. Chen Lei laughed. Chen Chu also laughed. He knew that his father had been paving the way for him over the years. Now there's a way out. Then it's time to move forward. My mother has the great wish to revive mankind. Is it that my father Lei Lao, who is willing to live a mediocre life? Chen Chu knew that Shanghai City was about to be hit by a huge wave that would change the world. Of course, what Chen Chu is more looking forward to is the change in his quality of life. The prince of a giant city? That seems even better. He smiled, his eyes sparkling. Dad is an 8th level strongman. The eldest son is a super talent. But in fact, the biggest tiger is himself. It feels good to be behind the scenes, guiding everything. If someone is so blind as to bump into him, he wouldn't mind testing the sharpness of his fangs first. Chapter 23. 7 days of talking, killing monsters on a full moon. The eldest son is promoted to the 1st level. Strength feedback? Yi Miao gave birth to a child, and both mother and child are safe. And the offspring is a super genius. Chun Lei waved his hand, and there was another lively celebration in Xingho City. In Chun Lei's words, I've worked so hard for so many years, so what's wrong with celebrating my grandson's birthday? It's very lively outside. Chen Chu and the other concubines stayed in the medical department to accompany the weak Yi Miao. As for the eldest son Chen Han, he was taken away by Su Lan and underwent a series of examinations. The baby is just born, but its vitality is incredibly high and it is able to use supernatural powers. But necessary inspections are still necessary. After all, Chen Han is not only Chen Chu's eldest son, but will also be the backbone of Xingho City in the future, so he cannot be careless. After the examination, Su Lan and Chen Han excitedly rushed into the ward with the report. Achoo! She waved the report in her hand. her face flushed with excitement. The students in front of me were jumping up and down. 50 times! Xiaohan's vitality is 50 times that of other babies. Level. Xiaohan's talent is really level 1, and it's a mutant ice type, absolute 0. Judging from other indicators, Xiaohan is also a genius among geniuses. Looking at Su Lan, who was panting in front of him, Chen Chu smiled and took Chen Han from her arms and placed him in Yi Miao's arms. With the attribute panel, he knew everything about his eldest son, and he also knew what Su Lan hadn't detected. Chen Han has great potential. He is much stronger than the average supernatural being. Although Chen Chu didn't care, the other concubines behind him looked at the report for a long time. Afterwards, everyone looked at Yi Miao with envy. Yi Miao's husband's wife was a level 1 gifted person herself. She gave birth to a son who was also a level 1 gifted person and could use supernatural powers as soon as he was born. Moreover, he was praised by old man Chen Lei as making Xingho City prosperous for another 50 years. Everyone knows that Yi Miao's position is unshakable. All the concubines were envious and looked at their bellies at the same time. I hope my stomach can hold up, especially did Xiao and Xiao Qiao, who were about to be born. The other 5 concubines who were not pregnant looked at Chen Chu with fiery eyes. I must work harder to get pregnant with my husband's child. At the same time, Yi Miao on the hospital bed screamed, "Husband, do you think Xiaohan's hair has grown longer? I remember it wasn't this long, just now." Chen Chu took a look and found that it was true. The hair was even thicker than when he was just born. Is this one of the effects of 50 times the life concentration? Good grandson. Can you tell Grandpa what you were doing? In Xingho City, Chen Chu's residence, Chen Lei held Chen Han, who had just turned 1 month old, and the smile on his face made the wrinkles on his face appear thicker. "Grandpa, I'm practicing." What was shocking was that Chen Han, who had just turned 1 month old, actually spoke. Moreover, he didn't look like a weak baby who was just 1 month old. She has black hair, fair skin, and round eyes that roll around. More importantly, Chen Han, who just turned 1 month old, has reached a height of 90 centimeters. Just like any other 2-year-old. If someone were asked to identify the child, they would definitely say that the child was 2 or 3 years old. But Chen Han really just turned 1 month old. He was able to speak 7 days after he was born, and at 1 month old, he was like a little adult and could communicate normally with people. At this moment, he had his hands clasped together, with a serious expression, doing what he called practicing kung fu. The serious look of the child made Chen Lei, who was already an 8th level strongman, laugh. He replied cheerfully, "Xiaohan is awesome. You should practice martial arts quickly and fight for territory with Grandpa when you grow up, okay?" Chen Han, who had just turned 1 month old, looked serious and nodded solemnly. "Okay, let's go grab the territory with Grandpa." "Okay, take it seriously." Chen Lei was very happy. "Come on, Grandpa will take you for a walk." Chen Lei lifted him to his neck and walked out of the house. With the help of the Earth-type mutant, Chen Chu's residence was built very quickly. You could check in directly after returning from Fiery City. Chen Lei and his grandson walked along the dirt path. The space was filled with Chen Lei's hearty laughter and Chen Han's childish laughter. Roar! Suddenly, the earth wall in front of the 2 people broke open, and an ugly dwarf beast bared its teeth and claws, roaring sharply. Chen Lei was stunned. "Hey, you dare to scare my grandson with an underground beast that is not at the rank? Do you want to die?" The Ice Age was brutal. The world is frozen, zombies break out, and monsters run rampant. Game Boutique recommendation: even if humans hide underground beasts that can shuttle underground will appear from time to time. Chen Lei once heard that a huge city was destroyed overnight by an extremely powerful underground beast. During that period, all the survivor camps were in panic. Fortunately, underground beasts generally have a strong sense of territory and will not easily leave their territory. And this mindless, unlevel underground beast in front of him was probably lost. This kind of small beast can be dealt with by a brave adult, as it is not very powerful. But to an 8th level strongman like Chen Lei, it is just a slightly larger ant. Just when he was about to kill this blind guy who scared his little grandson, the little fellow Chen Han, who was riding on his neck, shouted, "Grandpa, run away. Let me beat it." Although the little guy can communicate with people, he doesn't know many words and can only use simple words. Chen Lei laughed and turned around, wanting to tease his grandson. But as soon as he turned his head, he felt the temperature around him drop by 10 degrees in an instant. The grandson who was smiling just now. At this moment, his eyes were emitting a dazzling white light, and his face was stern. "I want to protect Grandpa." A tender baby voice was heard. 3 sharp ice cones immediately condensed behind Chen Han. With a wave of the little hand, an ice cone stabbed out, followed by a scream. The smaller monster was immediately pierced through by 3 ice cones. Chen Lei was in disbelief as he watched his grandson, who had just turned 1 month old, slaughter a monster. An ray of light rose from his body. A 1st level mutant? That ray of light is a sign that the psychic has been promoted to the next level. His grandson, who was just 1 month old, was promoted to a 1st level psychic after killing a monster with his bare hands. Although he was an 8th level expert, Chen Lei was stunned. He had a grandson who was a 1 month old 1st level supernatural being, and his talent was also top level. He is numb. Then came ecstasy. The bearded face kept moving closer to Chen Han's face. Grandpa, it's a stab. Little Chen Han tried his best to dodge, but to no avail. Ha! This is not a genius at all. This is clearly a perverted monster. Ha ha ha! At the same time, Chen Chu, who was still asleep, was shocked. What's wrong, husband? The two concubines came over with concerned eyes. Their faces were flushed, and there was a hint of apology in their eyes. Did I and my sisters make my husband too tired last night? But when Chen Chu woke up, he was confused. Because he just received his system prompt. It is detected that the host's eldest son Chen Han has been promoted to a first-level superpower, and the feedback reward is that the host's superpowers are improved. Host current ability level, mid-level 3rd stage. Chapter 24. Transformation of Strength, Dad's Expansion Plan. In the practice room, Chen Chu stood proudly, looking energetic. Although the number of concubines has increased in recent days. But since Chen Han was born last time and received the system's rewards of superpowers, life, and potential, he has undergone earth-shaking changes. Especially in terms of masculinity, having 8 wives and concubines at the same time is not a problem at all. The increase in my offspring's strength will actually be reflected in me. Chen Chu murmured as he felt the space in his mind expanding again. His wife Yi Miao gave birth to Chen Han. Chen Chu was rewarded and became a 3rd-level psychic, and the quality and quantity of his psychic energy were more than 10 times that of people at the same level. The strength has been greatly enhanced. And after the eldest son Chen Han was promoted to a 1st-level psychic, Chen Chu received feedback rewards, and his strength increased again, entering the middle stage of the 3rd stage. The energy for feedback rewards is not much. The big reward is still in getting a wife and having children. Although the strength of his offspring increased, the rewards given to Chen Chu were not much. But Chen Chu also noticed a problem. There is not much feedback from an offspring. But what if there are 10, 100? If all these things are added together, it would be an unimaginable spectacle. With each additional offspring, life, potential, and superpowers will be improved. In addition, the improvement in the strength of his offspring is a feedback to himself. If this continues, let alone the peak of the apocalypse, I'm afraid I can become a god. Game Boutique recommendation. What kind of strength will I have in the middle stage of the 3rd stage? Looking at his increasingly powerful body, Chen Chu murmured. A thought came to my mind. Teleport. Chen Chu immediately appeared at the edge of the training room. When he wanted to teleport again, the environment behind the wall of the training room suddenly appeared in his mind. This is a new skill, perception. He can convert all the environments within 10 meters around him into models in his mind so that he can fight better. The new skill combined with teleportation is simply invincible. At the end of the glacier era, the vast snow blocked the human vision. While surviving in the cave and expanding your territory, you may find treasures or the nests of underground beasts. With a skill like perception, Chen Chu can avoid these dangers. Perception. With a thought, the situation outside the thick walls of the training room instantly appeared in Chen Chu's mind. Teleport. His supernatural power was activated, and the next moment, he appeared outside the training room. Teleport. In the blink of an eye, he was back in the training room. With just these 2 skills combined, not to mention a 4th-level psychic, even a 5th-level one wouldn't be my opponent. I can still fight a 6th-level one for several rounds. A hint of deep confidence flashed in Chen Chu's eyes. The concentration and quantity of his supernatural energy are 10 times that of the same level. It can fight against a 4th-order psychic who is 1 level higher. And his own ability is a special space-related one, and of a high level. Perception, teleportation, cutting. With this set of skills, even a level 6 mutant has to be careful. Then, Chen Chu tried several other skills. The power is greatly increased. Cutting can cut zombie crystal cores that are harder than diamonds. It seems to be more than that. Chen Chu carefully felt his physical condition after his supernatural powers were enhanced. I can hide in the storage space. A flash of inspiration came to him, and he understood something. The storage space of the 3rd stage mid-stage in my mind has expanded to 10,000 cubic meters. Some daily necessities and some firearms were randomly placed in the huge space. The original storage space can only store dead objects, not living things. When objects enter it, time stops, and they will not decay. Everything is exactly the same as it was before it was put in. For example, if you put the food in a month ago, it will still be steaming hot when you take it out a month later. Chen Chu has always regarded this as a portable warehouse. And now he suddenly discovered that his body could also enter it. This is simply a king bomb in the end times. After provoking a powerful enemy, you hide in space and live freely, waiting for him to die. Or during the battle, hide in space and confuse the enemy. Chen Chu continued to explore this powerful skill. Then he discovered a magical combination of skills: spatial perception and teleportation. He hid his body in the space, used his perception to observe the external environment, and then used teleportation to move. The combination of the 3 skills boosted Chen Chu's confidence in himself. There is still a chance of winning against a level 6 mutant. With such powerful abilities, he dared to say that he could gain the upper hand even if facing a 6th-order psychic alone. But the combination of these 3 skills consumes a lot of energy. 10 minutes later, Chen Chu came out of the space. There is no other reason. The energy consumption of powerful skills is huge. What's more, Chen Chu has always had 3 powerful skills. He was able to last for 10 minutes because his special abilities were of high quality and quantity. If other psychics of the same level came, they probably wouldn't last more than a minute. The strength of his supernatural powers alone is probably equivalent to the middle 6th stage of other supernatural powers. As for physical strength alone, strength, agility, defense, and other 3-dimensional strengths, they are equivalent to the 4th level psychics. After a series of experiments, Chen Chu also understood his own strength. Overall, he is probably one of the top 6 esper. Who would have thought that a year ago, he was just an ordinary person who ate too many extraordinary things? A year later, he suddenly became a person comparable to the top 6th level strongman. I heard that the transition from level 6 to level 7 is a huge chasm. It seems that although the strength has been greatly improved, we still cannot be too presumptuous. But with my father, an 8th level strongman, supporting me outside, I can stay here and develop with peace of mind. Chen Chu nodded secretly in agreement. Before your strength can surpass everything, he has to work hard to develop. And efforts to develop must follow the 12-word mantra. Marry a wife and concubine, have many children and blessings, and work hard. Oh, you little brat, are you willing to come out? In the hall, Chun Lei was holding his grandson Chen Han and playing with him. Seeing Chen Chu coming out of the training room, he teased him. Your father is already an 8th rank expert, and he has such a perverted genius grandson. You kids stop practicing that ancient martial arts and just have fun. Chen Chu sat down next to him, smiling but not saying anything. If his father knew that his strength was comparable to that of a top-level 6th order warrior, he would definitely be shocked. Chun Lei held his grandson in his hands, his eyes full of doting. This is a monster genius who was promoted to the 1st level just after 1 month. Are the other 2 daughters-in-law about to give birth? Chun Lei asked. Chen Chu casually stuffed the banana into his mouth and answered incoherently. Yeah, Xiao Xiao will be next month, and De Xiao will be the month after next. I heard from Xiaolan that the 3 children who are about to be born are all superpowered. Yeah, that's what Sister Lan said. Great. We now have 4 good grandchildren. Chun Lei narrowed his eyes. I originally planned to expand slowly, but now I have more and more good grandchildren, and I can't squeeze them into this small piece of land anymore. Chun Lei carefully placed his grandson in Chen Chu's hands. Just wait, kid. I'm going out to conquer the world for you and grab your wives and concubines. After saying that, he rushed out of the door in a hurry. Chen Chu was left confused. What the hell? Little Chen Han showed his 2 little fangs, and Luo smiled and waved his tender white hands. She shouted childishly at Chun Lei's receding back. Grandpa, hit me. Grandpa, hit me. Seize the territory. Seize the territory. Chapter 25 Xiao Xiao gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. Ever since I left Chen Chu's residence last time, Chen Lei began to vigorously integrate all the combat forces in Xingho City, mobilize equipment, and arrange logistics. It's clear at first glance that he's ready for something big. Dad, I thought you would hide the news of your promotion to the 8th level so that you could launch a surprise attack later. I didn't expect you to disclose it in advance. At the dining table, Chen Chu looked at his father. Ever since my father decided to expand Spark City and find him a wife and concubines with special powers, the time I saw him became less and less. Nowadays we are all busy and it is rare for us to get together during meal times. Haha, Chen Lei laughed. Brat, this is called tactics. The places we plan to attack are all medium-sized and small cities, as well as a few large cities. There's no need to be sneaky when dealing with this kind of opponent. I'll reveal the news of my promotion in advance, and all the people in the city will be in a panic. I remember reading a book before the end of the world called Defeating the Enemy Without Fighting. Chun Lei ate meat and drank wine with big mouthfuls, very generously. Chen Chu smacked his lips. That's true. What is the most important thing in the end times? Talent. No matter what, there are always some people with special abilities who have the ability to build cities. Moreover, most of those who can survive so long in the apocalypse value their lives. The news that Dad was promoted to an 8th level mutant was released. These psychics took a look. Oh my god, an 8th level supernatural being is going to attack my small city? I quickly dug out all my secrets, knelt at the city gate, and begged for my life. And that is indeed the case. Chun Lei was still in the preparation stage and had not yet left the city when he received a pile of surrender letters. Batches of supplies were sent to Spark City. But Chun Lei still prepared to set off. He made such a big move, and just a few trucks of supplies were used to get rid of it. And who can guarantee that these cities will surrender sincerely? What if it is a delaying tactic? In addition to solving some difficult problems, subduing the psychics, and replenishing the combat power of Spark City, we also need to examine the actual conditions of these cities in detail. The cities to be attacked are all around Xingho City. Spark City wants to develop into a giant city, so it's not just about supplies. We also need to know the number of people with special abilities, the size of the camp, and the population. These are the important things when going out of the city this time. Didn't I give you 5 concubines last time? Why haven't you made any progress? Work harder, little rascal. After eating and drinking, the father suddenly induced the birth of the baby. My territory is getting bigger and bigger, and my strength is getting stronger and stronger. Please give me some good grandchildren to inherit our family business. And taking advantage of this expansion, I would also like to give you dozens of concubines. Chen Chu held his forehead with his hand. 3 of the 5 concubines are already pregnant. The other 2 went to see Sister Lan this morning. If nothing goes wrong, they should be pregnant too. Marrying a wife, taking a concubine, and having many children is a big deal for Chen Chu. Dad's expansion out of the city this time is indeed a good opportunity. It just so happens that all of his concubines are pregnant, so he should take in a new concubine. Ha! Good boy, good. You are worthy of being a descendant of our Chen family. Just wait. I will definitely get you a few more concubines this time. They must be pretty, clean, healthy, and have special abilities. Chen Lei did not waste any time and stood up with a big laugh. He pinched Chen Han's tender little face with his rough big hands, then walked out with a big laugh. Chen Han's fair little face immediately turned slightly red and swollen. Originally, he was laughing with his 2 little front teeth showing, but now he was crying loudly with his mouth pursed in grievance. Chen Lei's hearty laughter could be heard from outside the restaurant. Since the last dinner, Chen Lei has set out with his team in a grand manner with great fanfare. The entire Xingho city is under the control of Chen Chu. Chen Chu, on the other hand, consistently plays up the character of the second-generation dandy. Because the people who stay in Spark City are basically ordinary people, and they don't have the ability to leave the city and go to the ground. They can only build Spark City underground every day and work in exchange for rewards. The entire Spark City developed in an orderly manner. Before leaving, Chen Lei also gave a general direction for the city's operation, and Chen Chu didn't need to make any decisions. Moreover, ordinary people are simply unable to fight against those with special powers, and there is no time for violent rebellion. Of course, what is more important is that the lives of the citizens in Spark City are getting better and better. Chen Lei was promoted to the 8th level strongman. Surrounding cities surrendered. The camp was constantly expanded. Supplies were transported in truckloads. Their salaries have also gradually increased, and their quality of life has naturally improved. Of course, everyone is missing the days when Chen Chu took a concubine. Free supplies, a luxury of fresh vegetables. That kind of life is simply heaven. As for Chen Chu, he is in heaven. He spent the whole day doing nothing but playing and enjoying himself with his wives and concubines. However, several other concubines were pregnant. So Chen Chu could only play with Yi Miao after she had given birth. Yi Miao is a 4th level psychic and has Su Lan's full care. So the body recovers quickly after giving birth. And because he hadn't had sex with Chen Chu for a year, he was particularly enthusiastic now. This kind of life did not last long before Xiao Xiao gave birth. Don't worry, sister. You'll be fine. Sister Su Lan is a very powerful medical psychic. Outside the delivery room, De Xiao, with her bulging belly, held Xiao Xiao's hand and comforted her. Chen Chu also took her hand and patted it gently. It's okay. I'll take care of everything. Xiao Xiao is pregnant with twins, which does make people nervous. However, Chen Chu had the experience of his first time, so he was much calmer now, and she was confident in Su Lan's medical skills. Yes, husband. With Chen Chu's encouragement, Xiao Xiao felt much better. Chen Chu kissed her on the forehead. Su Lan pushed her into the delivery room. The red light above the delivery room door came on. Then there was another long wait. This time the waiting time was longer than Yi Miao's last time. Chen Chu finished a whole pack of Furong Wang, but the operation was not over yet. Husband, it's okay. Yi Miao's gentle voice sounded in his ears. Chen Chu nodded. This time, 2 children were born at once. He is about to become a father of 3 children, and the other concubines are about to give birth. De Xiao is expected to give birth next month. Among the other 5 concubines, 3 were 2 months pregnant, and 2 were 1 month pregnant. It won't be long before his offspring will be born one after another. Along with this comes the rewards of the system of having many children and great fortune. My father's strength is improving, and Spark City is expanding rapidly. I really need to improve my strength as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Chen Chu felt much more relaxed. I even began to look forward to the talents of the 2 children and the rewards the system would give after Xiao Xiao gave birth to twins. Despair! The light outside the delivery room turned green. The door was pushed open. Su Lan walked out. She took off her mask, and there was excitement and joy in her tired eyes. Achu, mother and child are safe twins. Chapter 26B Talent. Psychic, B-level talent. Zombie immunity. Twins. Having both sons and daughters will directly lead to the senior position. 2 nurses walked out of the delivery room, holding 2 adorable babies. Chen Chu hurriedly hugged them one by one, overjoyed. Although these 2 children are not as abnormal as the eldest son Chen Han was born. It's snowflakes falling from the sky again, and it's great joy to open your eyes again. But there are still things that are different from ordinary people. The most obvious feature is that there is a lot of hair, more than ordinary babies. With Chen Chu's current 3-dimensional quality, he could keenly feel that the 2 children exuded a faint aura of supernatural powers. Although it is not as rich as the eldest son Chen Han, it is not bad either. What kind of superpower will it be? Chen Chu just came up with this idea. A pleasant system tone will sound. Detect that the host has 2 more offspring, and issue a reward. The host's offspring's talents are detected as follows. Level 1 Psychic, Level 2 Zombie Immunity, and 3D rewards are issued. Rewards received. Chen Chu's eyes lit up, and the smile on his already cheerful face grew even wider. After 10 months of waiting, it is finally time to draw. Level and level, not bad. Level 1 talent is really good in the end times. Not everyone is as perverted as the 2 Jiang sisters. People with superpowers of this level are already the backbone of the apocalypse. Even in a huge city, he can serve as an upper-middle-class figure. His eldest son, Chen Han, would also be a level if he hadn't received the system's novice gift pack. Xiao Xiao is a level 1 superpower, and I am level 2. In the end, we gave birth to 2 level 1 offspring. It seems that what Sister Lan said, that choosing wives and concubines with high levels of superpowers is necessary, is true. Chen Chu thought. At the same time, he saw one was and one was. I also understand that even if you marry the same wife or concubine, the level of supernatural powers of the offspring born is not fixed. There is a certain amount of fluctuation. De Qiao is about to give birth next month. I wonder what level the baby will be. Will it be the same level? Or will it be a breakthrough level? Chen Chu was somewhat expectant. Most of the other 5 wives and concubines were the highest rank, so Chen Chu didn't have high expectations. Another reason is that it is still a long way to go before the 5 wives and concubines give birth, so there is not much point in expecting it now. But the more offspring I have, the stronger I will be, so it is necessary to take in more concubines. But in the Ice Age, human behavior is blocked, travel is difficult, and it is difficult to reach people in more places. Therefore, it is not easy to take a concubine of high rank. Among his current wives and concubines, the one with the highest level of supernatural power is Yi Miao level. Su Lan and Lu Ruyan, who have the greatest hope of becoming his concubines, are also at the same level. This is already the highest level woman he can get in touch with now. Thinking of this, Jiang Qingshui's image couldn't help but appear in Chen Chu's mind again. Level 1 hidden talent, angelic body. This was definitely the highest level he had ever seen in the apocalypse. Moreover, her appearance, figure and temperament are all first class. If I could take her as my concubine, I would be able to enjoy the happiness of a god. With her talent alone, she would be a great help to him and help Spark City move to a higher level. If the 2 of them give birth to children, they will definitely receive a super gift package. Chen Chu couldn't help but feel a little excited. Once Dad finishes expanding and Spark City becomes a giant city, it should be easy to take it down. Spark City and Fiery City have always had some cooperation with each other. However, Spark City developed too slowly before, and the cooperation between the 2 sides was relatively limited. Now Dad Chun Lei has been promoted to an 8th rank strongman. His supernatural power level has also been strengthened to level, and he has also gained new supernatural power effects. Become the top power in the province. The 2 sides finally stood on an equal footing. Therefore, cooperation in all aspects has been greatly strengthened. The 2 cities are even considering building a fast-track link between them. After all, large cities are open to the outside world. This will enable better cooperation between the 2 cities. However, the specific matters still need to wait for the development of Xingho City, so that those who are strong enough can defeat all the villains, and then open the city. Until then, Chen Chu and Jiang Qingshui are the most compatible couple on the surface. According to the inertia of the upper classes of both sides, marriage is definitely a reasonable choice. I have to help my father develop faster. Otherwise, if Jiang Qingshui's talent awakens in the middle of the process, it will be even more troublesome. Level of super talent. Liehua City will definitely focus on development and will not initiate marriage alliances. Although Chen Chu can also reveal his strength to the outside world at that time. The 2 powerful companies have joined forces, but it is still a bit troublesome to operate. He also wanted to hide under his father's wings, have many children and blessings, and achieve the strongest position until he was no longer afraid of anything in the end times, and then show his strength. First, open the rewards and increase your strength. His current strength is comparable to that of a top-notch 6th-order psychic, but it's clearly not enough. After confirming that mother and child were safe, Chen Chu immediately returned to his training room to prepare to receive the reward. Turn on offspring to increase rewards. Chen Chu muttered to himself. In an instant, 2 whirlpools appeared before his eyes. In the center of the black vortex is a card with a question mark drawn on it. The card flips over and finally freezes. The frozen image on a card is a stack of square boxes. A sudden card shows a faceless figure doing horse stance. Congratulations to the host. You have received the reward. Material Warehouse. Congratulations to the host. You have received the reward. Elite level physical training. The moment 2 pleasant reminders sounds fell. The 10,000 square meters of space in Chen Chu's mind was immediately filled with countless supplies. In addition to this, the muscles in his body changed rapidly. It expands rapidly at first, then contracts immediately before tearing the clothes apart. At the same time, countless battle memories quickly played back in his mind. He had practiced ancient martial arts for more than 10 years, but but originally he was quite skilled and could only perform a few moves. But now, he felt very clearly that he had mastered all the ancient martial arts he had learned. His proficiency level even surpassed that of the ancient martial arts teacher that his father hired for him at great expense. After the body movement disappears, he took off his clothes and found that his body had become incredibly well-proportioned. Although his muscles are not as big as those of power-type psychics, they contain great explosive power. Chen Chu waved his hand casually. There were several consecutive sonic booms in the air. Then he came to a cowhide sandbag and swung it with 3-point strength. Bang! A muffled sound. A neat fish-shaped hole appeared in the middle of the cowhide sandbag. Is this the comprehension of elite physical skills? Chen Chu muttered as he looked at his fist. As the saying goes, a brute force punch can break rocks. A true warrior, when he throws a punch, concentrates all his strength on one point without leaking or losing anything. Not only has my control over my own strength improved, I feel my thinking, agility, and comprehension of moves have also greatly improved. It was as if all the life experience of a warrior who had experienced many battles was integrated into himself. Chapter 27 Elite Physical Skills, Warehouse of Precious Supplies. My muscle power has increased a lot, and my power-generating technique has also improved. This is reflected in attack. I can exert my strength without losing it. My attack power is greatly enhanced, while saving more energy. What if I use it for agility? As soon as he thought of this, the most perfect technique and method of exerting force immediately appeared in Chen Chu's mind. Move! Thigh muscles contract. The legs hit the ground with a loud thud, stirring up dust. The next moment he appeared 2 meters in the air. We can continue. Move! There was a sonic boom in the air. Chen Chu rushed forward again and reached 4 meters in the air. After landing safely, Chen Chu's face was filled with surprise. It can actually advance into the air and continue advancing in the air. It's a bit like a ladder to the sky. Then Chen Chu combined the concepts of ancient martial arts in his mind and did some experiments. I found that my physical strength has greatly improved. A physical technique similar to the cloud ladder that can not only advance into the air. Moreover, you can stay in mid-air by continuously exerting force with your thighs in mid-air. It just doesn't take long and is quite physically demanding. In addition, it can also advance behind the enemy at a very fast speed, leaving only a trail of afterimage. But the disadvantage is that it produces a lot of noise. This is because the thighs exert force, generating a large amount of energy in an instant. However, as a space-related mutant, Chen Chu has a teleportation skill that is better than this. However, the significant improvement in physical skills has further improved the overall strength. Better power, better strength, better agility, better combat awareness. Especially combat awareness. This kind of thing needs to be explored from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. But Chen Chu did it without any effort. With the help of elite-level physical skills, my combat awareness is no worse than my father's. A smile crossed Chen Chu's lips. My father has a notorious reputation outside. After experiencing countless battles, both big and small, I have developed my current combat awareness. As for Chen Chu, he married a wife, took a concubine, and had a child, and he instantly achieved enlightenment. This feels great. Elite-level taijutsu comprehension can reach this level. What about master level? Chen Chu couldn't help but feel a little enjoyable. To achieve master-level physical skills, one needs to have a concubine with a better ability level and give birth to a higher-level offspring. There is still a long way to go. But Chen Chu still smiled confidently. I now have an elite level of physical training. Physical fitness has been greatly enhanced. You can take more concubines, and that's totally fine. And those force-generating techniques engraved in your mind can be very useful. Besides that, I haven't claimed the 3-dimensional reward yet. Receive the 3-dimensional reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a low-level 3-dimensional upgrade. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a low-level 3-dimensional upgrade. Use 3D boost. After issuing the order, 3 tingling sensations immediately arose in Chen Chu's body. However, the reward for the birth of the eldest son, Chen Han, did not last as long as last time. 3 dimensions. Life, talent, potential. After absorbing 2 low-level 3-dimensional rewards, Chen Chu immediately opened his panel. Host panel. Name Chen Chu. Talent. Level 1 space system. Potential. Strength. Late 3rd stage. Skills. Teleport, storage, cutting, perception, elite physical skills. The talent has been promoted from level 1 to level 2. The main reason for this is the high-level reward for the eldest son last time, plus the 2 low-level rewards for the eldest daughter and the second son this time. Achievement. The higher the level, the harder it is to upgrade. Chen Chu's original talent was level. But in order to get promoted, I still had to eat 3 reward packs. Potential, at the beginning, is only level 1, and with 1 advanced reward, it is promoted to level 1. This time, the 2 low-level rewards have also made some progress and reached the level. The next level will be reached, and Chen Chu is looking forward to it. The potential of this level, coupled with his elite physical skills, the combination of the two can make his strength further improved. Life expectancy has also increased. Chen Chu felt his own breath of life. although the lifespan is not clearly indicated on the property panel. But Chen Chu could indeed feel the changes that the three-dimensional improvement brought to him. And his own supernatural power level has also reached the late 3rd level and is about to break through to the 4th level. Now our overall strength should have barely reached the 7th level. Chen Chu let out a long breath, feeling relaxed all over. For those with superpowers, there is a huge gap between level 6 and level 7. To exaggerate a little, a 7th level warrior can easily crush a 6th level warrior. Chen Chu's original overall strength was comparable to that of the top level of level 6. Now he has gained a powerful boost from elite-level physical skills, as well as 2 low-level 3-dimensional upgrades. The overall strength has reached the threshold of level 7. He is now invincible at level 6, but when facing a true level 7 powerhouse, he still needs to be timid. De Qiao is going to give birth next month. By then I should be able to quickly gain a foothold in the 7th level of strength. The improvement of strength and the upcoming arrival of new offspring. Chen Chu felt extremely happy. There is also a reward of a supply warehouse. Chen Chu's consciousness swept through his filled supernatural space. The next moment, his face was filled with ecstasy. So luxurious? We must have a family dinner to celebrate. The next day, inside the villa restaurant, Yi Miao, as well as De Qiao, Xiao Qiao, and 8 other wives and concubines were present. In addition, the eldest son Chen Han and the eldest daughter and second son born to Xiao Qiao were also there. This brat Chen Han is indeed a super genius with great talent and potential. In less than half a year, he could not only speak but also run around. Now he is staring at his younger brothers and sisters in the cradle with his big round eyes. Of course, Su Lan was also present at this family dinner. On the one hand, it was because Xiao Qiao was in confinement after giving birth, De Qiao was about to give birth, and the other 5 concubines were also pregnant one after another. As the head of the medical department, she brought a medical team directly to the house. Convenient to take care of at any time. On the other hand, Chen Chu grew up with Su Lan and had long regarded her as a family member. Of course, she is indispensable for family dinners now. See, everyone is here. Chen Chu clapped his hands. Serve the food. The kitchen immediately launched a series of fragrant dishes. The luxury of the dishes shocked the girls. You know, it has been some time since the girls were married to Chen Chu. It's not that I haven't seen good things before. On the contrary, I've seen a lot of them. But these things in front of me still brought me quite a shock. Is this a deep-sea fish? Even someone as cold and aloof as Su Lan couldn't help but express her surprise. Su Lan doesn't seem to care what she eats. She is very busy every day, and her only requirement for food is to fill her stomach. But she couldn't help it now. Deep-sea fish. Didn't this thing become extinct a long time ago? Snowflake cold-tide fish. Fresh wild mountain mushrooms. Matsutake. Is this a free-range pheasant? Oh my god. Weren't these things extinct a long time ago? Chapter 28. Luxurious family dinner. The eldest daughter Chen Yin and the second son, Chen Mian. Su Lan was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. She is a member of the upper class of Spark City. He is also an orphan adopted by Chen Chu's mother and grew up with Chen Chu. And he is the director of the medical department of Spark City. Its status is self-evident. With a high status, one's knowledge will naturally not be low. In the end times, she had given up things that many people could never dream of in their entire lives. But the ingredients for this family dinner really shocked her. There is no other reason. These are all creatures that became extinct in the end times. For example, deep-sea fish. Frozen end of the world. Even several oceans were frozen, although humans can still eat some fish. But they are all freshwater fish, preserved from fish tanks in the fish market before the end of the world. And these are all absolute luxuries. Even the lords of large cities cannot eat whatever they want. But now, the deep-sea fish was clearly laid out in front of him. But the shock for several types of deep-sea fish is not over yet. Chen Chu immediately asked someone to uncover the other plates. Highland wild mushroom stewed with free-range chicken. Solanis Pyeongpal shrink. At the end of the glacial period, the entire world was covered in ice and snow. How is it possible that there are still wild highland mushrooms? The only fungi that exist in the end of the glacier are some rotten mushrooms in the dark and damp places underground. Wild highland mushrooms. It requires growing in places with high altitude, abundant vegetation, sufficient sunlight, and sufficient water. There is no place in the world that meets this requirement. Achu. Are these supplies sent from other cities? Or did the city lord discover a high-end warehouse before the end of the world, and these ingredients are frozen inside? Su Lan asked while trying to hold back her saliva. Although these ingredients don't look like frozen or dried goods. But since it can appear in the glacial apocalypse, then this is the only possibility. Chen Chu looked around. He found that his concubines were staring at the delicacies on the table, and some were even swallowing their saliva secretly. Chen Chu smiled and waved his hand. Please start eating. This is specially made for you to nourish your body. As he said this, he picked up a chicken leg and placed it in the bowl of Xiao Qiao, who had just given birth to twins, a boy and a girl. After all, he didn't move his chopsticks. The wives and concubines dared not move. Thank you, husband. Xiao Qiao's eyes lit up and she happily kissed Chen Chu on the face. Then he immediately started to get excited and took a bite of the chicken leg. Whoa! Xiao Xiao's voice seemed to be melted by the delicious food. She twinkled her eyes and gave a thumbs up to her other sisters. Then he immediately lowered his head and worked hard again. When the other wives and concubines saw this, they looked at each other and started eating. The restaurant was immediately filled with wonderful sounds of satisfaction and praise. Husband, you eat. Yi Miao considerately picked up the precious gills of the snowflake cod and gave it to Chen Chu. Chen Chu rubbed her head lovingly. Then he gestured to the person sitting opposite him to come in. Whether it's frozen or dried, you can tell by tasting it. Seeing that everyone around her was eating heartily, Sulan naturally couldn't help herself. She immediately picked up a piece of wild highland mushroom with chopsticks and put it into her mouth. In an instant, the delicious taste exploded in her mouth. She squinted her eyes as if the theme song of the cooking master boy was ringing in her ears. It's fresh highland wild mushrooms. Sulan puffed up her cheeks and looked very cute. As a wood-type mutant, she is naturally very sensitive to the breath of life. As soon as she took a bite of the mushroom, she immediately knew that the food was fresh and had definitely been picked no more than 3 days ago. After the surprise, there are endless doubts. There are no conditions for highland wild mushrooms to survive in the world. So how can fresh highland wild mushrooms appear? In response, Chen Chu just smiled and replied, secret. Afterwards, he and his wives and concubines began a loving scene of feeding each other and having sex. Never mind. It's a good thing anyway. Not getting an answer, Sulan stopped thinking about it. She couldn't keep her composure with such delicious food. He rolled up his sleeves and immediately joined the battle. Burp! So delicious, so fragrant. So this is what deep sea fish tastes like. So delicious. The chicken was so delicious and tender. It was completely different from the frozen chicken I had before. It felt very nourishing. That mushroom is the best, so fresh. I wanted to dance in my mouth. I have never tasted anything like it in my life. Looking at his wives, concubines, and Sulan, they all collapsed comfortably in their seats. A satisfied smile appeared on Chen Chu's lips. In the future, you can eat as much of this delicious food as you want. It's right to recommend premium food and beverages. These ingredients that have become extinct in the end times are the rewards for having many children and many blessings. After Xiao Xiao gave birth to twins, Chen Chu received 2 rewards. One is for elite physical training, and the other is a supply warehouse. And these ingredients are in the material warehouse. The entire 10,000 cubic meter warehouse is filled with all kinds of precious food ingredients. There are freshly picked wild highland mushrooms, freshly slaughtered free-range chickens, and all kinds of deep-sea fish, shrimps, and crabs jumping around. Everything you need. And because the time in the supernatural space is stagnant, so it is guaranteed to be absolutely fresh. Although I have no worries about daily necessities, these precious materials are something that even the lords of giant cities cannot enjoy. Yes, these are things that are extinct on the blue planet. As for the others, even if they have incredible power, where can they be found? This is the only one in Chen Chu's place. Look, everyone is full and satisfied. Chen Chu asked someone to carry out a pile of extremely fresh and precious fruits. Wow, such big and sweet cherries. Wow, what is this? Sunshine Rose. I've only seen it on atlases. There was another exclamation in the restaurant. By the end, the women were so full that they couldn't eat anymore. Chen Chukai did not continue to take out other precious things. Sulan slumped in the chair, rubbing her belly without caring about her image. There was no way. No one could resist these delicacies in the apocalypse, and she was no exception. She looked at Chen Han with a smile, who was holding a chicken leg in his hand and whose face had turned into a big cat shape after eating it, but he was still staying by his younger brother and sister. Asked Chen Chu, haven't Xiao Xiao's twins been named yet? Chen Chu pondered for a moment. Let's name the eldest daughter Chen Yin and the second son Chen Mian. Sulanadi. I've tested them, and both of them are superpowers, but they're too young, so I can't be sure their level of superpowers. It should be in the meantime. The eldest daughter Xiao Yin should be a person with mental abilities. This kind of person is very rare and has very special abilities. But what is certain is that if she grows up, her strength can compete with those of a higher level. She must be trained well. As for the second son, Chen Mian, I discovered during my test that his blood can neutralize the zombie virus to a certain extent. I guess he will become even more powerful as he gets older and stronger. This ability is very important in the end times. I think we should train him in the medical department. You can also become a major backbone of Spark City in the future. Chen Chu Nordid. Sulan's testing and analysis are quite consistent. Moreover, he has already generated the attribute panels of his 2 offspring. The name was chosen successfully, and the offspring attribute panel has been generated. Chapter 29 Double a Potential. Did Xiao gave birth to a child. Nim, Tin. Status, eldest daughter. Age, 0 years old. Talent, level 1 psychic. Potential, Nim Nin. Identity, the second son. Age, 0 years old. Talent, level 1 zombie immunity. Potential, I was just planning to take a quick look, but this casual glance really made Chen Chu stunned. Originally, He thought that his eldest daughter and second son were only of the same level of talent. Grow up well, and eventually become the backbone of Spark City. But how come their potential level is actually of the same level? The eldest daughter, Chen Yin, is gifted as a spiritualist. According to Su Lan, spiritual talents are extremely special. It is far superior to those of the same level and comparable to those of a higher level. That's how it happens. Chen Chu could still accept the eldest daughter's potential, but the second son's potential is unexpectedly so. The second son's talent is just a simple level of zombie immunity. This was a pleasant surprise for Chen Chu. As my offspring's strength increases, it will be returned to me to a certain extent, so the better my offspring's talent and potential, the more beneficial it will be to me. Chen Chu had a smile on his face. These two children gave him a big surprise. Su Lan was still analyzing the future development of the two children for Chen Chu. Wow, I read the Doomsday News, which said that some cities have discovered that besides supernatural talents, potential is also very important for supernatural beings. Talent determines a person's lower limit, while potential determines a person's upper limit. Potential can even lead to the advancement of supernatural powers. But these messages are too scattered, and we don't know where they came from, and there are no specific detection methods. The glacial apocalypse is really troublesome, and communication between humans is difficult. Otherwise, after I test the children's talents, I can better formulate growth plans for them. Su Lan had a bitter face. Every discovery in the end times is extremely important, especially for the development of human body. But the glacial apocalypse trapped humanity underground, and it would take several years, or even more than a decade, to make a new discovery known to all survivors. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Chen Chu also didn't know how to detect the talents of people with special abilities. But he has a system for having many children and good fortune, and he can detect the potential of his offspring. Can people with high potential advance their supernatural talents? Is this true? Chen Chu pondered for a moment. Then I asked the system in my heart, with a more capable system, this minor issue shouldn't be a problem. Answer host, people with greater potential will be better able to develop their talents and bodies and achieve advancement. It is true. Chen Chu then asked, the second son, Chen Mian, his talent is only level 1, but his potential is high. To what extent can he develop it? Answering the host, the advanced development of zombie immunity can make one immune to all poisons. When developed to the final state, the body can resist all adverse factors. Viruses, extreme cold, extreme heat. So that's it. This is the potential. Develop one's own talents to a terrifying level. Afterwards, Chen Chu set his sights on his eldest son Chen Han, who was holding a chicken leg and had a cat-like face from eating so much. This kid's potential seems to be level. What kind of monster will this be when it grows up? No, he's already a monster now. 7 days to speak, full moon to kill monsters with bare hands. Now he is less than half a year old, but he can already jump and run around everywhere. Just these 3 offspring alone can ensure the future development of Spark City without any worries. At the same time, Chen Chu also understood the power of the system of having many children and many blessings. After all, a person's power is limited, but the power of a family is extremely strong. When the city lord comes back this time, will he bring you a new concubine? Su Lan set her eyes on Chen Chu. Chen Chu was stunned. How do you know? He remembered that the last time his father talked about this matter, he just mentioned it to him casually. Compared to Chen Chu's stunned expression, Su Lan was quite surprised. She covered her mouth and said, "You don't know?" This time when the city lord left the city, in addition to taking the combat team with him, he also took a team of nurses and several testing equipment from the medical department. He said he wanted to pick out a few pretty, clean little wives with special powers for you. The team of nurses and testing equipment are used to confirm that your concubines are absolutely clean and healthy. In addition to ensuring that your little wife is clean, the nurses also have to rate her appearance to ensure that your little wife is absolutely beautiful. These words left Chen Chu stunned. But then he remembered that his father was a battle maniac and would never have such little thoughts. He must have been instigated to do such a thing. Chen Chu looked at Su Lan with some amusement. Sister Lan, you were the one who proposed this to Dad, right? You were also the one who gave Dad the nurse team and the physical examination equipment, right? Seeing that he was exposed, Su Lan blushed and stuck out her tongue. Superpowers, clean and beautiful. This is the absolute standard for our Chu to marry a wife and concubine. There can be no carelessness. And look, the concubines you chose according to this standard have given birth to a bunch of talented children for you. Speaking of this, Su Lan's face showed pride. Beautiful, clean, and supernatural. Chu's standards for choosing a partner were set by her in the beginning, and it has been proven time and time again that this standard is extremely correct. Chen Chu looked at Su Lan, who originally had the image of a cool and aloof academic master, but now looked like a child who had won a game and was seeking praise. It's inexplicably funny. The corner of his mouth curled up into a wicked smile, his eyes rolled, and he smiled. I don't know how long it will take for my father to return to the city, and now my concubine is pregnant. I think in the entire Spark City, only Sister Lan agrees with this standard the most. At the same time, he looked up and down at Su Lan, his eyes full of satisfaction. Su Lan blushed at this. I didn't expect to dig a hole for myself. Her eyes glanced around behind her gold-rimmed glasses, trying to change the subject. Got it? She held DeChiao's hand. DeChiao is about to give birth. I'm going to do some tests on her now to make sure everything is safe. After saying that, he immediately helped DeChiao up and left the restaurant. When DeChiao heard that it was for the good of her unborn baby, she cooperated very well, looking at Su Lan's back as she left. The victorious Chen Chu felt very happy. But Sister Lan, you will soon become my little wife. Dad is going out of the city to expand, and Spark City is about to become a giant city. By then, more medical ninjas will definitely be recruited. By then, Su Lan will have no excuse to hide. The days passed by in a flash. It has been less than 3 weeks since our last family dinner. DeChiao's due date was approaching. Chen Chu is also about to welcome his fourth child. Chapter 30 A-Level Mutant Earth Element, the third son, Chen Chu. DeChiao's delivery went much more smoothly than the previous 2 times for Yi Miao and Xiao Qiao. At this time, Chen Chu was already the father of 3 children, so his mentality was much calmer. Not long after, there was a baby cry. The delivery room door opened. Su Lan's face was all smiles. Achoo, he's a fat boy. Look, I'll take him to check. Chen Chu took the baby. It feels heavy when you get it. DeChiao gave birth to a fat boy indeed. It is heavier than the previous 3 children when they were born. After confirming that the child was healthy, Chen Chu put the child back into Su Lan's hands. Have her take it for a full checkup. He took his concubines to visit DeChiao. Husband. In the delivery room, DeChiao, who was sweating profusely, smiled sweetly at Chen Chu. Chen Chu sat next to her and stroked her hair lovingly. Okay, everything is fine. DeChiao nodded with relief. Our child? Chen Chu smiled and said. He's a big fat boy, heavier than Chen Han, Chen Yin, and Chen Mian when they were just born. He's very healthy. Sister Lan is doing a physical examination on him now. If nothing unexpected happens, he should also be a person with superpowers. Fat boy, a person with special abilities. With these 2 guarantees, a smile broke out on Xiao's somewhat weak face. She has been very nervous these days. Chen Chu's first 3 children were all talented psychics. She was afraid that she would give birth to an ordinary person and lose Chen Chu's favor. Chen Chu and she were together day and night, and they slept in the same bed for a long time. How could I not notice what she was thinking? Chen Chu kissed DeChiao on the forehead. He whispered, little fool, now you feel relieved. DeChiao nodded shyly. Chen Chu said softly, even if the child is not a superpower, I will always be good to you. These words were not only said to DeChiao, but also to other concubines. This is a system of having many children and more blessings, not a system of having many children with special abilities and more blessings. As long as the number of offspring increases, there will be rewards. It's just that if the offspring has good talents, the reward will be more or less. But he would not force his wives and concubines to give birth to children with special powers because of this. As I said, if you don't love your own wives and concubines, who will? It takes 100 years to be able to cross the river in the same boat, and 1,000 years to be able to sleep on the same pillow. Although he married so many concubines, it was because of the system of having many children and bringing more blessings, in order to enhance his strength. But Chen Chu dared to say that he loved every concubine. Moreover, as a top-level psychic, his offspring will most likely also be psychics. And his abilities will become stronger and stronger in the future, so there is no need to worry at all. More importantly, Chen Chu believes that the process is much happier than the result. Working diligently with so many beautiful wives and concubines every day is already the happiest thing in this end times. As for the harvest after sowing, he and his concubines worked so hard in farming and sowing, so the harvest would surely be good. Achoo, the results are out. The ability to reach that level needs the child to be a little older before we can finally confirm it. The door of the ward was suddenly pushed open. She was holding the child in one hand and waving the report card in the other. Su Lan with an excited expression. As for Chen Chu, the system arrived late. The host's offspring has increased, and rewards are being issued. The host's offspring's talent is detected to be Level 1 Special Earth Element, and a 3-dimensional reward is issued. 2 beautiful voices spread in Chen Chu's mind. The happiest person present was DeChiao. What level of supernatural power will my husband and I have? Talent of this level is second only to the evildoer Chen Han. DeChiao was so happy that she almost fainted. My belly is really good. I gave birth to a little genius for my husband. It also gave birth to a future backbone for Xingho City. Sister. Xiao Qiao also happily held DeChiao's hand. They are sisters. We grew up together and have a deep relationship. Even supernatural powers are the same. Naturally, you will be happy for the other person. Su Lan walked in and placed the child next to DeChiao. DeChiao held the child lovingly, her eyes full of happiness. Not only did she have a child with her husband, but the child was also a genius. Su Lan took the test report and analyzed it. Not only is he a powerful psychic, but his psychic power type is the important Earth type. And it's not just any Earth type, but a mutant Earth type. Su Lan released another bombshell. Earth-related ability and a mutated Earth-related ability. This is a hot commodity in the glacial apocalypse. As we all know, in the Ice Age, Ice-type psychics are absolute darlings. Fire-type psychics are the guarantee of humanity. And Earth-type mutants are indispensable in every city. Because humans need to live underground, Earth-type mutants can expand the territory for humans. Therefore, people with Earth-related abilities are also guests of honor in every city. The Earth-type mutants in Spark City are a pair of brothers. And just by virtue of their special talents, they became the core members and upper-class people of Spark City. This shows how precious Earth-type mutants are in the glacial apocalypse. And now, his third son turned out to be an Earth-type mutant with a talent level. This means that even if you go to the most top-notch giant city, you will definitely be a guest of honor. He will definitely become the city lord's right-hand man in the future. Sulan concluded. If Spark City wants to continue to expand, it will be a bit difficult to rely on only 2 levels of Earth system. But if the third son grows up, then Spark City can not only expand its living territory, you can also build powerful underground fortifications, explore underground minerals, and avoid powerful underground monsters. The importance of this special talent is second only to the evil eldest son Chen Han. The other 5 concubines who were about to give birth all looked at the Qiao with envy. A mother's honor depends on her son. There is no doubt that the Qiao will gain a solid position in Xingho City because of this child. Husband, please give the child a name. The Qiao looked at Chen Chu expectantly. Today is the happiest and most joyful day of her life. Chen Chu looked at the fat boy in the Qiao's arms. Well, let's call him Chen Shou. Chen Shou Shou. The Qiao repeated in a low voice. Xiao Shou, do you like this name? Grow up quickly and use your abilities to help Grandpa and Dad to protect Spark City and our big family. The Qiao stretched out her fingers to tease the fat boy in her arms. And the third son, Chen Shou, seemed to understand. Give everyone a bright smile. This action made everyone present laugh. The joyful atmosphere lasted for a long time, until Sulan reminded the Qiao that she had just given birth and needed to rest. The crowd began to disperse. After Chen Chu had dinner with his wives and concubines, he walked straight into the practice room alone. After entering the training room, Chen Chu immediately turned on the system. The name was chosen successfully, and the offspring attribute panel has been generated. It is detected that the host has 2 rewards to be claimed. Chapter 31 Reward. Rare Quality, Doomsday Shelter. Potential promotion to A. Name Tinsao. Identity, the third son. Age, 0 years old. Talent, level mutated earth element. Potential. The potential is quite comparable. Neither the eldest daughter nor the second son is as abnormal. Chen Chu nor did. Among his children, the third son, Chen Shou, is the most normal. And a level of mutant earth element is indeed worthy of Spark City's full cultivation. This is also Chen Chu's biggest gain during this period. When my dad comes back and sees this, he'll probably be very happy. There's a local person in my family. Then you won't be controlled by others anymore. The development, expansion, and other things of Spark City will be taken to a higher level. Dad is out of town this time, and it's a big deal. There's a lot to do, so he probably won't be back until next year. By then, all the concubines should have given birth. They should have a bunch of offspring who will surround their father and call him Grandpa. Chen Chu thought of what his father said before he left, that he would build a great empire for him and take dozens of concubines. And Su Lan said not long ago that her father brought a team of nurses and physical examination equipment with him when he went out of town. This gave him some anticipation. His wife Yi Miao and concubines De Qiao and Xiao Qiao had just given birth. The other 5 concubines were also pregnant. He really needs to add new concubines. These days, more and more supplies are being transported into Spark City. I think everything should be going well for Dad out there. One of the biggest difficulties in the Ice Age is the inconvenience of travel and communication. Chen Chu had no way of knowing what was happening to his father in the outside world in real time. Once the family develops, the situation should improve. Each of his offspring has supernatural powers. Wait until they start to grow. The strength of Spark City will increase by leaps and bounds. By then, my strength will surely have reached a new level. Be able to better help Dad develop. He closed the offspring panel casually. Chen Chu put these thoughts behind him. The most important thing now is to improve your own strength. His father was killing everyone out there, so he couldn't fall behind. System, receive the reward. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully received the reward. Rare Quality, Doomsday Shelter. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully received the reward. Intermediate 3D upgrade. A Rare Quality, Doomsday Shelter. It was the first time that Chen Chu received this kind of reward, and he felt a little curious. But he still used the 3-dimensional enhancement first. After all, the strength of one's own ability is the most important thing. Begin to use the Intermediate 3D Lift. Intermediate Life Enhancement. Intermediate Talent Improvement. Intermediate Potential Improvement. 3 familiar waves of tingling. Tingling sensations went from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head. Chen Chu couldn't help but shiver. I feel like my lifespan has increased a bit more this time than before. My strength has finally been promoted from the late 3rd stage to the 4th stage. My potential has also been significantly enhanced. The numbness disappears. The promotion is over. Chen Chu immediately opened his property panel. Host Properties panel. Name Chen Chu. Age, 19. Talent, level 1 space system. Potential, strength, early stage of level 4. Skills, teleport, storage, cutting, perception, hide, elite physical skills. Level of potential. Chen Chu clenched his fists excitedly. After having 4 offspring, his potential finally moved from the initial level to the advanced stage. Potential to advance to level. He immediately felt that the supernatural energy in his body was easier to mobilize. At the same time, control over the body is enhanced. In addition, my mind is much clearer than before. The potential of the early stage is indeed much stronger than that of the late stage. My ability level has finally been promoted to the 4th level. A 4th level psychic is considered an elite in the 31st year of the apocalypse. Have the capital to gain a foothold in the last days. What's more, Chen Chu is a 4th level space-based mutant. Just in terms of supernatural powers, he can be considered an elite among the elites in the Ice Age. But Chen Chu's overall strength is more than just supernatural abilities. En physicality, continuous improvement in the 3 dimensions and elite physical skills. The combination of physical and supernatural strength. This allowed him to gain a firm foothold in overall strength among the 7th level psychics. You can fight with some psychics who have just been promoted to the 7th level. If one becomes more skilled in using spatial ability techniques, one can kill an early 7th order ability user. Finally, I've caught up with my dad. Although Spark City is developing rapidly, it is still a large city, with overall strength comparable to that of an early 7th level. Chen Chu is now able to guard Xingho City by himself. In just over a year, he had risen from an ordinary person who was powerless to this level. Chen Chu is in a good mood. The supernatural space has also become 100,000 cubic meters, a huge space of 100. After looking inward, Chen Chu smiled. This time the strength has been improved a lot. The attack power is stronger, the body is more agile, and the time to enter the supernatural space is longer. Originally, one could only stay in the supernatural space for 10 minutes. Now I can stay for at least 1 hour. He tried out all his skills in the training room. Enough of the insolence. Chen Chu stopped and set his sights on another reward. Rare quality Doomsday Shelter. After understanding it, Chen Chu roughly understood the use of this thing. It's just an apocalypse shelter, but it's very tough. The overall size is about the same as the 2,000 square meter villa where I live now, but it is made of special metal throughout. According to the system introduction, it can resist the attacks of 10th order psychics. However, Chen Chu doubted whether there were any 10th level psychics in the apocalypse. Anyway, he hasn't heard of it. In the entire province, there isn't even a 9th level psychic, let alone a 10th level one. Besides, this so-called rare quality shelter is also equipped with a monitoring system, an enemy elimination system, and a biological system. System introduction. Even if a 10th order mutant enters the range, he will suffer. Read the shelter manual that comes with the system from beginning to end. An intriguing smile appeared on Chen Chu's face. He had no idea what the outside world was like because of the difficulty in transmitting information. But he knew that the top combat power in the entire province was at the late 8th level. This means that Chen Chu has the safest shelter in the entire province. In this way, the safety of the concubines will be guaranteed. Although all of his wives and concubines are beautiful women with extraordinary abilities. But the strength is indeed hard to complement. Now that there is a shelter that can withstand 10th level psychics, Chen Chu has finally solved the big problem. After all, in the end times when enemies go to war, it is basically a war of genocide. Now, the safety of my family is perfectly guaranteed. But how am I going to set up this shelter? Chen Chu frowned and thought. A huge shelter appeared out of nowhere in the city. This is so shocking. At this time, the system appears. The host can choose to combine the shelter with a host's residence, and the system will transform it. Chapter 32, Indestructible Shelter. Can it still be operated this way? Chen Chu's eyes lit up. It's worthy of being my own system. It's so powerful. Without any thought, Chen Chu directly chose to renovate his current residence. It's getting late now. Moreover, his wives and concubines went to bed early because they were pregnant. And the sound will be shielded during the system transformation process. So the whole process did not alarm anyone. And the transformation process was quick. In less than an hour, his residence was transformed into the safest place in the entire province. Now, even if all the top experts in the province were to attack together, they would not be able to break it. Because this shelter is of rare quality, it can withstand a 10th order psychic. And in the entire province, there is not even a 9th level psychic. And according to the system prompts, Chen Chu also learned that a rare quality shelter could be upgraded to epic quality. Above epic quality, there is legendary quality. And with each upgrade in quality, performance in all aspects will be greatly improved, especially in defense. This also gave Chen Chu another idea. Above the 10th level psychic, is there anyone stronger? According to existing theories, there are 10 levels of superpowers. As for the realm that comes after that, I have never heard of it. Because until now, 31 years after the end of the world, no one has ever been promoted to the 10th level. It seems that this end of the world is not as simple as I imagined. Global freeze. It restricts human behavior to a great extent. They can only hide in a corner underground, barely surviving, and have no way of knowing anything about the outside world. I originally thought that if my ability level was upgraded to level 10, coupled with my powerful military force, I would be able to dominate the apocalypse. It seems there is more to it than that. But Chen Chu was not discouraged by this. On the contrary, I'm looking forward to it. Dad is an 8th level mutant. When fighting, he is like a demigod. What if it's level 10? What if it's above level 10? It's unimaginable. With a powerful system at his disposal, the higher the world's upper limit, the stronger his achievements will be. You must marry and have concubines and have many children. Chen Chu clenched his fists. Only by constantly marrying wives and concubines and having many children can you become more and more powerful. This way, he looked forward even more to his father's triumphant return. By then, he will have a new, suitable concubine. By that time, the other 5 concubines will have given birth, and I will be even stronger. I can also follow my father to the wild to grab land and supplies. Chen Chu's current overall strength is already considered a master in the Doomsday. In Xingho City, he is second only to Dad Chenlei. And it won't be long. After a few months, his 5 concubines will give birth to children one after another, and his strength will probably be able to reach a higher level. When the time comes, I'll be a great help when I follow Dad out. Moreover, his spatial ability, whether it is frontal combat or auxiliary, it can play a very powerful role. In the next 6 months, we just have to wait for the concubine to give birth and for Dad to return. Chen Chu has a plan for his future trajectory. Then he looked around in a relaxed mood at the residence that had been transformed into a rare quality shelter. Chen Chu chose to place the main control console of the shelter in his own practice room. This is his private sanctuary. It is safer and more private to place the console here. So high-tech. Chen Chu sat down in front of the console. Just like in many science fiction movies, this entire wall has been transformed into a screen. Every corner of the villa is monitored with no blind spots. In addition, you can also use weapons to attack and kill enemies through the console, as well as putting the entire residence into defense. The whole house is closed, and the biological system in the shelter is self-circulating. The shelter is a complete ecosystem. Being self-sufficient allows the survivors to live until the day they die of old age. It can even adjust the temperature. Chen Chu saw the red and green buttons on the console. What is the biggest problem in the Ice Age? It's the temperature. The average ground temperature remains below minus 120 degrees Celsius all year round, and in some dangerous areas it can even reach minus 150 degrees Celsius. No living creature can survive in such extreme cold. Humans were forced to go underground. But even with the help of the Earth-type mutant, a shelter camp was built deep underground. But the temperature can only reach minus 40 degrees Celsius. People with special abilities are circulating the energy in their bodies all the time. Ordinary people wrap themselves up like bloated barrels every day. It can be adjusted to 40 degrees above zero. Chen Chu was a little shocked. 40 degrees above zero. This temperature is absolutely high even in the world before the glacial apocalypse. Although Chen Chu really wanted to feel the 40-degree high temperature. But he is not so fierce, after all. There is a pregnant woman at home. Minus 10 degrees. Chen Chu turned the button. There was originally a layer of quartz insulation around his residence, which kept the indoor temperature at minus 20 degrees Celsius. So now, after adjusting the temperature to minus 10 degrees, there is not much discomfort. 0 degrees. Chen Chu adjusted it again. At this moment, a warm feeling immediately welled up over me. Finally, Chen Chu adjusted the temperature to 18 degrees Celsius. This is the most suitable temperature he found after repeated adjustments. After getting familiar with the operating table, Chen Chu walked out of the practice room. Wow, the air is so clear. Chen Chu took a deep breath. I feel my mood becomes extremely relaxed. At this time, the residence already has an ecological self-circulation system. The air is more oxygen-rich and fresher than on the ground. In addition, the extra plants indoors also make the environment of the villa better. See everything without worries. Chen Chu walked into the master bedroom with a relaxed pace. This is his bedroom with his wife Yi Miao. But now all 5 concubines are pregnant. De Qiao and Xiao Qiao also gave birth not long ago. So Yi Miao was the only one in the bedroom. Because Chen Chu had been fiddling with the shelter for too long, it was already late at night. Yi Miao, who was originally reading a book at the desk waiting for Chen Chu, had fallen asleep leaning against the chair. He walked over quietly and held the petite Yi Miao in his arms. Moan! Yi Miao in his arms opened his eyes hazily. Husband, you are back. I'll get you some hot water and take some rest. Yi Miao rubbed his eyes, looking at his wife's lovely appearance. Chen Chu smiled slightly. Chapter 33 Air. In the villa living room, the concubines who got up early in the morning felt the indoor environment and were very surprised. But Chen Chu and Yi Miao stayed up all night. At this time, the two of them had just come out of the bathroom. Wow, it's so warm. It's the first time I've felt such warmth since I was born. I don't even have my powers running. The air is so fresh. Even the air on the ground is not so fresh. Wow, is this a tree? These are leaves, so green. The Xiao, and the other 5 concubines looked at the newly renovated villa and touched everything in amazement. Chen Chu leaned against the bathroom door with a faint smile on his lips. The wives were amazed at the simple biological system of the shelter. But he didn't know that his villa had become the safest place in the province, able to resist 10th-order psychics and counterattack to kill them. Husband, did you do this? Xiao, whose body had long since recovered, returned to her original quirky self. She ran over and hugged Chen Chu's arms, her eyes sparkling. Chen Chu nodded. He made the excuse that he had moved back home, all the good stuff from the supplies that Dad had brought. Wives don't care how the home came to be what it is. All they know is that their husbands have greatly improved their family's living standards. The concubines touched their gradually bulging bellies and thought sweetly that they had married the right person. My husband is the best husband in the world. I have seen the tragic background of the glacial apocalypse. The wives feel that life is unreal now. In the end, they sighed that they were the happiest women in the entire apocalypse. Xiao, whose body had recovered, looked at Chen Chu with a hidden gaze. If I could lie in my husband's arms in such a warm environment, I would definitely be much happier than ever before. The other 5 pregnant concubines were full of envy. They also want to have children of their own with their husbands. They also want to be alone with their husbands in this warm environment. After expressing envy, they stroked their bellies, full of joy and anticipation. In a few months, they will give birth. By then, I will have children with my husband. At that time, they will be able to be alone with their husbands in such a warm environment. But then they were attracted by other new things in the villa. Underground gym, underground game room, underground small oceanarium. There is also a large room with green grass all over the floor and artificial simulated daylight above. There are also several comfortable lounge chairs. The wives and concubines have been living in ice and snow since they were born. I've never seen such a scene before. Among the last 5 concubines, even Yi Miao was unwilling to leave. It was not until the afternoon when Su Lan brought the medical team to conduct routine checkups on the 5 pregnant concubines that they reluctantly walked out. As a 5th-level psychic, Su Lan is more sensitive to his living environment than anyone else. As soon as she stepped into the villa, she immediately exclaimed, in surprise, "It's so warm. There's more oxygen in the air." The subtle life energy has also become much richer. She looked at the changes in the villa with her beautiful eyes. At this time, Chen Chu also came out from his side lying position. Chen Chu has undergone several improvements in his supernatural powers and his 3-dimensional body data. With his current physical condition, it would be no problem for him to have dozens more concubines. Xiao Chu, is it the city lord who is back? Su Lan walked quickly to Chen Chu with a look of surprise. She thought such a big change must be because the city lord had made great gains outside. Chen Chu shook his head in denial. Dad is having a hot affair out there and won't be back for more than half a year. When Su Lan expressed her doubts, Chen Chu calmly repeated the excuse he used to fool his wives and concubines to Su Lan. He is no longer the young and naive person he used to be. The worst that could happen is that he could just admit that he was already a superpower. And it's a space system. After all, the space system is not only powerful in combat. The auxiliary function is also very strong. Things like remodeling a house are just a matter of a few thoughts. But Su Lan didn't doubt it. She's a doctor, not a detective. Moreover, Chen Chu grew up with her, and she had long regarded him as a relative and subconsciously believed in Chen Chu in her heart. Su Lan waved her little fists excitedly. Living in such an environment is very beneficial for pregnant women. I've been thinking about how to improve the living environment for Ah Chu and your concubines. I didn't expect you to have done it first. As the director of the Sparks City Medical Department, no one understood better than her how great a threat the glacial apocalypse and life in caves pose to mothers and newborns. My own Chu will continue to marry wives and concubines and have many children and good fortune. It becomes extremely important to transform the living environment. She always kept this in mind. Unexpectedly, this big stone in my heart was easily solved by Chen Chu. Chu, good news, your wife's body cells are more active, and the fetus in their belly is more lively than before. Living in such an environment more often will be beneficial for both pregnant women and children. After finishing the examination, Su Lan's face was still flushed. Her theory was successfully tested. Looking at her and the wives' excited smiles, Chen Chu also smiled. Not to mention his wives. Even he himself, living in such an environment, felt much better. Sure enough, the underground is definitely not suitable for human survival. Chen Chu concluded in his heart. At the same time, he was looking forward to the so-called epic and legendary shelters. A rare quality can bring such a great improvement to your family's living environment. Wouldn't the environment of the shelters on the upper 2 floors be better than that of the blue planet before the apocalypse? But I want to improve my strength and improve my life. The most important thing is to marry a wife and concubines and have many children. In the days that followed, Chen Chu was looking forward to his father's return. While accompanying his wives, they played and nurtured their pregnancies in the beautiful environment of the sanctuary. The days passed in the blink of an eye. In the last 32 years of the world, concubines gave birth one after another. She gave birth to 5 children for Chen Chu one after another. There are 3 boys and 2 girls. Chapter 34. 6 sons and 3 daughters. The embryonic form of a family was born. Name Wu. Identity. The 4th son. Age. 0 years old. Talent. Heavy fog falls from the sky. Potential. Name Sing. Identity. 5th son. Age. 0 years old. Talent. Level 1 speed walker. Potential. Name Ye. Identity. 6th son. Age. 0 years old. Talent. Level 1 swordsmanship mastery. Potential. Name Tinma. Status. 2nd daughter. Age. 0 years old. Talent. Level 1 wood element. Potential. Name Kinji. Identity. The 3rd daughter. Age. 0 years old. Talent. Level 1 night walker. Potential. 3 sons and 2 daughters. 4th son, Chen Wu. The 5th son, Chen Xing. The 6th son, Chen Yi. The 2nd daughter, Chen Mu. The 3rd daughter, Chen Yi. The birth of 5 offspring brought Chen Chu 5 offspring rewards and 5 three-dimensional upgrades of different levels. However, because the concubines gave birth very close to each other, so Chen Chu didn't have time to go to the training room to claim them. All the rewards were piled up together, waiting to be used together. Chu, they have all been thoroughly checked, and without exception, they are all psychics. Su Lan took off her mask. Beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, sticking to her hair. Although these days made her very tired, but she was excited to death. 100%. The probability that Maya Chu's offspring will have superpowers is 100%. If the previous one was a coincidence, then the 3rd and 4th ones are all coincidences. But now Chen Chu already has 9 descendants, 6 sons and 3 daughters. Without exception, each and every one of them is a superpower. And according to the concentration of superpowers, each one is above level. This is simply stunning. You have to know that among the 5 concubines Chen Chu took in later, the highest ranking one was a level psychic, and the rest were of these low levels. But after marrying Chen Chu, each of the offspring had abilities that surpassed their mothers. These offspring with special abilities can form a combat team. Chu, you must take a concubine of high rank. Su Lan's eyes were full of longing and expectation. Yes, she discovered that the supernatural power level of each of Chen Chu's offspring was higher than that of their mother. Especially the eldest son, Chen Han. Mother is grade. He is actually level. What level of children would be born if given to a Chuna's concubine? What if it's level? What if it's level? The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Su Lan thought of this, glanced at Chen Chu secretly, and her face turned red. Those of higher level can rely on the city lord. Chen Lei is an 8th level thunder-type mutant. After developing Xingho City into a giant city, there is a high probability that they will be able to find a concubine with superpowers for Chen Chu. And level. Su Lan was distressed. Among those with superpowers of this level, each one is a famous strongman. They are all people who are on par with Chen Lei, so I'm afraid they don't have much chance. But when she thought of this, Jiang Fenju's figure suddenly popped up in Su Lan's mind. Chen Chu's mother saved the lives of Jiang Fenju and her sister. In the early stages of development of Liehua City, Xingho Chen also provided a lot of help. Now the cooperation and bond between the 2 companies are even deeper. Moreover, Jiang Fenju is still young and is not yet married. So calculate it this way. Jiang Fenju is definitely the best choice. And if this can be accomplished, isn't it true that Chen Chu is in charge of both Spark City and Fiery City? Merge into a larger city? By then, we will have 2 8th level strongmen and a large number of population resources. The entire province is in our pocket. Su Lan was excited. If Chen Chu could take charge of the entire province, wouldn't it be easy for him to find a concubine with superpowers? Maybe he could get a concubine of a higher rank, a rank higher than Jiang Fenju. At worst, we can let Jiang Fenju become the big boss. Su Lan was excited, and Chen Chu looked at Su Lan in front of him. She talked about wanting him to take a concubine, and then she punched the air and laughed, talking to herself with a blushing face. He knew what Su Lan was planning. Mr. Chen. At this time, a familiar voice came from behind them. It was Lu Ruyan wearing tight red armor. Haven't seen you for over a year. Lu Ruyan, who already had a curvy figure, now looks even more beautiful. Moreover, I have experienced a lot in the past year and a half, so I have a more elegant temperament. Like a pure, ripe orchid bud waiting to bloom. Ruyan. Su Lan came back to her senses and nodded to Lu Ruyan. Both of them are the backbone of Spark City, so naturally they know each other and have a good relationship. Sister Lan. Lu Ruyan also responded with a smile and nodded. She was a few years younger than Su Lan. Is Dad back? Chen Chu asked impatiently. Lu Ruyan is the backbone of the combat team. Her appearance in Xingho City means that her father should have returned to the city as well. Lu Ruyan looked at Chen Chu with a bright smile on her face. The city lord will arrive tomorrow. He asked me to go ahead and bring back the news to you. What news? The city lord wants you to send people to start preparing for the wedding banquet. He wants to give you 10 concubines. Taking a concubine? Chen Chu was shocked. One of the main purposes of my father's trip was to take a concubine for himself. But it doesn't say that you have to take 10 subjects. Are there so many people with special abilities who meet the requirements in Shanghai City? Did you buy it from Zhang Yazi? Chen Chu asked. Lu Rian shook her head proudly. No, Zhang Yazi doesn't have this ability. Okay, I know. Chen Chu shook his head. With my dad's personality, if he didn't buy it, he would have robbed it. If he doesn't allow it, can he ask a matchmaker to do it? Mr. Chen, the city lord said he would give you a big surprise this time when you take a concubine. Lu Rian came closer. What surprise? The surprise of taking a concubine. Could it be sisters again? Or, Lu Rian whispered, about the level of supernatural powers. Chen Chu raised his eyebrows. Could it be that the level of supernatural power that even his father kept in suspense was? Chen Chu's eyes lit up, and he immediately told the people around him to notify and prepare for the wedding banquet. Food and beverage boutique recommendation this time. The etiquette of taking a concubine must be the same as before, and the wedding must be separated. In this way, the wedding will last for 20 consecutive days. But now Xingho City is rich and powerful, and holding a wedding banquet is just a drop in the bucket, so it doesn't matter. By the way, the city lord knows that he has had many grandchildren in the past year, and they are all people with special abilities. So he prepared gifts for every child. Chen Chu felt warm in his heart. From beginning to end, everything my father did was for himself and this family. These boys have Fu Luo. Chen Chu sighed. My father is so generous. The gift he gave must be something extraordinary. As the child's abilities improve, he will receive feedback. New concubines improve the children's strength. Chen Chu is very much looking forward to his father's return. Mr. Chen, a large amount of supplies will be shipped in later. I have to go and deal with them. I will take my leave now. Lu Rian left with a smile. Looking at her smile, Chen Chu knew that his father must have made some big fortunes outside. Then Su Lan also left. She also needs to continue observing the types of superpowers of Chen Chu's offspring, and then plan the most suitable growth paths for them. After Chen Chu took care of his wives, he entered the practice room alone. He needs to improve and integrate his strength once again before his father returns. System, receive the reward. Chapter 35, promotion to level 5 psychic special doomsday, or system, receive the reward. Hoarding rewards received successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a thunderfruit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 36 styles of punches and kicks. Congratulations to the host for achieving intermediate firearms proficiency. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 kilograms of infinite stone. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 red beast cores. Congratulations to the host for achieving the intermediate 3-dimensional upgrade. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a low-level 3-dimensional upgrade. Without looking at the physical rewards first, Chen Chu used the 3-dimensional enhancement as usual. Low-level life enhancement. Low-level talent improvement. Low-level potential enhancement. Intermediate life enhancement. Intermediate talent improvement. Intermediate potential improvement. A tingling sensation passed through the top of my head. Chen Chu immediately opened his property panel. Host properties panel. Name Chen Chu. Age 19. Talent. Level 1 space system. Potential. Strength. Late 4th stage. Skills. Teleport, storage, cutting, perception, hide, elite physical training, intermediate firearms mastery, 36 fist, and kick moves. The potential has been broken through again and reached. His strength has also entered the late stage of the 4th level and is close to the 5th level. But 4 low-level upgrades and 1 mid-level upgrade didn't raise my talent level. I guess the gap is too big. Chen Chu felt the benefits brought to him by this promotion. Overall, it's pretty good. Better than I expected. After all, the highest level of supernatural powers among the offspring this time is only... It was unexpected that there was such a big improvement. What's more, there are 5 physical rewards. 2 of them are skill-based. Intermediate firearms mastery and 36 fist and kick moves. The skill rewards were immediately mastered the moment he received them. Although it is only intermediate firearms proficiency, but Chen Chu knew that he could now definitely hit the target wherever he pointed and never miss. He clearly remembered all the operating principles of each firearm. With this skill, I can use it to go out of town with my dad in the future. Chen Chu's strength has greatly increased now. I have long wanted to follow my father and adventure through the apocalypse. On the one hand, after becoming powerful, he did not want to stay underground all day. Moreover, he was powerful and had special abilities, so he could help his father a lot. The stronger dad becomes, the better his life becomes. So this is very necessary. On the other hand, you can't always ask your dad to go out and choose wives and concubines for you, right? You have to choose your own wife. Moreover, if he met a genius with hidden talent like Jiang Qing, he would never miss it. I ate too many ice fruits, so I have no problem keeping warm. Now my spear skills are amazing. If I were in other places, I could join the superpower team with these 2 points. Chen Chu currently has no intention of exposing his strength directly. On the one hand, I am not invincible enough. If it were revealed that he was an ordinary second generation who lived a life of idleness and waiting to die 2 years ago, now he has instantly transformed himself into a person with strength comparable to that of a 7th level psychic. Such a horrifying thing might arouse suspicion among some people. People's hearts are treacherous in the last days and cannot be tested. After taking out his service pistol from his arms and trying a few shots, Chen Chu set his sights on another skill. 36 fist and kick styles. Chen Chu looked at the other 3 rewards. 10 red beast cores. Red beast core. This is something that only a strong man of his father's level would use. Chen Chu weighed the energy in it. After absorbing all 10, I can enter the 5th level. Beast cores are much more precious than zombie crystal cores and contain more energy. Chen Chu's supernatural energy is 10 times more and 10 times more pure than that of people of the same level. You can use the red beast core directly. Without any nonsense, he clenched his hands, activated his supernatural powers, and began to absorb the energy from the red beast core. An hour later, Chen Chu opened his eyes, finally broke through and reached the middle stage of the 5th level. He casually threw the beast core, which had turned into powder, onto the ground. Start withdrawing other rewards. 100 gene of infinite stone. Infinity Stone stops the energy flow of the psychic. Is there still such a thing? Follow the system's instructions. This thing can not only prevent the energy of the superpowers from flowing. Moreover, this thing has properties similar to iron. It is a meltable and plastic metal. Why not make it into a bracelet for the psychic to wear, instead of just turning him into an ordinary person? Chen Chu immediately thought of the best use of the Infinite Stone. However, he immediately received a system prompt. According to the quality of this batch of infinite stones, it can only stop level 6 and below psychics. Chen Chu thought for a moment and made an arrangement. Take 1/10 of it and make handcuffs and other torture instruments. The rest will be made into bullet heads. The special properties of the Infinite Stone can be made into bullets to easily kill people with special powers. And he has intermediate firearms proficiency skill. With the cooperation, Chen Chu can shoot and kill the 6th level psychic even without using any abilities. As for higher level psychics, even if they cannot be shot to death, they can still cause damage. Great! Then I can go out of the city with my dad in a reasonable way and use some combat power. Chen Chu placed the Infinite Stone into the supernatural space with satisfaction. Xingho City has a special mechanical department, so it is no problem to build some warheads. Thunderfruit. Chen Chu set his sights on the last reward. Thunderfruit. It can strengthen the energy of a Thunder-type psychic and has a 1 in 100,000 chance of improving the Thunder-type psychic's talent by a small stage. Chen Chu also scanned it and extracted it directly. Of course, this thing was given directly to Dad, although it can advance the supernatural talent of Thunder-type psychics to a small level. But Chen Chu didn't think much about it. After all, Dad's talent is already at level 1, and it's just one small stage higher. That is, it's not so easy to improve the talent at that stage. And the probability is 1 in 100,000. Isn't this just a joke? It would be better not to have this effect. He stuffed the palm-sized thunder fruit into his pocket. Chen Chu walked out of the training room carrying the Infinite Stone. Go to the mechanical department and ask the engineers there to start building the warhead. Then he immediately returned home. Asleeplis night. The next morning, Chen Chu brought his men to the city gate to welcome his father Chen Lei. We haven't seen each other since then. The father and son have not seen each other for 2 years. Chapter 36 Daddy returns, and his offspring's strength is reflected. Ha 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 ha. The city gate passage has just been opened. Chen Chu heard the familiar voice. The city gate opened, and a big hand immediately covered his shoulder. Ha ha, I'm back. Dad's broad figure walked out of the passage. Chen Chu looked up. Daddy still looked domineering, and his eyes were bright. But the beard on his face became thicker. Moreover, the strength has become stronger. Dad, you've become stronger, Chen Chu said with a smile. Chen Lei put his arm on Chen Chu's shoulders. Isn't it easy for Dad to become stronger? He has broken through to the middle stage of the 8th level. The higher the level of supernatural power, the more difficult it is to advance. It can be said that one step at a time can lead to great success. I didn't expect that Dad would be promoted to the middle level within 2 years. Come. Chen Lei took out an ice blue fruit from his arms like a magic trick. He put the fruit in front of Chen Chu. Eat it quickly. Chen Chu's eyes paused and his shoulders stiffened. Ice fruit. Dad found him another ice fruit. Yes, I am still an ordinary person in front of my father, so I naturally consider him in everything. Chen Chu felt warm in his heart, grinned, and swallowed the ice fruit whole. My father means well, so we are a family and we shouldn't have any different opinions. As the fruit enters the stomach, it immediately creates a chill in the body. Then came the heat. Oh! Chen Chu let out a long breath of white air. From now on, he can finally walk freely on the ground with his physical body. No, this is better than the effect of the ice fruit. I can even go to dangerous places with my physical body now. Chen Chu immediately realized that something was wrong. It's the Bangpa fruit. Lu Ruyan, who came with him, said with a smile. It is a level 1 extraordinary item, the ice soul fruit. The boss spent an extra half year traveling abroad just to get this fruit. Give an ordinary person a level 1 extraordinary item? This is a very explosive existence in the entire end times. Extraordinary item. Even for the powerful enemies or the lords of giant cities, it is extremely precious. If placed between large cities, that will cause a bloody storm. But Chen Lei didn't care about these. Isn't it normal for a father to give something to his son? He waved his hand and urged Chen Chu to take him to see his good grandchildren. I heard that I have 9 grandchildren now. Haha, I never thought that my Chen family, which has been a single-line family for 8 generations, would have branched out to you, kid. And all 9 of them are psychics. Take me over to have a look and have some fun with the little guys. Chen Lei strode towards his residence. Chen Chu smiled and shook his head, then followed him. As a person who has lived 2 lifetimes, Chen Chu naturally knows how much love grandparents have for their grandchildren. The bulging pockets of Dad's coat were filled with rich and different supernatural energies. You don't have to guess, it's a gift for the grandchildren. Mr. Chen, your new concubine should go wash up and learn the rules from Madame Yu Miao. Lu Rian whispered these arrangements to Chen Chu. Anyone with eyes knows that. Chen Lei must have left such a large territory to Chen Chu. Chen Lei is a man with a generous personality. Naturally, it was Lu Rian and the others who told and assisted Chen Chu in these small matters. Chen Chu nodded. I was originally looking forward to having a new concubine, but after seeing my dad, I still want to chat with him more. After all, we haven't seen each other for 2 years. Is the ice soul fruit an advanced version of the ice fruit? On the way, Chen Chu expressed Xinzhong's doubts. He always felt that this ice soul fruit seemed to do more than just increase cold resistance. After all, this is a super special item. It is comparable to dozens of ordinary ice fruits. Lu Rian looked at Chen Lei in front of her cautiously. She lowered her body and put her red lips close to Chen Chu's ear. The fragrance is light. The ice soul fruit can give a superpower a powerful freezing effect, but you are not a superpower, so you don't have this effect. Lu Rian was afraid that Chen Lei would hear it, so almost the entire person was sticking to Chen Chu. And the sound is weak and mosquito-like. Chen Chu listened several times before he could hear it clearly. I see. After Chen Chu heard it clearly, Lu Rian reluctantly retracted her forward upper body. Chen Chu looked at his father deeply. If Dad swallows this Bingpa fruit himself, then his combat power can be improved to a higher level. But in order to have a better life in the end times, he swallowed it without saying a word. Chen Chu touched the thunder fruit in his arms. Although this fruit is not as good as the Bingpa fruit, but it's more or less my own opinion. Give it to Dad sometime. Then, Chen Chu checked his property panel. He is already a supernatural being of level 1. The special effects of the ice soul fruit can naturally be added to one's talents. Dad, this fruit is not wasted. Chen Chu smiled. He is now the strongest man after his father. Talent, level 1 space ability, freezing. As expected, the effect of the ice soul fruit was successfully enchanted on the supernatural attribute. What effect will the space-based ability freezing have? Chen Chu was a little curious. He plans to go to the training room tonight to experiment. Inside the villa, after Chen Lei and Lu Rian arrived, they also exclaimed, "Ha!" Chen Chu repeated the words he had prepared before. My father has traveled all over the country and has seen a lot. And there is only fighting in my mind. I don't really care about these things. He just casually praised her a few words and then went to see his grandson immediately. Lu Rian, on the other hand, had a strange expression and her eyes were wandering. Chen Chu smiled. The 3 underground floors are filled with various simulation environments and recreation rooms. Feel free to play around. Dad won't leave anytime soon. Is it really possible? Lu Rian showed a surprised expression. Chen Chu smiled and nodded. How could he not know Lu Rian's feelings? Sooner or later, you'll be your own person. Lu Rian said thank you sweetly, then walked towards the basement cautiously. And Chen Chu walked towards a hall. Dad is somewhere entertaining the child. Ah, good grandson, look what Grandpa brought you. Chen Lei placed a silver blue fruit, emitting a cold mist in front of Chen Han. Chen Han is now over 2 years old, and his height has reached an abnormal 1.4 meters. After seeing the silver blue fruit, his eyes immediately lit up with gold. He threw away the toy in his hand, spit out the lollipop in his mouth, and rushed over. He swallowed the silver blue fruit in one gulp. Bang! Countless ice crystals immediately exploded outside the body of the eldest son, Chen Han. Then, a chill began to spread from his body. The temperature in the room, which was originally 20 degrees, immediately dropped to minus 10 degrees again. A full 30 degrees temperature difference. Detect that the host's eldest son, Chen Han, has been promoted to a second-level superpower and feedback reward. Detect that the host's eldest son, Chen Han's physique has improved, and feedback rewards will be given. 2 warm currents surged through Chen Chu's body. Chapter 37. Taking a concubine 10. Grand Wedding. Chen Chu felt the changes in his body. The superpowers have improved a bit, but it's still not enough for a breakthrough. The physique becomes more cold-resistant. Chen Lei, a mid-8th level warrior, naturally noticed the changes in his grandson. He picked up Chen Han. Haha, my good grandson. He's only 2 years old, but he's already become a second-level mutant. After successful promotion, Chen Han gathered his energy again. Like a little adult, say thank you, Grandpa. Chen Lei poked him with his beard. You are worthy of being my good grandson. Tell me, what else do you want? Grandpa will reward you. Chen Han is such an evil genius. If placed in any major force, they would cultivate him at all costs. What's more, he is the eldest grandson of the famous Thunder Tiger Chen Lei. Even if he wants an 8th level monster, Chen Lei will kill it for him. Chen Han's eyes rolled around. I want to kill the monster. I want to kill the monster. Chen Lei was stunned, then burst into laughter. Okay, in a couple of days, Grandpa will take you out to kill monsters and teach you how to fight. Chen Han has an impressive record of killing monsters with his bare hands and full moon. Chen Lei is also notorious and one of the most powerful people in the entire province. There's absolutely no problem going out and killing a few monsters. By the way, Chen Lei also plans to start training his eldest grandson Chen Han. After putting Chen Han down, Chen Lei looked at the other three children with a smile again. The eldest daughter is Chen Yin, the second son is Chen Mian, and the third son is Chen Shou. The other 5 children were born not long ago, and the oldest one is only 1 month old. And not as evil as Chen Han. It is still in swaddling clothes. Only these 3 children are over 1 year old and can walk and talk. The 3 children hid behind their mother, looking at their grandfather whom they met for the first time with loving eyes. Come here, come here. Chen Lei showed a smile that he thought was kind, but was actually a little ferocious. But these 3 little guys are his grandchildren after all. The thrill of blood relationship did not make them afraid of the 2-meter-tall man in front of them. Instead, he pasted it on. Ha ha! Chen Lei also felt the feeling of having a house full of children and grandchildren. He clasped his big hands together and picked up all 3 children. After some intimacy, he also took out the extraordinary fruits corresponding to the abilities of the 3 little guys and gave them to them. After the 3 little guys swallowed it, Chen Chu also received feedback immediately. Detected that the host's eldest daughter Chen Yin's spiritual power has improved. Feedback reward. Open spiritual consciousness. The host's second son Chen Mian's blood evolution was detected. Feedback reward. Zombie virus resistance. Detected that the host's third son, Chen Shou, was promoted to a first-level superpower user. Feedback reward. Defense superpower increased by 1. All 3 children have achieved some improvement, especially the third son, Chen Shou, who was directly promoted to a first-level psychic. Chen Chu also received a lot of feedback rewards. The best reward was provided by the eldest daughter, Chen Yin. Open your divine sense. Spiritual consciousness is unique to psychics. It is also their core, where spiritual power can be stored. Let them stand proudly in the world. Chen Chu felt his own spiritual consciousness. It is located between the eyebrows, a space the size of a fingernail. And now there is no mental power in it. Being able to open up my spiritual consciousness is already a pleasant surprise. It can be considered as an additional supernatural power. I will study it later. The offspring feedback reward is originally the weakest of all rewards. It can help him open his spiritual consciousness, and its value is no less than that of a level 1 extraordinary item. It is a big surprise. Haha, you are Chen Shou, right? Chen Lei looked at Chen Shou, who was the youngest but tallest. He sensed that the child's supernatural power had broken through. Chen Shou nodded honestly. Ha, a level 1 Earth-type mutant. Our Chen family has finally produced a treasure. I've been struggling in the end times for these years. Chen Lei knew clearly what an Earth-type mutant meant to a force. It can be said that, at the beginning of the apocalypse, most of the human race was saved by Earth-type psychics. Do you want to go out with your brother and grandfather to kill monsters? Chen Lei bent down and smiled at Chen Shou. Chen Shou glanced at Chen Han, who was beaming with joy at his presence. Then he nodded solemnly. I do. Haha, great. Grandpa will take you to kill monsters. Chen Lei laughed. He took his 2 grandsons out to kill monsters. To put it bluntly, it was like a top boss accompanying the novices to level up. The eldest son Chen Han is responsible for the fighting force. The third son, Chen Shoubao, has supernatural powers. It is necessary to bring both to level up. As for Chen Yin and Chen Mian, it's not that Chen Lei is partial. The 2 people's abilities have another better development path. He has already sent someone to make arrangements. Afterwards, Chen Lei went to see his other 5 grandchildren who were still in their cradles. His smile never stopped, until it was time for the grandchildren to go to bed. Chen Lei and Chen Chu were finally alone together. The surrounding territories have been conquered. Within a year, Spark City can be developed into a giant city. Chen Lei lit a cigar with a proud tone. Chen Lei told Chen Chu the story vividly. Everything that happened outside in the past 2 years. Enemies encountered, territories conquered, and supplies obtained. Food and beverage recommendations obtained in the past 2 years. Much more than what we had achieved in the previous 20 years. I won't be leaving for the next year. Take good care of your grandchildren, and I can enjoy the happiness of having 2 children. Chen Chu smiled. My father is a man who has no time to spare. I guess it won't be a few days before things start to get into trouble again. By the way, Daddy has snatched 10 concubines for you this time. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Guaranteed to satisfy me? Chen Chu raised his eyebrows. There is something behind what Dad said. Level. Chen Chu came closer and expressed his guess. Lu Rian had revealed this before. Chen Lei grinned and uttered 3 shocking words. They're foreign girls. Chen Chu was shocked. Is this the surprise that Dad talked about? It's different from what Lu Rian revealed. But the foreign girl was indeed a surprise. After all, having lived 2 lives, Chen Chu had no idea what it felt like. You kid, hurry up and take them all. Once you successfully build a giant city, your father will give you better and more. Chen Chu's mouth twitched. He already had 10 concubines who had not yet married off, but he was already thinking of taking another one for him, including the 10 wives this time. He now has 18 wives. Fortunately, every time a child was born, his body would be comprehensively improved. Otherwise, even a strong man like him would find it a bit difficult. Dad has confidence in you. Chen Lei gave Chen Chu a thumbs up. He has seen his son's abilities over the years. He even suspected that Chen Chu had actually awakened supernatural powers, which were extremely powerful and could penetrate the soul at once. After the two chatted and reminisced about the past, Chen Lei also prepared to get up and leave. After all, the entire Xingho city is still waiting for him to take charge. And the next month will be Chen Chu's wedding. Dad, this is for you. Chen Chu took out the thunder fruit from his pocket. Chen Lei held it in his hand and immediately realized something was wrong. You kid, you can actually get something like this. Chen Chu smiled and said, just good luck. Chen Lei put away the thunder fruit and patted his shoulder with his big hand. Get ready. Starting tomorrow, the next month will be your wedding day. Chapter 38, The Strongest Concubine, A-Level Charm. Vermilion bird robe and colorful phoenix crown. 100-meter red carpet and a sedan chair carried by 8 people. Decorate with lights and beat drums and gongs. A grand wedding begins in Spark City. Because of his father's improved strength, he dominated half of Zhanghai City. A lot of supplies were transported into Spark City. My pockets are bulging. The level of Chen Chu's wedding naturally improved. And there was a great banquet. The whole city celebrated. Wine! There's wine! A cry came from the banquet. They actually drank alcohol in the end times. This is more precious than cold rice, meat, and even fresh vegetables. You kid, eat less. Everyone has a quota. Suck it, yes, suck it like this. I never thought that I, old Zhang, would be able to drink alcohol after surviving the apocalypse for more than 30 years. This life is worth it. I would be willing to die now. What nonsense are you talking about? Young Master Chen still has 9 concubines to marry. If he dies now, he will lose one. That's right. I heard that the last concubine to appear is a top-level one. Don't even mention wine. Maybe there will be cigarettes. You want to be our young Master Chen's concubine? Our Spark City is strong, really strong. Old Wang, didn't your little daughter just find out that she has awakened superpowers? Go and marry Master Chen quickly. Otherwise, Master Chen will have high standards and you won't have a chance. My little daughter's awakening level. I'm afraid Master Chen won't be interested. No, I'll go ask someone. I can be a maid. In order to avoid suspicion, Lu Rian took off her red armor and put on a dark blue hip skirt. It makes it look like a dripping peach. She looked at Chen Chu and the bride with envy as they walked into the bridal chamber. Looking at the bustling Spark City, she touched her face secretly. I'm already 25 this year, and I won't be young anymore in a few years. I need to find a chance to express my feelings to Mr. Chen. Another person who had the same idea was Sulan. Under the shining silver-rimmed glasses are a pair of big, watery eyes that reveal worry. I'm turning 30 this year. Will Chu dislike me? She looked down at herself with a sense of inferiority. Still strong though. But Chen Chu married young, beautiful, and gorgeous women. After the age of 18, I really have no competitiveness at all. Although Chen Chu always wanted me to marry him and be his concubine, this couldn't go on forever. She secretly glanced at Chen Lei, who was drinking heavily. I plan to ask later if any new medical specialists have been recruited. At the wedding room door, amid the excitement of friends and family, Chen Chu led the bride into the room. The door lock fell. There were cheers coming from outside the room. Chen Chu smiled slightly and lifted the bride's red veil. Golden hair, fair skin, and dodging blue eyes. Is this the surprise Daddy mentioned? It was indeed a surprise. Although this concubine is a foreigner, she is petite. Except for the high nose bridge and blue eyes, the rest of her looks are those of an oriental beauty. You know, Westerners and Easterners are all stunningly beautiful. What's her name? Chen Chu lifted her chin with his index finger. Xingyue. Xingyue looked at Chen Chu timidly. This expression aroused a feeling of pity in Chen Chu's heart. Xingyue, 23 years old, has the special ability Starlight Twinkling. Strength, mid-level 4th stage, with both attack and healing abilities. Chen Chu lowered his head and approached her. From now on, you are my concubine. A blush appeared on Xingyue's fair face, and she nodded timidly. A soft was uttered. She had heard before that the son of the famous Lei Lao, who was not only an ordinary person, but also extremely lustful. As soon as he turned 18, he married 8 concubines in succession. She was worried all the way to Spark City. She was originally timid and was afraid that the notorious Chen Chu might have some strange habits. However, after entering Xingho City, she found that Chen Chu's wife Yi Miao was graceful and generous. The other concubines also have their own characteristics and are always smiling. Especially Chen Chu's children. Each one of them is so cute. She herself was not mistreated. She thought that most of the rumors outside were biased, as the atmosphere was obviously very good. And today is my wedding day. She became more certain of her thoughts. What bad guy would marry a captive openly? And she also had a betrothal gift, a complete set of starstone armor. This is incredible. Even if she worked hard outside for 20 years, she wouldn't be able to get something so high-end. And just as she was preparing, She accepted her fate even if Chen Chu was a pig. It's better than being bullied, played with, and living a life worse than death. However, after meeting Master Chen Chu, she fell. That handsome face that is so handsome that it is enviable, the powerful body, and the noble and polite temperament. This was definitely the best-looking and most pleasant-tempered person of the opposite sex she had ever seen in the apocalypse. Even if she was not captured, there would be no betrothal gift. A man I'm willing to marry. She felt like she was hit by countless good luck all of a sudden. And now, the face that made him blush was less than 1 centimeter away from him. Go to bed early. Chen Chu turned off the lights. Xing Yue pinched the corner of her clothes nervously and nodded slightly. A moment later, husband, Xing Yue called out the name Yi Miao had taught her before with a trembling voice. From now on, she is Chen Chu's 9th concubine. In the next month, Chen Chu got married at the rate of taking a concubine every 3 days. Dad has been away for the past 2 years, and he has indeed followed the standards for marrying a wife that Sister Lan had set before. Beautiful, clean, and healthy. Each concubine is equally beautiful, but each has a different style. Like Xing Yue, the little lowly with tiger teeth. There are also youthful and passionate style, mature sister style, sports beauty style, Mori girl style. In short, Chen Chu has been eating both meat and vegetables these days and is as happy as a god. Today, the wedding day of Chen Chu and his 10th concubine finally arrived. To this concubine, there are countless versions of rumors circulating outside. Some people say that she is a superpowered person. Some people say that she was once the lord of a large city. Some people say that her strength reached the late 6th level in her lifetime. As the wedding becomes more grand, and people from Liaohui City came to celebrate, these rumors were gradually taken as true. Inside the villa, outside a new room hung with red, Chen Chu took his last concubine by the hand and congratulated the relatives and friends around them. And this time, Jiang Qingshui also came to Xingho City. She was sent by her sister Jiang Fenju a month ago to represent Liaohui City to congratulate. But I just arrived today. She still had that cold face. Here, this is a gift from my sister. She handed over a square box. I really can't understand why my sister would give such a high-end thing to this pervert. Chen Chu took it and opened it. A high-grade plastic fruit, a rare item that can strengthen the physique and even the internal organs. If ordinary people eat it, their physical strength can immediately become comparable to that of power-type mutants. Good stuff. Chen Chu put away the box and smiled. A distinguished guest. He stretched out his hand and asked someone to take Jiang Qingshui, whose face was frozen, to another place. Although I really want to reminisce about the past with Jiang Qingshui, who has a hidden physique, and talk about life and ideals. But now is my wedding night moment. Every moment is worth 1,000 gold. Close the door. He lifted the bride's red veil. A beautiful face was revealed. This face is more beautiful than the 9 concubines he had taken in before. And there is a kind of charm that is hard to describe. Just look at each other. Chen Chu immediately felt as if his soul had been hooked away. Is this his most important concubine? As soon as Chen Chu thought about it, the system responded immediately. Strength. Late 6th order superpower potential. Superpower. Level 1 charm magic. This, Chen Chu looked at this line of entry with some surprise. And special abilities, super charming magic. This charming woman in front of him has become his most powerful concubine. Chapter 39. S-level special physique concubine. Promoted to the late 6th level. Obviously, those rumors are true. His 10th new concubine turned out to be a powerful person in the late 6th stage. With the strength of the late 6th level, he is already able to become the lord of a large city in the end times. Moreover, she still has potential, taller than myself, so she might really be the lord of a large city. My servant greets my husband. The concubine bowed gracefully. With just this simple movement, her extremely mature figure almost burst the exquisite wedding dress. Chen Chu's Adam's apple rolled slightly. He had a total of 18 concubines. Each of them is a beauty picked from thousands. Logically speaking, no person of the opposite sex in the world could make him do this. But the woman in front of him did it. She was just standing there doing nothing. It was as if countless hands were scratching Chen Chu's heart. Every frown and smile is full of charm. What's your name? Chen Chu asked. Oh, Aileng. Oh, Yueling opened her red lips slightly. Chen Chu's Adam's apple rolled again. I can't stand it. I can't stand it at all. There is no man in this world who can resist such a charm. This kind of aura and smile can't be possessed without giving birth to several children. Chen Chu even suspected that his father had made a mistake. Is this charming woman in front of me really a girl? Chen Chu pondered for a moment. Extend your finger. Turn off the lights. She's my concubine anyway. Why should I work so hard for her? He planned to risk his life to explore the tiger's den. Try your own concubine yourself, and see if she is as difficult as she looks. Husband, take a rest. Yueling took the initiative to speak. As soon as Chen Chu stretched out his hand, he immediately felt a large amount of supernatural power rushing towards him. Super charming magic power. Chen Chu thought of the concubine's special ability. From the name of the superpower, he probably guessed something. Apparently, the concubine was using her supernatural powers on herself. However, his own strength is already comparable to that of the late 7th stage. For Yueling, who is in the late 6th stage, this is obviously a piece of cake. Why haven't you come yet, husband? Seeing Chen Chu stunned, Yueling's faint voice came. A smile appeared on Chen Chu's lips. He wanted to see what his lovely concubine wanted to do. Chen Chu continued to move forward. More and more supernatural energy began to invade him. But it didn't work. Husband, Yueling opened her red lips slightly. When Chen Chu was about to touch her, a hint of triumphant cunning flashed across Yueling's eyes. Humph! Lei Lao, who actually dared to steal my supplies and occupy my territory. He even married me to his son, even though his son is very handsome. But Lei Lao, who actually dared to let someone find out that she was still a girl. Unforgivable. She has been walking in the apocalypse for many years, relying on her supernatural powers and charming and beautiful appearance to play with those stinky men every time. Isn't it damaging her reputation if Lei Lao, who reveals the fact that she is a girl? She is now going to make Lei Lao, whose son, completely obsessed. Then he will indirectly control the entire Spark City. Humph! She looked at Chen Chu with some pity. What a pity for such a handsome face. If it's a supernatural being, she would really marry him and give herself to him. However, her ideal man must be a hero, not an ordinary person who just eats and waits for death. Enjoy your wedding night in your fantasy. Yueling lightly tapped her index finger, and a pink light suddenly appeared from her body. It's fantasy time. She released her skills towards Chen Chu. Just as his index finger was about to touch Chen Chu's forehead, a big hand with pink light grasped Yueling's fair arm. What's going on? Yueling's eyes became flustered. Then she felt a thick weight. A cry of surprise was heard. Then, night fell. In the early hours of the morning, the Spark City outside was still bustling. Because today is the wedding day of Yueling and Chen Chu. The next day, Yueling had messy hair and her arms, as white as lotus roots, tightly grasped the bright red quilt. She glanced helplessly at Chen Chu, who was sleeping soundly. I feel like crying, but I have no tears. It's terrible. I really became the 18th concubine of this notorious bastard. It's terrible. I'm really not a girl anymore. It was terrible. He surrendered so quickly. Besides, because he couldn't defeat Lei Lao, who he also wanted to control Chen Chu and then control the entire Xingho city. Now, you're feeding the tiger yourself. Just as Yueling's mind was in a mess, and she was thinking about all sorts of things, a big hand approached her. Ah! Another exclamation. 2 hours later, Yueling looked at the neatly dressed Chen Chu with a resentful look. This little rascal. Where did he learn those moves? He's almost tiring her to death. Chen Chu had a smile on his face, as if he was bathed in spring breeze. He just received a prompt from the system. It was detected that the host concubine has a special physique, and a breakthrough was successfully made. Current strength, late 6th stage. Together with Yueling and Huazhu, they actually broke through to a new realm. The level of supernatural power directly spans a large stage and a small stage. From the middle stage of level 5 to the late stage of level 6. His overall strength has now reached the top level of level 7. As long as it's not an 8th level strongman, there is no opponent. After all, there is a huge gap between the 8th level and the 7th level, and the difference in strength is more than 10 times. After calming down, Chen Chu set his eyes on his concubine, Yueling. He now knows that Yueling has lost more than she gained. He looked at Yueling with some amusement, her face still blushing, but her expression showing she had lost all hope in life. You are now my 18th concubine, Chen Chu said deliberately. Yueling's body shook, as if she was shot by an invisible arrow. She looked up and gave Chen Chu a forced smile. It's a loss to my grandma's family. Their own supplies, minerals, and rice fields were all occupied. Now, even I am losing money. However, she didn't dare to do anything to Chen Chu. As long as she dares to use her offensive powers, Chun Lei, an 8th level supernatural being, would immediately send down lightning to strike her to death. This is Chun Lei's old nest. She only dared to use the confusion skill secretly last night. After calming down, Yueling looked at Chen Chu deeply. You are not an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person crack her skills? Not only is he not an ordinary person, but his strength is also above hers. I didn't expect that Lei Lao, who, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, would actually use such means. Yueling clenched her fists, her teeth itching with hatred. I'm in trouble. It's okay if I fail, but I'm the 18th concubine. She almost vomited blood. Chen Chu sat next to her. Thanks to you, my little wife, I just made another breakthrough. Yueling was confused. Thanks to myself? I made a breakthrough? Feeling a dull pain in the lower part, she suddenly looked at Chen Chu in panic. Could it be that Chen Chu awakened some outrageous supernatural power, so Lei Lao who kept it secret for so many years? Is that why Chen Chu has been taking concubines like crazy? Yueling suddenly screamed. A supernatural power that can lead to a breakthrough by seizing Yuin? It's terrible. I just lost it. Is I going to die soon? Chen Chu immediately covered her mouth. yelling so loudly in broad daylight. If people outside heard me, they would think I was doing something strange. Try to use your supernatural powers. Chen Chu suddenly spoke. Hey, I was promoted to level 7? Yue was stunned. How did I break through? I have been stuck from level 6 to level 7 for almost 5 years. How come I suddenly broke through? You have a spécial physique. Not only will it allow me to have a huge energy boost and breakthrough, but you will also have a breakthrough yourself. I tried it a few more times afterwards, and the energy didn't increase as much as the first time, but it was still better than practicing hard on my own. Don't yell anymore, understand? Yue blinked her big tear-stained eyes and nodded continuously. Chapter 40, Extraordinary Dao Fruit, Endurance Bonus. Chen Chu slowly loosened his hand. Yueling's beautiful eyes, which had become dry from crying, were now looking at Chen Chu with colorful light. She continued to use her special powers. Waves of pink light continued to emerge and bloom from her body. Really, it's true. She really broke through to the 7th level. In one fell swoop, he achieved the coveted 7th level strongman position. Her round eyes turned cunningly, and she clasped her hands together and made a heart shape to Chen Chu. My lord, please look after me. A pink heart flew towards Chen Chu from Yueling's hands. Yueling opened her red lips slightly and said in a charming voice. Petrified, he used skills on himself again. This stupid 18-year-old wife really has no memory at all. Chen Chu raised the corner of his mouth and directly broke her supernatural power. Prepare to teach the 18-year-old concubine a lesson. What he didn't expect was that behind the love is Yueling herself. A moment later, Yueling leaned against Chen Chu, her eyes full of admiration. Husband, it's true. My superpowers have really increased. Faced with these charming eyes, even Chen Chu, a real man, couldn't help but shiver. My 18-year-old mistress is so scary. Looking at Yueling, who suddenly became extremely enthusiastic. Chen Chu turned his head, lit a Furong cigarette, and put it in his mouth. A tear rolled down the corner of his eye. We have just gotten married. What will happen next? He quickly put out the cigarette, but Chen Chu stood up and opened the door. It's already noon. I'm going out for a walk. Chen Chu made up a random excuse and immediately escaped. Or is his legal wife, Yi Miao, more gentle? Or is his 9th wife, Xing Yu, more lovely? Yueling clenched her fists towards Chen Chu's back. It looked like a plan that had succeeded. A verbal victory is also a victory. Yueling buried her head in the quilt. My husband is not only handsome, but also a real man. And he is very strong. He is only 20 years old, but he is actually stronger than I am now. She had just released the petrification skill because she wanted to test whether Chen Chu's strength was stronger than hers, who was already at the 7th level. The result depends on one's wishes. Chen Chu easily defused her attack. Handsome, rich, young, and promising, with abilities beyond level 7. This is definitely the person that Yueling likes. What's more, I'm already his. Add these to it, and I'll be even more devoted. Just my little wife. Yueling gritted her teeth in hatred. Where have you ever heard of a level 7 supernatural being becoming someone else's concubine? I want to be big. Yueling has a goal. I want to gain more of my husband's love. Husband, you must be exhausted. Here is the ginseng and deer antler chicken soup I made for you. Come and replenish your body. Yi Miao brought a bowl of nourishing soup to Chen Chu with a smile, then stood behind him and gently pressed the top of his head. If it were in the past, Chen Chu would definitely have been dismissive. But now he took it immediately, raised his head and drank it in one gulp. This special physique is really amazing. Chen Chu couldn't help but sigh. As a user with supernatural powers of level 1 charm, Yueling herself possesses some charming attributes, and her special physique is even more powerful. Even someone as powerful as Chen Chu couldn't resist. I should have guessed her physique when I first saw her potential. Yes, no need to think about it. The potential at this level is all reflected by the physique. Concubine Yueling's special physique is even more powerful than her talent. But my strength has increased a lot. Chen Chu breathed a sigh of relief. Although the proactive Yueling is very strong, but her initiative also increased her abilities. From now on, we have a stable source of supernatural power growth. In the past, Chen Chu's promotion to higher levels was basically achieved by obtaining rewards for offspring. But having offspring is not something that can be achieved overnight. It always takes 10 months of pregnancy. Now that I have Yueling, I can increase my supernatural powers every day. If this continues, I will be able to break through to the 7th level in less than half a year. Chen Chu se mai confident. Using his spécial physique. It's really a breakthrough weapon. But thinking of my 18 little wife, Chen Chu felt helpless. Even though he had strengthened his body several times, he was unable to gain any advantage in front of Yueling. If I were physically stronger, then the number of times I can practice with Yueling every day can also increase. Your own strength can also grow faster. And the way to strengthen your body is to have many children. He set his sights on his wives and concubines. To revive humanity. Evening. The whole villa was quiet. Chen Chu held his waist and walked into the training room. It's an extraordinary item, the Dao-shaping fruit. In his hand appeared the gift sent by Jiang Qingshui. Sister Finju really understands me. Plastic fruit. It can strengthen every part of the body, even the internal organs. All 5 abdominal organs and 6 internal organs will be strengthened. Swallow the palm-sized plastic fruit in one gulp. The pulp and juice go down the throat into the stomach. In an instant, Chen Chu felt his stomach turned into a small furnace. The burning pain filled every internal organ, and bursting from the inside out. Flesh, tendons, bones, skin. An hour later, Chen Chu, who was soaked in sweat, opened his eyes. His overall strength is now comparable to the 7th level limit, so he naturally has a very good understanding of his physical condition. Clenched his fists. There was surprise in Chen Chu's eyes. Physical strength increased by 40, internal organ strength increased by 20, endurance increased by 30. Now, just go find the 18-year-old young wife, Yueling. Chapter 41. The Unrest in Corpse King City, Dad's Plan. Late at night, Yueling was suddenly awakened from her sleep. The night is long. Chen Chu lit the Hibiscus King. The white smoke exhaled enveloped his handsome face, making him look a little melancholy. Husband, it seems to be a little stronger than during the day. Yueling pinched her thumb and index finger together and made a little bit gesture. Chen Chu turned his head in the smoke, and a tear rolled down the corner of his eye. I clearly swallowed the plastic Dao fruit, and my physical strength increased significantly. Even the patience is increased by 30. How could this happen? It's totally unreasonable. He carefully reviewed the battle process just now. It's not that he has become weaker. The opponent has become stronger. What kind of physique is this? Too brutal. Chen Chu set in Wali. Is this the power of a super physique? Because he didn't know the specific name of Yueling's physique, Chen Chu simply gave her a name based on her talents and abilities. The increase in superpowers is a little more than before. As Yueling's physique matured and evolved, he gained more and more benefits. Chen Chu's heart was set. Just extinguish the cigarette butt. With a wave of his hand. Come on, I'll fight you. Minutes later, in the wedding room where red and blessing are hung everywhere, Chen Chu lit the Hibiscus King again. Although I have much less time, my abilities have increased even more, and I feel even better. I feel like in another month, I'll be able to break through to the mid-7th level. Yueling's eyes were full of stars. My husband is so strong. The cigarette in Chen Chu's hand fell heavily to the ground. It must be because I lost a lot of energy during the day. Chen Chu comforted himself in his heart. Husband, can we practice again? Yueling leaned close to Chen Chu's ear and uttered sweet words. Chen Chu stood up. You are not in good condition today, but I will definitely beat you to the ground another day. After saying that, he broke out of the door. My husband is becoming more and more delicious. Looking at Chen Chu's back as he left, Yueling couldn't help licking her lips. Call! Chen Chu, who had not slept all night, let out a long breath, feeling refreshed. Sure enough, this is the real me, a man who stands tall and upright. His body had been upgraded many times, his superpowers had been continuously improved, and he had also swallowed the plastic Dao fruit. The self at this age is the normal self. That witch! Chen Chu was angry when he thought of Yueling. Sooner or later one day, he wants to let the witch know what a real man is. Mr. Chun, the city lord asked me to call you. When Chen Chu walked into the living room, he found that Lu Rian had been waiting there for a long time. Dad is looking for me? Chen Chu's eyes rolled. Dad usually would come to him for no reason. There must be something important. So he didn't delay and immediately went out and headed towards the city lord's mansion. Lu Rian followed behind him, her ears red. She waited in the living room for a long time. My ears are callous from listening so much. She glanced quietly at Chen Chu's broad shoulders in front of her and the vigor in his steps. Her face turned red. Can it really take that long? That's not what the book says. It's so scary. Can I hold on? I'll go ask Sister Lan later. City lord's mansion. Ha, little brat. Are you finally willing to step out of the house? As soon as Chen Chu stepped over the threshold, he heard Chen Lei's bold voice. As soon as he looked up, Chen Lei appeared in front of him, followed by Jiang Qingshui. You kid, work harder and give birth to more good grandchildren like Hunter to inherit the family business. Chen Lei stretched out his big hand and patted Chen Chu on the shoulder. My son is becoming more and more handsome. Not only did he give birth to a bunch of talented grandchildren, but he also continued to have children. Moreover, being a human being also requires responsibility. Every wife and concubine was treated with respect. Jiang Qingshui stood aside, listening to Lei Lao, whose constant praise of Chen Chu. The corners of my mouth couldn't help but twitch. I complained in my heart. Is he responsible? He is just pure lust. A pervert. Come on, Brad. Now that you have established a family and a career, Spark City will be handed over to you sooner or later. From now on, you will be involved in all the major events in Spark City. Chen Chu's heart moved. This is good. Only by understanding everything about Spark City can he better utilize his strength to develop. And I can also take this opportunity today to reveal my strength to my father. He has obtained all the warheads made of infinite stone, combined with gun skills. He can now reveal the strength of a 6th order mutant. Dad, what's the matter? Chen Chu started the conversation. Chen Lei stretched out his hand. Jiang Qingshui gently pushed his glasses with his index finger. Something is wrong recently in Corpse King City, which is 300 miles away from Jianghai City. If something happens to Corpse King City, our two families will suffer a devastating disaster. Corpse King City. Chen Chu has lived in Jianghai City for 20 years and knows the famous Corpse King City. Before the end of the world, it was the second largest city in the province, formerly known as Heiban City. But because of the ice apocalypse, zombies broke out. The entire city fell and was occupied by the Zombie King. There are zombies everywhere, millions of them, not a single living thing. After a long time, the survivors called it the City of the Corpse King. Because the Corpse King has a strong sense of territory. Over the years, the zombies will not leave the Corpse King City more than 10 miles away. But now I suddenly feel restless. If something goes wrong, the two largest cities closest to it, Fiery City and Spark City, are about to suffer. What rank is the Corpse King? Chen Chu asked. Human beings are no longer the lambs they once were. The power of the end times is greater than everything. Countless strong men rose up. Monsters can give zombies a try. Chun Lei held a cigar in his mouth, and his voice was unusually cautious. 20 years ago, it was already at the 8th level. No one said anything. 20 years ago, the 8th level now. Jiang Qingshui was right. If Corpse King City rioted, it would be a disaster for both Fiery City and Spark City. The atmosphere seemed a bit heavy. Chun Lei laughed twice. Although this Corpse King is powerful, the crystal core in his brain is also a good thing. If I can get it, I might be able to advance to the 9th level. Although there are a lot of zombies, they can also produce a lot of zombie crystal cores. This Corpse King City is a bomb, but it's also a huge treasure. Jiang Qingshui nodded. My sister sent me here because she wanted us to strengthen cooperation between our two cities. Fire City will help Spark City build underground fortifications and intercommunication technology. In short, we must overcome this difficulty of the Corpse King. It is a crisis, but also a huge opportunity. Chapter 42 promoted to S-. Daddy's potential is SS. Zombie crystal cores have a huge effect on people with special abilities. It can increase supernatural powers and assist in skill cultivation. Among people with special abilities, zombie crystal cores have even become currency. The Corpse King City has millions of zombies, and there is even a Corpse King who is beyond the 8th level. The entire Corpse King City is a huge, shining treasure. However, no one dared to take this treasure. Let's not talk about the powerful Corpse King. Those millions of zombies are enough to make your scalp tingle just thinking about them. Therefore, people with special abilities usually stay away from the city of Corpse King. But now the Corpse King City is inexplicably restless. As the first to be hit was Fiery City, Spark City had to take it seriously. Are you sure? Chen Chu asked. If you're not sure, it is better to prepare to run away. He has spatial abilities and can ensure the safety of his family. But after all, Spark City is the life's work of his father and mother. Chen Lei grinned. A warehouse of different types of heavy machine guns and artillery shells was recently unearthed in Liuhua City. One side of Corpse King City is backed by a mountain. We plan to use Earth-type psychics to create a pass in front of it, leaving only one exit. Then the low-level psychics will hold heavy machine guns to guard the pass, and we will surround and kill the Corpse King. If we take over Corpse King City, the entire province will be ours. Very adventurous. Chen Chu frowned slightly. Millions of ordinary zombies, if they are willing, just like Dad said, they can use the terrain to minimize their danger. But the important thing is the Corpse King. After reaching the 7th level, the psychic can ascend to heaven step by step. Every upgrade represents a transformation of more than 10 times the power. And it's not as simple as multiplying by 10. An increase in strength by nearly 10 times can cause a powerful transformation in the strength of a psychic. An 8th level strong man can deal with dozens of 7th level psychics if he tries his best. The subsequent level gap can also be deduced in the same way. If the Corpse King really advances to the 9th level, the difficulty of the entire plan increased dramatically. Is the problem of Corpse King City very urgent? Let's just run away first. This is what Chen Chu really thinks. He has a system of having many children and good fortune. Just marry a wife and have children, live a good life, and continue to marry and have children, and you will achieve the highest level. There is absolutely no need to take such a risk. Chun Lei smiled and said extremely terrifying words. The other giant cities in the province are keeping an eye on us. If we relocate them completely, we will be intercepted by them. After these words were spoken, Chen Chu's brows deepened. This is a dead end. But no matter how dangerous it is, he can use his spatial abilities to take good care of his family. We suspect that the unrest in Corpse King City is the result of the manipulation of other giant cities. Jiang Qingshui said in a cold tone. Why? Why would other giant cities attack Fiery City and Spark City for no reason? Jiang Qingshui looked at Chen Chu deeply. Our two families have been cooperating too much recently. My sister and your father are both well-known strongmen. If our cooperation becomes more in-depth in the future, the entire province will not be able to accommodate them. Looking at Jiang Qingshui's appearance, Chen Chu recalled some recent rumors. When Xingho City officially develops into a giant city, he and Jiang Qingshui will get married. Chen Lei scratched his head and laughed. That may not necessarily be the reason. The unrest in Corpse King City could be due to another factor. Corpse King is about to break through to the 9th level. He needs a lot of flesh and blood now. Chen Lei bared his fangs. If it is the second reason, this means that the Corpse King did not actually advance to the 9th level. Then, if he and Jiang Fengzhu, 2 8th level powerhouses, join forces, they will definitely win. As for the time left for us, it's at least 1 year. We need to go to the vicinity of Corpse King City to investigate in person to find out the details. Chen Lei said, touching his chin. At least 1 year? Chen Chu grasped the key point. If nothing unexpected happens, he will have a new child born in a year. They will also usher in a group of people with great strength growth. By then, even if the Corpse King really breaks through to the 9th level, it will not be a big deal. What's more, he has the backup of space-related supernatural powers. If he can't win, the worst that can happen is that he takes his family and runs away. The Corpse King City is about to be attacked. If the entire city fled, other giant cities would be frightened. Chen Chu carefully considered the pros and cons of the two options. Gambling in the city of Corpse King. If the bet wins, you can obtain a large amount of zombie crystal cores and zombie king crystal cores, and the entire province will be in your pocket. You can also settle accounts with the giant city that is now causing trouble. If you lose the bet, at worst, Chen Chu could use his space-related abilities to run away with his family. Chen Chu did the math and found it was a good deal. Moreover, I still have a lot of time left, and my strength can improve by leaps and bounds during this period. Within this year, we will build a low-level passage between Fiery City and Spark City. In addition, the focus of the two cities is also on building underground fortifications. Jiang Qingshui pushed up his glasses. Defensive fortifications? Chen Chu's eyes immediately lit up when he heard this word. Yes. His own villa is a rare quality shelter that can defend against 10th order creatures. Solve the safety issues of family members directly. Let's do it. Chen Chu raised his hand in agreement. No worries and feel light. Even if the Corpse King broke through the 9th level and conquered Spark City. But as long as he enters the range of his own shelter, he will be killed. Fortunately, I have a trump card. Chen Lei took his son's words very seriously. Chen Lei laughed and said, Don't worry, son. I have a feeling that I will have another breakthrough soon. Maybe I will break through before the Corpse King does. Chen Chu looked at his father and said, I want to join this plan. Without waiting for Chen Lei to refuse, he immediately told him that he had obtained the Infinite Stone and turned it into a warhead. You mean you are now equivalent to a level 6 mutant? Chen Lei looked surprised. He trusted his son's words completely. Chen Chu nodded and took out the pistol he carried with him from his waist. Vase. He casually reached behind his blind spot, and the vase shattered. Chen Lei used lightning to pull the warhead into his hand. As expected, this warhead restricts users with special abilities. It's true, boy. You really have the strength of a level 6 psychic. Chen Lei's old face turned red with laughter, and he was very excited. Jiang Qingshui standing by was also extremely shocked. Isn't this pervert an ordinary person like me? How come he now has the strength of a 6th-level psychic? And seeing how happy Lei Lao who was, it was definitely not fake. Jiang Qingshui couldn't believe it. Now I'm the only one left, a waste. She felt inexplicably wronged. Good boy. In a few days I will lead a team to investigate the situation around Corpse King City. You can come with me then. With the strength of level 6, they are first-rate among any supernatural team in the province. On this trip, we will empty some of Hu Zhenghe's warehouses and find some extraordinary items to improve our strength. Chen Lei said his plan. Enhance Dad's strength? Chen Chu's heart moved. Dad, have you swallowed the Thunder Fruit? The Thunder Fruit can increase the strength of Thunder-type mutants, and there is a 1 in 100,000 chance of upgrading the ability. Chen Lei slapped his head with his big hand. I've been eating your feast every day recently. After saying that, he immediately took out the Thunder Fruit given by Chen Chu from the drawer and swallowed it. In an instant, countless tiny lightning snakes burst out from his body and lingered around him. Boom! A burst of thunder came from Chen Lei's body. Afterwards, Chen Lei's aura became even more astonishing, and the lightning snakes around him became thicker and more flexible. After a while, lightning converges. Chen Lei opened his eyes. He grinned. It seems that my superpowers have reached a breakthrough level. Jiang Qingshui. Huh? Chen Lei. Isn't it true that the probability of the Thunder Fruit increasing superpowers is only 1 in 100,000? Dad, is this possible? Perhaps the system heard Chen Chu's question. A line of prompt entries lit up in front of him. Chen Lei, 52 years old, ability, level potential, strength, middle stage of level 8. Daddy's potential is... Chapter 43 Xin Yue is pregnant, the 10th child, with superpowers. No wonder. The last time my dad swallowed the Thunder Core Fruit, not only did it upgrade the level of his supernatural power from level to level, but it also added special effects to the supernatural power. And now, Dad has triggered the 1 in 100,000 probability again. The supernatural power has been successfully broken through and reached. And all of this makes sense given Dad's potential. No wonder Dad was able to gain a reputation as a fierce thunder tiger with his supernatural powers. At this time, Jiang Qingshui no longer had the aloof image he had maintained for so long. Her eyes widened, and her cherry mouth opened wide enough to fit a fist. Although there is a cooperative relationship between Fiery City and Spark City, but Jiang Qingshui always thought that it was because her sister missed Chen Chu's mother. Although it appears to be cooperation, it is actually assistance. Subconsciously, she always looked down on Spark City. But now, Chun Lei's supernatural power level has been upgraded, just one small level away from her sister. But don't forget, Chun Lei's thunder ability also comes with special effects. This alone is more than enough to make up for this small grade. Chun Lei is now truly on an equal footing with his sister, and she looked at Chen Chu with difficulty. Chen Chu has the perfect shooting skill with the infinite stone bullet. His strength is equivalent to that of a 6th level psychic. But I am still an ordinary person. Originally, she looked down on Chen Chu, but now, in the eyes of the outside world, she was the one who was out of her league. Jiang Qingshui tried hard to suppress his distraught look. After congratulating Chen Lei, he made an excuse to leave. As she was about to step out of the door, a figure in a white coat rushed in, waving papers in his hand. "Ah, Sister Lan, take a rest first." Chen Chu supported Su Lan, who was out of breath. "Ah Chu, City Lord Xingyue is pregnant. Ah Chu, you are going to have your 10th child." Su Lan calmed down. "Moreover, I feel the fluctuation of the fetus's supernatural energy. The 10th child is also a supernatural being." Su Lan stood up straight and handed the test paper to Chen Chu. "The 9th wife, the foreign girl Xingyue, is pregnant?" Chen Chu carefully recalled his recent life. "The one who accompanies me the most is Xingyue, so it's normal to have another one. And according to the report, Xingyue has been pregnant for more than half a month. This means that the seed was successfully planted on Xingyue's wedding night." "Another hit. Ah, great. I'm gonna have 10 grandchildren with superpowers." Chun Lei laughed heartily. These good things happen one after another. Chen Chu now has the strength comparable to that of a 6th order psychic. One's own ability level has been raised too. Now I have a 10th grandson with special powers. Sure enough, after the brat got married and had children, everything went extremely smoothly. Chun Lei looked at his son with satisfaction. Now that he has just married his 18th wife, so many good things have happened to him. You must work hard to conquer your own territory and the world. Give that brat hundreds or thousands of concubines. Let that brat enjoy a life of luxury and have no worries about food and clothing. Jiang Qingshui at the door looked at the 3 people who were in high spirits. I almost couldn't stand. What did she just hear? Chen Chu has 10 children with superpowers. How is that possible? I've only heard that Chen Chu had 18 concubines, but I've never heard that he had 10 children with special powers. The 3 pieces of news that came one after another shattered Jiang Qingshui's only self-esteem into powder. She looked at Chen Chu deeply and gave a forced smile. "Walk out the door alone." Chen Chu looked at her drifting figure with an intriguing smile on his lips. Having lived 2 lives, he could see Jiang Qingshui's loneliness at a glance. Jiang Qingshui is beautiful, has a good figure, a good family background, and has a hidden talent, the body of an angel. She is definitely the best candidate for his wife or concubine. But she was too proud. Chen Chu knew it from the first time they met. In her heart, she was a playboy and a lecher, and she always looked down on him. If it follows the normal script, relying on his identity as the crown prince of Xingho City and the relationship between the 2 families. As long as you show that you like Jiang Qingshui and launch an offensive, then there is definitely a 99% chance of winning. But Chen Chu is not Fiangyang, Shuamiangui, Tom, or He Xiao. Those who lick the bootlicker will never have a good death. What he wanted was to crush Jiang Qingshui's pride. Only in this way can she submit to him wholeheartedly. Otherwise, what would it matter even if I married her? Chen Chu has no intention of becoming Wu Dalong. Human beings have always admired the strong. Since ancient times, the strong have occupied more survival resources, more living space, and more mating opportunities. This issue has become even more serious in the last days. Now Dad and Jiang Fenju are on equal footing. He showed his strength of level 6 to the outside world. He has 18 wives with special powers and 10 children with special powers. As for Jiang Qingshui, her hidden talent has not yet awakened. She is still an ordinary person. Just an ordinary person who is a little more capable. Chen Chu took one last look at Jiang Qingshui's figure. Be confident. Mock up. Jiang Qingshui has been in Xingho City for the past year. I have plenty of opportunities to crush her pride time and time again. Chen Chu never calls himself a good person. But when it comes to emotional matters, he wants to give the other person the greatest respect and care. He has 18 wives. Which one of them is not devoted and loving to me? So even Jiang Qingshui is no exception. You can't escape from my grasp. Let's put Jiang Qingshui aside for now. Chen Chu bids farewell to his father. Follows Su Lan to the medical department to visit Xingyue. Chen Chu was in a very good mood when he thought of his 9th wife Xingyue, who had a soft and beautiful lowly voice. His wife, the little succubus Yueling, hurts his self-esteem all day long. Preparing for wife Jiang Qingshui is also a worry-free thing. Still, the sweet sister Xiao Xingyue, the ninth wife, is the happiest one. As the old saying goes, everything can be discarded, but a soft and sweet girl cannot be discarded. Thinking like this, Chen Chu's steps became lighter. Su Lan, who was traveling with him, was completely stunned at this moment. She had just learned that Chen Chu now had the strength of a 6th-level psychic. She was extremely happy, but also a little worried. This year, I will be 30 years old. Chen Chu is young and promising, and he has no shortage of beautiful wives. Own. Su Lan pursed her lips, thinking that she must ask the city lord if he had recruited new medical specialists. If not, then I must convince the city lord to recruit. She was years old, and she really couldn't wait any longer. Women have always been very concerned about their age. Xingyue, Chen Chu exclaimed in surprise. Before they knew it, they had reached the medical department. Husband, Xingyue showed her cute little pointed fangs, also surprised. After spending some time together, her love for Chen Chu grew deeper. I wish I could spend every moment with Chen Chu. And she just found out that she is pregnant with her husband's child, who is a supernatural being. She almost fainted with joy. But after the joy, she felt a little conflicted because she couldn't be with her husband for the next 10 months. She rested her little head on Chen Chu's chest. Husband, Xingyue can't take care of you from now on. Chen Chu gently scratched her little nose and said with a smile. Little fool. Xingyue looked up at Chen Chu. With my husband being so amazing, my sister should also get pregnant soon. How miserable will it be for your husband to be without a concubine to accompany him? My husband, please prepare to take a new concubine. Chapter 44. Wives and concubines are pregnant one after another. Arriving at the Corpse King city, looking at Xingyue's serious expression, Chen Chu knew that it must have been his wife, Yi Miao, who taught him. Now when Chen Chu marries a wife and takes a concubine, his wife Yi Miao will teach him the rules and how to serve him before the wedding. In addition, Chen Chu loved them very much, so the harem was harmonious. Of course, except for the little succubus, Yueling. She is full of rebellion. She would not stop until Chen Chu whipped her severely every day. I will come and take care of you when my power reaches the 7th level and my overall strength reaches the 8th level. Thinking of Yueling, Chen Chu clenches fists. Now that I am not as skilled as her, I will let her show off a little. We'll talk about taking a concubine later. I'd better take care of your other sisters first. Chen Chu pinched Xingyue's soft and cute face. He has 10 concubines this time, but only Xiao Xingyue is pregnant now. In a while, I will set off for the Corpse King city with my father, so I should work harder. As for the first 8 wives and concubines, Chen Chu discovered that after they became pregnant with their first child, the chances of having a second child dropped sharply. Of course, it is also possible that it happened after the number of concubines increased. Chen Chu's frequency is low on average. But since they have already given birth to a child with me, then Chen Chu didn't force it. The main focus is still on the other 9 concubines. The new concubine not only has a better hit rate, moreover, the new concubines have better talents. There is a high probability of giving birth to offspring with better talents. Chen Chu can also get higher quality rewards. After all, the Corpse King city is such a huge threat hanging over our heads, so we must quickly improve our strength. Oh, my husband, you're going out of town with our father this time. Maybe you will meet someone you like on the road. Xingyu shook Chen Chu's arm and said coquettishly. Besides, I think Sister Su Lan is very good. Xingyue leaned close to Chen Chu's ear like a clever little ghost. Chen Chu raised his eyes and looked at Su Lan, who was a little dazed beside him. He knew that the day when he would eat Sister Lan was not far away. You clever little thing. Chen Chu scratched Xingyue's little nose with his finger. After the two said goodbye to Su Lan, you and I walked back to the villa in a stroll. Xingyue is pregnant, so it is not suitable for her to stay outside for a long time, and she needs to rest. Not long after Chen Chu returned home, my father's guards came to inform us that we would set off for Corpse King City in a month. The journey is long this time, and there are many things to prepare. During this month, Chen Chu worked hard every day to sow seeds with his concubines, and challenged the little succubus, Yueling, every day. Happy days passed by in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, it was the day to set out for Corpse King City. Husband, you must be careful in everything and stay with father. Yi Miao took Chen Chu's hand and gave caring instructions. Chen Chu nodded. Don't worry, I will. Although he now has 18 wives and concubines. But the one with whom he has the deepest feelings is his wife Yi Miao. Husband, Xingyue will miss you. Xingyue's watery blue eyes turned slightly red. All in all, she's already 2 months pregnant and her belly is already slightly bulging. Husband, we will wait for you to come back. The other 16 concubines said goodbye to Chen Chu one after another. The time since they got married to Chen Chu was the happiest time of their lives. Now we suddenly have to separate for a period of time, and I feel very reluctant. Chen Chu turned to look at his concubine, a smile appearing on his lips. Over the past month, all of his new concubines have become pregnant. Of the new concubines in the family, except Yueling, the other 9 were pregnant. Before the Corpse King City completely riots, he will welcome 9 offspring. Thinking of this, he felt extremely happy. My hard work of more than 10 hours a day during this period has not been in vain. However, Yueling, who had worked the hardest with him, didn't move at all. Chen Chu looked at Oyueling. Oyueling straightened her mature, bursting body provocatively. It seems to be saying, I am waiting for you to come. Chen Chu raised his brows. Then he turned around and kissed Yi Miao and Xing Yu. Then he walked towards the city gate. Dad, when I grow up, I want to go fight for territory with you and Grandpa. Chen Han, who was beside Yi Miao, shouted loudly. Without even turning his head, Chen Chu casually extended a bent little finger towards him, meaning it's a deal. The concubine kept watching Chen Chu leave. But Oyueling disappeared early. She knew that Chen Chu was a person who was pretending to be a pig, but was actually a tiger. What level 6 strength? Maybe Dad Lei Lao who can't beat him. Maybe even the Corpse King is no match for him. She knew that Chen Chu took the initiative to leave the city, and he must have his own things to do. Husband, I'll wait for you to come back and deal with me. She licked her lips. She also realized how strong her physique was. Her strength has now reached the early 7th level. Only one step away from entering the middle stage of the 7th level. She was looking forward to Chen Chu's strength improving so that he could kill her. It must feel really good to be defeated. Kilometer. This was the longest distance Chen Chu had traveled since he traveled through the apocalypse. Now Chen Lei's strength has greatly increased. After the expansion of Spark City, some powerful members joined the superpower team. Moreover, Liuhua City helped Xingho City to rebuild Hu Jinghe's truck. Therefore, the speed of this trip increased significantly. In less than a month, the entire special ability team had arrived and set up camp 30 miles away from the Corpse King City. This was simply unimaginable for Spark City 3 years ago. Little guy, take a break. I'll take you to the city of the Corpse King and practice your skills at the same time. Dad walked over with a cigar in his mouth. Chen Chu's body can withstand extreme temperatures as low as 150 degrees, plus his spear skills that can kill level 6 psychics. There is absolutely no need to be as cautious as before. Okay, Chen Chu nodded. He also wanted to see the legendary Corpse King and see if he could find some good stuff. Mr. Chun Fu, Lu Rian skied over quickly from a distance with supplies in hand. Along the way, she remained Chen Chu's personal bodyguard. After all, although Chen Chu is powerful, his personality is... Dad thoughtfully arranged Lu Rian, a fire-type mutant who is good at both offense and defense. Roar! Sudden, 5 meters in front of Lu Rian. Suddenly, a gray figure as tall as a hill stood up from the white snow and quickly pounced on Lu Rian. Elite zombies. Lu Rian's pupils shrank. Elite zombies are roughly equivalent to 5th to 6th level psychics. And this elite zombie in front of me, judging from its shape, it is obviously a giant elite zombie with super strong defense and attack power. The strength of the 6th level. Lu Rian felt a panic in her heart. Her strength is only at the late 5th level. Dodge! Years of combat experience gave her the choice in an instant. Just avoid the first attack. The boss, who is an 8th level strongman, will rush over immediately and destroy it. Bang! In a flash of lightning. In the misty snow, a crisp gunshot sounded. The giant elite zombie, known for its strength and defense, now had a black hole on its forehead, and then fell to the ground. Kill! Lu Rian froze on the spot, holding the food. She looked up. I happened to see Chen Chu, who was collecting loot. What happened? My young master killed a giant elite zombie with one shot. Chapter 45 Surprise. This is a whole arsenal. Lu Rian was not the only one who was stunned. After the giant elite zombie fell, the entire superpower team, 20 superpowers, all opened their mouths. You can kill the giant elite zombie Master Chun with one shot. A newly added mid-level, 6th level water superpower user swallowed the food. He choked in his mouth with difficulty. At the same time, he opened his eyes wide. He is one of the top 5 offensive players in the team. He also knew about Chen Chu's special strength before, but I didn't care much. It can kill up to level 6 psychics. He thought at the time that Chen Chu is an ordinary person. His physical strength, thinking, and agility were simply unable to keep up with those of the psychic. At most, under Chen Lei's protection, he could barely kill the level 6 psychic with long-range shooting. But the scene just now was really shocking. The time from Chen Chu drawing the gun to shooting was definitely no more than half a second, or even shorter. He knew very well that even he could not avoid this kind of attack. But what is most shocking is Chen Chu's attack power. Not only him, but all the psychics in Spark City believe that Chen Chu's so-called level 6 strength was due to his reliance on long-range shooting to wear down his opponents. It's not a one-shot kill. Kill a level 6 mutant with one strike. Even among the 7th level strongmen, not many can do this. Is this a normal person? All team members had this question in their minds at the same time. I originally thought that the boss Chen Lei was just trying to save face and exaggerated Chen Chu's abilities. Now looking at it, he is definitely a low-key and capable person. In the entire team, Chen Chu's strength is probably among the top 3. Everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Chen Chu. It all turned into respect. Respect for the strong. They asked themselves honestly that it would be impossible for them to be as relaxed as Chen Chu when facing giant elite zombies. Haha, good boy, not bad. Chen Lei walked over. He trusts Chen Chu very much. Since Chen Chu said that he is at the 6th level of strength, then he absolutely believed that Chen Chu had this ability. But witnessing this fatal blow with your own eyes, even he was shocked. You little brat, you even hid it from me. I killed him with one strike. It's not an exaggeration to say that you have the strength of the 7th level. Chen Lei laughed and patted Chen Chu's shoulder. His tone was full of pride. Why has he been working so hard to collect extraordinary items over the years? Isn't it just to allow our kid to have the power to protect himself in the end times? And now, kill the giant elite zombie with one blow. This kind of strength can be considered as a strong man in the entire end times. Good boy. After collecting the data of Corpse King City, Dad will get you some extraordinary items to enhance your physical strength. In Chen Lei's eyes, for Chen Chu now, extreme cold can no longer cause any harm to him. The attack power is comparable to that of a 7th level strongman. But his physical strength and agility are still those of ordinary people, which is really inappropriate. Looking at Dad's thoughtful expression, Chen Chu smiled helplessly. He could already guess that his father would collect a bunch of extraordinary items for him to strengthen his body. Because last time his father told him that he would never be afraid of the cold again. Then he swallowed 5 ice fruits, 1 ice soul fruit, and countless skin strengthening items. Mr. Chen, there is a crystal core red. Lu Ruyan, who had come to her senses, broke open the zombie's brain and took out the prismatic crystal core that was emitting red light. You're lucky, Brad. The chance of an elite zombie dropping a crystal core is 1 in 10. You can take it as a souvenir. Haha. Chen Chu didn't waste any words and took it directly. The red zombie crystal core still has some value. Although he appears to be an ordinary person to outsiders and has no use for the crystal core. But in reality, he is a powerful person at the peak of level 6. Although a red crystal core cannot help him break through, it can at least improve his strength. Mr. Chen, your warhead. Lu Rian opened her palm, revealing a deformed bullet head. She knew that a large part of her young master's strength came from this special warhead that could limit energy. Usunless. Chen Chu took the bullet. The gold property of infinite stone is quite good and can be recycled. Thank you. Lu Rian lowered her rosy face and thanked him softly. If it weren't for Chen Chu's shot, she would have been in a bit of a mess. Afterwards, Lu Ruyan behaved more attentively and ran around to take care of Chen Chu. The team members all made faces when watching this scene. All of Lu Ruyan's little thoughts have now been exposed. An hour later, the team finished their rest. Chen Lei, along with Chen Chu, Lu Ruyan, and 7 other team members, began to approach the Corpse King City. In the process of moving forward, many zombies appeared one after another. Ordinary zombies were easily dealt with by the other members of the team. When encountering elite zombies, Chen Chu would shoot them in the head one by one. After another pursuer zombie fell to the ground, the rest of the team was already numb. Is this a normal person? Along the way, this sentence popped up in their minds countless times. As a character with extremely strong attack power, it can kill giant elite zombies from a long distance. After all, although giant elite zombies are strong and have high defense, they are slow. It is just restrained by Chen Chu's attributes. But the pursuer is the fastest and most strange among the zombies. Absolute restraint. Even for a 5th level psychic, it is difficult to capture its whereabouts with the naked eye. But Chen Chu is an ordinary person. Everyone just saw the afterimage of the pursuer a second ago. The next second, the pursuer was shot and fell to the ground. And Chen Chu has already started to repeat his grabbing action. Mr. Chen's strength is definitely ranked 2nd in Xingho City, second only to the boss. This is the voice of all team members. They all agreed that even without his father, Chen Chu would definitely be able to become a top figure in the apocalypse. And along the way, Lu Rian followed Chen Chu happily. Pick up the zombies' crystal cores and recycle the Infinity Stone warheads. The love in her eyes was so strong that even a blind person could see it, as if she wanted to pounce on Chen Chu and eat him alive. Shuh! Suddenly, Chen Lei in front bent down and lowered his voice. Concentrate your breath and climb up this hill. Then we will be able to observe the situation of the entire Corpse King City. Everyone held their breath. Corpse King City. Millions of zombies and the powerful zombie king are no joke. If things go wrong, the whole army will be wiped out. Chen Chu followed the team, holding his breath, bending over, and climbing up the hill. Then, the entire Corpse King City unfolded before his eyes. Human cities covered with frost. There were millions of gray zombies crowded together like maggots. They were numb, crowded, and moved slowly. In its mouth, it is either biting human bones or chewing the limbs of its own kind. Among them was a giant zombie with a huge body. It killed more than a dozen ordinary zombies with one slap, and then pounded its chest and roared to the sky. There were also pursuers whose afterimages could only be seen, passing through the pile of zombies. There are also lickers with long tongues. These scenes constitute a purgatory on Earth that is more terrifying than hell. Perception. Chen Chu quietly bypassed his father and released his supernatural powers towards the Corpse King City. Their purpose of coming to the zombie city is to find out the situation of the zombie king. With the expansion of superpowers, the 3D model of the entire Corpse King City was constantly being built in Chen Chu's mind. But when he explored a special building, Chen Chu found something wrong. Lots of guns. Hundreds of warehouses are filled with guns of various shapes and sizes. As his abilities deepened, Chen Chu discovered not only guns, but more importantly, machine tools. Machine tools for manufacturing guns, cannons, and various military equipment. Chen Chu's pupils shrank slightly. He seemed to have discovered an incredible secret. So this Corpse King city was an arsenal before the end of the world. Chapter 46. The Corpse King and the Blood Demon Tree. Pick up supplies and return to the city to prepare for battle. Chen Chu's pupils shrank slightly. He is not a fool. He knew clearly what an arsenal meant to a force in the end times. This means there is almost an endless supply of weapons. It means huge wealth. It means that ordinary people can be armed into an army. It means a significant increase in strength. Chen Chu calmed down and started thinking about how to let his father find out about this. Dad was a leader for 30 years in the end times. He knows the strategic significance of an arsenal better than him. Dad, what is that place? The architecture is so strange. It's different from other places. Chen Chu pretended to be curious. After all, he has been in the apocalypse for 20 years. This is the first time I go out so far. This is the first time I saw the original appearance of a human city. The environment of the arsenal is different from other places, so it is reasonable to feel curious. Chen Lei looked over in response. He frowned slightly, with some confusion in his eyes. After all, the prosperous human city only exists in Dad's memory 30 years ago. It should have been a military camp before the end of the world. Chen Lei said. After all, you can only see the specific layout and general appearance of the building. As for the original words on it, they had long been covered by ice and snow. Before the end of the world, the Xia Kingdom was very powerful, and there were troops stationed near every city. Endless memories appeared on Chen Lei's face. At that time, he was just 20 years old and a military student at the National Defense University with a bright future. But the sudden arrival of the glacial apocalypse disrupted everything. In Chen Lei's memory, the prosperous human city and the zombie city filled with zombies overlapped. His eyes regained the coldness and murderousness that one would find among the powerful men of the last days. What a damn apocalypse. He cursed inwardly. Bang! Under the gaze of the crowd. Suddenly, an explosion was heard at the original troop station. Several houses exploded, and a large number of zombies exploded on the spot, turning into a pool of green flesh and blood. Roar! Suddenly, a zombie riot of a certain scale occurred somewhere. A large number of zombies crowded on the ground, licking the flesh and blood of their own kind greedily. Get down! Chen Lei immediately ordered the team members to lie on the ground. They only poked out a pair of eyes to observe the situation in Corpse King City. What is that? Such a huge machine. Chen Chu continued to guide. Just now he used his space ability. The arsenal's buildings and zombies were shattered. After such a commotion, several huge machine tools were directly exposed. Machine tool? Chen Lei was an excellent student before the end of the world, so he had some memories of this kind of thing. It's a machine tool for making military equipment. A skinny, bearded man wearing mechanical glasses spoke. Chen Chu knew him, the old man in Spark City. He was also the one who identified the star stone discovered last time. He also made his own infinite stone warhead. Liao Shursan, Engineer Liao, Minister of the Mechanical Department, a supernormal person, talent, proficiency in mechanics, strength, early 6th level. At this time, Mr. Liao's originally dry and dark face showed a few abnormal blushes. He was not good at speaking, but at this moment he was dancing with excitement. This is an arsenal. Looking at its layout, it's much more sophisticated than the general special forces before the apocalypse. This was the province's strategic arsenal before the end of the world. Mr. Liao is from the province. He was just in junior high school when the apocalypse broke out, but he was a die-hard military fan. His words attracted Chen Lei's attention. Mr. Liao knew about it and was only interested in the parts. Judging from his reaction, this is definitely true. If we can take down this Corpse King city and move these machine tools back to Spark City, our strength will definitely increase greatly. Chen Lei couldn't help licking his lips. The value of an entire arsenal is no less than his promotion to an 8th level strongman. Take down the Corpse King city, and then the arsenal. Then the entire province will be in our pocket, and we will have the strength to challenge the entire power of the surrounding provinces and cities. Spark City, this time it's really going to be prosperous. Corpse King City must be captured. Chen Lei issued the death order. Begin to station here in secret. From now on, collect data from Corpse King City and determine the status of the Corpse King. Finish it as soon as possible and return to the city to prepare for battle. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Although there are many zombies in the Corpse King City, but they are basically zombies. The purpose of their visit this time is to keep a low profile in Corpse King City. Investigate the cause of the unrest in Corpse King City, and the approximate time until the complete riot, to facilitate subsequent operations. And now, Spark City has another reason to fight. 1 month later, over the past month, the 20-member supernatural team has been working day and night. After collecting data from all directions of Corpse King City, a complete data model of Corpse King City was finally established in the computer. At the same time, The situation of the Corpse King was investigated. In the warm car, a thin man with bangs covering his glasses put the notebook in front of Chen Lei. On the computer is a strange-looking tree made up of blue data lines. The Blood Demon Tree. Chen Lei has seen the world after all. Blood Demon Tree. Although it is a tree, the whole thing is made up of various disgusting flesh and blood. It is a special monster that attracts monsters and zombies the most. Because of its strong attack power and strange supernatural powers, it often kills monsters and zombies that come to eat it. Yes, someone threw a 7th level Blood Demon Tree into the Corpse King city. A word from the man with eyes. It gave everyone present a chill. The Blood Demon Tree evolves by devouring flesh and blood. There are millions of zombie flesh and blood in the Corpse King city. If it is absorbed by it, it will definitely be cultivated into a monster. The Blood Demon Tree itself is a very bloody monster and is a favorite of zombies. If swallowed by the Corpse King, it will definitely make the Corpse King stronger. This is raising a goo. One team member couldn't help but say, "It's not raising goo, it's raising Corpse Kings." Chen Lei interrupted everyone's discussion in a low voice. The Corpse King has been stuck at the peak of the 8th level for 20 years. This 7th level Blood Demon Giant Tree is just the right thing to loosen his state. But it is not enough for the Corpse King to break through. So after the Corpse King has digested the Blood Demon Giant Tree, he will leave the territory and start looking for more flesh and blood. Everyone was silent. Without a doubt, the Corpse King sought flesh and blood to attack the 8th level. The first to suffer were Fiery City and Spark City, which were closest to Corpse King City. But there is good news. The Corpse King has not yet broken through to the 9th level. Seeing the depressing atmosphere, Chen Lei grinned. In less than 10 months, the Corpse King will have completely digested this giant Blood Demon Tree. The man with low emotional intelligence pushed his glasses. This also means that the complete riot in Corpse King City will happen in 10 months. Now that the data has been collected and the secret of the Corpse King has been discovered, don't delay and move camp immediately. Pick up all the supply warehouses hidden by Hu Jinghe around the Corpse King City within today. After that, we will go all out and try to get back to Spark City within 3 weeks to prepare for the battle. Chapter 47A Great Harvest. 100 Extraordinary Items. The modified giant truck was running in the vast snow. It stirred up countless ice and snow, leaving a long white tail on the ground. There are a total of 3 material warehouses left by Hu Jinghe near the Corpse King City. Chen Chu held a yellow parchment in his hand. Hu Jinghe is a member of a 7th level robbery group that has committed crimes across many places in the end times. Naturally, he is very wealthy. But I didn't expect that. He actually buried 3 supply warehouses near the famous Corpse King City. And one of them is only 10 miles away from the Corpse King City. You know, even if the Corpse King hadn't become agitated, the 10-mile radius of Corpse King City is the activity area of millions of zombies. It is a forbidden place known to everyone in the last days. Hu Jinghe was so bold that he had the guts to build a material warehouse right next to this forbidden area. Hu Jinghe is really an old fox. He knows that the most dangerous place is the safest. Most of the looted supplies were hidden near Corpse King City. Lu Rian clenched her fists. I thought of that bald, blind, crooked-mouthed, scarred, lame, and vulgar man again. They have spared no effort to build a material warehouse close to the forbidden area of Corpse King City. I'm very curious about what is inside this warehouse. A weird smile appeared on Chen Chu's lips. In the end times, is there anything that needs to be hidden so secretly that it requires taking risks? There is only one answer: extraordinary things. Hu Jinghe is a 7th level rock-type mutant. He has the ability to evade the ground. He thought that no one except him had the ability to enter this supply warehouse. But unfortunately, he's a top-level space-related psychic. The ability to take objects from a distance is a piece of cake. The supplies that Hu Jinghe had hidden with great effort are now his. A short absence is as good as a new marriage. Just in time to bring some presents for the wives. The smile on Chen Chu's face became even wider. Stop! The voice of the psychic Wu came from outside. Successfully arrived at the first supply warehouse. This is the farthest one from the Corpse King City among the 3 warehouses. Several team members went down and soon carried the supplies onto the carriage. Hiss! Huazi, this is a good thing. Oh my god, Red Star Ergodo, I never thought I'd see it again in this lifetime. And some foreign liquor, Remy Martin. Boxes of precious supplies were loaded onto the truck. These things, because of their out-of-print nature, are absolute luxuries in the end times. Many upper-class people are willing to pay a high price to buy it, even using extraordinary items for exchange. The supplies that filled up half of the carriage were definitely a fortune. The team headed to the next location without stopping. In the second warehouse, there were some heavy weapons, artillery shells, machine guns, and the like. Everyone was in low spirits. After all, there is an arsenal waiting for the Xinghe City District to sign for it, so these heavy weapons do not arouse the interest of the people in Xinghe City. However, selling it to other cities is also a good option. After quickly packing the weapons, everyone couldn't wait to rush to the last warehouse. A warehouse right next to the forbidden area of Corpse King City. Stop! When they were still 10 kilometers away from the last warehouse, Chen Lei stopped the team. After the unrest in Corpse King City, the zombies' activity area has expanded. 10 people, follow me and go over there and bring them back. Modified cars are very noisy. If we get any closer, we might provoke a large-scale attack by zombies. Afterwards, Chen Lei left Chen Chu and 8 other people behind and took 10 psychics with him, dragging a sled and quickly heading to the location marked on the parchment. After all, Chen Chu is not a real psychic, so Chen Lei did not take him with him. Chen Chu, who was sitting in the car, had an imperceptible smile on his face. Perception. In an instant, a wave invisible to outsiders came from Chen Chu's brain. All situations within a radius of 10 miles were synchronized in Chen Chu's mind. The strength at the peak of the 6th level is just enough to sense an area of 10 miles in radius. In a moment, Chen Chu found Hu Jinghe's deepest hidden warehouse of supplies at the edge of his perception. It's really an extraordinary thing. That material warehouse, buried deep underground, contained hundreds of exquisite boxes of various sizes. Each box contains a different extraordinary item. Then I'll be welcome. A thought. More than half of the extraordinary items in the material warehouse came into Chen Chu's supernatural space. It would be a waste of time if Dad and the others found it and then dug it up. Chen Chu smiled. Then he used his supernatural powers to move the entire supply warehouse. Arrange it on the path that Dad must take. Probably in a few minutes, they would fall into the warehouse due to a little accident and discover dozens of extraordinary objects at the same time. This is the power of superpowers. After doing all this in the car, Chen Chu leisurely made himself a cup of black tea, waiting for Dad's return. Minutes later, a familiar voice came from outside the car. It's strange. Hu Jinghe marked the wrong location. The warehouse is very close to us and also very close to the ground. I stepped in. I fell flat on my face. Wu Wu opened the carriage and walked in, cursing. Then a tall figure appeared. Ha 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 ha. The familiar and generous voice of my father came. Son, come on, eat. Chen Lei took a big step and came in front of Chen Chu. 5 extraordinary objects were stuffed into his arms. This, Lu Ruyan and the other 7 members of the special ability team who stayed here opened their mouths wide. Did my boss fall into a pile of extraordinary items? How can you be so generous? Level 1 extraordinary item. 1 level. And they all enhance physical strength. You're right. It fell into the pile of extraordinary objects. Wu Wu covered his injured waist and smiled bitterly. Afterwards, he vividly described to his teammates the process of discovering this material warehouse. Oh my god. 50 extraordinary items. Isn't Hu Jinghe too fat? The 6th level water type mutant widened his eyes. He had never seen so many extraordinary things in his life. Hearing this, Chen Lei grinned. Now it's my Spark City that's fat. Then, he distributed extraordinary items to the team members one by one according to their respective strengths. Thank you, boss. Boss is awesome. When alive, you are an old man. When dead, you are an old ghost. The team members' eyes were shining, and they were beaming with joy. Extraordinary items are valuable items that can instantly enhance the strength of a psychic. Chen Lei's face was all smiles. The improvement of the team member's strength means the improvement of Spark City's strength. Moreover, he himself could not use the extraordinary items he distributed as a way to win people's hearts. He clapped his hands and said, Great harvest. Now start to return to the city with all your strength. Prepare to fight against the Corpse King City. Yes, the team members who benefited from this had loud voices and were full of energy. Chen Chu leisurely took a sip of the extraordinary object and a sip of black tea, watching the scenery flashing quickly outside the window. His eyes were full of anticipation. I've been away for more than 2 months, and it will take more than half a month to return to Xingho City. All in all, I was away for 3 months. I think the bellies of his pregnant concubines should be bulging. Xingyue, who was pregnant first, would give birth in less than half a year. By then, I will be the father of 10 children. I'm really looking forward to the system's rewards. Chapter 48 Offspring 1. 10 Sons Achievement Unlocked. Family panel opened. After swallowing the extraordinary fruit, the strength of all team members has been enhanced to some extent. More importantly, everyone at this moment was extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. So the original plan was for a 21-day trip over 3 weeks. It is easily reached in a day. City Lord, it's the City Lord, and the young master are back. The guards on the ground watchtower blew their welcome whistles. Immediately, people in the city came out to greet them. When Chen Lei was surrounded by a group of people arranging the preparations for the next battle, Chen Chu quickly stepped on the ground and rushed into the city. He now couldn't wait to see his wives and concubines. In front of the villa, with his wives and concubines, they looked at Chen Chu not far away with joy. Chen Chu strode forward. He held the boneless hands of his first wife Yi Miao and his 9th wife Xingyu, one on each side. At this time, Xingyue was already 5 months pregnant, and her belly was already quite obvious. Chen Chu looked at Xingyue lovingly. Xingyue buried her blushing face in his shoulder. As the saying goes, a short absence makes the heart grow fonder. However, after not seeing each other for 3 months, Xingyue felt that her husband had become more handsome and more charming. It's a pity that I'm pregnant now. Xing Yu showed her sharp fangs, exhaled a faint fragrance, and whispered in Chen Chu's ear. Husband, go find your sisters. They miss you very much. Chen Chu turned around and looked. On the other side, Yi Miao's eyes were full of affection, and there was a subtle beating in his eyes. This made Chen Chu's heart move. Chen Chu kissed Xing Yue on the forehead. He gave an apologetic look to the other 8 pregnant concubines. Then he entered the villa with his wives and concubines. As for the little demon girl, Yueling, who was also not pregnant, after seeing Chen Chu arrive safely and become even stronger, he returned to the house alone. She has a special physique. She is the only one among the 18 wives and concubines who can restrain Chen Chu. So naturally, she would not be with other concubines. With her special physique, she had to endure much harder things than other concubines. In the past 3 months, Chen Chu's handsome face has been in her mind all the time. And tigerback wasp waist mantis legs. 2 o'clock in the morning. Chen Chu walked downstairs and tiptoed towards Yueling's bedroom, holding an extraordinary object. Chen Chu arrived at Xingho City in the morning. Originally, he thought that the time he would spend with his wives and concubines would not exceed 4 or 5 in the afternoon. I didn't expect that it was only 3 months since we last met. His wives and concubines actually thought of him like this. In a blink of an eye, it was already 2 a.m. That which should be resting now. Chen Chu put his hand on the door handle and turned it gently. Click! There was a crack in the door. Seeing that there was no light inside, Chen Chu breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he was taking a rest. Put this extraordinary object next to the witch and leave. Chen Chu was holding an extraordinary fruit that was shaped like a banana. Open the door gently. The lights were not turned on. Son? Chen Chu, who had just entered the room, felt a warm breeze blowing on his face. Then, it was a reunion after not seeing each other for many months. 2 hours later, the lights rang. Chen Chu lit a cigarette, a face full of saintly light. He thought about literature and the universe. I've become stronger. During this period, he swallowed many extraordinary substances to enhance his body. His physical body alone has the strength of the peak 6th level. Now his overall strength is infinitely close to that of an 8th level warrior, who is 100 times stronger than a 7th level warrior. But he was still completely suppressed by the witch. Even thinking back to the scene just now, Chen Chu shuddered. This woman's strength is terrifying. Snap! As the cigarette burned out, the lights suddenly turned off. The voice of the little witch Yueling came again. Husband, a short absence is better than a new marriage. However, Chen Chu, who had been away for 3 months, had paid off 5 months' worth of debt. In these 5 months, he never left the house, concentrating on paying off his debts. Directly sent the little demon girl Yueling into the late 7th stage of strength. And his overall strength has successfully reached the 8th level. However, his supernatural power strength is still stuck at the peak of the 6th level and has not officially entered the 7th level. And today is the first time Chen Chu has left home since returning to the city. Because the 9th wife Xing Yue is due to give birth. Chen Chu will welcome his 10th child today. Outside the delivery room of the medical department, Chen Chu and his wives and concubines watch Xing Yue being pushed into the delivery room. This time, Chen Chu didn't light a cigarette to control his nervousness. After all, he is already the father of 9 children. The intense tension at the beginning has dissipated, leaving only the excitement from the depths of blood. And there is more expectation. Looking forward to the birth of the new baby, and hoping Xing Yue is safe and sound. I look forward to the rewards from the system, and to the rapid improvement of my own strength. Thinking of the reward, Chen Chu looked at the other concubines. During this period of time, my wife's belly became more and more obvious, and she was getting closer to giving birth. Another good thing is that Xiao Xiao is pregnant again. It was worth his hard work all these days. Now, in addition to Xing Yue, he has 9 other wives who are pregnant. 8 of his wives and concubines were already 9 months pregnant. Production will begin next month. With 8 children next month, Chen Chu will truly be blessed with many children. Xiao Xiao is only 2 months pregnant, so it is not very obvious yet, and it is still too early for her to give birth. Wow! Tower! The breath was cut short by the sound of a baby crying. The red light came on in the delivery room. The door opened and Su Lan came out and took off her earmuffs. Her face was full of smiles. Achu, it's a daughter, a cute mixed-race daughter with blonde hair and black eyes. The birth of the host's offspring has been detected. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Congratulations to the host for having 10 offspring and unlocking the 10 sons achievement. 10 achievements achieved. System upgrade successful. Congratulations, host. The family panel has been opened. Chapter 49, The Fourth Girl. Chen Yu, S-Level Phoenix. A series of system prompt sounds rang out. Chen Chu was almost knocked unconscious. But at least I have seen the world. Chen Chu suppressed his curiosity. He brought his wives and concubines into the delivery room to visit Xing Yue and the child. Husband. Xing Yue, sweating and exhausted, looked at Chen Chu with a smile while holding the child. Chen Chu walked over to her and gently stroked her hair. His eyes were full of doting. The original little lowly Xing Yue now had a look full of maternal radiance. She looked at the child in her arms. It's like showing off the greatest treasure in the world. Husband, look, our child. Xinyue has big, curved blue eyes. The shape of her face and the bridge of her nose are like mine, but her eyebrows and eyes are like your husband's. Xinyue stretched out her fingers and gently teased the baby. This is the union of her and her husband. LOLOLOL. The child opened his eyes, looked at his father and mother, and let out a lovely laugh. Husband, the child is laughing again. Xinyue pinched Chen Chu's arm, looking at the newborn baby with bright eyes. Chen Chu seemed to have thought of something. Quickly opened the system panel and checked the system reward notification. The offspring's talent is detected to be Phoenix, and the advanced three-dimensional reward is issued. Class. Only one stage lower than the eldest son Chenhan. He is the second most talented among his 10 descendants. No wonder Su Lan could immediately detect the concentration of the baby's superpowers when Xinyue had been pregnant for less than a month. And now, the child has just been born. Not only can he open his eyes, he can also smile. And the hair is very thick. Husband, please give the child a name. Xinyue looked at Chen Chu expectantly. Chen Chu hesitated for a moment. Just call me Chen Yu. Chen Yu. What does flying mean in Chinese? Xinyue read her child's name carefully. Yes, it means flying. Chen Chu no did. Talent Phoenix level? It must be an extremely powerful talent. Fei Luo. Xiao Yu Fei Luo. Fly out of the ice and snow. Fly out of the end of the world. Xinyue lifted the child high. Lololo. The laughter of the fourth daughter, Chen Yu, spread throughout the delivery room. After, Xinyue, who had just given birth, fell into a deep sleep because she was too tired. The child Chen Yu was taken away by Su Lan for a comprehensive examination. It's getting late. Chen Chu walked back home with his concubines. Back to the villa. After playing around with his wives and concubines for a while, Chen Chu immediately walked into the practice room and quickly opened the system. System upgrade? Chen Chu clicked on this message. System upgrade 2. The system will detect the most suitable candidate for a concubine within 10 meters of the host, including physical condition, talent, and appearance. This is good. Chen Chu's eyes lit up. With this function, we will no longer be afraid of missing out on people with hidden talents like Jiang Qingshui. This will make it easier for him to marry and take concubines in the future. What is the family panel? Chen Chu clicked on it. The family panel is open. In this panel, the host can query the information and status of all people who are related to him, her by blood. At the same time, the family prototype has been formed, and the host can change and grant talents and potentials to his offspring through the family panel. The two entries made Chen Chu's eyes widen. First is the family panel. He's the patriarch. Above him, a line connects to his father Chen Lei. The 10 lines below connect his 10 offspring. Is Chen Han going to break through to become a third-level psychic? At a glance, Chen Chu suddenly discovered that something was wrong with his eldest son. Name Qin Hen. Status, the eldest son. Age, 3 years old. Talent, level absolute 0. Potential, strength, peak of the 2nd level. Skills, ice cone, cooling, slowing. Status, in the process of being promoted to the 3rd level, progress, 99. 3-year-old, level 3 superpower. Chen Chu was originally proud of his own strength, but now he suddenly became weak. But as my offspring's strength increases, I can get feedback. Thinking of this, Chen Chu felt better. One's own offspring should become stronger and better. Only in this way can your strength become stronger and stronger. Kid, I'll give you some time to catch up. Chen Chu smiled and closed Chen Han's panel. Turn your eyes to the 2nd entry. You can improve the talents of your offspring through the family panel, or even give untalented offspring superpowers, creating a person with superpowers out of thin air. Chen Chu's pupils shrank slightly. In the end times, the probability of there being people with superpowers among humans is 1 in several thousand. And now, he can endow his offspring with talents and create people with special abilities out of thin air. From now on, there is no need to worry about your offspring not being a supernatural being. How can we give our offspring talents? Obtain opportunities based on family strength. Current family strength, level 6. Now Chen Chu can choose to roll the dice and then exchange for offspring talents. My offspring's talent is acceptable now. We'll talk about it later. He now only has 6 family points, and both rolling the dice and redeeming talents require family points. Chen Chu was quite satisfied with the talents of his offspring. I plan to save it first and then make a big purchase later. After the 10th son was accomplished, the system changed a lot. It also became more favorable to me. Chen Chu closed the system message. Check on wives and concubines. Check on the status of offspring. Improve and bestow talents on offspring. This is the new function added to the system after this achievement is unlocked. After figuring it out, Chen Chu put it aside and began to receive the reward. Reward received successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Level 1 physical characteristic healing. Reward received successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Advanced 3D bonus. Level 1 physical characteristic healing blessing. Level rewards. Chen Chu didn't think about it at all and directly chose to add the blessing. Moment. The whole body, from flesh to blood to bones to marrow, from dandruff to fingernails. Even the abdomen and internal organs began to itch extremely. It feels like being eaten by hundreds of millions of ants. Chen Chu clenched his teeth, sweating profusely, and his whole body was shaking. I saw his hair growing rapidly and then falling out. The skin is constantly shedding, falling off, and new ones growing. Repeat this process for half an hour. The training room was littered with hair, dead skin, and nails. And a brand new Chen Chu also appeared. His original height of 180 centimeters increased to 183 centimeters. The body is more even and beautiful, the limbs are more coordinated, and it is more conducive to combat. The whole body is full of strong muscle curves, full of violent aesthetics. The facial angles have become more distinct and more handsome. Moreover, Chen Chu discovered that his vision, hearing, and touch were all more sensitive. It's more about my body's ability to heal. With just one thought, the skill is activated. Cut! A wound deep enough to see the bone appeared on Chen Chu's thumb. And a magical scene happened. The wound healed, scabbed, and returned to its original state at a speed visible to the naked eye. The whole process takes no more than 10 seconds. Chen Chu's brows twitched. As long as it's not a fatal injury, his body will completely heal to its original state within 10 seconds. Is this the physical characteristic of the level? With this ability, his overall strength has directly stepped into the ranks of 8th level powerhouses. Chapter 50, Strength Level 8. Potential promotion to S. Clenched his fists. Feel the powerful activity of your own cells. A smile appeared on Chen Chu's lips. Level physical characteristics. His overall strength successfully reached the 8th level. Finally, I have reached the stage where I am as strong as my dad. He took 3 years to accomplish what took his father 30 years to accomplish. My abilities seem to be getting more and more interesting. Chen Chu lowered his head and looked around at his body. He suddenly discovered that his superpower was a space-related superpower of the first level. When encountering danger, you can hide in the supernatural space and no one can find you. And now he has a new level of physical characteristics, healing. As long as it is not a fatal blow, all damage will be healed within 10 seconds. He suddenly realized his own abilities. It seems to be moving towards immortality. Don't say what will happen in the future. But with Chen Chu's current strength alone, no one in the entire province can hurt him in the slightest. Even if Dad and Sister Finju join forces. Even if he was thrown alone into the zombie city with millions of zombies, he could still survive. In addition to my immortality, there's also my lifespan. Every time a child is born, in addition to receiving some special physical rewards, Chen Chu, there will also be different levels of three-dimensional enhancement. The 3 dimensions include life, talent, and potential, and the life enhancement therein, in addition to making the body stronger and the concentration of life deeper. It can also increase your lifespan. Although Chen Chu didn't know the exact amount of lifespan increase each time. But every time he upgraded in 3 dimensions, he could be sure that his lifespan would also increase. It is a mysterious state and feeling. My abilities are developing towards immortality, and my lifespan is moving towards immortality. Perhaps if I continue to become stronger like this, I will one day achieve immortality. Immortal and powerful. This is God. A deep sense of anticipation flashed through Chen Chu's heart. System. Receive the 3-dimensional reward. Without hesitation, Chen Chu, who was looking forward to becoming stronger, immediately received the advanced 3-dimensional reward that the 4th daughter Chen Yu received when she was born. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully received the advanced 3-dimensional reward. Advanced life enhancement. Advanced talent improvement. Advanced potential enhancement. 3 addictive tingling sensations spiral from the soles of your feet to the top of your head. Chen Chu shuddered. Then, he felt the supernatural energy in his body being mobilized wildly. The energy washes through the tendons, veins, and internal organs. Finally, run towards Dantian Park, accompanied by the sound of water dripping into the sea. A bright blue light flashed across him. Chen Chu opened his eyes, and a confident smile appeared on his lips. My supernatural power has finally broken through to the 7th level. Host panel. Name Chen Chu. Identity. Patriarch. Age. 21 years old. Talent. Level 1 space system. Potential. Physical characteristics. Level 1 healing, spiritual awareness. 5% zombie virus resistance. Strength. Early 7th level. Skills. Basic space skills, elite physical skills, elite spear skills, 36 fist and kick styles. After the system upgrade, the panel has more functions. However, Chen Chu still focused on talent, potential, and strength. The talent is still the same. An advanced 3-dimensional bonus is not enough to be promoted to. Traveling through the apocalypse 21 years ago, and quite powerful. But Chen Chu had never seen a psychic of his level. This is enough to show how rare it is. I have never seen a person with superpowers, but I do know people with hidden talents. Chen Chu thought of Jiang Qingshui, who had been left idle for a long time. The only person with superb talent in the entire province. Now I'm still worried about being a useless person. It's almost done. Wait a couple of days and then hit it a few more times. Then we can start the attack. Chen Chu had a sly smile on his face. He has plenty of ways to deal with a proud ice type like Jiang Qingshui. The talent hasn't broken through, but the potential has finally arrived. Level potential. Chen Chu clearly remembered what his previous talent was. Directly skipped 2 small stages. Chen Chu was in a good mood. My supernatural power has finally broken through to the 7th level. He has been stuck at the peak of level 6 for a long time. Over the past year, the concentration of superpowers has continued to increase, even exceeding that of 8th level superpowers. But his rank still hasn't broken through the 7th level. This time, I finally succeeded in breaking through. The supernatural power that had accumulated to the point of almost solidifying was like a fish entering the sea. Madness ran wildly within the widened veins, washing over and over again strengthened Chen Chu's body. It took a full hour before everything quieted down. The current overall strength is probably at the late 8th level. Chen Chu has a clear grasp of his overall strength. In 3 years, my strength has surpassed my father's. Now he has finally become the trump card of Spark City. Next month, 8 of my wives and concubines will give birth, and I should be able to advance to the 9th level of strength. No matter how strong the Corpse King is. After all, he still failed to break through the 9th level. Even half a year later, the Corpse King broke through to the 9th level. But Chen Chu is not a pushover either. He is waiting for his 8 offspring to be born. One's own strength will be greatly enhanced. If nothing goes wrong, I will definitely be able to enter the 9th level. Once you enter the 9th level, he is confident that he is invincible among his peers with his own abilities. The problem of the Corpse King has been solved. Chen Chu breathed a sigh of relief. My strength is growing much faster than that of the Corpse King. But as a man, you can't be proud of your improved strength. A man should face challenges head-on. There was a determined light in Chen Chu's eyes. He has made up his mind, and now he has to face the challenge. With the determination to win, Chen Chu walked out of the training room. He walked firmly towards the room of the little witch Oyueling. The wind is whistling, and the Ishui River is cold. Husband. Oyueling was once again awakened from her deep sleep in the middle of the night. 18th sister. Why do you have such heavy dark circles under your eyes? The next day at noon, in the restaurant, his wife Yimiao looked at Oyueling curiously. Oyueling is the strongest among them. She usually looks very happy and has rosy cheeks. I actually have dark circles under my eyes today, and I slept until noon. Nothing, I practiced a lot yesterday, and went to bed too late. She bit off the word many times particularly hard. Oyueling lowered her head and drank her porridge, secretly glancing at Chen Chu, who was sitting in the main seat. This little scoundrel. How come he suddenly became stronger last night? Chen Chu was in a very good mood as he ate all kinds of high-end ingredients with a cheerful face. Last night was the day I was defeated the most times. But he discovered that his healing ability was more than just healing wounds. Whatever the body loses can be quickly regenerated and healed. This is what made Chen Chu so powerful yesterday. If time is not enough, make up for it with frequency. He finally found a way to slightly restrain the little witch. Husband, why do you always eat meat? Eat more vegetables. It will provide a balanced diet. Yi Miao considerately put some salad into Chen Chu's bowl. Chen Chu raised his head and looked at the little witch Oyueling, who was lowering her head opposite him, laughing. It's okay. I want to get more protein. Chapter 51 Reward. S-level physique, Su Lan's kindness. Chen Chu's words made Oyueling, who was sitting across the table, lower her head even more. She hurriedly drank a bowl of porridge and left immediately. Concerned for other sisters, she gritted her teeth and replied, I've recently felt something, and I feel like my physical condition has improved. I will be able to suppress all enemies. After leaving these words, she went straight to the basement. There are several different training rooms there. 18th sister is a 6th level expert, but she is still working so hard. Yi Miao exclaimed with admiration and envy. Compared with the size of wives and concubines, Chen Chu's legs suddenly went limp. The little demon girl is going to break through? Even now, he can only barely defeat quality with numbers. What would happen if the witch's physique broke through? Wouldn't he be going back to the time when he was defeated by a crazy killer? It seems that we can't relax and must continue to strengthen our strength. Chen Chu made up his mind. He set his sights on the 8 concubines who were about to give birth. Humph! Next month, I will have 8 children in succession. The strength will definitely increase significantly. Even if her physique breaks through and she is promoted, how can the little witch win? Chen Chu put the matter of the little witch aside. Concentrate on the food on the table. Yesterday, I had a level upgrade, my body evolved, and then I had a battle with the witch. They all consume a lot of energy. I'm in urgent need of food supplements now. While eating, Chen Chu felt that several eyes were fixed on him. He looked up and saw his wives and concubines were all staring at him, especially Yi Miao, who was beside him. It was almost sticking to him. Yi Miao's eyes were curved, gentle and soft voice. Husband, you seem to have become more handsome. The quirky Xiao Xiao's eyes were shining and crystal clear saliva was hanging from the corners of his mouth. Husband, you have really become more handsome, and you just walked in and you're taller. Before, I was up to your chest, but now I'm only up here. Xiao Xiao was gesticulating and dancing. The most important thing is husband, you seem to be much stronger. I just pinched a very hard muscle. Xiao Xiao smiled like a pervert. Sister De Xiao covered her face with one hand and wiped the saliva from the corner of Xiao Xiao's mouth helplessly and embarrassedly. Xiao Xiao looked at Chen Chu, then at her own visibly bulging belly. The little face suddenly fell. She lay on the table with a look of despair, looking at her sister De Xiao from the side. Serious face. Sister, you must come for me a few more times today. No. De Xiao covered her face with one hand and covered her sister's mouth with the other hand as she spoke shockingly. Yi Miao reached out and poked Chen Chu. Husband, you really have more muscles. Have you been working out recently? Chen Chu's muscles are not like those of strength-type mutants, with huge and lumpy muscles. Instead, it is a refined muscle that is full of power and explosiveness. The type of person who looks thin when dressed, but has muscles when undressed. Chen Chu knew that it was the effect of the physical characteristics of the receiving level last night. Healing, which caused physical evolution. His appearance had not changed much. It's just that stronger muscles and more coordinated limbs have brought about a change in temperament. Maybe it's due to growth spurt. Chen Chu said casually. You can't say it. Because I'm stronger than Dad, right? Chen Chu felt that his father could still hold on for a few more years. It is better to stay quiet and stay invincible. Swallow the last little green dragon. Chen Chu felt relaxed all over. In the end times, food is the thing that can best bring a sense of security to humans. He wiped his mouth. He looked around at his wives and concubines with eyes like a hungry wolf looking at sheep. Chen Chu smiled and said, A lunch break? The wives and concubines nodded one after another. Especially Xiao Xiao, who was pregnant. Her eyes immediately turned into stars, and she nodded frantically. Chen Chu pointed his index finger at her head. You can't. He then left with his wives and concubines who were not pregnant. Xiao Xiao was left crying in the restaurant. Evening, after Chen Chu had dinner, taking a walk to digest the food, he walked towards the city lord's mansion. Dad has a meeting today. As the heir, he naturally had to be present. Achoo! A surprise voice sounded behind me. Su Lan, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white coat, trotted up to him. Sister Lan, Chen Chu greeted with a smile. Su Lan, who was full of joy, suddenly froze. She moved closer to Chen Chu's chest. Use your hand to move over your head. Achoo, you seem to have grown taller. Su Lan is the director of the medical department. I have been particularly concerned about Chen Chu's health since he was a child. She could immediately notice any slight change at this time. She circled around Chen Chu. Not only has he grown taller, his body has become more upright, his facial features have become more distinct, and he has become more handsome. She stretched out her white index finger and gently poked Chen Chu. 8-pack abs. Achoo, you've grown again. You're only 21 years old. Your development is normal. Su Lan naturally took Chen Chu's arm and said happily, Our Achoo has become a real man. Yes, he is a real man now, Chen Chu said with a playful tone. But Su Lan, who was excited, did not realize this. She held Chen Chu's strong arms, talking to oneself in joy. Achoo, you have great potential. You see, your father is now a powerful 8th-level psychic. All your descendants are also supernatural beings. You are now developing again. Maybe I can really awaken my superpowers in the future. Perhaps your ability is too strong and your body can't bear it, so it has been hidden. You are still young and have a great chance. Just like this secondary development, if there are any changes in your body in the future, you must tell me, do you hear me? Holding Su Lan's arm, Chen Chu suffered a lot of suffering from turmoil. He answered absent-mindedly. The situation in other places is much worse, and you don't know it. Ah! Su Lan suddenly froze. Achoo, are the changes in your body serious? She looked very serious. Achoo, if there are any changes in your body, you must tell me and ask me to check you out. Where's the place you just said the situation has changed a lot? Tell me quickly. Su Lan was very anxious. Chen Chu is the only person she cares about in the end times. She would not allow any accidents to happen to Chen Chu. I didn't expect that Su Lan actually took my casual words seriously. Chen Chu gave an unexpectedly long smile. Then pretend to be scared. Sister Lan, my body has really undergone huge changes. Seeing Chen Chu's appearance, Su Lan immediately panicked. No, Achoo, what's wrong with you? Su Lan stretched out her hand, which was as white as a scallion, and anxiously began to examine Chen Chu's body. Not here. Not here either. Not here either. Yes, it is here. What's wrong with it? Su Lan's palm glowed crane. Skill activated, ready to start healing at any time. But when she realized that the place Chen Chu was talking about was very healthy, after looking up and seeing Chen Chu's raised mouth, her face immediately turned red, and she realized that she had been tricked. She spat softly, little rascal. Then he turned around and walked away quickly. Looking at Su Lan's back, Chen Chu's smile widened. Sister Lan, you can't run away. Chapter 52. Build an underground passage. Attack Jiang Qingxue. Come here, brat. As soon as I stepped into the city lord's mansion, the old man in the main hall waved at Chen Chu. Dad. Chen Chu walked into the main hall and greeted his father. Now that we are getting closer to the Corpse King city and things are getting more restless, my dad is going out more and more frequently. All in all, The father and son haven't seen each other for several months. Eat it quickly. Just came to my father. Chen Chu felt as if his father had stuffed a fruit into his hand. He raised his hand and looked. A fruit the size of an apple, its surface constantly flashing with golden light. Super extraordinary item. Chen Chu, who has successfully broken through, now has an extremely accurate perception of energy. An extraordinary substance that enhances your physical fitness. Eat it quickly. Hurry up and let dad have more grandchildren. Chen Chu swallowed the fruit whole. He was very satisfied with the effect of the extraordinary object on enhancing his physical fitness. But his father's words made the corners of his mouth twitch. I now have 10 children. And next month, there will be a surge of 8 more. And Xiao Qiao became pregnant again. That makes 19 in total. Isn't this enough for dad to hug you? Dad scoffed at this. You little brat, this is still a long way from reviving humanity. Once we solve the problem of Corpse King City, I will give you dozens of concubines. When the time comes, you can rest assured that you will have many children and be blessed with a happy life and revive mankind. Looking at my father, he acted as if it was a matter of course and he would do what he said. Chen Chu held his forehead with his hand. Fortunately, his strength and physique are constantly improving. Otherwise, his father would often give him more than a dozen concubines at a time. He must have died a long time ago. Fortunately, I gained the physical trait of healing. Thinking of this, Chen Chu felt relieved. There is a level 1 physical characteristic healing. He never has to worry about everyone dying. He even found a way to restrain the little witch. I hope there will be a similar one among the 8 system rewards next month. Chen Chu raised his eyebrows. Dad, you called me here. Is there something important? Chen Lei laughed heartily. Of course it's something big. Didn't you fall in love with Jiang Qingshui before? Dad is busy with Corpse King City right now, so I can't give you a concubine. I'm letting you get in touch with Jiang Qingshui now, so it will be easier for our 2 cities to form a marriage alliance later. After speaking seriously, Chen Lei lowered his voice and said, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. We could have just robbed it. But there is no other way. Now we have a cooperative relationship with Liuhua City, and the other party is also willing to form a marriage alliance, so we can't snatch it away. Just treat it as a normal relationship. This is how people your age would date before the end of the world. Chen Chu looked at his father and said seriously that he wanted to rob Jiang Qingshui. My scalp felt numb. To grab the sister of a late-stage rank 8 expert? To grab the manager of a giant city? To grab a person with hidden talent? As expected of my dad, he's getting better and better. Jiang Qingshui? Sure, I happen to have some time recently. Chen Chu's lips curled into a terrifying smile. Jiang Qingshui has been left alone for so long. It's time to land a few critical hits and then officially start closing in. My silly little wife. Jiang Qingshui's arrogant look appeared in his mind, and the villain smile on Chen Chu's face became even more intense. But don't worry, son. You marry Jiang Qingshui first. After we take care of Corpse King City and my dad successfully advances to the 9th rank, I will snatch Jiang Fenju from you. A concubine of this level will definitely give birth to the most powerful grandchildren. Chen Chu looked at his father's serious expression. I couldn't help but give it a thumbs up. In my father's heart, my status and identity are infinitely high. He never considered whether he, an ordinary person on the surface, was worthy of being the lord of a huge city. But I have to say, one is a late 8th level fire element, and the other is a hidden talent. Moreover, they are incredibly beautiful, each with its own unique beauty. Of course, she's the most suitable one to be your mistress. City Lord Chen, are you looking for me? Jiang Qingshui, wearing silver-rimmed glasses and a small suit, walked in with a frosty face. And when she saw Chen Chu was also there, his face froze for a moment, then recovered. But she herself did not notice that her head, which had been held high, had unconsciously lowered slightly. This little detail made Chen Chu smile. Sure enough, the seeds that were buried before have taken root and sprouted. Ha, Xiao Jiang, haven't you been supervising the construction of the underground passage between the 2 cities? How is it going now? Dad spoke. Jiang Qingshui avoided Chen Chu's gaze and pushed up his glasses. The Earth-type Esper from the 2 cities, working with the construction team, have completed more than half of the process. We will definitely be able to complete it before the Corpse King City riots. Ah, that's good. I plan to send that brat to be the supervisor with you. This? Jiang Qingshui frowned. This is not only what I mean, but also what your sister means. Well, you take the brat to get familiar with the place. I'm busy. After giving the instructions, Chen Lei lowered his head and wrote and drew on the map on the table, ignoring everyone else. Jiang Qingshui stood there in a daze for a while. In the end, he still took difficult steps towards Chen Chu. Chen Chu, let's go. After saying that, she turned and left. Chen Chu raised his eyebrows. You are so arrogant, right? Are you ready to sink to the bottom of the sea? Afterwards, he followed Jiang Qingshui with his hands behind his back and walked towards the underground passage together. This is well done. Underground passage. Chen Chu, Jiang Qingshui, and several superpower bodyguards sat in the moving vehicle and drove to the end. Well, as long as this underground passage is completed, it will be very convenient for our 2 cities, whether it is economic trade, resource exchange, or personnel flow. Even when facing powerful natural disasters and monster sieges, the ability to withstand stress can be improved by several levels. Although the two were sitting side by side, Jiang Qingshui kept his eyes looking straight ahead without tilting. Although he kept explaining along the way, he never looked at Chen Chu. Roar! Suddenly, the earth wall on the right side of the vehicle broke open, and an ugly underground beast rushed towards them. However, as soon as he appeared, he was easily dealt with by the supernatural bodyguards around him. One of them is the beloved son of Thunder Tiger Chen Lei, and the other is the biological sister of Fire Phoenix Jiang Fenju. The supernatural bodyguards they are equipped with are naturally top-notch. The weakest ones are at level 6. After a moment of silence, Jiang Qingshui decided to explain to Chen Chu, since his sister agreed to let him participate in the construction of the underground passage. Then she has the duty and obligation to explain. There are many problems in building an underground passage, and one of the biggest problems is the underground beasts that appear at any time. We cannot tell which direction has fewer underground beasts and which direction has weaker underground beasts. This is also the reason why the construction takes a long time. The engineering team has to be very careful every day. Chen Chu held the back of his head with both hands and looked around nonchalantly. Perception. An invisible energy wave expanded from his brain. The situation within a radius of 10 miles underground was now clearly imprinted in his mind. It's not a problem for me that other people can't understand what's on the other side of the soil. We can let the engineering team speed up later. Chen Chu thought so, but he could sense through his special abilities that there was a body beside him trembling slightly. Chen Chu turned and looked at Jiang Qingshui. She still looks cool on the surface, but in fact, her body was trembling slightly under the loose dark suit. She's afraid. She is afraid of the underground beast just now. Chen Chu immediately made another judgment. I remember Sister Fenju said before that Jiang Qingshui had psychological trauma when he was a child because of the monsters. Chen Chu looked at Jiang Qingshui, who was pretending to be calm. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. He came up with an interesting plan. Coincidentally, at this time, an elite underground beast appeared within Chen Chu's perception range. Chen Chu looked at Jiang Qingshui with a smile on his face. Oh, my stupid future, little wife. Chapter 53. Elite Underground Beast. Jiang Qingshui was beaten to pieces. At a location 5 kilometers away from their underground passage, an elite underground monster is sleeping at this moment. Elite level, generally corresponding to 5th to 6th level human psychics. As for this underground beast, Chen Chu sensed that its aura was very powerful. They are stronger than the crawlers and lickers he had killed in Corpse King City before. The strength is roughly equivalent to that of a peak 6th order psychic. It's you. Chen Chu immediately used his supernatural powers to wrap up the underground beast. His overall strength is equivalent to the late 8th level. Isn't it easy to deal with a peak level 6? Moo! Powerful space-related abilities are activated. The elite underground beast sleeping 5 kilometers away was instantly moved under the running vehicle by a powerful energy. Roar! The underground beast woke up instantly and became furious. It broke through the soil layer directly and roared straight towards the running vehicle. Protect the master! Protect the butler! The sudden change caught the supernatural bodyguards on both sides off guard. Fortunately, they are strong enough and have rich combat experience. Before the enraged monster breaks through the soil and crashes into the running vehicle, he jumped out of the car with Chen Chu and Jiang Qingshui. Master, are you okay? The captain of his own guard was very nervous. I was afraid that Chen Chu would lose a hair. Then you will lose your head. Fine. Chen Chu waved his hand casually. He looked at Jiang Qingshui, who jumped to the other side. It's an elite underground beast. Jiang Qingshui's guard captain frowned, equivalent to the peak of level 6. At this time, the underground beast was burning with rage, with energy erupting from its body, and its strength was very easy to identify. Eyes, what are you doing? You didn't even notice such a big elite monster in advance. The captain of the guard cursed. A peak 6th order mutant beast, at the same level as him. But it is very difficult to kill it. And what he called eyes. It is the code name for the team member who is responsible for observing the surrounding environment. The abilities of this type of team members are usually very sensitive to energy fluctuations. Although they cannot know what is behind the soil layer, they can perceive danger in advance. But now the eyes are full of innocence. Oh, Godes Vitnis. On the running car were 2 precious bodies, Chen Chu and Jiang Qingshui. Along the way, he used his supernatural powers with all his strength, afraid of making any mistake. But just now, this underground beast seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. I'll settle the score with you later. The captain cursed, pulled out his weapon, and assumed a fighting stance. Protect the butler. After giving an order, he went to meet the underground beast. Chen Chu stood on the other side with his arms folded and watched. Looking at Jiang Qingshui's hands that couldn't stop trembling under the cuffs of his suit, Chen Chu looked ambiguous. Planning is the first step to success. My stupid future little wife. Welcome aboard. Bang! Another sound. The earth wall behind Jiang Qingshui exploded. An ugly long-tailed lizard beast walked out of the dust with its tongue hanging out. The eyes of the psychic who was protecting Jiang Qingshui bulged. What's going on today? Why are there so many elite underground beasts? Normally, I don't see it once a month. Eyes, don't let your guard down from me. The deputy captain cursed, gritted his teeth, drew his weapon, and rushed forward. This one's strength is pretty good, late stage 6th level, the same as the deputy captain. Eyes protected Jiang Qingshui and wanted to cry, but had no tears. Really? These underground beasts appeared out of nowhere. His supernatural powers are almost working to the point of smoking. Eyes, the captain and vice captain will have a hard time getting away in a short time, so you have to be more aware of what's going on. The other team members look cautious. If another late stage 6th level or peak stage 6th level monster comes, it will be very troublesome. The eyes are also at odds. His eyes were bloodshot and blood vessels bulged around his eyes, sensing any movement around him. Jiang Qingshui, who was always protected by the guards. He kept his head down, his body stiff, his fists clenched. Can you last this long twice? Chen Chu was a little surprised. Jiang Qingshui was harder to bully than he had imagined. Go, both of you go and help Fiery City. Chen Chu's guard captain gave orders to his team members. Although he was the strongest, his highest order was to protect Chen Chu, so he naturally couldn't leave at will. However, the underground beasts always pounce on the people of Fiery City. No matter what, I still have to provide assistance. Chen Chu folded his hands, observing the battle situation while searching for elite underground beasts around him. As for why the underground beasts didn't come over to him, of course it's because of him. Once the aura of the late 8th stage was released, how could several underground beasts with the strength of the 6th stage dare to come over? Mid-level 6? Never mind, just make do with it. Moo! Another elite underground beast was found by Chen Chu. Bang! The underground beast descended from the sky. It fell 1 meter into the clear water of the river. Thump, thump, thump. Jiang Qingshui widened his eyes, took several steps back, and sat down on the ground. The body's trembling is visible to the naked eye. Damn it, eyes, you better pay attention. The 2 special-powered team members roared and rushed forward. 2 early-stage 6th-level warriors can still handle 1 mid-stage 6th-level warrior. Jiang Qingshui sat on the ground. His hair was disheveled, and his glasses had fallen off. He was shaking all over and gasping for breath. Butler! Butler! The remaining eyes and another female team member grabbed Jiang Qingshui's arm. Jiang Qingshui, who had just stood up, saw someone not far away from him. His own guard team was fighting fiercely with 3 extremely ugly elite beasts. In the dark and thin air underground environment, the ugly appearance of the underground beast and its strange roar, and the loud noises that continued to come during the battle. All these factors combined, Jiang Qingshui felt dizzy and had difficulty breathing. Horrifying images kept emerging from deep within my memory. Bang! She sat down on the ground again, shrinking into a ball, holding his head in his hands, trembling all over. This time, no matter how hard the 2 psychics pulled, they couldn't lift it up. Bang! 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 At this time, 3 gunshots were heard. Jiang Qingshui's body trembled, and she raised her head tremblingly. Just then I saw Chen Chu putting away his gun. Her eyes widened, and her body seemed to be hit by 3 arrows out of thin air. Butler! The female team member immediately used healing skills. After a while, Jiang Qingshui came back to his senses. She picked up her glasses and put them on, then lowered her head completely, which had been held high. After the underground beast was dealt with, the 2 sides will make peace. Jiang Qingshui lowered his head and whispered to Chen Chu. Thank you very much. She clutched her sleeves tightly with both hands. Now she is covered in dust, and her hair is messy. Chen Chu, who was standing opposite him, was spotless, had a tall figure and a handsome face. I'm glad you're okay. Chen Chu showed an extremely sunny and handsome smile. Then his eyes lit up. Ha! Look what he found. There is actually an underground beast that is so ugly and scary. That's great. My stupid future little wife. You didn't think this was the end, did you? Sorry, the weather is hot, so I've been updating at night these days. Please forgive me. Chapter 54. Arriving at the underground passage, Jiang Qingshui collapses. The elite underground beast that Chen Chu discovered this time was so ugly that it was shocking. The fat body was piled up like a mountain of flesh. On the wide face, the facial features were all squeezed together, only the size of a fist. No nose, eyes, mouth, or tongue could be seen at all. The hair on the body was dirty and bald, and the teeth were crooked and yellow. These combined, not to mention Jiang Qingshui. Even Chen Chu was shocked when he first sensed it. This thing will appear directly in front of Jiang Qingshui in a moment. Bang. See if you can hold on. At this time, the intensity of Jiang Qingshui's body trembling had slowly subsided. But he still kept his head down, his hands clutching the muddy cuffs of his suit. Chen Chu's eyes rolled, and he used his supernatural powers to temporarily wrap up the extremely ugly underground beast. The sea is always calmest before a storm. Real disasters often happen in a quiet afternoon. Now Jiang Qingshui was frightened and lost control. He couldn't even maintain his original pride. But to completely defeat her, we still have to wait until she slowly lets down her guard and calms down a little. Then deliver a fatal blow? Chen Chu's mouth curled up. Your face is dirty. Wipe it off. Chen Chu handed a white handkerchief to Jiang Qingshui with an angelic smile. Jiang Qingshui lowered his head and stretched out his stiff hands. The white handkerchief formed a sharp contrast with her palms covered with yellow earth and black mud. She paused and immediately grasped the handkerchief, holding it tightly in her hand. On the surface, she looked calm, but she used her hands very hard, rubbing them again and again, even until they turned red and had bloodstains. Butler! Chen Chu defeated the elite-level mutant beast with 3 shots. The guards of Liuhe City also immediately returned to Jiang Qingshui. Butler, are you okay? The captain of the guards sounded anxious. No, Ichizaki. Jiang Qingshui nodded mechanically, but the force of wiping his hands became stronger and stronger. Mr. Chen, thank you. The captain of the guard team clasped his fists and expressed his sincere gratitude to Chen Chu. Chen Chu used his marksmanship to shoot an elite zombie in the head in the Zombie King City. It is widely circulated in Fiery City and Spark City. What I saw with my own eyes today was even more shocking. Chen Chu was able to kill the underground beast with just 1 shot in the head, even though he had to fight with all his strength. Mr. Chen is indeed a promising young man. With his 6th level pistol skills, he is unbeatable. The captain of the guard of Fiery City is also a man of temperament. Have great respect for those who are stronger than you. What's more, he is the benefactor who saved your life. Chen Chu could feel the other party's sincerity. He laughed. Our 2 families are allies. When our colleagues are in trouble, we should help them. Mr. Chen is righteous. The captain of the guard had bright eyes. I have always heard of the reputation of Xingho City's crown prince Chen Chu. Only then did I realize that it was extraordinary. Brother Wang, ask the medical staff to take care of Qingshui. Chen Chu spoke to his guard captain. Yes. The captain immediately sent out team members to use healing skills on Jiang Qingshui. The captain of Liuhe City thanked Chen Chu again. The steward was extremely frightened and really needed treatment. Captain, it's a crystal core. A team member came to the captain of Fiery City holding a monster crystal core. The captain of Fiery City didn't waste any words. He took it directly and handed it to Chen Chu with both hands. Mr. Chen, this is your trophy. You killed him with 1 strike, so you should take it all. Chen Chu nodded. They're just 3 red crystal cores. There is no need to be polite. After, the 2 teams set out again. The slight tremor on Jiang Qingshui's body gradually disappeared, but he kept his head down and remained silent. The guards protecting her saw this and looked at each other in bewilderment. The always strong and arrogant steward, the sister of the city, Lord Jiang Fenju. Now he almost buried his head in his chest. This made them all feel a little too uncomfortable. But Chen Chu didn't pay attention to her at this time. Instead, he had a pleasant conversation with the captain of the Fiery City Guard. Mr. Chen has an excellent physique. With an ordinary body, he can dominate the 6th level. If he can awaken superpowers, even ordinary superpowers, I am afraid the achievement is immeasurable. The guard captain's praise was like an invisible bow, shooting arrows into Jiang Qingshui's heart one by one. It was obvious that 2 years ago, Chen Chu was just a playboy, a loser like himself. How come he has become a 6th level peak expert now? The whole Jianghai city has been rumored recently. Lei Lao, Hu Chen Lei's son, an ordinary person, has practiced spearmanship for 20 years and has now become a 6th rank warrior. Invincible within the 6th level. Xingho City now has Chen Lei, an 8th level strongman, and Chen Chu, the 1st in the 6th level. It is a foregone conclusion that its development will surpass that of Fiery City. These words were like a knife, cutting Jiang Qingshui's heart every day. She believed that the reason why Spark City could develop beyond Fiery City was because she was an ordinary person. Lei Lao, who is an 8th level strongman, and his sister is also an 8th level strongman. Fiery City became a giant city much earlier than Spark City. Why did Spark City surpass Fiery City? If you think about it carefully, the difference between the 2 cities is between himself and Chen Chu. It must be because Chen Chu is the number 1 in the 6th level, and he was just an ordinary person who was afraid of even the lowest level of underground beasts. I am a burden to my sister. Jiang Qingshui lowered his head even more, and his sleeves were wrinkled with his hands. I just want to help my sister. Why? Why? Why am I a burden? It was like this when I was a child. It is like this now, and it will be like this in the future. Chen Chu, who was standing by, keenly noticed that someone was sobbing next to him. He glanced at it calmly. Jiang Qingshui curled up into a ball with his head buried in his chest, sobbing slightly. But I have been suppressing it and not showing it. In other words, I was able to barely discover it because of my perception skills. Mr. Chen, your gun skills are simply superb. I must teach you a few tricks when I have the chance. After a pleasant conversation along the way, the 2 have become brothers. This also caught Jiang Qingshui's attention. Chen Chu is also an ordinary person. He became so powerful because of his gun skills. Maybe I can too. Jiang Qingshui finally found the highlight. If I could let Chen Chu teach me how to use a spear, I would never be a burden to my sister again. But let the original dude teach me. But for my sister. And when they first met, he seemed to look at himself. And it seems like he and I are going to get married. With a glimmer of hope, Jiang Qingshui sat up slightly straighter. The originally fearful emotions and trembling body gradually calmed down. The cautious heart began to calm down. Mr. Chun, the steward, we're here. The running vehicle stopped. A group of people got off the bus. The end of the underground passage appeared in front of Chen Chu. But before he could take a closer look, there was a sound of breaking ground. Bang! A small animal with a pointed beak broke out of the ground. The place where it broke through the ground was exactly 10 centimeters in front of Jiang Qingshui. It jumped and came face to face with Jiang Qingshui. Jiang Qingshui, who was originally thinking about how to ask Chen Chu to learn spearmanship, was stunned. Her eyes widened in disbelief. This is the 4th time today. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the little animal had just broken out of the ground and was shot in the head before it could even move. Chen Chu has a habit of shooting people in the head. With this shot, the little animal's head exploded, and blood, flesh, and brain matter all sprayed onto Jiang Qingshui's face. Jiang Qingshui's originally beautiful face was half covered by the splashed red blood. Silver-rimmed glasses and his hair was covered in blood. It makes it look extremely hideous. She froze in place, her eyes wide open, but her pupils shrunk into pinholes, leaving a lot of white in her eyes. She held her breath unconsciously, her whole body trembling, veins bulging on her white neck. "Butler! Butler!" The guards rushed forward immediately. The steward was already frightened on the way, and now he encountered this kind of thing. Chen Chu raised his pistol and looked at Jiang Qingshui from a distance. He clearly felt that Jiang Qingshui was on the brink of collapse. She desperately needs a shoulder now. My future little wife. How pitiful. Chen Chu's heart softened. That little beast just now really had nothing to do with him. This time it was really a surprise. Bang! Another loud bang. An extremely ugly underground beast that looked like a mountain of flesh fell from the soil above. Its terrifying power directly knocked away all the guards who rushed over, and it landed steadily in front of Jiang Qingshui. The ugly appearance and the unpleasant smell were just 10 centimeters away from the clear water of the river. The underground beast lowered its head, looked at the trembling Jiang Qingshui, and roared directly. Decades of bad breath and green saliva sprayed all over Jiang Qingshui. Bang! Another crisp gunshot was heard. The head of the super ugly underground beast at the peak of level 6 exploded, gushing out disgusting green liquid. Then there was a loud bang and fell to the side. After the meat mountain fell, Jiang Qingshui's petite body was revealed. At this time, Jiang Qingshui. He was splattered with blood, brain matter, and green liquid. He doesn't look like a human being at all. After the ugly mountain of flesh fell from the sky, Jiang Qingshui collapsed directly. At this moment, she could no longer hold back. My whole body was shaking, tears were streaming down my face, and I was crying until it was difficult to breathe. She looked at Chen Chu opposite her. Tears welled up in her eyes. She choked and shouted, "Chen Chu, please teach me how to shoot. I want to live." Chen Chu's lips curled up. That's right, my stupid future little wife. Chapter 55 Jiang Qingshui surrenders and mines doomsday ore. Will you really teach me how to shoot? I haven't thought about it yet. Don't you think I'm stupid? Maybe. You won't blame me for being too timid? It's weird. After washing again, changing clothes, and taking a short rest, Jiang Qingshui immediately rushed to Chen Chu and asked a bunch of questions. Chen Chu sat on the chair, resting his head on his hands, without even looking at Jiang Qingshui. But Jiang Qingshui kept chirping beside him. She said more in this moment than she had said in the past year. Maybe you've overstimulated her. Chen Chu frowned and thought so. Although his face was covered with the blood of the little beast, Jiang Qingshui, who was on the verge of collapse, looked pitiful. But Chen Chu used his supernatural powers to drag the extremely ugly underground beast all the way. So he couldn't give up the plan, right? Just throw it into the soil layer above Jiang Qingshui. As for feeling sorry for pretty girls, that's what lickers like Fiang Yang, Two-Faced Turtle Tom, and Hei Xiao do. Chen Chu's mission is to turn the beautiful girl into his mistress. Jiang Qingshui is such a cold and aloof person. Does licking work? The best way is to break her pride and rebuild it. And now it seems that the effect is good. So, how can you teach me how to shoot? Jiang Qingshui stared at Chen Chu with her big watery eyes and raised her chin. This scene gave the guards a fright. What is your manager doing? Is that acting like a spoiled child? All the team members turned their heads in unison. He was afraid that Jiang Qingshui would kill him afterwards. Chen Chu turned his head. Jiang Qingshui, who had just finished washing, had a slightly red face. And because he had just cried, the tip of his nose was slightly red. Eyes are watery. The lips are crystal clear. Look further down. Jiang Qingshui put his hands in front of his chest. Dummy. Chen Chu rolled his eyes and turned his head to the other side. That's fine. You go and propose to my sister first, and we'll stay here, okay? A warm breath wrapped around Chen Chu's ears. Chen Chu looked at Jiang Qingshui in disbelief. Is this thing so powerful? I didn't expect it at first. He looked at Jiang Qingshui, who was originally arrogant and now had a pleading look on his face. The corners of his mouth curled up. When shooting, you need to keep your hands steady. Jiang Qingshui immediately sat up straight like a primary school student and even took out the notebook he carried with him. Come on, give me a shoulder massage now. This. Jiang Qingshui's face was full of question marks. Don't want to learn? Forget it. Chen Chu closed his eyes and began to rest. A pair of white hands with distinct joints were placed on his shoulders from behind. Start with gentle pressure. Teacher, how is it? Jiang Qingshui asked cautiously. Chen Chu nodded casually. SOSO. Teacher, please teach me. Jiang Qingshui said in a low voice. Chen Chu took out an apple from somewhere and started eating it. You don't have good talent, you're just below average. If you don't work hard, there will be no results. Teacher, I am willing to work hard. Jiang Qingshui clenched his fist. Okay, you are a teachable kid. Come, give me a leg massage. Yes, teacher. What is the captain doing? Finally, one of the team members couldn't help but speak. The captain finished smoking a cigarette and spoke after a long while. I just heard the steward say that young Master Chen should go and propose marriage to the city lord. Could it be that they... Eyes spoke. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone suddenly understood. No wonder. They're so intimate. It turns out they have had feelings for each other for a long time. Their surprised looks immediately turned into ambiguity. Chen Xiao's pistol skills make him invincible at level 6, and Lei Lao, whose strength has also improved by leaps and bounds in the past 2 years. Spark City is developing extremely rapidly, and it is only a matter of time before it surpasses Fiery City. If the steward can marry young Master Chen, it will be beneficial to both Liyue City and us. The captain spoke quietly, chatted with Chen Chu along the way. He felt that Chen Chu was a man of temperament. It is rare to have such a master in the last days. Besides, the two of them have just become good friends, so I think I can help him out later. Mr. Chen is the first in the 6th level, although he has no chance of further advancement. But the manager is just an ordinary person, so overall it's not a loss, it's a small profit. After listening to the captain's analysis, the other team members felt that it made a lot of sense. And you see, it was clearly the steward who was chasing after young Master Chen. The team members smiled at each other. But in Spark City, the steward clearly didn't treat Chen Xiao well. Yes, they didn't even talk to each other. 2 team members raised questions. The captain immediately showed a look of contempt. What do you know? What is a steward? A proud iceberg beauty, she is thin-skinned. There are many people in Xingho City, and young Master Chen has so many wives and concubines. Now that we, the trusted ones, are the only ones here, we can naturally let go. The team members showed expressions of sudden enlightenment. And the steward has already said that young Master Chen should go and propose marriage to the city lord. Obviously, he wanted to give the city lord a surprise. Keep your mouth shut. You hear me? The team members nodded. The heirs of 2 huge cities get married. It will be great for them once the resources are integrated. Teacher, is the strength okay? Jiang Qingshui wiped the sweat from his forehead with his wrist. Chen Chu closed his eyes and nodded slightly. He was using his perception ability to detect the surrounding environment. Here is a shot of the underground passage. The Earth-type mutants and the construction team are measuring which direction to choose to continue advancing. This is a big problem. Chen Chu was appointed by his father to be the person in charge, so naturally he had to do something. Moreover, his original purpose of coming here was to speed up the construction of the underground passage and explore whether some good things could be found underground. As for conquering Jiang Qingshui, it was just a matter of convenience. Even if he doesn't come to the underground passage, he still has plenty of ways. The current situation is a pleasant surprise. The perception continues to spread. Chen Chu observed every inch of the place that his supernatural power could reach very carefully. Energy is consumed quickly. The 3D models of the area within 10 kilometers centered on himself, and even the thick soil layer were quickly established in Chen Chu's mind. Then, an irregular solid with fluctuating energy appeared in the perception. This is Doomsday or... Chen Chu opened his eyes immediately. The last time I felt this way was with Starstone. This time, what will it be? I saw many good brothers gave gifts in the background. Thank you all for this. From now on, I don't have to go out to pick up bottles to save money to buy noodles to fill my stomach. I won't say much else. It's all in the text. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 56. S-level extraordinary item. 8th level guardian beast. A thought came to mind. A piece of dazzling black ore appeared in Chen Chu's hand. Yaoshe. Chen Chu is very familiar with this thing. After all, the outer walls of his residence were made entirely of yaoshe. Yaoshe, a doomsday ore. Its main property is heat insulation, and this property can be fully utilized by crushing it and applying it on objects. It is a strategic material in the Ice Age. It is indispensable in almost every city. 3 years ago, Dad was envious of other large cities that were able to dig out shining stones. I never thought that today would be our Spark City's turn. Chen Chu Samai. The yaoshe thing, although it is only level, but it is very useful in the ice apocalypse. It is necessary to build houses on the ground, transform doomsday chariots, and attach thermal insulation to precision instruments. After all, The outside temperature is too low during the glacial apocalypse. Many things are basically unusable once they are moved to the ground. Like ordinary guns, if taken to a ground environment, the parts inside will be frozen and become unusable. If used by a person with superpowers, the superpower energy can be used to wrap the gun. But if ordinary people want to use it, they have to use jewel stone all over like Chen Chu's gun. In addition, most vehicles that can run on the ground also use shining stones to attach. This is enough to show the importance of Yaoshi. If the quantity is large, Spark City can greatly increase its strength before the Corpse King riots. In the past 6 months, Spark City and Fiery City have. They are all looking for and purchasing Yaoshi everywhere. It is to deal with the millions of zombies in the Corpse King city. The Corpse King can be besieged and restrained by Dad's Jiangfenju. But the millions of zombies below are very difficult to deal with. If you can get a lot of brilliant stones, your chances of winning will increase. However, the location where the brilliant stone vein appeared was at the limit of the ability to detect. The channel needs to be dug longer to specifically explore the size of the quartz vein. That's exactly what I want. It will also speed up the progress of the engineering team. Chen Chu immediately got up and left the temporary residence, walking towards the construction team at the end. Jiang Qingshui, who was massaging his legs seriously, saw Chen Chu running away and immediately trotted after him. The members of the escort looked at each other. This is neither following nor not following. Finally, I chose to follow. If the two masters want to do something, they will cover their eyes. After all, if something goes wrong, they will lose their heads. Mr. Chun, you're here? Zhao Gang, an Earth-type mutant from Xingho City, is in the late 5th stage. The captain of the underground passage construction team. Chen Chu said, and nodded slightly. If you're not doing construction for half a day, what are you doing? Chen Chu asked directly. I've been there for a while, and there's a group of people from the construction team gathered there, but they haven't started any work for a long time. Checking the soil quality behind the layers, assessing the risk of landslides, and detecting monsters. Zhao Gang looked ashamed. My subordinates are not strong enough, so it may take more time. Chen Chu glanced over. Without any hesitation, he pointed Zhao Gang in a direction. Go forward from this side, and you won't have to change direction within 10 kilometers. This? Zhao Gang was stunned. Building an underground passage is not an easy task. There are a lot of evaluations every day. Earth-type mutants, psychics, geologists, and others all join the battle. Now Chen Chu, an ordinary person, actually pointed in a direction. Although Zhao Gang is Chun Lei's confidant. Know how the boss dotes on the young master. But this is a serious matter, and it's no joke. Why don't you go now? Chen Chu was too lazy to explain anything. He used his perception skills to detect, and found that there was absolutely no problem with this direction, and it would lead to the quartz mine. Seeing Chen Chu's firm attitude, Zhao Gang immediately said, yes. As Chun Lei's confidant. For decades, they have been asked to be forever loyal to Chen Chu. Even if Chen Chu asked him to walk through a mountain of swords now, he would not frown. Teacher. Jiang Qingshui also caught up, panting. Before she awakened her talent, she was just an ordinary person. Teacher, what else do you need to do? Please give me an order, please. After a pause, Jiang Qingshui spoke seriously. Chen Chu said directly, pinch your shoulders. Free labor is better used than wasted. Jiang Qingshui, who used to be so arrogant, now massages his own shoulders. It's so cool. Yes, teacher. Jiang Qingshui agreed seriously. Butler, butler. Just as she rolled up her sleeves, stretched out her hand, and prepared to start. There was a rapid shout from behind. An old man with bulging muscles and a white beard rushed over with an angry face. Manager, Chen Chu from Xingho City has interfered with the construction team and even randomly pointed us in a direction. Isn't this just playing house? I don't agree. Professor Wang is a Fiery City-level Earth-type mutant with the strength of the early 6th level. Before the end of the world, he was a professor at a geological university. He is also one of the persons in charge who came with Jiang Qingshui to cooperate in dealing with the underground passage. Professor Wang looked at Chen Chu with anger in his eyes. What he hated most in his life was other people interfering in his professional field. He studied the blue planet for 30 years before the end of the world. 30 years after the end of the world, he awakened his Earth-related supernatural powers and studied the apocalyptic blue planet for another 30 years. How dare a young boy who likes to marry wives and concubines come to guide him? What does he know about geology? He knows nothing. He knows nothing. Not to mention Lei Laohu's son. Even if Lei Laohu himself came, it wouldn't work. Butler, you make the decision. Professor Wang set his sights on Jiang Qingshui. In the past 6 months, Jiang Qingshui is the general manager of the entire engineering team. Moreover, Jiang Qingshui is well known for being ruthless and merciless. This kind of nonsense. She would definitely not agree. After saying that, Professor Wang glared at Chen Chu again. It seemed to be saying, you kid, go back to your nest and get a wife. Jiang Qingshui didn't even raise his head. He said directly and indifferently, go dig. After saying that, she placed her slender hands on Chen Chu's shoulders and began to apply slight force. This? Professor Wang, who was originally preparing to watch Chen Chu being scolded by Jiang Qingxue, froze in place. What? Don't you understand? Jiang Qingxue frowned. Then she smiled sweetly at Chen Chu. Teacher, is this okay? Chen Chu nodded slightly. More emphasis. This. Professor Wang took several steps back. He was shocked that Jiang Qingxue actually agreed to such a ridiculous thing. What's even more shocking is that the arrogant, cold, ruthless, resolute, and decisive butler, who always keeps his word, is actually massaging the shoulders of the kid from Xingho City. Oh my god! Is this a new model? If the people in Fiery City saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. Professor Wang didn't know how he walked back to the construction site. His students came up and asked, Professor, what's going on? Did the butler scold that kid? Should we continue exploring? Professor Wang gritted his teeth with a dark face. Advance. What? The student was confused. How could he proceed when the testing process was not even halfway through? Could it be that the professor has found the direction? I said to move forward in the direction Chen Chu said. Don't you understand? Professor Wang roared, stood up and left. It wasn't the direction he chose, nor was it the decision he made. If something goes wrong, what does it have to do with him? Just think of it as a lesson for them. What if nothing happened? Bullshit. It's impossible. If nothing goes wrong, his last name will be written backwards. If nothing goes wrong, he will marry his precious granddaughter to the guy who has 18 concubines. Diva? Hey, Mr. Chen, which way do you think we should go now? Professor Wang stood beside Chen Chu and nodded. Because of the direction pointed by Chen Chu, the engineering team progressed very smoothly in 10 days and advanced 10 kilometers. Nothing happened during this period. It is also extremely suitable for building underground passages. It's amazing. Chen Chu lay on the recliner, enjoying Jiang Qingxue's shoulder massage. He took out a banana from somewhere and started eating it. Let's start from this side. Chen Chu's supernatural powers began to spread. During these 10 days, he has stored all the brilliant stone or into his supernatural space. The harvest was good, about 50 tons. He would bury it when he returned to Xingho City in 2 days, and then have someone dig it out. The supernatural power continues to spread. When it spreads to 5 kilometers away, he sensed a dangerous aura. It's a crypt. Chen Chu immediately closed his eyes and began to build the 3D model in his mind. An 8th level monster. What's that bowl of liquid? It's such a rich supernatural energy fluctuation. Probably level. It's a level 1 extraordinary object. Chapter 57. S-level bronze thunder body. Dad is promoted to the peak of the 8th level. As perception skills continue to advance, the 3D model of the entire cave was completely established in Chen Chu's mind. An 8th level monster with 4 legs, 2 horns, and long hair is guarding it. And in a shallow depression in the cave, as shallow as a small bowl, there was a bowl of liquid. The liquid exudes extremely strong supernatural fluctuations. It turned out to be a level 1 extraordinary object. This was the first time he had seen an extraordinary object of this level. Although I don't know its specific effects, this extraordinary item is definitely a good thing. If you can get it, whether you use it yourself or give it to your father, it will greatly improve your strength. Gain the upper hand in the subsequent riot in Corpse King City. Try to see if you can steal it using your supernatural powers. Chen Chu controlled his supernatural powers to avoid the 8th level guardian beast that looked like a lion with horns. Quietly move towards the extraordinary object. But when the skill touches the bowl of extraordinary things, the guardian beast, which was originally resting with its eyes closed, suddenly opened its eyes. It looked around. He walked around the entire cave again. After finding nothing unusual, he lay down again next to the extraordinary object. Chen Chu frowned slightly. He realized that the strength of this guardian beast was probably mid-8th level. His own overall strength is at the late 8th level. It is fully capable of stealing. But after stealing, this 8th level guardian beast will definitely be furious. By then, the entire underground tunnel will be destroyed. And it's a mid-level 8th order monster. Even if he faces the battle head-on, he will still try his best. It's still not strong enough. Chen Chu frowned slightly. If he is strong enough, he can be promoted to the 9th level, or even the 10th level. Then, relying on the space-related abilities, he could kill the monster silently. Then you can get extraordinary items effortlessly. All 8 concubines will give birth next month. Do you want to come back then? Next month, 8 concubines will give birth. Chen Chu will usher in the peak period since the system awakened. He believed that the arrival of his 8 children would push his strength to a new level. By then, this small 8th level mid-stage guardian beast can definitely be dealt with easily. But if you do this, the progress of the engineering team will also be delayed by 1 month. Moreover, the underground beast roaming around underground, and it is hard to say whether it will still be here after a month. If it is far away from the underground passage, it will be troublesome for Chen Chu. Forget it. Let's first see what the function of this extraordinary object is, and then make a plan. Chen Chu began to shrink his supernatural powers into a line. If you steal a whole bowl, the guardian beast will definitely become furious. But just steal a drop to see the effect. It's not a big problem. At the moment when the supernatural power just comes into contact with the extraordinary object, Chen Chu's consciousness moved. Pick it up. A small drop of rich liquid that sparkled with bronze light appeared in the supernatural space. The guardian beast in the cave suddenly looked up. He stretched out his nose and sniffed around. After finding nothing, he lay down again. But this time it protected the entire bowl of bronze liquid in its claws. Chen Chu extracted the bronze liquid into his palm. Looking at the surface properties of the liquid, almost like mercury, condensed but not dispersed. The whole is solid bronze color. More importantly, there were tiny electric sparks flashing around the liquid. The electric shock made Chen Chu's palm slightly numb. System, you are so powerful. Can you tell me what this is? Chen Chu shouted in his heart. When you are in doubt, the system will add points. Bronze Thunder Liquid, a level 1 extraordinary substance. After swallowing it, the user can obtain the physical characteristics of bronze and carry the Thunder attribute enhancement. Note, if a Thunder type ability user swallows all of it, there is a 1 in 10,000 chance of awakening a bronze Thunder body. This entry made Chen Chu's eyes light up. More suitable for users with lightning abilities. So daddy, what did you call me over for, little brat? Chun Lei took big strides to the end of the underground passage. Every step you take, the next time he appeared 50 meters away, leaving behind a trail of lightning. My kid never lets anyone come to him unless there is something wrong. This time the message was delivered in a hurry. Of course, he immediately used his special powers and arrived quickly. Dad! Chen Chu stood alone at the end of the passage, waving at his father with a smile. What's the matter, brat? Chun Lei took a step and came to Chen Chu from 100 meters away. Chen Chu Samai. Point your finger at the ground. Dad, what do you think this is? Chun Lei looked down in confusion. I saw a small stone bowl filled with bronze liquid, with tiny flashes of lightning constantly flashing inside the liquid. As an 8th level lightning type mutant, Chun Lei immediately felt that something was wrong with this bowl of bronze liquid. A superlative item, and it has thunder attribute. Chun Lei's eyes widened. Breathing is a little rapid. Not to mention Chen Chu. Even he has been in the apocalypse for more than 30 years. As a famous and powerful person, I haven't seen any extraordinary things of this level either. And it also has the thunder attribute that suits him. While in his joy, his keen combat instinct discovered an extremely angry and violent aura coming from behind the soil. And there is a strong vibration under my feet. The strength of the person coming is not inferior to his. Dad, drink it. Chen Chu lifted the bronze thunder liquid to Chun Lei's mouth. He has great trust in his own boy. No matter what the situation is now, open your mouth wide and swallow it whole. Bang! There was a loud noise. A monster as huge as a truck, nearly 3 stories high, broke through the soil and rushed over. And behind it is a long, irregular passage. The monster was so angry that it rushed all the way here, which led to the appearance of this passage. Huh, what is that? Chun Lei's whole body was flashing with lightning. The second before the monster broke through the soil, he used his supernatural powers to protect Chen Chu from leaving. 8th level middle stage of Underground Beast. Chun Lei sensed the aura of the brutal monster opposite him. The monster saw him too. This thief still has his treasure at the corner of his mouth. Unforgivable. The monster's lantern-sized eyes were red and glaring, and several streams of white air spurted out of its nose in anger. As a battle maniac, Chun Lei is also full of fighting spirit. He activated his skill, quickly put Chen Chu several kilometers away, and then quickly turned back. At this time, the effect of the bronze thunder liquid just swallowed began to show. Chun Lei's tall and strong body began to change from yellow to bronze. His lightning abilities were released uncontrollably and became increasingly powerful. It only takes a blink of an eye. Chun Lei's original height of 2 meters increased to 3 meters, and his yellow skin turned into bronze. There was a sea of white lightning all around, and his eyes were glowing with blazing light. Like an ancient god of war, the guardian beast on the opposite side saw this scene. He roared to the sky in anger. His treasure was digested by this human. Ha ha! Bronze god of war Chun Lei laughed wildly. I'm about to explode. He kicked his muscular bronze legs back, unleashing a powerful burst of power. The whole person rushed towards the guardian beast like a cannonball, carrying endless lightning. Chen Chu appeared out of nowhere at the place where his father had just left. He folded his arms and watched the battle in the distance, then opened his father's attribute panel through the family panel. Name Kinley. Identity. Father of the clan leader. Age. 53. Talent. Level 1 Thunder System. Potential. Physique. Level Bronze Thunder Body. Strength. Peak of level 8. Chapter 58 Goal. Dominate Province C, marry a wife, and take a concubine. Level Physique Bronze Thunder Body. The strength of the peak at the 8th level. Looking at his father's panel, Chen Chu's eyes lit up. Really? My dad will never let me down. Even the 1 in 10,000 chance of awakening a special physique was triggered. A first-rate physique is what many people dream of. Facing such a father, a monster in the middle stage of level 8 could not resist at all. The old man who turned into bronze. He continued to punch with the might of thunder. Too fast, too fast. The speed at which dad punches is simply impossible to capture with the naked eye. Only the sound of explosions was floating in the air. A 3-meter-tall bronze giant beat a truck-sized hairy monster like a dead dog. Punch after punch. The originally ferocious monster howled like a drowned dog in the tunnel. Deforme. The bronze muscles on Dad's right arm bulged, and dazzling white lightning covered his fist. There were strong winds, sonic booms, flashes of lightning, and even the surrounding space was distorted by this force. The four-legged monster, who was only concerned with wailing, had no time to dodge. Bang! The bronze fist wrapped in lightning came into contact with the monster's huge rock-like head. Time stands still at this moment. Next second, bang! There was an explosion. The monster's head exploded in the air. Red, white, green flowers blooming everywhere. Its body slammed into the soil like a cannonball, stirring up a cloud of dust. Haha, what a joy! What a joy! Dad was wrapped in lightning and flew into the air. Then he landed lightly. The surrounding lightning converged into the body, and the bronze skin color gradually turned into its original yellow skin. Haha, little brat. Why are you back? Chen Lei was in a good mood. He walked up to Chen Chu, patted his shoulder, and scolded him with a smile. Chen Chuyang raised the gun in Yang's hand. Isn't this to see if Dad needs any help? Chen Lei laughed. He almost forgot. My kid is already able to shoot and kill a peak level 6 player. Game recommendation. Your bowl of bronze lightning liquid is the biggest help to Dad. As for your father, I have now reached the peak of the 8th level and have awakened a super physique, becoming the strongest in the entire province. Chen Lei's mouth stretched to his ears. A level 1 extraordinary item with thunder attributes. What a great opportunity this is. It was actually found by my own kid. Now, there is no rival in the entire province. As long as the Corpse King doesn't advance to the 9th level, I will be able to take over Corpse King City, and then I can take over the entire province. Chen Lei was beaming with joy. You are really my lucky star. Promoted to level 8, ability level increased, now also gained level 1 physique. Chen Lei discovered that it seemed to be all because of Chen Chu. When I dominate the province, I will build you a big house on the ground. I will give you hundreds of concubines and give birth to thousands of grandchildren. When the time comes, you can choose any daughter, granddaughter, or niece of the mayor of the giant city in the province. Although I don't know if it was people from other giant cities in the province who threw the 7th level blood demon giant tree into the Corpse King city. This caused the Corpse King to become restless. However, the mere fact that these huge cities cut off the retreat routes of Spark City and Fiery City was unforgivable. Once we capture Corpse King City, we will definitely settle accounts with them. In a couple of days, I'll have someone send all the daughters of the city lords in the province who meet the requirements to your home. You pick it first, kid. If you like it, I'll snatch it from you later. Looking at my father laughing heartily towards the sky, Chen Chu's mouth twitched. But then I felt it made a lot of sense. If those cities dare to take action, they must be prepared to pay the price. And he really needed to constantly add new concubines. Dominate the entire province? A smile appeared on Chen Chu's lips. There are few human survivors, and it's too scattered. Also, because of the glacial apocalypse, there was an information blockage. Therefore, Chen Chu has had few choices for concubines. So far, all his concubines were married in Jianghai City. If you help Dad dominate the province, at that time, you will not only be able to select within the entire province, but you will even be able to contact surrounding provinces. Thinking of this, Chen Chu became even more excited. Then helped Dad to succeed immediately. Chen Chu showed an innocent smile. Chen Lei, whose strength had greatly increased and who was in a good mood, also laughed. Just wait for you to marry a wife and concubine, and have many children and blessings. Your mother and father's dreams, as well as the burden of humanity, are now entrusted to you. Chen Chu smiled and nodded. Afterwards, Dad used the speed of his lightning ability to quickly check the environment. After finding that there was no danger, so they sent people to clean up the monster's body. This is a mid-8th level monster, full of good stuff. You guys should stay underground recently and don't run around. The Zombie King should be digesting the blood demon giant tree soon. Recently, a group of zombies have begun to move towards Jianghai City. Before leaving, Chen Lei gave serious instructions. His strength has now greatly increased, and he needs to reformulate his battle plan. Chen Chu agreed readily. Then Dad left. Looking at his father's back, Chen Chu touched his chin and thought, Dad wants to dominate the province, so it seems I still need to improve my strength as soon as possible. There's also a zombie army. Let's go and see it sometime. The end times are complicated. With Chen Chu's personality, he naturally wants to be absolutely sure. For such an important matter as dominating a province, we must be prepared. Fortunately, the concubines will give birth soon. Chen Chu was calculating the days. Plan to rush back to Spark City before the deadline. The birth of 8 offspring will be the biggest boost in his strength. By then, he will also become the biggest trump card of Spark City. Master Chen is so wise. He actually summoned City Lord Chen in advance to deal with this 8th level monster. Otherwise, our engineering team would have been wiped out. My admiration for Chen Xiao is like the endless flow of a river. Professor Wang, who is nearly 70 years old, was praising Chen Chu crazily. After spending these days together, he was directly shocked by Chen Chu. The engineering team speed was more than 10 times faster, and there were no surprises. It's amazing that we were able to know in advance about the attack of the 8th level monster today. Chen Chu had a strange expression. Of course, the god was attracted by me. Mr. Chen, what did I mention to you these days? Professor Wang rubbed his hands and looked at Chen Chu. I won't teach you. Chen Chu refused directly. How does Professor Wang identify soil layers? Could it be possible to give him the spatial ability? Professor Wang is not his son. How can he give it to him? Professor Wang was anxious. He was most fascinated by soil layers in his life. After the end of the world, the entire blue planet changed. The emergence of Doomsday, has led to the emergence of various supernatural powers. His knowledge system before the end of the world was overturned. Now that a genius has finally appeared before us, we must not miss him. Professor Wang stood there, gritted his teeth, as if he had made some important decision. Mr. Chen, I have a granddaughter. She is beautiful and talented. As soon as these words came out, Chen Chu looked at Professor Wang seriously for the first time. You old boy, just tell me earlier. Chapter 59. The underground passage is completed. Let's try our hand at the zombie army. Mr. Chen, it's connected. Diva. As the last layer of soil collapsed, a bright light appeared before everyone's eyes. On the other side of the passage, it was the guards of Fiery City. They have been waiting here for months. This place is the end of the originally planned passage. From then on, Liuhua City and Xingho City, which were 100 kilometers apart, had a convenient underground passage. The cooperation between the two cities has become closer. The ability to deal with natural disasters and monster sieges has also been greatly enhanced. It's finally working. Another 10 days have passed. Chen Chu counted the days on his fingers. About 3 days later, the first of his 8 pregnant concubines was about to give birth. He needs to get back within 3 days. If it was before, unless Chen Chu uses his spatial ability, it would be impossible. But now, there are emergency express vehicles in the underground passages between the two cities. You can get back to Spark City within 24 hours. Teacher, go out. I will entertain you in Fiery City. Jiang Qingxue stood beside Chen Chu and said obediently. In the past 20 days, thanks to Chen Chu's teaching, her spear skills improved a lot. She believed that as long as she continued to work hard and listen to her teacher, one day, I'll be able to master the art of shooting, to reach the level of a teacher. By then, she can also be like Chen Chu, to compete with those with superpowers with a mortal body. She will no longer be a burden to her sister. Chen Chu shrugged at Jiang Qingshui's idea. Nonsense, I have elite-level gun skills awarded by the system. His understanding of gunmanship reached a high level. Isn't it normal to spend nearly a month guiding someone and see some improvement? And Jiang Qingshui himself is not bad. It's just that because I say she's bad every day, she really thinks she's bad. So every time she makes some progress, she gets great encouragement. Naturally, you'll trust yourself more. The follow-up matters of the channel were handed over to Professor Wang and Zhao Gang. Chen Chu followed Jiang Qingshui towards the city lord's mansion of Liuhua City. This was his first time to visit the residence of the two sisters Jiang Fenju and Jiang Qingshui. However, the zombie city was about to be in turmoil, and Jiang Fenju was not in the city lord's mansion. Along the way, Jiang Qingshui kept looking at the documents handed over by the guards. It is difficult to transmit information during the Ice Age. She knew very little about the information about Fiery City in the past year. As the chief steward of Fiery City, now that she is back, she naturally needs to get to know the situation as soon as possible. The two walked side by side in silence. When we arrived at the door of a luxurious villa made entirely of shiny stone, Jiang Qingshui closed the file with a snap. Then he handed it to the guard next to him. Did you finish reading it? Chen Chu asked. Jiang Qingshui shook his head. No. If you want to entertain the teacher, then don't watch it for now. Then, she made a gesture of invitation to Chen Chu. Teacher, please. Chen Chu stepped into the villa. As soon as he entered, he immediately discovered that the temperature inside the villa was above 0 degrees, and even ordinary people could live freely in it. If you remember correctly, even if the house is made entirely of brilliant stone, it is impossible to raise the temperature above 0. It's a fire crystal. Jiang Qingshui lowered his head and poured water for Chen Chu. Fire crystal? Chen Chu Fadawen? A doomsday? Or? Fire crystals are formed when a fire-type psychic infuses a large amount of psychic power into a crystal core or beast core shell that has been depleted of energy. It can continuously release warmth. So that's how it is. Chen Chu suddenly realized. The crystal core shell that absorbs energy actually has this ability. Jiang Qingshui placed the water in front of Chen Chu. Then he gave a very forced smile. My sister is an 8th level fire-type mutant, and she is not afraid of the glacial apocalypse. But because of me, she spent a lot of materials to exchange for shining stones and built this residence. And every month a lot of energy is consumed to fill the fire crystal to ensure that I can live a normal life. Chen Chu looked at Jiang Qingshui's smile, which was uglier than crying, but still pretended to be carefree. My heart suddenly moved. Teacher, do you think I am a burden to my sister? Jiang Qingshui asked with a smile. Chen Chu looked at Jiang Qingshui and realized that she was living a hard life. He opened his mouth and almost didn't hesitate. Blurt out, "That's true for your situation. If you have to make fire crystals every month, it will be quite troublesome for Sister Finju." Jiang Qingshui's forced smile froze on his face. She stood up. Tears welled up in my eyes. She sobbed. "Teacher, please continue to teach me how to shoot. No matter how hard it is, no matter how hard I have to work, I will stick with it. I don't want to be a burden to my sister anymore." This scene made Chen Chu feel as if he had returned to the day in the cave. That was the first time Jiang Qingshui broke down and cried in front of others. "Did you upset this girl? She used to be so cold and aloof, but now she cries easily." But fortunately, he was the only one I cried to. In front of other people, he is still the aloof butler. Chen Chu took a sip of water and pretended to be serious. "Your talent is indeed the worst I've ever seen. I'm afraid ordinary practice won't have much effect on you." Jiang Qingshui looked at Chen Chu pitifully with her big, slightly red eyes. "Teacher, please make a new training plan for me and give me orders, please." Chen Chu rolled his eyes and said, "You know yoga, right? Your body's toughness and strength are too poor. From today on, you need to set aside 1 hour every day to practice." "I know." It was the pre-apocalyptic yoga practice DVD found in the supplies in Liyue City. Jiang Qingshui was surprised. Although she doesn't know what the use of practicing yoga is. As long as I can improve my spearmanship, as long as I can be on par with those with special powers as an ordinary person, she is not afraid of any sacrifice. "Teacher, I will definitely train well. When the time comes, please personally check the results of my training." Chen Chu showed a teachable smile. My stupid future little wife. Of course I will personally examine the results of your practice." After tasting the food cooked by Jiang Qingshui himself in the Lord's mansion of Liyue City, the delicious taste made Chen Chu almost swallow his tongue. But he still made a few criticisms. Looking at Jiang Qingshui's lost expression, Chen Chu left a sentence. "If it's just this extent, it's better not to waste the ingredients." Then he got up and left. The concubine is about to give birth and needs to rush back to Xingho City. Before going back, he also planned to explore the zombie army. So naturally, it is impossible to stay here for too long. Anyway, now that we have an underground passage, it is very convenient to travel. Jiang Qingshui also said that she would practice hard, and after dealing with the accumulated things, she would go to Chen Chu to practice. Late at night on the ground, in the dark snow, a mutant with blue light all over his body was flashing in the air. With every flash, the blue figure would appear 10 kilometers away. It is the super space ability user, Chen Chu. We are almost tracking down the zombie army. Perception expansion, Chen Chu looked into the distance. The vanguard of Corpse King City, the zombie army. It was a good opportunity for him to test his recently increased strength. By the way, explore the bottom of the Corpse King City. Anyway, he's a space major. If you can't beat them, just run away. Chapter 60. Destroy the zombie army. Offspring. Bang. Bang. In the dark night, Chen Chu's entire body was wrapped in blue supernatural energy. He stepped out in the air one step at a time, making a violent sonic boom. The body remained in midair. This is a skill he learned after acquiring elite-level physical skills. And with the continuous improvement of physical fitness and the continuous advancement of supernatural powers, Chen Chu became more and more proficient in using this skill. With a little more physical strength and control, this skill could be made silent. Chen Chu named this skill Moonstep. By utilizing his spatial ability to move and the Moonstep, Chen Chu can stay in the air for a long time. Achieve a flying-like ability. It's in this direction. Chen Chu's perception is released all the time. He had keenly noticed that 10 kilometers to the west, there was a large group of creatures with stiff movements and gray auras. Bang! With a loud bang, Chen Chu disappeared from the spot. Cam away. The moment Chen Chu teleported here, he entered the supernatural space. Zombies are very sensitive to sound. The sonic boom of Moonstep will definitely cause the zombies to riot. Chen Chu's current spatial ability has reached the peak of the 7th level. You can stay in the supernatural space for a full 10 hours. At the same time, use perception skills to check the external environment. Is this the zombie army? The zombie army's dark snow moon and fierce blizzard ravaged the earth. A dense, endless army of zombies slowly advanced in the snowy night. Wherever they passed, all life disappeared. About 100,000. Chen Chu, who was in the supernatural space, felt his scalp tingling. Although I have seen the millions of zombies in the city of Corpse King, but it was the first time for him to observe such a large number of zombies at such a close distance. Gray skin, shriveled body, gray eyeballs without any emotion, and pupils the size of green beans are particularly creepy. Among the 100,000 zombie core, ordinary zombies are afraid of elite zombies such as lickers, butchers, and crawlers. The elite zombies are all commanded by a skinny zombie in the center of the zombie army, who is wearing armor, carrying a long weapon, and riding a zombie warhorse. Chen Chu Fadawen. That skinny zombie is the brain of the zombie army. He seems to have intelligence. Zombies that have gained intelligence are extremely terrifying. Chen Chu appeared quietly in the air. This time, he did not use the moon step, but let his body fall freely. He stretched out his hand. Bang! The infinite stone bullets wrapped in superpowers shot at the intelligent zombies. Roar! The intelligent zombie reached out to catch the bullet, then roared angrily towards where Chen Chu was. The 100,000-strong zombie army immediately changed direction and attacked Chen Chu. Flash! Seeing hundreds of extremely fast pursuers attacking at the same time, Chen Chu immediately entered the supernatural space. This zombie army is not easy to deal with. According to his probing, his strength was average, but it's hard to kill. Even if Chen Chu shot all of the 100 kilograms of infinite stone bullets, he wouldn't be able to kill even 1/10 of them. And if he unleashed all his supernatural powers and rushed into fight, he would be exhausted to death and would not be able to kill all the 100,000 zombies. This is also the reason why Dad and his team chose to use terrain restraint. Deal with this kind of creature, which is difficult to kill, has a large number, and can infect humans. Perhaps a natural disaster is the most suitable way for them to die. After two blue lights flashed in the dark night, Chen Chu appeared 20 kilometers away. He looked up at the mountains covered with snow in front of him, a mysterious smile on his lips. The space-based ability can instantly move dead objects into the space of the ability. Aren't mountains also dead things? With a flash of blue light, the next moment the mountain disappeared, 10,000 meters above the zombie army. Chen Chu's whole body was wrapped in thick supernatural energy. At an altitude of 10,000 meters at the end of the glacier, even he could hardly bear it. The scourge is falling. Chen Chu's mouth curled up. Then, an irregular mountain appeared beside him and started to freely fall downwards. Sparks continued to appear on the surface of the mountain. About a few dozen seconds later, Chen Chu heard a loud noise coming from below. Blue light flashes. He appeared at the crash site of the mountain. Looking at the only remaining zombie, he said in an exaggerated tone, "Oops, the blizzard weather resistance is hard to calculate, and the meteorite's landing point is a little off. I'm sorry to have caused you pain." The surviving zombies fled, screaming wildly. A moment later, at the same time, 5 sparking meteorites fell from the sky, creating deep pits here. The zombie army that terrified the entire Shanghai city was wiped out. At the same time, 200 kilometers away from the site where the zombies were wiped out in Spark City, Chen Chu appeared here. For a powerful person with space ability, a distance of hundreds of kilometers can be covered in just a few breaths. 100,000 zombies produced about 10,000 zombie crystal cores, not bad. Looking at the various zombie crystal cores piled up like a mountain in the supernatural space, Chen Chu was in a good mood. These crystal cores are enough for him to use until the 10th level. He also discovered a method that could completely restrain millions of zombies. This is a sure thing. After dissipating the supernatural power that enveloped his body, Chen Chu teleported a few hundred meters away from his home. This area was specially allocated to him by his father. No one will come, so there is no need to worry about being discovered. I haven't seen my wives and concubines for more than 20 days, and the pregnant concubines are about to give birth one after another. I'm really looking forward to it. Chen Chu walked towards home with brisk steps. Husband, seeing Chen Chu suddenly come back, Yi Miao put down the book in his hand with a surprised expression. Chen Chu hugged her. I missed you guys. I rushed back as soon as the tunnel was completed. What about the others? Yi Miao's eyes were full of happiness. My 8th sister is about to give birth and has been sent to the medical department for care today. The other sisters are in the recreational hall and gym on the 3rd floor underground. Is them? Chen Chu held her back. No, just you. Chen Chu and his wife Yi Miao spent 2 days in their long-lost world of 2. He then rushed to the medical room to look after the 8 concubines who were about to give birth. In the next half month, concubines gave birth one after another. Chen Chu also welcomed his 8th child. Name Kinsen. Identity, 7th son. Age, 0 years old. Talent, level 1 poisonous fog. Potential, Name Kinwu. Identity, 8 sons. Age, 0 years old. Talent, level martial arts master. Potential, Name Kinping. Identity, 9 sons. Age, 0 years old. Talent, level multiplication technique. Potential, Name Xinlei. Identity, 10th son. Age 0. Talent, level 1 fire element. Potential, Name Kinzin. Identity, 11th son. Age, 0 years old. Talent, level 1 wind system. Potential, Name Kinli. Identity, 5th daughter. Age, 0 years old. Talent, grade 1 solar steel. Potential, Name Kinsai. Identity, 6th daughter. Age, 0 years old. Talent, level 1 spike surge. Potential, Name Tinling. Identity, 7th daughter. Age, 0 years old. Talent, level 1 wind of resurgence. Potential, chapter 61 new talent. S-grade gravity. Promotion, 9th level peak. 8 newborn offspring. 5 sons and 3 daughters. The 7th son, Chen Shun. 8 characters, Chen Wu. The 9th son, Chen Pang. The 10th son, Chen Lai. 11th son, Chen Jin. 5th daughter, Chen Lei. The 6th daughter, Chen Ci. The 7th daughter, Chen Ling. Chen Chu's offspring suddenly increased from 10 to 18. Moreover, the 8 newborn offspring all have good talents. The lowest level is level, and there are 2 stages. The 10th son Chen Lai has the level of fire element, and the 7th daughter Chen Ling has the level of wind of revival. It may be because I am getting stronger and stronger. These concubines who gave birth to my son were selected by my father from all over Jianhai City. They are all top-notch. Looking at the attribute panels of the 8 offspring, Chen Chu was very satisfied. If he continued to have children like this, his offspring would probably be able to form the compendium of supernatural powers in the end times. But it's good. The more capable the offspring are, the more complete the family will be. This time the 10 sons are of the fire type in the glacial apocalypse, and they're also of the same level. The 7th girl is a rare wind type. They can help the family fill in the original capacity gaps. These days, Chen Chu has been staying in the medical department, taking care of his wives and concubines, waiting for the birth of a child. Now, finally, all 8 wives and concubines have given birth. Chen Chu breathed a sigh of relief. After taking the wives and concubines home from the medical department, Chen Chu immediately went into the practice room. Turn on the system. Host offspring detected. Obtained. Any reward. Intermediate 3-dimensional reward. Low-level 3-dimensional reward. The reward of an offspring. This was the largest amount of rewards Chen Chu had ever accumulated. Chen Chu, who was in urgent need of improving his strength, chose to receive it without hesitation. First, there are 8 random rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 poison immunity, physical characteristic. Congratulations to the host for obtaining elite level boxing proficiency. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill rage. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the level supernatural blind box. Congratulations to the host for obtaining elite level physical skills mastery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 defense bonus, physical characteristic. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 damage rebound, physical characteristic. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 recovery, physical characteristics. A series of tingling sensations went straight to the top of my head. Chen Chu felt that he had become several times stronger. There are many bonuses for physical characteristics this time. Physical characteristics are rewards that directly increase your strength. After the body has received these rewards, Chen Chu set his sights on the level 1 super ability blind box. Supernatural Bidint Box. Chen Chu had only seen it in the novice rewards. My own spatial abilities also came from it. A dual-gifted person? After opening this blind box, Chen Chu will have the talent for the next day. Become a dual-talented person. The level is already very good, but I still have 8 3-dimensional upgrades that can increase my ability level. Chen Chu smiled and immediately took the supernatural blind box. A black vortex immediately appeared before his eyes. A huge colorful dice with question marks flashing on all 6 sides appeared in front of the vortex. Chen Chu threw the dice without hesitation. The colorful dice rolled and finally landed. A card came out from the dice. The pattern on the card, it is countless flaming meteorites falling toward the planet. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the level. Power gravity. Gravity? Chen Chu's eyes lit up. Another special ability. After acceptance is complete, Chen Chu set his eyes on a cope kin on the titanium alloy table next to him. His eyes locked, his brows furrowed slightly. The kin was immediately crushed out of thin air. Gravity's rank is first order. After finding more things to experiment with, Chen Chu determined the power and rank of the new talent. After determining the rank, Chen Chu did not choose to receive the 3-dimensional upgrade immediately. Instead, he took out a handful of zombie crystal cores from the supernatural space. Gravity talent rotates. All the zombie crystal cores disappeared. 2 black lights emerged from Chen Chu's body. Level 3. After consuming several hundred blue zombie crystal cores, new talent gravity successfully promoted to the peak of the 3rd level. Promoting from level 3 to level 4 is a threshold. Simply absorbing zombie crystal cores will not allow your superpowers to break through. Feeling the bottleneck difficulties coming from the body, Chen Chu immediately gave the order in his mind. Receive 3 low-level 3-dimensional upgrades. Low-level 3D upgrade received successfully. Low-level life upgrade. Low-level potential improvement. Low-level supernatural power improvement. After the numbness in the body disappears, another black light flashed across Chen Chu's body. Gravity level 4. Great! A low-level 3-dimensional upgrade allowed the gravity talent to cross the bottleneck of the 3rd level to the 4th level, and the level was promoted from 2. At the same time, the bottleneck of upgrading the 7th level to the 8th level of space-related abilities has been loosened, but the level has not changed. Come again! Chen Chu had an idea. A handful of red crystal cores appeared in his hands. Absorb! The gravity talent is working like crazy. 2 hours later, Chen Chu opened his eyes. Level up hot big. Having money and talent means you can be willful. After annihilating the zombie army, he obtained more than 10,000 zombie crystal cores. Don't worry about how to increase energy at all. Level 1 potential and level 1 talent allow him to absorb energy faster than ordinary people. Early, middle, late peak. These small-scale breakthroughs are not a problem for Chen Chu at all. As for the bottleneck of crossing levels, then choose 3-dimensional improvement to break through. Get 3 more low-level 3-dimensional rewards. Low-level 3D upgrade, received successfully. Low-level life upgrade. Low-level potential improvement. Low-level supernatural power improvement. Another flash of black light. Gravity talent level. 5th level. Talent. There are 2 more intermediate 3-dimensional upgrades coming. There was some fanaticism in Chen Chu's eyes. Piles of zombie crystal cores appeared in front of him. He reached out and placed his hand on the pile of zombie crystal cores. Mid-level 5, late level 5, peak level 5. In 3 hours, a small pile of zombie crystal cores was consumed. The rank of gravity talent has also reached the peak of level 5. The next step is to break through to the 6th level. Receive 2 intermediate 3-dimensional upgrades. Intermediate 3D upgrade, received successfully. Intermediate life enhancement. Intermediate potential improved. Intermediate ability improvement. A black halo that was brighter than before rose from under Chen Chu's feet. And a blue halo also rose up. New talent gravity, level 6 level. The original talent space was promoted from the 7th level to the 8th level. This is not over yet. More zombie crystal cores appeared out of thin air. Chen Chu stretched out his hands and absorbed energy frantically. 1 black and 1 blue. 2 energy vortices appeared in the palm of Chen Chu's hand. Gravity ability, level 6 midterm, level 6 late term, level 6 peak. Spatial ability, middle level 8, late level 8, peak level 8. Another 3 hours passed. Chen Chu opened his eyes and let out a long breath of white air. He felt stronger than ever before. He felt like he was so strong that he was about to explode. Open the Host Properties panel. Host Properties panel. Name Chen Chu. Identity. Patriarch. Age. 21 years old. Talent. Level 1 space system, freezing. Level 1 gravity. Potential. Physical characteristics, level 1 healing, spiritual awareness, 15 poison immunity, 10 defense bonus, 10 damage rebound, 20 body recovery. Strength, level 8 space level peak, level 6 gravity level peak. Skills, basic skills of spatial talent, basic skills of gravity talent, elite physical skills, elite gun skills, elite boxing skills, elite body skills, rage, 36 punches and kicks. Chen Chu watched the data changes on the panel. In addition to the new superpowers, physical characteristics, and skills, the zombie virus immunity was integrated into the poison immunity of 10, becoming 15 poison immunity. There is still potential for promotion. The original space talent also reached the peak of the 8th level from the 7th level. Chen Chu carefully felt the drastic changes in his body. Compared to before receiving the reward, it is probably dozens of times stronger. Before receiving the reward, my overall strength was at the peak of the 8th level. Now his strength is at least at the peak of the 9th level. Or even stronger. Chapter 62. Corpse King City is stable. Yi Miao is pregnant. Overall strength, peak level 9, achieved. It was an unprecedented powerful feeling surging through the body. A thought, perception, an invisible wave spread outward from Chen Chu's brain. Chen Chu had insight into everything in the entire Spark City. The radius is about 30 kilometers. With Chen Chu as the center, the range of the 8th level peak space ability can extend to a radius of 30 kilometers. Front and back, left and right, up and down. It turns out there really is a doomsday mine around Spark City, but the grade is not good. The highest is just, oh my god, 20 kilometers below Spark City is actually the lair of a mid-level 8th order monster. Fortunately, this monster has not been agitated in the past few decades. Otherwise, with my father's previous strength of the 7th stage, Spark City could be easily destroyed. But now, Chen Chu had an idea. The spatial ability enters the monster's brain and cuts. The mid-8th level monster died in his sleep. Its truck-sized corpse appeared in Chen Chu's supernatural space. With the novelty of the first time, Chen Chu began to frantically explore the situation within a 30-kilometer radius around Xingho City. Kill all monsters within this range and put their bodies into the supernatural space. His current supernatural space is a super large space of 1,000. There's absolutely no problem putting some monster corpses there. After clearing all the monsters around, Chen Chu moved all the scattered mineral veins around to the edge of Xingho City. As long as Spark City expands, it will definitely be found. Give Dad another big surprise. Chen Chu buried the 50 tons of brilliant stones he had obtained when building the underground passage near Xingho City. Dad used to envy the large cities that dug up the Yaoshe mines during their expansion. Now that Chen Chu has the ability, he will naturally satisfy it directly. After everything is done, Chen Chu felt satisfied as he sensed the entire Spark City. A sense of accomplishment arises spontaneously when playing infrastructure games. All surrounding dangers have been cleared, and all the mineral veins have been moved nearby. Chen Chu had a look of joy on his face, but he always felt like something was missing. It's not safe underground after all. Humans can build camps underground, basically relying on the power of Earth-related mutants. But the basic situation of Spark City is not good. For so many years, I have relied on 2 level 5 Earth-type psychics. So there are hidden dangers in many places. In Chen Chu's eyes, it was full of loopholes. He could destroy Spark City without any effort. The upper and lower soil layers need to be thickened. As soon as the thought came to mind, spatial skill space compression, the soil layers above and below the Spark City were compressed and became extremely rigid. If only one part is compressed, it may cause the risk of collapse. But Chen Chu completed the compression of the soil layer around the entire Xingho city in an instant. At the same time, soil is moved from other places to fill the empty spaces. That's even more perfect. Chen Chu has achieved a lot. If Spark City has new development needs in the future, he can also remove the hard soil in an instant. Because gravity, Chen Chu began to try out the new ability he had acquired. In a moment, it was like a mountain appeared on Chen Chu, causing him to bend down unconsciously. Fortunately, gravity's ability level is only at the peak of level 6, which is not enough to cause serious impact on him. But gravity, in a moment, Chen Chu felt as if a huge burden had been lifted off his shoulders, and his body became extremely light. He lightly tapped his legs, and his whole body floated up. Gravity and anti-gravity. This is the most basic way to play the new talent. Moon Step. Chen Chu was floating in the air. The person immediately turned into a shadow. Appear in another place. After reducing the gravity on my body, I won't need a strong force to push back when I use the Moon Step. So I finally made my moonwalk silent. The combination of your various abilities can make you stronger. Next, Chen Chu explored more ways to play. While using elite-level body skills, reducing your own gravity can double your speed. When using elite boxing techniques and concentrating the gravity power on your fists will be heavier and stronger. When you punch, the gravity is reduced and the speed of punching becomes extremely fast. Alternating use of gravity and anti-gravity, allowing elite-level boxing techniques to unleash a power far beyond his level. With only elite boxing skills, elite body skills, and elite physical skills, I can fight against a 7th-level psychic. If you add the alternation of gravity and anti-gravity when punching, even a weak 8th-level player would have to be careful. Chen Chu looked at his fist and smiled. It's so strong. It's ridiculously strong. Just a small gravity talent skill combined with ancient martial arts can have such power. What if it's space gravity? A mysterious smile appeared on Chen Chu's face. Now his ability space is bigger and can accommodate more small hills. Coupled with his stronger spatial ability, he can move the hill to 30,000 meters in the air. And now I have the gravity talent. Not only can he increase the power of the move Justice from Heaven, and it can determine where the boulder falls. There are 900,000 zombies left in Corpse King City. It's stable. He also let this group of zombies experience the end of the world. As for the Corpse King, he rioted just to find more flesh and blood to break through to the 9th level. But Chen Chu's overall personal strength has exceeded the peak of the 9th level. So what if the Corpse King breaks through to the 9th level? Tens of thousands of zombies and natural disaster is coming. The Corpse King is not enough for Chen Chu to defeat alone. Perfect, the city of Corpse King is secure. Now that I don't have to worry about Corpse King City threatening my family. Chen Chu was also in a good mood. After taking over Corpse King City, my father became stronger, Spark City became bigger, and my quality of life naturally improved. You can also take more concubines, have many children, and be blessed. Chen Chu nodded with satisfaction. More children, more blessings. You must have more children, more blessings. Only by having more children can we better protect our family. This time's Corpse King City is an example. I don't know how long I've been here, time to get out. The reward has been received, and I am familiar with my overall strength. The big stone that was weighing on my heart has also been removed. Chen Chu opened the door of the practice room and walked out. Husband just went out. The first thing Chen Chu saw was his wife Yi Miao, whose face was filled with worry. He glanced over. The other 17 concubines, even Xiao Qiao, whose belly was already visibly bulging, were waiting here. And, judging from their looks, they've been waiting for a long time. Husband, you haven't come out all day. You scared us. Yi Miao stepped forward and held his hand. Chen Chu felt warm in his heart and reached out to rub Yi Miao's head. Looking at the concubines who were worried about him, they all had dark circles under their eyes. His heart suddenly moved inexplicably. Then he comforted them one by one and coaxed them to sleep. Finally, only his wife Yi Miao was left, and she yawned softly. My dear, since you are okay, then I. Chen Chu held her, and a smile appeared on his lips. You are not allowed to leave. How long has it been since we had some time alone together? Yi Miao was stunned for a moment. It was the day before yesterday. A week later, on the eve of the riot in Corpse King City, both Spark City and Fiery City were on full alert, with everyone ready for war. This day, Chen Chu accompanied Yi Miao out of the medical department. Yi Miao held Chen Chu's arm with one hand and gently stroked her belly with the other. She looked up at Chen Chu with eyes full of happiness. Husband, it's been more than 3 years, and I'm finally pregnant with your child again. Why is it updated so late? Haha, I've been waiting for the update to break 4,000. I've been writing books for so long, and the number of chapters hasn't even exceeded 4,000. It may not be a big deal for other big guys, but it is a milestone for me personally. Thank you all, brothers and Hao homie, for your support. Grateful. Chapter 63. The King of Children Chen Han. A rare family gathering. Although Chen Chu had a total of 18 wives and concubines, but the one with the deepest and closest feelings is his wife Yi Miao. Yi Miao is beautiful, gentle, and generous. The whole family, many things inside and outside the house, are taken care of by his wife Yi Miao. She is a good wife to Chen Chu. There is also a wife. His concubines lived in such harmony and love with each other. This time, my wife got pregnant again after more than 3 years. Chen Chu was naturally extremely happy as well. Hold a party at home immediately. All kinds of supplies that had disappeared in the apocalypse were generously taken out. Of course, when something good comes, we can't forget our dad. As for his son's invitation, Chen Lei of course put aside all his other tasks and rushed over. In his words, no matter how big Corpse King City is it bigger than my son? Or my grandchildren? Come here, Xiaoan, give Grandpa a hug. As soon as I entered the door, Chen Lei arrested his eldest grandson, Chen Han, who was 3.5 years old. Here comes a bearded man with a face pierced. Chen Han, who was only 3.5 years old, had grown to 1.6 meters tall. The face shape and nose bridge inherited Chen Chu's handsomeness. She inherited the beauty of her mother, Yi Miao, in her eyes and eyebrows. He looks like a handsome little boy. Moreover, he is already a mid-stage third-order psychic. As Chen Chu's eldest son, he has the strength of a mid-level, third-level cultivator, and he is the tallest and strongest among the 18 children. Chen Han naturally became the king among his descendants. He took his brothers and sisters out to fight little monsters all day long, and the third-level dares to beat the fourth-level monster. And we won. This made him even more confident. Everyone is starting to prepare to challenge the fifth-level monster. After hearing this, Chen Lei burst into laughter, dominating Wei. As expected of my Chen family, he also took time out of his busy schedule to personally deliver a bunch of extraordinary fruits with ice properties to his eldest grandson Chen Han. He also personally taught me a few killer fighting moves. What's more important is that this kid has practiced several killing moves very well. Defeat all of the third and fourth level psychics in Spark City. People exclaim, this is 3.5 years old? After hearing this, Chen Chu's mouth twitched. Fortunately, the eldest son Chen Han was well educated by his wife. In addition to being a fighting maniac, I respect and love my parents, grandpa, brothers and sisters, and stepmothers very much. And his academic performance is also excellent. In the end times, fighting is inevitable. And the eldest son Chen Han, his father originally trained him as the third-generation successor. Early contact is also good. What's more, Chen Chu can see the situation of the entire Xingho city. There is no need to worry about the safety of your offspring. If his descendants encounter a tricky monster, Chen Chu can kill it with just a thought. Moreover, his father also arranged 6th-level secret guards for these little bad guys. The safety of offspring is absolutely worry-free. At the banquet, this was the first time the whole family got together like this. Chen Chu and his father were drinking and talking happily. The wives and concubines chatted and laughed. All the offspring were eaten into little cats. Ha ha ha, this is such a delicious meal. After dinner, Chen Chu and his father talked alone in the living room. The wives and concubines went upstairs to avoid the danger. The eldest son, Chen Han, took his younger brothers and sisters to hide at the stairs and eavesdrop. Dad, what's the situation in Corpse King City? Chen Chu went straight to the point. This time, he must go. Otherwise, he was worried that something might happen to his father. After all, the Corpse King is about to be promoted to the 9th level, and there are still 900,000 zombies in the Corpse King City. Dad lit a cigar and held it in his mouth. I received a tip before I came here. The Corpse King City, which had been in turmoil, suddenly became quiet. So Xiao Jiang and I decided to lead the team to Corpse King City tomorrow. Chen Chu nodded. Over the past 6 months, Corpse King City has been continuously expanding its scope of activities. Not long ago, a 100,000-strong zombie army was dispatched. It was obvious that they were about to launch an all-out attack. But now it's suddenly quiet. Such abnormal behavior only means one thing. The Corpse King has completed digesting the blood demon tree. He's about to break through to the 9th level. Millions of zombies are leaving the city soon. That's strange. Daddy frowned as he held a cigar between his lips. The zombie army sent by the Corpse King unexpectedly encountered a natural disaster and was completely wiped out. This apocalypse is really full of natural disasters. Even zombies can't escape. The Corpse King must have lost contact with the zombie army, so he sped up the progress. But fortunately, we have already prepared in advance. The annihilation of the zombie army is also a good thing for us. And Chen Lei raised his fist like a sandbag. The whole body is ancient bronze in color, and it flashes with dazzling lightning. Last time, after taking the bronze lightning liquid you found, my strength increased several times. And he also absorbed the purple beast core of the guardian beast. The chances of winning this time in Corpse King City are very high. Haha, purple beast core? Chen Chu's mind moved. He took out 2 purple beast cores of different sizes and handed them to Chen Lei. It was obtained when killing monsters around Spark City not long ago. How did you get it, kid? With these two, my strength could be increased by 1 or 2 levels. Chun Lei's eyes widened rapidly. Purple Beast Core, this is something that only 8th level monsters can find. Chen Chu scratched his head and said that he dug it out when he was directing the construction of the underground passage. I thought it looked nice at the time, so I didn't throw it away. Since it's useful to my dad, I'll give it to him. Oh my god, you little brat are really my lucky star. Chen Lei accepted it with a smile on his face. He believed his own boy's words unconditionally. Chen Chu also smiled. Dad, I want to go to Corpse King City with you tomorrow. Originally, Chen Chu thought his father would not agree and was ready to show off some of his strength to convince him. Unexpectedly, this time my father didn't even think about it and nodded in agreement. Chen Chu was confused. So straightforward? Chen Lei laughed and said in a relaxed tone, because if I die, you won't survive either. Yes. If my dad had sent it, the Corpse King would have definitely caused Jianghai City to fall. And there are other giant cities eyeing us covetously. I'm going to settle accounts with those old guys after this. You haven't taken a concubine for a long time. I remember that some of the old guy's daughters were famous beauties with special abilities throughout the province. Then I will snatch her away and make her your wife. Afterwards, the two of them talked about going to Spark City tomorrow. Then Dad said goodbye. This time the gamble is big, but the chances of winning are good, so you have to give it a try. After his father left, Chen Chu sat alone in the living room thinking about how to destroy the Corpse King City without leaving any trace tomorrow. Dad. At this time, the eldest son Chen Han came to him in a sneaky manner, and he brought his third son Chen Shou with him. What's wrong, Xiaoan Xiaoshou? Chen Chu touched the two children's heads. He doted on every one of his children. Moreover, his eldest son Chen Han has given him a lot of benefits in recent days. Dad, can you talk to Grandpa and take me with you tomorrow? Chen Han asked bravely. Chen Chu was happy. This kid just wants to challenge the 5th level with the 3rd level. Now you still want to go to the Corpse King City. Isn't this just making trouble? He smiled and teased his son. Do you know what Dad and Grandpa are going to do tomorrow? Chen Han frowned and nodded seriously with a serious look on his face. Of course I know. Grab the territory. And they're stealing my stepmother. Chapter 64. Yueling is promoted to the 8th level. Let's go to Corpse King City together. The eldest son, Chen Han, said. Chen Chu's original smile froze on his face. He turned his neck stiffly and looked at his third son, Chen Shou. The third son, Chen Shou, who is less than 3 years old, is not as abnormal as Chen Han. He is less than 1.4 meters tall. His silly little face was full of seriousness and trust in his elder brother. Grandpa said that our ultimate goal is to snatch a stepmother for Dad. Dad believes in us. We will definitely be able to grab it. Chen Chu stretched out his hand. He hit the two boys on the forehead. Then he sent the two crying little kids to find their mothers. He turned around to challenge the little witch Yueling. Whether it is her supernatural power or physical strength, she has made significant improvements. How could Yueling, a mere peak 7th level player, be his opponent? The opportunity for revenge has come. GGG. The next day. Husband, are you okay? Yueling looked at Chen Chu, who had panda eyes, with some worry. There was a hint of distress in the tone of concern. Chen Chu felt a mouthful of blood rushing to his throat. Has your physique evolved? Chen Chu asked while holding onto the wall with a trembling voice. Yueling nodded excitedly. Yeah, how about it, husband? Isn't it amazing? Chen Chu trembled. No, this witch is a witch. My husband has become much stronger too. I have already broken through to the 8th level. These words made Chen Chu's heart move. Your own strength becomes stronger. Will the strength feedback that Yueling can get also be enhanced? An 8th level psychic is already one of the most powerful people in the entire province. And Yueling's method of increasing her strength is so outrageous. This physique is so strong. Every time I do this, I feel warm all over and my strength improves. Especially after my husband became stronger this time. The warmth became even stronger and I broke through to the 8th level directly. Yueling looked very happy. 8th level. This is an 8th level expert. The famous Lei Lao Hu and the legendary lord of Liuhe City, Jiang Finju, were only at the 8th level. She had never dared to think about it before, but she didn't expect it to be achieved so easily now. It's great to have a husband. Certainly. This time, she was not stupid enough to continue using her supernatural powers to challenge Chen Chu. After this period of time together, in her heart, Chen Chu was unfathomable. What is the Corpse King City? What are millions of zombies? And what is the Corpse King who has been promoted to the 9th level? How can I be a match for my husband alone? And I will continue to be my husband's little witch and succubus. Husband, will it take a long time to go to Corpse King City this time? Yueling asked. Chen Chu shook his head. I don't know, it shouldn't take long. When the meteorite is released, all the zombies will be crushed to death. Then he used his gravity ability to disturb the Corpse King, secretly helped his father, and finally used his space ability to directly dismember the corpse. It should be solved, right? It shouldn't take long, right? Chen Chu frowned and thought. This was a plan he had been thinking about all night. Then I want to go too. Yueling moved closer to Chen Chu's face. I don't want to be separated from my husband anymore. I am already very strong now. Please, husband, please? Yueling blinked her big watery eyes. With both hands raised in front of his chest, he made a pitiful and cute expression like a kitten. Chen Chu rubbed her head. Okay, let's go together. With him around, Yueling will not be harmed in any way. Besides, she is already an 8th level expert, so it is not a good idea to let her stay underground all day. Thank you, husband. You are the best. Yueling kissed Chen Chu and smiled foolishly with a red face. You little brat. Why are you here so soon? I thought you wanted to say goodbye to your daughters-in-law for a while longer. In the city lord's mansion, Chen Lei looked at Chen Chu, who walked in and was a little surprised. Chen Chuyin smiled calmly and said, It's just a corpse king city. I'll be back soon. No need to say goodbye. Haha. Chen Lei laughed. Patting Chen Chu's shoulder, he looked around at everyone and said, Look, you are indeed my offspring. Is this Xiao O? Looking at Yueling behind Chen Chu, Chen Lei frowned and recalled for a long time, finally remembering his surname. My dad is careless and doesn't remember much about people. He had some impression of Yueling purely because he vaguely remembered that Yueling was good at fighting. Hello, father. Yueling bowed generously. Chen Chu told Chen Lei that Yueling was going with him. Chen Lei had no objection or question about his son's decision. I remember Xiao O is a peak level 6 elite, stronger than many people in my superpower team. Yueling smiled softly and said, Father, you are too kind. At the same time, she wrinkled her cute little nose at Chen Chu. It seemed to be saying, Husband, am I hiding it well? Praise me, praise me. Chen Chu ignored her winking eyes. Now is not the time to reveal your strength. Lelehu. A voice came from outside the city lord's mansion. The next moment, Jiang Fenju, lord of Liehua City, appeared in flaming red armor. Following her was Jiang Qingshui, who was wearing silver-rimmed glasses, a loose women's suit, and had an icy expression and a look that said, Keep away from strangers. Xiao Chu, you are here too. Jiang Fenju showed surprise. Chen Chu took the initiative to go forward and gave Jiang Fenju a gentle hug. Sister Fenju, long time no see. Jiang Fenju looked Chen Chu up and down in surprise. Xiao Chu, you've grown taller and more handsome. Chen Chu smiled. I have gained a lot of physical characteristics recently, and my body shape is getting closer to perfection. Old teacher, Jiang Qingshui, who was originally as cold as an iceberg. After seeing Chen Chu again, he immediately lowered his head and folded his hands across his chest. Like a little girl confessing her love for the first time, he came to Chen Chu and greeted him nervously. Chen Chu nasally uttered a slight sound, then turned his gaze back to Jiang Fenju. After not seeing each other for a few years, Jiang Fenju has become more mature and full of unique charm. Jiang Qingshui, who was left aside, frowned, bit his lower lip lightly, and had a conflicted expression. This is terrible. The teacher must have noticed that my recent training results were not good and got angry. After exchanging pleasantries with Chen Chu for a while, Jiang Fenju turned his gaze to Yueling beside him. Even Jiang Fenju was slightly stunned by this appearance. More importantly, that charming temperament is attractive to both men and women. Hello, Sister Fenju. Yueling bowed sweetly. Sister Fenju, this is my 18-year-old little wife, Yueling. Chen Chu introduced generously. Jiang Fenju opened her cherry-like lips slightly, a little surprised. 18 concubines? Jiang Fenju suppressed a smile and shook hands with Yueling. Hello, 18th sister. Yueling's body stiffened, as if she had been hit by an invisible arrow. She sighed softly and accepted this setting helplessly. Chapter 65. Robbing Jiang and burning bamboo? The mysterious atmosphere under the Corpse King city. Dad took a step forward and walked out of the city lord's mansion with a smoking cigar in his mouth. Fire Phoenix, how about it, are you ready? Jiang Fenju is coming now. Naturally, he had to set out for Corpse King city with Chen Lei and others. In the Ice Age, go out to fight. The only combat power is basically those with psychics. There are about 700 people with special abilities in Spark City and Fiery City combined. An underground passage was built between the two cities. Travel together naturally. In Xingho City is close to the edge of Jianghai City. It's closer to the Corpse King city, so the departure point is set here. Everything is ready. Several special ability teams have already met up with the special ability team from Spark City and are waiting at the city gate. Chen Lei waved his hand and said generously, Then let's set off immediately. Jiang Qingshui is going too. At this time, Chen Chu suddenly spoke. Jiang Qingshui has not awakened yet. He's just an ordinary person. How to get there? Jiang Fenju sighed softly. Qingshui insisted on sending me off. Then she returned to Liehua City. Everyone is aware of this kind of war. There is a certain probability of death. This farewell may be forever. But in this damn apocalypse, where is there any place that is absolutely safe? If you don't fight, you will die. Chen Chu frowned slightly. Jiang Qingshui was the concubine he had designated, and no accidents could happen to her. As a huge city, Liehua City is home to all kinds of people. If something unexpected happened to the special teams from the two cities while they were out, then I'm afraid the first person to get into trouble would be Jiang Qingshui. Don't test people's hearts in the last days. Zhang Qingshui has a high status, but he is an ordinary person. If anything happens to Jiang Fengzhu, she will die. No, death is light. The dark side of the end times is darker than hell. Chen Chu told Jiang Fengzhu about his concerns. Jiang Fengzhu frowned even deeper. She didn't know this problem. So this battle can only be won, not lost. There can't even be the slightest mistake. Otherwise, once the news that Corpse King City has gained the upper hand comes, without waiting for other giant cities to attack first, the city itself must be in chaos first. Zhang Qingshui immediately became the biggest target. In response to Jiang Fengzhu's concerns, Chen Chu immediately made a suggestion. Then let Zhang Qingshui stay in my residence. It is solid and well-equipped with weapons, and guarded by secret guards with special powers. The most important thing is that my family is all in this together and can take care of each other. Chen Chu's word family touched Jiang Fengzhu, although she also arranged secret guards for Jiang Fengzhu. But after all, family makes people feel more at ease. The two sisters grew up together and are each other's only family. This time I left, and my sister was left alone. Jiang Fengzhu took a deep look and saw that Chen Chu and his mother were very similar. She said softly, I'm just afraid Qingshui won't agree. Chen Chu smiled and said, leave it to me. Then he called Jiang Qingshui aside. Old teacher, Jiang Qingshui was a little nervous. Stay in Xingho City, go to my house, and wait for the battle to be over. Chen Chu had a cold expression and gave orders in a commanding tone. Jiang Qingshui lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. After hesitating for a long time, she spoke with difficulty. Please forgive me for not being able to carry out this order, teacher. Fiery City is my sister's hard work. I must protect it when my sister is away. Chen Chu frowned slightly and glanced at her up and down. Guard, you're just an ordinary person. What else can you do except hold us back? You don't even dare to fight a small beast that is not yet in the rank. So what kind of protection are you talking about? Just relying on your shabby spearmanship. Because of you, your sister was worried before she set off. Do you know how much this will affect her battle? You should just stay at my house and stop causing trouble. Your sister is already very tired and exhausted dealing with all these things, and she has to spend more time and energy taking care of you. Are you so ignorant? These words were like invisible arrows, piercing Jiang Qingshui one by one. She lowered her head and tried hard to suppress her sobs. I didn't mean to be bad at spearmanship. I didn't mean to make my sister worry. Chen Chu waved his hand and asked someone to take her to his home. Then he walked up to Jiang Fengzhu and smiled. Sister Fengzhu, it's done. His residence was a high-quality shelter that could protect against 10th-order creatures and was absolutely safe. Jiang Fengzhu opened his mouth slightly, somewhat incredulous. Just now, my extremely proud sister actually bowed her head in front of Xiao Chu, and you also listened to what Xiao Chu says? There was a gleam of color in her eyes as she looked at Chen Chu. Xiao Chu, you and Qingshui are really a perfect match. My sister is finally willing to make friends. She could finally rest assured. And the other party is Xiao Chu, which is really the best. Let this go. Seeing that the problem was solved, Dad waved his hand and led the team into the wild. Destination: Corpse King City. Game recommendations. Husband, do you like Sister Fengzhu? During driving, the little witch Oyueling whispered something into Chen Chu's ear. Chen Chu tapped her forehead and said nothing. Oyueling rubbed her slightly red forehead and came closer again. My husband, please improve my strength quickly so that I can snatch her away to be my 19th concubine. Chen Chu looked at her in surprise. What happened to my family? It's fine if my dad keeps yelling about snatching my daughter-in-law away all day long. He also taught his son a lesson when he shouted that he wanted to steal his stepmother. Why would you want to snatch your own concubine from you? No. What is wrong with this world? Can he rob it himself? He is obviously the strongest person. Boom! A muffled sound was heard. A small bump appeared on the forehead of the little witch Oyueling. Oyueling covered her forehead and cried out in pain. She looked at the plump red figure in front of her, clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Hee 18th sister? After I practice with my husband a few more times, I will snatch you away and make you my 19th sister. No, you are the 20th sister, and your sister is the 19th sister. No, you are the 22nd sister. There are Sister Sulan and Lu Ruyan ahead. Boss, it's just ahead. Human superpower team. In the boundless snowfield, we are like a line of little ants on a huge tree. Not at all noticeable. The scout ahead came back quickly on his sled. Reported current location. 10 kilometers ahead. It's the location of the Corpse King City. But today's Corpse King City is extremely abnormal. There's not a single zombie around. Not only that, there wasn't even a hint of zombies. Chun Lei and Jiang Fengzhu looked at each other and nodded. Spread out and find the designated location. The psychics immediately used their powers to reach higher. Son, stay close to me. Chun Lei spoke to Chen Chu. Chen Chu nodded and followed his father with Oyueling. Perception. In an instant, the entire Corpse King City was within his range of vision. The millions of zombies that were originally restless were now silent. They lined up in great silence. In the center of the Corpse King City, there is a strong energy hidden inside, faintly beating like a volcano about to erupt. Is that the Corpse King? Chen Chu in. But what caught his attention even more was that 10,000 meters underground in the Corpse King city, there was an extremely strong breath of life. This was something he had not discovered before. And this mysterious aura is actually connected to the Corpse King. What on earth is this strong breath of life? Chapter 66, The Ambush of the Corpse King, mid-level 9. Under Chen Chu's perception and insight, the intensity of the life force underground in Corpse King City even exceeds that of Corpse King. But it doesn't look like a scary creature. Instead, it looks more like an egg that is about to hatch. The unrest in Corpse King City is not that simple. Pay more attention. Chen Chu focused part of his consciousness on this egg. At the same time, he kept an eye on his father, Oyi Welling, Jiang Fenju, Su Lan, and Lu Ruyan. As long as the situation changes, immediately use your space ability and run away with everyone. After you are ready, he began to use his perception skills again to conduct a thorough search of the entire Corpse King city and the surrounding area. The Corpse King is stronger than the peak of the 8th level, and is only one step away from being promoted to the 9th level. No, the number of zombies is wrong. Chen Chu suddenly opened his eyes. The number of zombies in the zombie city is wrong. Even if he destroyed a 100,000 strong zombie army, there are still too few zombies in the Zombie King city. About 200,000 less. Found it, here it is. Chen Chu moved his perception away from the Corpse King city and placed it outside the Corpse King city. Sure enough, under the snow, there were more than 200,000 zombies hiding their breath. They planned to use the terrain to plot against the Corpse King, but the Corpse King was also plotting against them. If we fight together later, how will they deal with the 200,000 zombies in the ground around them, crawling out like gravediggers? There is a high probability that there will be heavy losses, and only top-level experts like Dad and Jiang Fenju will be able to escape. And this battle will also be lost. It's a pity that you met me. Chen Chu raised the corner of his mouth. You like hiding underground, right? Then just be buried underground forever. This is also the fate of zombies. Cut. Space compression. Gravity. Superpowers fly together. 200,000 sleeping zombies underground, waiting to be awakened by the Zombie King, died in their sleep. The space cut messed up their brains. Space compression folds them directly into paper. Gravity crushed them into mud. And from then on, dust returned to dust and earth returned to earth. Chen Chu was not yet able to kill 200,000 zombies at once. However, the whole body's energy is mobilized. Still, thousands of zombies are advancing every minute. Anyway, these zombies are all sleeping. There will be no noise during the killing process. Half an hour later, Chen Chu has killed more than 30,000 zombies sleeping in the ground. Nearly 700 psychics in the 2 cities of Spark City and Fiery City have also been deployed in their originally predetermined positions. Weapons ready. Now more than 30 Earth-type supernatural beings in the 2 cities stood on high ground and began to prepare to change the terrain of Corpse King City. Surround the zombies in the zombie city. Chen Chu and Oyi Welling stood aside silently. He did not interfere with Dad and Jiang Fenju's battle arrangements. Conflict is imminent. The entire battlefield was filled with a strange and tense atmosphere. Only the little witch Oyi Welling took out a lollipop from somewhere and stuffed it in her mouth, curiously looking at the Corpse King city below. Nonsense, I have my husband here. What am I afraid of? Another half hour passed. A heavy snowstorm suddenly blew up in the originally calm sky. Movement and vision are severely impaired. Chun-Lei looked up at the sky and found that it was getting dark in broad daylight. Damn, the end of the world. Chun-Lei cursed inwardly. In the Ice Age, blizzards are the most common natural disasters. Other disasters will also occur along with it. 80,000. Chen Chu let out a long sigh. In this 1 hour, he cleared out 80,000 zombies sleeping underground. A little more than he expected. He has been observing the breath of the Corpse King. As the hour passed, the Corpse King's aura continued to rise. Now it is infinitely close to the 9th level. He's targeting us? Feeling the breath of the Corpse King, Chen Chu's face became gloomy. The purpose of this Corpse King, it is indeed looking for more flesh and blood to devour in order to break through to the 9th level. Dad and Jiang Fenju judged based on past experience. The Corpse King city will be in turmoil, and the Corpse King will destroy the entire Zhanghai city. Because the predecessor of Corpse King city, Seaside City, fell in this way. But this time, the purpose of the Corpse King, it's these people with special abilities. The Corpse King is no longer the Corpse King of the past. Compared to ordinary flesh and blood, the flesh and blood of 700 superpowers will be of greater help to his promotion. What's more, among them are 8th level warriors like Dad and Jiang Fenju, who are as powerful as the Corpse King. In the past 20 years, the Corpse King has made great progress. This wisdom and calculation, even the super old Yin coins among humans are no more than this. 120,000. Chen Chu's supernatural power was at its peak. Because each time the number of offspring increases, the 3-dimensional upgrade. The quantity and quality of his abilities are 10 times greater than those of his peers. 10 times stronger. After he used his spatial and gravity abilities to their fullest. Thousands of zombies die every minute. 150,000. Veins popped up on Chen Chu's forehead. Husband, what's wrong? Oyueling wiped the sweat off Chen Chu's face with concern. Chen Chu saw her holding a lollipop and asked, "Aren't you afraid?" The sky was extremely dark at this time, with heavy snow blowing in the air, and the deafening sound of heartbeats could be heard from the Corpse King city. Bang! 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 Every sound struck the hearts of the superpowers present. It's the breath of death. It's the Corpse King. The terrifying aura of the Corpse King swept and raged here. Oyueling smiled and rested her chin on Chen Chu's shoulder. Don't be afraid. With my husband here, I'm not afraid of anything. 180,000. Chen Chu samai barilian. The little witch was stunned. What is 180,000? 200,000. Chen Chu let out a long sigh of relief. The killer weapons set up by the sinister Corpse King have finally been cleared. The supernatural energy in his body was almost exhausted. A thought. A handful of red zombie crystal cores appeared in his hand. There are probably more than 100 pieces. It's just a thought. Multiple red zombie crystal cores turned into ashes. This scene made Oyueling's scalp numb. Is this how someone absorbs zombie crystal cores? Shouldn't you pick one out first, calm your mind, and then use all your strength to activate your supernatural powers and absorb it slowly? What the hell is it like to absorb hundreds of them in an instant? After repeating this 10 times, the supernatural energy in Chen Chu's body finally returned to its peak. Looking at Oyueling's open mouth with surprised expression, he casually took out a handful of red zombie crystal cores and stuffed them into her hands. Go practice, don't play around here. Oyueling held more than 500 red zombie crystal cores in her hands, her mouth wide open. She had never seen so many crystal cores in her life. But after being surprised, she returned the zombie crystal core back to Chen Chu. It will be more effective if I practice with my husband, so there is no need to waste it. Chen Chu looked at the pair of eyes in front of him and shuddered all over. I almost forgot about the little witch's terrible physique. Preparation. Chun Lei's face was gloomy and he roared loudly. The unbridled aura of the Corpse King kept scanning his team. There is no doubt that the Corpse King has already discovered them. Then there is no need to prepare anything more now. At the command, the 30 or so Earth-type ability users who had been prepared for this burst into yellow light. The ground around Corpse King City began to shake violently. Two man-made mountains slowly rose up, surround the entire Corpse King City. The first step of the plan, siege the city. Success. Human. An extremely low and hoarse roar was heard from the Corpse King City. A ball of red light burst out from it. Bang! There was a loud thunder in the sky. Lightning appeared. A flash of light appeared in the dark world. At this moment, the Corpse King City was exposed to everyone. Hundreds of thousands of gray zombies stood in a square formation. In the center of the city, a towering tree withered. A thin man with sickly white skin and red eyes stood up on the treetop, looking at the hundreds of supernatural beings standing on the surrounding hills. The Corpse King stretched out a scarlet tongue several meters long and danced in the air. Human. Delicious and stupid human. His scarlet eyes cast bloody shadows in the dim environment. Weapons ready. As the leader of Spark City, from before the end of the world to after the end of the world, Chen Lei has long been ruthless. Naturally, we will not change our tactics because of changes in the enemy. Put. Boom. 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 On the surrounding mountaintops, special shells blessed by the supernatural beings blasted down towards the location of the Corpse King. The dark environment and endless blizzard made it impossible to judge the damage these weapons caused to the Lich King. Bang! Another thunderclap. The world has a moment of light again. In front of the Zombie King, a huge flesh hand made up of tens of thousands of densely packed zombies blocked the artillery fire. Then, the gray zombies piled up like maggots and formed into human shapes. But in just a moment, a zombie giant rose from the ground. Its body is composed of countless zombies. There were densely packed zombies wriggling, roaring, and biting each other. But Chen Chu sensed its danger. 8th level peak. The Zombie King is at the peak of the 8th level, and the zombie giant is at the peak of the 8th level. This is not over yet. A pair of bloody wings dripping with blood grew behind the Corpse King with blood-red eyes. The wings of flesh and blood flap. The Corpse King landed steadily among the zombie giants. Then the Zombie King allowed these zombies that looked like maggots and ants to devour him. The Corpse King's figure was gradually submerged by zombies. The zombie giant's aura continued to rise. 9th level. The zombie giant that merged with the Corpse King actually broke through the peak of the 8th level and reached the 9th level. This is not over yet. It is clearly a humanoid zombie giant composed of tens of thousands of zombies. Suddenly opened my eyes. Exactly the same as the Corpse King's bloody. Drag a huge dark red light and shadow in the air. The zombie giant's aura rose again. Mid-9th level. The shocking and terrifying aura ravaged the entire Corpse King city. The zombie giant split its mouth and howled towards the sky. Ha ha ha! The stupid iman. The Corpse King controlled the zombie giant and waved his hand. He wanted to summon his zombie army that was buried deep outside the Zombie King city. He wants none of this delicious flesh and blood can escape. He wants it. Stupid humans become even more delicious when seasoned with fear. This is the cage he set up. Evolve gloriously with me. Chapter 67. Damn it. Natural disaster is coming. The feeling of oppression and suffocation in the middle stage of the 9th level. The roar of the zombie giant. The dark and depressing environment. And the blizzard that kept hitting my face and hurting it. Today seems to be a standard death day. It seems that all the ambitious people will be buried here. Dad turned around and smiled brilliantly. Son, it looks like we're going to die. How to resist in the middle stage of 9th level. Moreover, the zombie king seemed to have set up a zombie encirclement around them. Liang Luo, Ji Luo, finished spreading flowers in Luo. After struggling in the apocalypse for 33 years, I am finally going to die here. Chun Lei was so angry that his teeth were itching. As for the other giant cities in the province, they're lucky if Lei Lao who were alive. Not to mention that they also snatched away their daughters, nieces, and granddaughters to be their own boys' mistresses. Even their wives. Chun Lei waved his hand. Mi's figure instantly grew to 3 meters tall, and his whole body turned into bronze. A bronze god of war surrounded by lightning appears. Even if I die, I must fight. This is Lei Lao Hu's rule of survival in the apocalypse. Lei Lao Hu, you are amazing. In such a short time, you have actually reached the peak of the 8th level. Jiang Fenju, whose whole body was on fire, laughed. As the strongest person in Shanghai City, she naturally has no shortage of means. A pair of flaming wings extended from behind her plump body and carried her into the air. Jiang Fenju's strength continued to rise, and he was immediately promoted to the peak of the 8th level. Fire Phoenix, you're not bad either. Chun Lei replied. Then he stretched out his hand, and a long stick surrounded by lightning appeared. Weapons made from high-grade star stone ore. After he was promoted to the peak of the 8th level, this stick could increase his strength by about 50%. Jiang Fenju smiled, and his body shook while hanging in the air. The windbreaker I wore outside exploded, revealing the complete fiery red armor inside, and an exquisite golden bow and arrow carried on his back. She casually drew the bow, and a flaming energy arrow appeared out of thin air. Whoosh! 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 Arrows shot continuously. Each arrow carries a full-strength attack from the peak of the 8th level. This bow and arrow is obviously not an ordinary item. Chun Lei laughed heartily. Ha, let's have one more fight before I die. Jiang Fenju turned his head and looked carefully at Chen Chu's eyebrows. She showed a gentle smile. Xiao Chu, I won't be able to see the day when Qin Shui and you get married. Dad bared his teeth at Chen Chu. This is the best ending I have ever thought of. It's just that it's hard for my little grandchildren. Chun Lei's usually hearty smile had a hint of bitterness in it. Then 2 figures, one in white and one in red, ran towards Corpse King City. Mr. Chun. At some point, Lu Rian came in front of Chen Chu. Her face was frank, and she no longer showed any hesitation. I wanted to express my feelings to the young master after this triumphant return, but I guess I don't have the chance anymore. Master, if there is an afterlife, I would like to be your concubine. I only ask for a little favor from the young master, and I'll be satisfied. After saying this, Lu Rian's eyes were filled with tears. Achoo. Sulan also walked over slowly. She was quite calm and composed. Even a sweet smile. As a doctor, she knew that life is a process from birth to death. Moreover, in the last days, she held Chen Chu's arm very naturally. It's just a pity that you didn't marry my Achu earlier. You didn't become my Achu's wife sooner. After that, she stood on tiptoe and kissed Chen Chu on the face. Chen Chu looked at Lu Ruyan, whose eyes were filled with tears, and Sulan, who looked calm. He gently held them together. This hug made Lu Ruyan, who had been enduring, burst into tears, and she hugged Chen Chu even tighter. But Sulan showed a bright smile. It's a blessing to die with Achu. Oh Yi Welling, holding a lollipop in her mouth, tilted her head and looked at the 3 of them, pointing at Sulan and Lu Ruyan. 19th sister, 21st sister. Middle 9th level, is that scary? Chen Chu suddenly spoke. Huh. Sulan and Lu Ruyan were stunned. Why did Chen Chu suddenly ask this? The 9th level mid-stage is of course terrifying. Just now, they were merely swept by the Corpse King's aura, and their whole bodies were enveloped in the aura of death, becoming so stiff that they couldn't move at all. Chen Chu let go of the 2 people. There was a sunny and warm smile on her face. Corpse King, is it scary? In the dark sky, at this moment, dozens of giant fireballs descended at the same time. Chen Chu stood on the edge of the mountain. Behind him was the Corpse King City, filled with densely packed zombies. Above the Corpse King City was a huge flaming meteorite. This magnificent background makes Chen Chu look extremely sacred. His sunny and handsome smile at this moment left an indelible mark in the hearts of the 3 women. Even Yi Welling, who had expected her husband to take action. I was so surprised that I didn't even notice the lollipop in my mouth fell to the ground. Meteorite, meteorite! Oh my god! A natural disaster has struck. Chapter 68. Capture the Corpse King City, pink crystal core, green meat chunks. Dozens of huge flaming meteorites fell towards Corpse King City. The meteorite broke through the dark sky and illuminated the earth. The Corpse King city that was originally hidden in the dark was completely exposed. Ugly red-eyed zombie giant. Hundreds of thousands of zombies rushed out of the city like a tide. All the creatures that were fighting for their lives stopped and looked at the meteorite in the sky. The huge potential energy brought by free fall alone is not something these superpowers and zombies can resist. This is the power of natural disasters. Everyone was stunned. After a moment, they fled madly. This meteorite is obviously coming towards Corpse King City. If you are within the range of the falling meteorite, you will be either dead or injured even if you are not hit. The superpowers unfold their powers and spread rapidly. Faced with such a natural disaster, whether they or the zombies, the only option is to escape. Not to mention a conscious superpower. Even ordinary zombies without intelligence began to slowly move their stiff bodies based on their survival instinct. Dad and Zhang Fenju, who were fighting the zombie giant, looked at each other and nodded. Father Chen Lei jumped up, raised the stick in his hand high, and smashed it towards the zombie giant. Zhang Fenju flickered his flaming wings, pulling out a full moon in the sky. This is the most powerful arrow. Roar! The zombie giant controlled by the Corpse King rushed towards the attacks of the two 8th level peak powerhouses. He is now at the middle stage of the 9th rank. Not afraid at all. Boom! Zhang Fenju's flaming arrows emitted a violent sonic boom, shaking the space as they shot out. The zombie giant crossed his hands in front of him, and the densely packed zombies immediately transformed into a giant meat shield, blocking Zhang Fenju's attack. Human beings, ridiculous. The zombie giant withdrew its defenses and prepared to counterattack. You can see, all I saw were two streams of light, one red and one white, rushing out at high speed. There's such a huge meteorite in the sky. Who want to risk their life with you? While the other hundreds of thousands of zombies are in disarray, escape quickly. Hey, human. The zombie king, who controlled the zombie giant, laughed disdainfully. Run? Can he come and go as he pleases in Corpse King City? He had already ambushed 200,000 zombies outside the city, and a large number of them were elite zombies. Today, none of these people with special powers can escape. Let them all become nourishment for his promotion. As for the meteorite that is about to fall, if a human at the peak of level 8 could run away, it would be easy for him to run away now that he is in the middle of level 9. A thought. The 20-meter-tall zombie giant, composed of hundreds of thousands of zombies, has two huge flesh wings growing on its back. The wings flapped, making a loud noise. The zombie giant also slowly rose into the air. Meteorite disaster? Just avoid it. On the other side, Chen Chu on the mountain peak watched the Corpse King's actions. His brows furrowed and his eyes focused. Space-bound. Bang! The zombie giant that had already flown into the air fell directly to the ground. Roar! Tens of thousands of zombies let out extremely piercing roars at the same time. The Corpse King crawled on the ground and tried to get up several times but failed. It was like an invisible net that bound him to the ground. He was furious and roaring, but it's of no avail. The meteorite in the sky was getting closer and closer, and its powerful aura was almost oppressing him. If I want to run now, I might be able to succeed by escaping from the zombie giant. But his strength will also fall to the peak of the 8th level. But if you don't leave, the meteorites in the sky will definitely hit the zombie giant. Disengage! The Corpse King, who had already developed wisdom, immediately made a judgment. He immediately ordered the zombie giant to disintegrate. The huge zombie giant collapsed instantly like a sandcastle hit by the seawater. But the truly desperate thing happened. After the disintegration, the Corpse King discovered that the invisible force was not a net at all, but an impenetrable wall. He was pressed down so hard that he couldn't move. Moreover, after his strength dropped from the middle of the 9th level to the peak of the 8th level, he was no match for this force. Who is it? Who is it? The Corpse King lying on the ground roared in his heart. Impossible. There can't be such a person in the entire province. Someone who can restrain him. The Corpse King was panting wildly, his blood-red eyeballs stretching out several meters. Who? Who is it? Who on earth is it? As the meteorite got closer, the Corpse King became more and more panicked. Chen Chu, who was standing on the top, looked down at the Corpse King crawling on the ground. The disgusting sight that stretched out several meters made him frown. Gravity explode! Bang! The powerful gravity directly squeezed the Corpse King's eyes and burst them. Deh! The muscles connected to the Corpse King's eyeballs flew everywhere. He found the location of the culprit, and there was a breath. At the top of the mountain, among the group of superpowers, the strength is at the 9th level, and is definitely higher than the middle 9th level. It's amazing that there are such people. He had been planning this for so many years, and yet no one had discovered it. The Corpse King clenched his dry hands unwillingly. However, what greeted him were only continuous meteorites. Boom! 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 The space ability moved the prepared hilltops to a height of 10,000 meters. Under the blessing of the ground's attraction and Chen Chu's gravity ability, transformed into a meteorite, it accurately bombarded the area where the Corpse King was. In other zombie armies, And Chen Chu can avoid the arsenal on the edge of Corpse King City. After all, his father needs it. The entire bombardment process lasted for 1 minute. The 700 supernatural beings on the mountaintop witnessed with their own eyes a swarm of meteorites falling from the sky and blasting the Ninth Order mid-stage Corpse King into the ground. The entire Corpse King City and hundreds of thousands of zombies were all reduced to ashes. All this, it came like a dream. After the superpowers were stunned for 10 minutes. Finally, someone cheered. We win! We win! We won! God has mercy on us. He smashed the 9th level Corpse King to death. Everyone cried with joy and hugged each other again. In a short period of time, they actually experienced the process of death and rebirth. This extreme emotional gap brought tears to everyone's eyes. Lu Rian looked at the Corpse King City that had turned into ruins, and then looked at Chen Chu, who was intact. She squatted down excitedly, hugged her legs, and cried loudly. Fortunately, we are still alive. We are all still alive. Su Lan was extremely calm in the face of death. After escaping death, tears welled up in my eyes. She didn't speak. Instead, he turned his head, put his arms around Chen Chu's neck, and gave him a passionate kiss. This time, she must become Chen Chu's wife. No one could stop it. Among all the human resources, the most surprised one was the little witch Oyueling. She looked at the Corpse King City that was reduced to ruins by the meteorite bombardment, and at the nearly 1 million zombies that turned into slag and charcoal. Tears flowed down my face all of a sudden. She hugged Chen Chu from behind and cried, "My dear husband, I was wrong. I will never dare to rely on my physical strength to kill you again." The hot meteorites fell to the ground and were frozen into black by the extreme cold. The sky gradually regained some brightness. Chun Lei and Jiang Fenju, who had been staring at the battlefield, saw the location of the Corpse King and stretched out a trembling charcoal black arm. The dying Corpse King pointed at Chen Chu's location and bent his joints. However, nothing happened. Where is my army of 10,000 zombies? This was the last thought of the Corpse King before his death. The breath of life disappears. The charred arm pointing at Chen Chu was frozen into a specimen by the extreme cold. Chun Lei and Jiang Fenju looked at each other. The two men turned into auroras and cautiously ran towards the place where the Corpse King died. Chun Lei poked the meteorite with a stick wrapped in lightning in his hand. Bang! The meteorite was ground down to a height of only 2 people by the atmosphere and was blown away. There is a deep pit below. There were charred bodies and debris all over the place. It's impossible to tell which one is the Corpse King. But there were 2 things shining brightly. A fist-sized zombie crystal core with a rich purple color and little pink flashes. And a piece of green meat that was elastic like jelly. Is this a pink crystal core? Jiang Fenju picked up the strange zombie crystal core. Chun Lei made his meat look like green jelly. What is this? Chapter 69. Life Polyp, a tribute crystal core. Daddy is promoted to the 9th level. Although I really want to figure out what these 2 things drop from the Corpse King, but the 2 leaders, I also know that this is not the time to waste time here. I must go back to integrate the team and gather strength. Put away the 2 glowing objects. 2 streams of light, one white and one red, immediately rushed to the mountain peak. Son, Chun Lei's deep voice came. When he arrived, just when Su Lan was getting excited. After a while, Su Lan opened her eyes, filled with emotion. Then, she saw a circle of people with special abilities surrounding her, including Chun Lei and Jiang Fenju. In an instant, her face turned as red as a peach. He immediately lowered his head and stood awkwardly. But Chen Chu took her hand very naturally. Dad. He looked at Chun Lei. Chun Lei looked at Su Lan and then at Chen Chu. Laughed and said, I've long said that Xiaolan would marry into our Chen family. Ha ha ha. I'll arrange a wedding for you when we return to the city. Su Lan smiled sweetly and did not refute. Chen Chu smiled and nodded. Then he pulled up Lu Ruyan, who was standing aside and feeling extremely awkward. Said to Dad, and Ruyan, haha, great. We'll get married when we get back to the city. Chun Lei laughed heartily. Jiang Fenju, who was standing aside, also had a smile on his face. I thought I was going to die today, but I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, I would see joy again. It's great to be alive. Looking at the sweet faces of Chen Chu, Su Lan, and Lu Ruyan, Jiang Fenju sighed. Then, looking at the handsome Chen Chu, she thought, should I find a good home for Qing Shui? She herself was destined to carry some things and protect some things in her life. In the Ice Age, she is one of the strongest people in the province. It is impossible to talk about love affairs. Perhaps only when a man appears who can withstand all the wind and snow for her and conquer her, will her love be moved. Pity? Decades have passed. There has never been such a person. She has always been a strong person in the province. She has always been the one who conquers others, and no one has ever been able to conquer her. Dad, have all the zombies been dealt with? Chen Chu asked knowingly. Chun Lei took out a green jelly-like piece of meat. Solved. The Corpse King is dead. This is what he dropped. Corpse King City is captured. This natural disaster is really weird. Those meteorites seem to have a navigation system and only hit the zombies. We won inexplicably. But in this damn world, it's not surprising that the glacier apocalypse appeared, the doomsday or appeared, and zombies, extraordinary creatures, monsters, and superpowers also appeared. Humans who can live in the end times for 33 years. The acceptance of unknown things is very high. After all, there are natural disasters and unknown monsters everywhere. People with small hearts died early, so no one suspected anything. Only Yueling, who was standing in the corner, took out another lollipop and put it in her mouth, muttering softly, "My husband is so terrible." Jelly meat. Looking at the shaking piece of jelly meat in his father's hand, Chen Chu was very curious. He immediately asked the system in his heart. Life polyp. There is a 1% chance of it occurring in a 9th level organism. It can help the swallower improve his current life level and is often used to break through the level. What a good thing. Chen Chu's eyes lit up when he saw the entry. Isn't this equivalent to the ascension of life in one's own 3-dimensional ascension? Although I don't know what level of life improvement it is. But even among 9th level creatures, there is only a 1 in 1,000 chance of its occurrence, which is obviously better than crystal cores of the same level. And Dad is now at the peak of the 8th level. After swallowing the bronze thunder liquid last time, Dad has obtained the 1st level physique, bronze thunder body, and the lightning ability has been strengthened. The level of supernatural power has also been raised to the peak of the 8th level. If I let my dad swallow this piece of life polyp now, it can be used to improve his life level and break through his rank. With the potential of a dad, the 9th level can be achieved. Is that all? Where's the crystal core? Chen Chu asked. The probability of a zombie dropping a crystal core is very high, let alone the zombie king. Jiang Fengzhu flipped his hand. A zombie crystal core appeared, which was filled with rich purple and had a little pink in the center. Attribute crystal core. Produced by a 9th order creature, this crystal core has not evolved completely, and a fake 9th order was born, carrying the attribute of fire. The crystal nuclei born in organisms above level 9 carry attributes. Chen Chu got a new piece of information. The crystal cores produced by creatures below level 9 are only differentiated by color and contain energies of varying qualities. The crystal nuclei produced in creatures above level 9 have different properties. After the corresponding attribute crystal core is absorbed by the relevant psychic, the psychic strength will be greatly increased. Sister Fengzhu happens to be a fire type, and the corpse king is a little too sensible. The things that fell were just right. Hey, why is this crystal core so strange? It's a rich purple with a hint of pink, like a match lit in the evening. Chen Chu was giving guidance. Jiang Fengzhu brought the attribute crystal core close to his eyes and observed it carefully. I do seem to sense the breath of fire in there. Jiang Fengzhu is an 8th level peak fire-type mutant. No one in the entire province knows flames better than she does. There's really a smell of fire in this crystal core. Chun Lei is very generous. Haha, Fire Phoenix, then just take this crystal core. This? Jiang Fengzhu hesitated. It's still unclear what that weird green lump of meat is. And the crystal core in his hand is obviously a good thing. The two companies were originally cooperating, so wouldn't it be an advantage if I just took it directly? But her supernatural power told her that she really needed this crystal core. Then let's do this, Lei Lao Hu. You take 70% of the crystal cores we pick up later, and I take 30%. Jiang Fengzhu thought of a compromise. Ha ha ha. The hardy Chen Lei scratched his head and laughed. No need, just follow what we discussed before coming here. Since this thing can appear together with the crystal core, it should not be an ordinary thing. Since this crystal core has the aura of fire, it is naturally not suitable for a lightning-type mutant like me. This is the best. Okay. Jiang Fengzhu hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. Lei Lao Hu is right. Since it is related to the fire attribute, it is more suitable for me. And with Lei Lao Hu's personality, he would not accept changes to what had been agreed upon. In this case, there's no more arguing. I'll make up for it from other places in the future. Dad, how do I use this thing? Chen Chu pointed at the life polyp. Dad held it and looked at it left and right. I don't know either, but the breath of life is quite strong. Since it's meat, can we eat it directly? Chen Chu asked curiously. Chen Lei slapped his head, looking at Chen Chu like a genius. Yes, with food. You are really a genius like your mother. As soon as his own boy said that, Chen Lei swallowed it whole on the spot. This scene made the surrounding psychics feel their scalps tingle. Isn't it so casual? At least we should take it back to the city for testing and let the supernatural beings check it. These two father and son are just like this. One dares to speak, and the other dares to listen. When everyone was surprised, but Chen Lei suddenly transformed into the bronze god of war. The incandescent sea of thunder drowned him. The psychics felt Chen Lei's aura rising continuously. Hark! With the sound of water drops, a huge white halo rose from the sea of thunder. Then a terrifying aura covered the entire mountain. 9th level. Lei Lao, who has been promoted to the 9th level. I was halfway through coding. I learned that my teenage goddess got married. I wrote these 2 chapters with a broken mind and a confused mind. Update is late. Chapter 70 Arsenal. Tens of thousands of zombie crystal cores. S-level white flame, bear eggs. 9th level. This is a rank that has never appeared in the entire province. In the frozen apocalypse, snowstorm, magnetic field, glacier, various natural disasters occurred. The greatest danger to mankind, besides resisting extreme cold, there is another more important problem: lack of information and restricted behavior. Humanity was trapped underground by an endless blizzard. Ordinary people can only know people in the same survivor camp in their entire life. The social circle of people with special abilities is basically limited to this city. Top-level supernatural powers like Chen and Jiang Fenju may have communicated with supernatural powers in neighboring cities, but we basically haven't seen each other for many years. As for those from other provinces, I have never seen them. Each survivor camp was turned into an independent world by natural disasters. You know, Hu Jinghe before was just wandering around in a few cities, but Jiang Fenju spent almost 10 years trying to catch him. Or he himself could not resist the temptation of the Star Stone and ran back to Jianghai City, where he was killed. One can imagine how difficult it is for human survivors to communicate with each other. No one knows what the outside world looks like. But in Jianghai City, in several surrounding cities, and even in the entire province, 33 years after the end of the world, the highest rank is level 8. Chen Lei has now been promoted to the 9th level. He became the first 9th rank expert in the entire province. It also means that Chen Lei has become the strongest person in the province. The terrifying atmosphere lasted for a full hour. Then, the huge sea of thunder was gradually absorbed into Chen Lei's body. The suffocating and terrifying atmosphere also disappeared. Chen Lei's figure reappeared in front of everyone. Although his appearance has not changed, he gives people a completely different feeling. He just stood there. No breath was released. But even Jiang Fenju, who was at the peak of the 8th level, had only one thought in his mind. Very strong. If we fight, we will die. Chen Lei took a step forward, and his figure could not be seen at all. So he went straight back into the crowd from 100 meters away. Everyone was shocked. It is generally acknowledged that lightning-type psychics have strong attack power and fast speed. But Chen Lei's current speed is no different from teleportation. Even Jiang Fenju's pupils shrank slightly. Even she only saw a shadow. The gap between the 8th and 9th levels is so huge. After Chen Lei's promotion was completed, he patted Chen Chu on the shoulder. "Ah, son, I heard you're really good. Eating that piece of green meat actually allowed me to break through the peak of the 8th level and achieve the 9th level in one go." Chen Lei laughed out loud. Extremely happy. Finally promoted to the 9th rank. In the entire province, who do you like? Just tell me. Dad's laughter spread throughout the entire Corpse King city. Didn't I promise you before that I would snatch all the daughters, nieces, and granddaughters from other giant cities in the province for you? Just wait. When I get back from Corpse King City, I'll take you to deal with them. Not to mention their daughters. If you like them, their wives will be fine too. Chen Lei once said, as long as he doesn't die this time, those forces that had pushed him into a desperate situation before will just have to clean their necks and wait for him. And this time he not only didn't die, he was also promoted to become the only 9th level psychic in the province. The day when Chen Lei rises will be the end of these cities, and the day when his son will get married and take concubines. No, why should I say he? Chen Lei scratched his head and didn't care much. He looked at Jiang Fenju with a smile. Haha, Fire Phoenix, I didn't expect this piece of green meat to be so strong. I got the upper hand. This is the entire Corpse King city. Take whatever you like. It's considered compensation. Chen Lei is very generous. An item that can allow a person to break through the rank. Its value alone is higher than the entire Corpse King city. Jiang Fenju smiled and shook his head. No need for that. Let's just do as we agreed before. I have a feeling that this zombie crystal core with fire attribute will be more beneficial to me than green meat. Chen Lei was not a hypocritical person. He waved his hand and said, great then. If you need help in Fiery City in the future, just ask. Jiang Fenju nodded. Then I would like to thank Lei Laohu first. Getting the promise from the strongest person in the province is of great value. After the joy, Jiang Fenju frowned again. Lei Laohu, we should quickly send someone back to the city to report the victory, and then we will quickly pick up the supplies and zombie crystal cores in the Corpse King city. I'm afraid that someone might see the meteorite falling and think we're in trouble, and take advantage of it to cause chaos. Chen Lei nodded, selected a few fast and strong ones, and quickly rushed back to Xingho City and Liuhe City. Then, everyone turned their attention to the Corpse King city. The ruined zombie city buried nearly 800,000 zombies. The zombie crystal cores produced by tens of thousands of zombies are definitely an unimaginable wealth. Based on the probability of zombies producing crystal cores, there are probably tens of thousands of them. Chen Lei looked at Jiang Fenju and grinned. As before, the arsenal belongs to me, and you get 6 of the zombie crystal cores while I get 4. Jiang Fenju nodded. Okay. Liuhe City has the priority to purchase weapons from Xingho City. Xing Li nodded. No problem. Afterwards, the two of them returned to the Corpse King city with a team of 600 superpowers. The remaining 100 people were responsible for stationing the camp and keeping watch. To turn over the heads of 800,000 zombies is a huge task even for a person with special abilities. In addition, you also need to check the specific situation of the arsenal and search the entire Corpse King city. It will take at least 5 days. After Dad and the others left, Chen Chu brought his 18-year-old wife, Oyu Welling. as well as Su Lan and Lu Rian, who were about to become his 19th and 20th wives, into the warm shed built for him by the superpower team. After Chen Lei was promoted to the 9th level, even the psychics in Liahua City became extremely respectful to Chen Chu. Nothing to wait for him to say. The huge greenhouse has beds large enough for 4 people, and plenty of food has been arranged. This scene made Su Lan and Lu Rian blush. Oyueling was lying on the bed very naturally, sucking on a lollipop and swinging her long white legs, staring at Chen Chu, who was in a daze. "My husband, what are you thinking about? Aren't all the corpse kings dead?" Perception. Chen Chu Fadawen. An invisible wave instantly unfolded. It extends 10,000 meters underground in Corpse King City. What on earth is this egg? An egg covered with thick white hair appeared in Chen Chu's mind. The breath of this egg was previously connected to the Corpse King. The riot in Corpse King City is definitely related to it. Moreover, the life breath of the egg just now was very strong, giving Chen Chu a feeling that it was about to break out of the shell. But now, after the death of the Corpse King, its breath suddenly shrank and became silent, as if it were dead. When you are undecided, the system will solve it. Chen Chu once again awakened the system in his heart. White flame bear egg. During the incubation period, after being nurtured by sufficient life energy, the white flame bear will break out of its shell. If someone drops a drop of blood every day for 7 days before the white flame bear hatches, the white flame bear will automatically recognize its master after it is born. If no one is there, the white flame bear will never recognize its master again and become a wild monster. This is a monster that can be tamed as a pet. Chen Chu's eyes lit up. In the end times, the surviving animals evolved into monsters. But there are also monsters that are docile and can be tamed. Spark City has it. It is also the most common first-level monster in the apocalypse, often used to transport supplies, the snow dog. White Flame Bear is a pretty cool name, but don't bears give birth to live young? Chen Chu frowned slightly, but didn't think much about it. In the end times, all kinds of creatures evolve, so it's not surprising if anything weird happens. To be able to connect to the Corpse King, you need 7 drops of blood essence. What level is this monster? Chen Chu was puzzled. Like a first-level snow dog, you just need to raise it, and it will become the most loyal companion. But this White Flame Bear has so many requirements and is so difficult. Its rank must be higher than that of the snow dog. White Flame Bear. Different White Flame Bears will grow into different ranks according to their individual potential, with the lowest rank being a 4th-rank monster. The potential of this White Flame Bear is identified as, and can grow into, extraordinary. Chapter 71. Pick up Extraordinary Beast Eggs Goal. Have many children and increase strength. Can it grow to be extraordinary? What is extraordinary? Chen Chu Fadawen. This was a level he had never heard of. He only knew that superpowers were divided into 10 levels. My father is the only 9th level person in the entire province. Based on my perception, my father's strength is lower than mine. Then what is my strength? Chen Chu's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. It's really troublesome to have no template reference. He only knew that his strength was definitely stronger than that of the 9th level. But I don't know if I can get past the 10th level. After all, there is no reference. And this so-called supernormal is even more of a headache. Apparently, the Ice Age was much more mysterious than he had imagined. I must find an opportunity to visit other provinces and cities. Chen Chu made up his mind. He has a level 1 space ability. Compared with others, it has very obvious advantages. The distance is not a problem for him. Moreover, Chen Chu had carefully observed during this period. In Spark City and Fiery City combined, there is not a single person with space-related abilities. Not even the low-level space system. Chen Chu has also tried to get advice from many people with special abilities. I found that no one had ever heard of any supernatural powers related to the space system. This also made him wonder whether he was the only space system in the entire apocalypse. It's always a good idea to maintain a sense of crisis. Chen Chu nodded secretly. Although I don't understand what level my overall strength is at now. I don't understand what the extraordinary is. But Chen Chu knew that all he had to do was keep getting stronger. Keep getting stronger and stronger, strong enough to be the only one in the last days, strong enough to defeat all enemies. And the way to become stronger is to marry, take concubines, have many children, and be blessed. Chen Chu set his sights on Su Lan and Lu Rian. Sister Lan looks like she's good at giving birth. Yeah, Rian is great too. After Dad finishes cleaning up Corpse King City, we'll go back to Spark City and get married. More children, more blessings. Become stronger. Su Lan, who had been paying attention to Chen Chu, saw Chen Chu suddenly look at that part of her. Her face turned red. But after thinking about it, she stood up. In this way, cannot Chu see more clearly? Su Lan thought with a red face, seeing Chen Chu staring at him intently. Su Lan was happy and shy. Later, I couldn't stand the feeling of ants crawling all over my body anymore. Su Lan couldn't help but ask, Chu, what are you thinking about? Chen Chu smiled handsomely. I was wondering when I could marry such a beautiful sister Lan home. Women can't help but be praised. Su Lan couldn't hide the smile on her slightly red face. She took Chen Chu's arm. He leaned close to her ear and whispered sweetly, go back to the city. Chen Chu lowered his head, and looked at her with a big smile on his face. Sulan will eventually become his concubine. Master, there's me. There's me. Lu Rian came over pitifully, like a little kitten who was afraid of being abandoned by its owner. Chen Chu gently scratched her little nose. Of course, neither of you can be missing. After coaxing his 2 unmarried concubines, Chen Chu had an idea. The white flame bear eggs buried 10,000 meters underground were transferred into the supernatural space. He now has the ability to drag living creatures into the supernatural space, but there is a time limit. However, as long as you take it out after the time limit, and put it back in after you have replenished your energy. And Chen Chu has also thought it through. The Corpse King must be related to this white flame bear egg. The white flame bear egg must have been placed under the Corpse King city by someone and connected to the Corpse King by someone. The purpose is to wait for the Corpse King to successfully advance. Let the white flame bear egg digest the life polyps born in the body of the 9th Order Corpse King. The countdown for the hatching of the white flame bear egg begins, and this person then drips his blood to make this white flame bear with great potential his own war beast. Wotapiti. This person didn't expect that the Corpse King had the ability to temporarily transform into a fake 9th level. What he didn't expect was that he would take action, kill the Corpse King, and take away the life polyp. Now, even the white flame bear eggs that man placed 10,000 meters underground are going to be taken away. The Corpse King's riot is related to the white flame bear eggs. The white flame bear egg was placed there by a mysterious person. So, this mysterious man is the enemy of Spark City and Fiery City. After all, if they didn't come to stop him, the Corpse King would turn Jianghai City into hell. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. That mysterious person prepared so much for the contract with the white flame bear. In the end, you'll just get away with it. Anyway, the mysterious man is the enemy. And if she finds out that her plan has failed, she will eventually find out about Spark City and Fiery City. It would be better to take the eggs yourself first. Improve your own strength first. Now Chen Chu can be sure of 2 things. The mysterious man must be very powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to set up such a big plan. The mysterious man is not from the province. No one in the province has this ability. It looks like there will be a strong enemy next. We need to improve our strength as soon as possible. Chen Chu thought so. To improve your own strength, you need to marry a wife and concubines and have many children. And now we are waiting in the Corpse King city to wait for Dad and the others to pick up the zombie crystal cores. In this case, space power. Chen Chu's supernatural power spread, and he began to move the zombie's crystal core to a conspicuous position. In this way, the team members only need to bend down to pick up the items. And I can also return to the city to get married. Whether it is to make Su Lan a concubine, still working hard, many children bring blessings, enhanced strength. These are all very urgent matters. At the same time, provincial edge. In the boundless snowfield, a tall and beautiful girl suddenly stopped. Bang! A 3-meter-tall white bear following behind her accidentally bumped into her. The girl didn't react at all, but the giant bear was knocked over and rolled away. She folded her hands, her beautiful face full of confusion. My pet seems to have disappeared. It's impossible. The place where I put my pet is obviously a dead city. There are only some low-level zombies. According to his own arrangements and the things he left behind, it would be enough for the Corpse King to be promoted to the 9th level in a year. Then your pet will devour the Corpse King and enter the final hatching process. I just happened to rush back. Why is the pet scent gone now? She was absolutely certain that there were no extraordinary people in this new place. How could someone find animal eggs 10,000 meters underground? And it can also cut off contact with her. The girl's frown deepened. Finish this task first, and then rush back immediately. I left a mark on the egg, so I'm not afraid of not finding it. The girl clenched her fists. There was no way. She also wanted to rush back immediately, but this task had to be done and had a higher priority. Then I'll see which little thief dares to touch my pet. Chapter 72 Ataking Tonchupines, Sulan, Liu Ruyan. 2 days later, with Chen Chu's secret help, the team quickly collected the crystal cores of 800,000 zombies. More than 10,000 zombies produced more than 40,000 zombie crystal cores. Compared with the scattered zombies in the wild, the zombie output rate in the Corpse King city is already very high. More than 10,000 zombie crystal cores. Enough for all the superpowers in Spark City and Fiery City to last for decades. You can imagine what kind of wealth this is. The arsenal on the edge of Corpse King City was also completed. Perhaps it was because this was the most important arsenal in the entire province. Or maybe it's because since the end of the world, this place has been occupied by zombies, and there is friction and nurturing with the zombies every day. Fortunately, the equipment in this arsenal is still usable. Other than a few small, delicate parts breaking, there weren't any major issues. All we need to do is let the engineers in the city use doomsday materials to replicate it one-to-one. From then on, Spark City was able to produce its own weapons. No more fear of consumption. After that, suitable candidates can be selected from ordinary people to form an armed guard. Greatly enhance the strength of the city. At the same time, Spark City can also become the largest arms dealer in the entire province. After all, the probability of a person with superpowers being born is not very high. Just like Spark City and Fiery City, the two cities together have a fixed population of nearly 200,000, but there are only more than 700 people with special abilities. Therefore, weapons still hold extremely high importance, whether it is against foreign enemies or to suppress internal unrest. What's more, some low-level and low-rank psychics are still unable to defend against firearms. And this is an entire arsenal. In addition to ordinary firearms, some heavy firepower can also be manufactured. With this arsenal, Spark City's ability to resist monster sieges and enemy invasions has been greatly enhanced. Of course, the offensive capability has also been greatly improved. Haha, you little brat. I thought I would be delayed here for at least a week, but I didn't expect it to be resolved in just 2 days. It seems that God is determined to make you take a concubine as soon as possible. Let's go back to the city and arrange a wedding for your kid. Pack up 40,000 zombie crystal cores and some important machinery in the arsenal. Chen Lei waved his hand and led the team away, preparing to return to the city. Spark City and Fiery City have been empty for so long. If we don't go back, there's a high chance something bad will happen. But Chen Chu was not worried. Before departure, he specifically instructed all his concubines not to step out of their residence before he returned. Can't go anywhere. His wives and concubines always obeyed his orders. Definitely won't leave the residence. And my own residence is a boutique-level refuge, able to resist the existence of 10th Order mutants, the safest place in the entire province. Naturally, there is no need to worry. Chen Chu held Su Lan and Lu Rian on his left and right and said with a smile, "Return to the city and get married." Accessories and clothing boutique recommendations. Su Lan and Lu Rian lowered their heads shyly, with blushes creeping behind their ears. Although the wedding arrangements had already been made, but Chen Chu respected them very much. It means that I won't touch them until they get married. Moreover, this time when we come to fight in Corpse King City, the key is to go into battle lightly and fight with one's back against the wall. So we brought very few supplies. There are even fewer space-consuming equipment such as warm greenhouses. So the 4 of them had to squeeze into one room. This resulted in Su Lan and Lu Rian suffering from the pain of being scolded every day. After all, it's hard for something not to happen when Chen Chu and the little succubus Yueling are together. I heard that he was going back to the city to get married soon. Su Lan and Lu Rian thought about their experiences of the past few days together. I thought of the appearance of the little succubus Yueling. Will I be like that too? But if it's A Chu, it seems pretty good. Su Lan pushed her glasses up, feeling shy. Lu Rian straightened her body and encouraged herself. Come on, Rian, you can do it. You will definitely perform better than Yueling. 5 days later, the large army crossed 100 kilometers of snow and returned to Spark City. As for a strong man of Jiang Finju's level, he rushed back 2 days ago. The father was the backbone of the team, and his son was also in it, so naturally he did not abandon the team and rush back. Finally, I'm back. At the entrance of the Spark City passage, Chen Lei took off his hat and took a long breath. A lot has happened in these years. Moreover, he has been promoted to a 9th-level psychic and is the strongest in the entire province. No doubt about it. And they captured an entire arsenal, which enabled them to arm the entire city and improve its combat effectiveness. Harvested tens of thousands of zombie crystal cores. Strength and financial resources have been greatly improved. Then the next step is to expand influence. He looked at the endless snowfield with murderous intent in his eyes. You old thieves, clean your necks and wait. I'll come find you after I find a wife for my son. After Chen Lei was promoted to the 9th level, the province was bound to change. He wanted to create a bigger future for his son. Better quality of life, more concubines. Of course, the most important thing is to find a concubine for her own son first. Son, let's go. Everything is ready. Chen Lei called Chen Chu out from the crowd. Take him into the city first. City Lord, it's the City Lord and the Young Master. The City Lord and the Young Master are back. The originally dead Silent Spark City immediately erupted in cheers. Now that our City Lord is back, all problems are no longer a problem. Chen Lei waved his hand and called back the psychic he had sent back earlier. After understanding the situation, the old man smiled and said to Chen Chu, "You little brat, go to the residence and visit your daughters-in-law first. They won't come out without you. As for the arrangements needed for the wedding, they have already been prepared. You can marry your wife tonight." Chen Chu nodded in agreement. These days, he also couldn't wait to see his wives and concubines. Thinking of his wife Yi Miao and concubine Xiao Xiao who is still pregnant, this longing becomes stronger. Chu, go quickly, don't worry about us. Let's prepare for the wedding first. Su Lan is very understanding. Her face blushed, and she smiled at Chen Chu. See you tonight. Chen Chu smiled and rubbed Su Lan and Lu Rian's hair. Then he took Yueling back home. The separation before the wedding is to maintain the mystery, so that there will be more joy. Husband, you are finally back. Chen Chu opened the door. The wives and concubines waiting in the living room immediately gathered around. You can already see that my wife Yi Miao is pregnant. As for Xiao Xiao, her belly is already very big and she will give birth soon. I'm back, everything is fine. Chen Chu hugged his concubines who had been worried for a long time. After all, the feeling of home is the best. Teacher, is my sister okay? After Chen Chu finished reminiscing about the past, Jiang Qingshui mustered up the courage to ask. Chen Chu nor did. Sister Finju is very good. We have gained a lot this time. These words made Jiang Qingshui feel relieved. She absolutely believed what her teacher said. Don't leave these 2 days. Sister Finju will be here later. Today is the wedding day for Sulan and I. As soon as these words were spoken, the concubines cheered. My husband is awesome. As expected, Sister Sulan was captured. In that case, I won't reminisce with my husband today. The quirky Xiao Qiao spoke. They miss Chen Chu very much these days. Chen Chu pinched her cheek gently. You're about to give birth. How are we going to reminisce? Xiao Qiao felt pain, rubbed her face, and hugged her sister to Qiao's hand. Don't you have a sister? Also, the supernatural powers between the sisters. Husband and wife belong to Sister Su Lan today. The Qiao spoke shyly. Chen Chu looked around at his 18 concubines. I haven't seen you for many days. I miss you so much. I'll come and deal with you in 2 days. The place was decorated with lights and colorful decorations, and the sound of gongs and drums was deafening. 100-meter red carpet and a sedan chair carried by 8 people. It's the end of the year, 33 years after the end of the world. Chen Chu finally married Su Lan, and she became his 19th concubine. With the continuous development of Spark City over the years, the standard of Chen Chu's wedding became higher and higher. Evening. After drinking and chatting with everyone, Chen Chu, who was already slightly tipsy, staggered into the bridal room. Looking at Su Lan, who was sitting awkwardly in front of him, Chen Chu smiled. At the end of the year, when I was 21, I finally made Sister Lan my concubine. Sister Lan. Chen Chu approached. Su Lan's gentle voice came from the room. Dao Miss Su Lan. Chapter 73 SS Level Talent. Jiang Qingshui's Awakening Conditions. The plane is the highest in the sky, and the glasses are the highest on the ground. The ancients never deceived me. Day 2. Chen Chu walked out holding onto the wall. At noon, Su Lan officially sat together to eat with the other concubines. Today's Su Lan. There is some unique style between her eyebrows. She stretched out her clear white fingers and pushed up her glasses, looking at the new environment curiously. From now on, she will start a new life. From now on, she will be Chen Chu's concubine. Su Lan smiled, her pink face filled with a faint happiness. Husband, are you okay? His wife Yi Miao served Chen Chu a bowl of ginseng, wolfberry, deer antler, and chicken soup. Chen Chu finished it in one gulp. I can do it. Why don't you take a break first and marry Ruyan another day? Yi Miao still felt a little distressed. Chen Chu gritted his teeth and circulated his energy throughout his body, adjusting his physical condition to the best. I can handle it. After saying this, he secretly glanced at Oyueling. It's all this witch's fault. I've been working like crazy these past few days. Oyueling stuck out her tongue mischievously. After finishing the porridge in the bowl, he immediately got up and ran away. I'm done eating. I'm going to see Ruyan and tell her about the preparations she needs to make on her wedding day. Looking at Oyueling's happy expression, Chen Chu had a slight headache. Perhaps only by being promoted to extraordinary can I suppress her? Night. Spark City took down yesterday's old red and replaced it with a new red. A new banquet begins. Sorry, I'm late. Jiang Finju brought people to the banquet. Sister. Jiang Qingshui immediately ran to her side. Jiang Finju gently stroked her head. It's a good thing I sent you to Spark City. What's wrong with Sister Finju? Asked Chen Chu, who was wearing a fitted wedding dress. Logically speaking, Jiang Finju should have arrived yesterday. Jiang Finju frowned and told the story with a calm expression. So, there was a riot in Liuhua City during the time you were away? Chen Chu's eyes widened. I go. What's going on with this fiery city? It's so complicated. Fortunately, he placed his future concubine Jiang Qingshui in the shelter first. Otherwise, if something really happened, I can really destroy a city. Jiang Finju exhaled. It was Secretary Li. She thought I would be killed in Corpse King City, so she took action with her forces shortly after I left. And she made 2 preparations. She was ready to catch Qingshui and deal with me. After all, I care about Qingshui the most. Although Jiang Finju only said a few simple words. But Chen Chu knew that things were much more complicated than this and would involve blood and gore. Fortunately, Secretary Li did not succeed. Elder sister. Jiang Qingshui was stunned. It was she who almost killed her sister. If her teacher hadn't asked her to stay in Xingho City, Secretary Li would probably have succeeded. It seems like I am really a useless burden. Jiang Qingshui lowered his head and remained silent, not saying anything. This time, Chen Chu rarely attacked her. He felt the intense sadness in Jiang Qingshui's heart. You can only bully your designated future concubine yourself. If outsiders dare to move, they will die. Secretary Li was lucky this time, as he died at the hands of Jiang Finju. He glanced at Jiang Qingshui, who had been silent for a long time. Chen Chu felt helpless. Fool! You are the owner of a top-level talent, the most dazzling person in the entire province. However, Chen Chu did not say it. Talent without awakening is no talent. What's the use of saying it out loud? How can we awaken Jiang Qingshui's talent? Chen Chu frowned. I originally wanted to trick her into becoming my concubine before discussing this issue, but now it seems I have to start exploring it. Otherwise, Jiang Qingshui might go bad. Tip: swallow 10 life polyps to unlock Jiang Qingshui's talent. The system suddenly appeared. The entry appears in Chen Chu's mind. The system understands? Why didn't you say so earlier? Life polyp means killing 10 ninth level monsters. No, the probability of life polyps appearing in ninth order monsters is only 1%. However, Chen Chu's strength far exceeds the ninth level, so this is not a problem at all. The problem is that I've never heard of any ninth level monsters in the province. The fake ninth level corpse king only appeared because of the planning of a mysterious person. Where can he find 10 true ninth level masters? It seems that I need to use my spatial ability to gain a clear understanding of the province and the surrounding environment. Nothing is difficult in the world if you set your mind to it. Now we know the conditions for Jiang Qingshui's awakening. That's much easier. A concubine with superb talent also has some expectations. Chen Chu rubbed Jiang Qingshui's hair. Don't think too much, as long as everyone is okay. Jiang Qingshui's neck shrank due to this sudden movement. He unconsciously revealed the same cute expression as a kitten being petted. Jiang Fengju was stunned by this scene. How could my sister, who is as proud as an iceberg and never allows strangers to approach her? There's something strange. There must be something strange. Jiang Fengju looked at Chen Chu and Jiang Qingshui, her beautiful eyes shining with light. This seems like a very good choice. It seems that I need to work harder to help my sister. Sister Fengju, your seat is next to my father. I'm going to pick up the bride first. The auspicious time has arrived. After greeting a few people, Chen Chu strode towards the bride Lu Ruyan's position. Today is his and Lu Ruyan's wedding day. Evening, wedding room. Chen Chu was a little surprised. Where did you find clothes like this? Lu Ruyan blushed slightly. During the city's expansion, a warehouse was dug underground. It should be a clothing store that fell into the cracks in the ground during the apocalypse. Husband, do you like it? Chen Chu's Adam's apple rolled. Day 2. In the restaurant, Chen Chu looked at his 20 wives and concubines neatly arranged together with a smile on his face. In the end times, family can always bring people the greatest sense of happiness. When he looked at Lu Ruyan, his smile became even wider. In the past, I'd only heard of fire-type psychics who were very popular in the glacial apocalypse. Chen Chu had always believed that it was because fire-type mutants could retain the body temperature of dying people in the wild. Until last night, Lu Ruyan said something. It made him recognize fire-type mutants from another perspective. That sentence is, would you like to try the 40-degree one? Chen Chu inexplicably thought of Jiang Fengju. She's the most powerful fire-type mutant in the entire province. Rumor has it that she has developed her fire abilities to an incredible level. If so, just thinking about it, Chen Chu couldn't help but shudder. At the same time, Chen Chu also made a vow in his heart. I must marry Sister Fengju. Xiao Qiao, if it's inconvenient for you, don't come to the restaurant in person. I'll have someone deliver the food to your room. Seeing that Xiao Qiao was having some difficulty in moving, Chen Chu spoke. The day when Xiao Qiao is due to give birth is getting closer and closer. Her life also began to become inconvenient. Xiao Qiao pouted. Do you like having dinner with your husband? Chen Chu smiled and said, after that, I'll go to your room and eat with you. Great. Xiao Qiao raised his hands happily, showing his little fangs. Chen Chu smiled dotingly. He must dote on his wives and concubines. After dinner, an uninvited guest came to the villa. Jiang Qingshui walked into the gate carrying a large suitcase. Show a sweet smile. Teacher, I will be staying at your house for the next few days to learn spearmanship from you. Please take care of me, teacher. By the way, I brought a lot of yoga tutorial DVDs. I will definitely train hard. Please, teacher. Chapter 74. Xiao Qiao gave birth to a child. A-level demon tentacles. Bright lights. At the doorstep. Young beautiful girl. Her smile is as beautiful as a flower. Everything is so beautiful. But Chen Chu was a little confused. How come he didn't know that Jiang Qingshui was coming to live with him? Haha, son. Fire Phoenix and I have worked together to bring Jiang Qingshui home for you. You must seize the opportunity and give birth to a good grandson for our two cities as soon as possible. Outside the door, Chun Lei's generous voice echoed. He pushed open the door and saw Jiang Qingshui carrying a suitcase with a slightly red face and looking down at her toes. Chen Chu was petrified with a confused look on his face. Ahem. Chun Lei immediately stopped smiling, coughed lightly, scratched his head, and looked around. Hey, where's Xiaoan? I came to see if he has broken through to the 4th level recently. These words made the petrified Chen Chu look even more helpless. Dad, Xiaoan is less than 4 years old. The transition from the 3rd to the 4th stage is a hurdle. Many psychics with low levels and poor potential will be stuck at the 3rd level throughout their lives. His eldest son, Chen Han, is already at the 3rd level when he is less than 4 years old. He is a genius among geniuses. Xiao Han and Xiao Shou are looking for little monsters at the border there. Chen Chu pointed outside. That's my guess. Chen Lei laughed and turned away. Before leaving, the old man did not forget to say to Jiang Qingshui, Xiao Jiang, you can stay in Xingho City as long as you want. Just treat it as your home. If you miss your sister, you don't have to go back. I'll have someone notify her to come and see you. Well, thank you, City Lord Chen. Jiang Qingshui responded softly. Chen Lei grinned and walked out the door. Jiang Qingshui kept her head down and looked at her toes, her face flushed. Why do I feel like I'm getting married? Chen Chu shook his head and shouted to the concubine behind him. Xingyue, take her to choose a room. Okay, husband. Xingyue, the beautiful girl with twin ponytails, skipped to Jiang Qing, enthusiastically helped her carry her luggage, and then took her to choose a room. Jiang Qingshui waved his hands repeatedly to refuse, saying that he would carry the luggage himself. But she is just an ordinary person now. How can she possibly compete with Xingyue? Xingyue is now at the peak of the 5th level. Looking at Jiang Qingshui's red face, he followed Xingyue awkwardly to choose a room. Chen Chu nodded slightly. Jiang Qingshui was his designated concubine. After the rebellion in Fiery City, he was really a little worried about Jiang Qingshui staying somewhere else. In the days that followed, Chen Chu spent most of his time working hard with his concubines. About 12 hours a day. The rest of the time is spent on handling chores and playing with children. And he took 1 hour out of that to teach Jiang Qing the art of water spearmanship. He said he was teaching her how to use a spear, but in fact he was just asking her to massage her legs and shoulders. Sometimes when I feel like it, I'll check out Jiang Qingshui's yoga training results. This process often ends with Jiang Qingshui's face turning red. Finally, after Chen Chu criticized Jiang Qingshui many times, he added other training programs for him. Dancing? Have you heard of it or seen it? We ordinary people don't have special powers, so we can only work on our physical fitness, improving flexibility, agility, etc. After that, Jiang Qingshui incorporated dance learning into her daily life. And she also learned to draw inferences from one example. In the subsequent training process, extinction. Teacher, yoga increases flexibility, and dance improves agility. So should I also do fitness to strengthen my physical strength? These words left Chen Chu silent. After a moment, he said very seriously and deeply, I wanted to bring this up to you after you've been training for a while. After all, it's very hard for ordinary people to do 3 kinds of training at the same time. Jiang Qingshui's face was full of seriousness and stubbornness. Teacher, I'm not afraid of hard work. As long as I can become stronger, I will do anything you ask me to do. Please teach me, please, teacher. Chen Chu reluctantly joined Jiang Qingshui's fitness training program. We gunners, even though we hold the gun with our hands and shoot, it is actually more important to keep our lower body steady. Your fitness exercises should focus more on squats and lower body, do you understand? Jiang Qingshui closed his notes. He clasped his hands on his chest, extremely sincere. Teacher, I have no fitness experience. Please be my fitness coach, please. Chen Chu. Fitness coach? Easy to talk about. 1 month of training. Jiang Qingshui's fitness results are very obvious. It cannot be said that Jiang Qingshui is super talented in fitness. Chen Chu was extremely satisfied with this. At the same time, he began to think again. The fruit is ripe. Is it time to start picking it yourself? Well, then I'm going to trick Sister Finju. Chen Chu had a plan. Jiang Qingshui's biggest bond is Jiang Finju. I've almost developed my position here. It's time to attack from another angle. At the same time, the search for 9th level monsters should also be put on the agenda. It's time to activate Jiang Qingshui's talent. The strongest in the province, level 1, angelic body. The beginning of the 34th year after the end of the world. Xiao Qiao was pushed into the delivery room again. Although with the rapid expansion of Spark City, the medical department has gained many excellent doctors with special abilities. But the surgeon performing the surgery this time was still Su Lan. Because the entire medical department, she is the doctor with the most experience in delivering babies. What's more, Xiao Qiao is her husband's concubine and her sister. She was worried about leaving it to someone else. Xiao Qiao, I'll leave it to you. Outside the delivery room, Chen Chu gave some instructions. Su Lan smila complete. Don't worry, my husband. This is Su. Every time Su Lan delivered a baby, he would concentrate on using his wood-related abilities to ensure the safety of his wives, concubines, and children. So Chen Chu is still very relieved about Su Lan. The delivery room door closed, and the red light came on. This is a special medical department built by my father specifically for delivering babies for Chen Chu's concubines. It is also equipped with the best equipment and the best obstetricians in Jianghai City. Think of having such strong protection. The slight tension in Chen Chu's heart was also smoothed out. He sat quietly on the sofa outside, waiting for the birth of his 19th child. Time flies by. The red light in the delivery room turned green. Su Lan, wearing a white coat, came out holding a baby. She took off her mask and smiled brightly. Husband, it's a daughter. Chen Chu stepped forward and took the baby. At the moment of touching, his keen senses detected that there seemed to be something wrong with the supernatural aura of this child. It seems a bit dark. At this moment, the system sounded at the right time. Detect host's offspring, talent. Level 1 demon tentacles. Host receives reward. Random item. Intermediate 3-dimensional upgrade. Chapter 75 reward. Breakthrough card, promotion. Level 10. Class. Chen Chu's eyes lit up. This level already ranks among the top 3 among his 19 descendants. This means that the rewards you get will be very good. Chen Chu looked at his newborn daughter with a big smile on his face. The arrival of this child will bring him a lot of strength growth. When Chen Chu smiled, his daughter also smiled at him with the round eyes. But I don't know why. Chen Chu actually did this on the face of a newborn baby. I saw the expression of mischievous. He thought of his daughter's talent, devil's tentacles. This is the first dark talent among his descendants. But Chen Chu didn't care too much. With the monster of his eldest son, Chen Han, in front of him, his mental ability became much stronger. It's just a mischievous expression. You know, Chen Han spoke directly when he was just born. Leave your thoughts behind. Chen Chu strode into the delivery room, holding the child, and came to Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao was the first of his concubines to give birth to a second child. And the last time Xiao Qiao was pregnant, she was with twins. All in all, the two have 3 children. Husband, Xiao Qiao, with sweat all over her forehead, spoke in a gentle tone. Chen Chu gently wiped the sweat off her face. Xiao Qiao is a little quirky at ordinary times, but she is very much loved by him. Look, our child is a daughter. And he's a superpower level 1. Really? Xiao Qiao's originally tired eyes became bright. That's great. I gave birth to a good child for my husband. Chen Chu looked at Xiao Qiao with a smile. Xiao Qiao, you've worked hard. You've given birth to 3 children in the past 4 years. Maybe everyone's physique is different. Over the past 4 years, Xiao Qiao is either pregnant or on the way to giving birth. Xiao Qiao glanced at the child secretly, raised her head slightly, and moved closer to Chen Chu. It's not hard. I like being with my husband. Chen Chu rubbed her head lovingly. We already have 3 children. If you don't want to have any more, just tell me. He now has 20 concubines. And my father is thinking about how to take more concubines every day. So there is no need to worry about not having offspring in the future. In Chen Chu's opinion, it would be good enough if each concubine could give birth to 3 children for him at most. If this amount is exceeded, it may have an impact on the concubine's health. Xiao Qiao was stunned. If I can't get pregnant, then I can't. She paused. He frowned and leaned close to Chen Chu's ear, whispering softly. Chen Chu nodded with some amusement. Of course not. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Qiao's mouth immediately plumped up. No, Xiao Qiao just wants to get pregnant. Xiao Qiao just wants her husband to give me everything. Listening to such fierce words coming out of the mouth of a dynamic and beautiful girl, Chen Chu felt a huge contrast. Although this dynamic beauty is already a mother of 3 children. He pinched Xiao Qiao's nose gently, laughing. Okay, I'm just offering you a choice. I don't want you to work too hard. Xiao Qiao smiled, and an expression of an old driver appeared on the beautiful girl's face. Xiao Qiao doesn't have to work hard. It's always your husband who has to work hard. Boom. Ouch! Chen Chu tapped Xiao Qiao's forehead lightly with his index finger. You just gave birth, don't think about these messy things. Xiao Qiao rubbed his head. No, Xiao Qiao is in good health. She is well now and can go home with her husband. Not yet. You need to rest for a few days. Before Chen Chu could say anything, Sulan walked in. Although Xiao Qiao can be naughty in front of Chen Chu, but she also knew that Chen Chu would definitely let her listen to the doctor. She lay back down on the bed. Some people feel like they have no desire to live. Oh well, that's good. Chen Chu ruffled her hair. Xiao Qiao rolled her eyes and leaned close to Chen Chu's ear. Husband, are you going to see your sister today? Looking at Xiao Qiao's pitiful and pleading expression, Chen Chu nodded in agreement. Xiao Qiao excitedly reminded Chen Chu of many things to pay attention to. Finally, he watched Chen Chu leave reluctantly. Because she had just given birth, she needed to receive rehabilitation treatment from Sulan. Newly born babies also need a comprehensive checkup. The child's name, Chen Chu, and Xiao Qiao chose it in the delivery room. His name is Tinmo. The 8th girl, Chen Mo. In the villa residence in the practice room, name Kinmo. Identity, 8th daughter. Birthday, February 1st, 34 years after the end of the world. Talent, level 1 demon tentacles. Potential. Oh, there are new changes on the panel. On Chen Chu's side, the age in the offspring attribute panel has changed to birthday. The birth date of the offspring is clearly recorded above. That's fine. Originally, Chen Chu was worried that as he had more children, he would forget their birthdays. He even planned to make a birthday record handbook for offspring. After all, every year on his birthday, his father would prepare an expensive and extraordinary gift for him, and the whole city would celebrate. Now that he is a father, he can't forget his child's birthday. Now there is a system to help him remember, which is much more convenient. Close the offspring panel. Chen Chu received the system reward. Received successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Breakthrough card. Break level card. Consumable any level below the basic level 10 can be easily broken. Level breaking card? Chen Chu raised his eyebrows. Although it is a consumable item that can only be used once. But this thing seems a bit fierce. Doesn't that mean that I can easily reach the 10th level? Although Chen Chu's overall strength now exceeds the 9th level, his strongest superpower, spatial power, is only at the peak of the 8th level. Thinking this way, this reward should be used when upgrading from level 9 to level 10 to maximize the benefits. In the 3 months since reaching the peak of the 8th level, Chen Chu works hard every day, especially with the physical blessing of the little succubus awakens. His spatial ability had already reached the edge of the 9th level. Just in time, now is the time. Chen Chu took out a large number of zombie crystal cores from the supernatural space, absorbed them frantically, and adjusted his own state to the peak state. Then, system, received the 3-dimensional reward. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully received the intermediate 3-dimensional upgrade. Intermediate life enhancement. Intermediate talent improvement. Intermediate potential improved. The familiar 3 tingling sensations came. A blue spiritual ring lights up outside the body. 9th level. The spatial ability was successfully upgraded to the early 9th level. The overall strength has probably increased by about 2 times. Chen Chu's strengths are complex and comprehensive. As one of Chen Chu's many abilities, spatial ability can actually double his overall strength by breaking through a level. This is enough to represent the huge gap between the 8th and 9th levels. After Dad broke through to the 9th level, his strength increased more than 10 times compared to the 8th level. This also shows how powerful Chen Chu is. Invincible in the same level, he can also kill enemies of higher levels. As for the higher level extraordinary people, he has not met them yet and is not sure about their specific strength. Call! He let out a long breath of white air. Chen Chu piled up zombie crystal cores in front of him. Then, the space power was activated frantically. 2 deep blue energy vortices formed in the palms of his hands. 9th stage, middle 9th stage, late. 2 hours passed in a flash. Chen Chu's strength has reached the best state in the late 9th level. But it always feels like I'm just a little bit away from the peak of the 9th level. Only when your strength reaches the peak of the 9th level can you use the breakthrough card and achieve the 10th level. Just as Chen Chu frowned slightly and planned to find the little succubus awakens to improve his strength, the system's cold mechanical sound rang out. Detecting the host's eldest son Shin Han, successfully breaking through the 4th basic level, the host received strength feedback. Park. There was a soft sound of dripping water. Chen Chu's spatial ability in the late 9th level loosened, and he successfully stepped into the peak of the 9th level and touched the edge of the 10th level. Chen Chu had a feeling. The upgrade from level 9 to level 10 is an extremely difficult hurdle. If he were to continue practicing on his own, it would take who knows when he would be able to break through. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Chu flipped his hand, and a dark card appeared in his hand. Use breakthrough card. Boom! There was a loud bang in the training room. A huge, thick, dark blue spiritual ring rose from the bottom of Chen Chu's feet. The dazzling blue fills the entire space. Spatial power, level 10. Done. Chapter 76. Su Lan is pregnant. Spark City's expansion goal. In the practice room of hundreds of square meters, deep blue supernatural energy overflowed, and space vortices were torn apart. Slowly, the overflowing energy began to converge into Chen Chu's body. The torn space vortex gradually recovered. After this space completely returned to peace, Chen Chu opened his eyes, and 2 rays of blue light shot out from his eyes. Then, a terrifying aura unfolded. This is a 10th order strong man. If we go back to 2 months ago, facing a mid-level 9th order corpse king, Chen Chu didn't have to go to so much trouble to use the power of space and gravity to restrain it, and then use the meteorite falling from the sky to kill it. All it takes is a thought. The spatial ability can break open the corpse king's head and turn its brain into paste. This is the difference in rank. He took the terrifying aura into his body and hid the gleam in his eyes. Chen Chu once again returned to his ordinary image. According to Chen Chu's previous plan, he would probably stop pretending once he reached the 10th level. I am the strongest in the province, and I am going to reveal my cards. But now some extraordinary people have appeared again. He also took someone else's eggs. So it's better to stay safe for now, build up your strength, and then see how the situation develops. I am very powerful now. I am no longer a simple rank 10 psychic. I think I will not be powerless against an extraordinary person. Certainly, the most important thing is that Chen Chu has spatial abilities. Extraordinary? Oh, what does it have to do with me even if the world is destroyed? You can still take your family and hide in the supernatural space and live a carefree life. As the space ability breaks through the 10th level, the supernatural space expands to a space of 5,000. And Chen Chu also discovered that he can change the length, width, and height of the space at will. Only the total volume will not change. And he can stay there longer, up to 10 days at a time. This also gave Chen Chu an idea. As your strength grows, you can stay in the supernatural space longer. Does that mean this? One day, he will have a paradise of his own. By then, no matter how powerful the opponent is. When my opponent is at his peak, I hide in his space. When my opponent is down, I attack him in the face. Thinking of this, Chen Chu's mouth curled up. It sounds pretty good. Whether you're facing your opponent head-on or running away, you need to keep improving your strength. Chen Chu is determined. And the way to improve your strength is to work hard, and have many children and good fortune. The heart of Tao is determined. Then you will devote yourself to the Tao. Chen Chu walked out of the training room without hesitation. Awakens, who was watching TV series in the living room, was carried away in a princess hug. Then he turned to the Qiao. You're the second half. Day 2. Dining room. Chen Chu was refreshed and put the palm-sized lobster into his mouth after coating it with condiments. Yueling was grinding her canine teeth, holding a fork, and poked the food on the plate into pieces. Damn it, we ended up in a tie this time. I have to keep developing my physique, otherwise my husband will become stronger and stronger, so he can bully me, right? Where's Sister Qiao? Hasn't she gotten up yet? Yi Miao, with a bulging belly, was counting the people at the table seriously. Xingyue raised her hand. Sister Qiao just went to bed. All right. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone knew what was going on. Yi Miao smiled helplessly and shook his head, then poured Chen Chu a cup of chicken soup. Chen Chu waved his hand and said, no need. At this time, Su Lan, wearing a white coat, walked into the house. Seeing Su Lan's tired look, Yi Miao handed her the chicken soup in his hand. Thank you, Miao Miao. Su Lan Lu smiled and sat down drinking the chicken soup. It's really strange. I was planning to go home in the first half of the night, but I didn't expect Xiao Qiao's body to suddenly secrete a large amount of dopamine in the second half of the night. I was shocked. I observed her all night, but didn't find anything abnormal. It seemed like her body was just inexplicably excited all night. Quiet. Very quiet. Everyone's eyes were on Chen Chu. When we all came together before, we knew about the two sisters' special abilities. Yi Miao, his wife, who was smiling on the surface, reached out from under the table and pinched Chen Chu gently. Master, the city lord is looking for you. At this time, the guard at the door came to the rescue. Chen Chu's expression was calm. Okay. After saying that, he turned around and kissed his wife Yi Miao, then quickly got up and left. Yi Miao looked at Chen Chu's back with helplessness and amusement. Dad, you look for me. Chen Chu walked into the city lord's mansion. I found that only my father was there. Come and see, little brat. Dad smiled and called Chen Chu over. On the table in front of him was a large sand table map. It shows a general map of the entire province. See this? Dad pointed to a small castle. It says Dongshuiqing on it. A giant city, Dongshui City? I heard that the city lord is a peak level 8 water type ability user. Chen Chu has learned a lot about the province over the years. Chun Lei nodded. Yes, Ao Dong, the lord of Dongshui City, has water-related abilities. In the Ice Age, his attack power was extremely strong. So, Dongshui City is one of the most famous cities in the entire province. Chen Chu did. So, Dongshui City was one of the cities that planned to block our retreat last time? Chen Chu asked. In the end times, the strong are respected and revenge must be taken. Others dare to stop you. If you don't fight back, you will be looked down upon. From then on, you will lose your voice and anyone will dare to step on you. Since Ao Dong dared to attack his city and his family, so Shuidong City should prepare for its destruction. The significant improvement in strength gave Chen Chu full of confidence. Haha no. Chen Lei laughed and scratched his head. That old guy Ao Dong didn't join the team that was trying to stop us. It's just that he happens to have a daughter who is a top-level wood element. I heard that she is pretty, and he plans to take her away to be your concubine. Then, Chen Lei patted Chen Chu's shoulder nonchalantly. Other giant cities are too far away and difficult to travel to, but Dongshui City is close to us. Since you want to dominate the province, it doesn't matter whether you fight early or late. Let's take down Dongshui City first. First, I'll give you a concubine. Then we will start from Dongshui City and move forward. Chen Lei made the decision with a wave of his hand. Chen Chu fully agreed with his father's choice. As the family grows bigger, its influence must also continue to expand. As long as you have your own backup, it won't be a big problem. But Chen Chu had only one problem. Dad, are you sure that Ao Dong's daughter is pretty? Great wood, that sounds pretty good. If she was really a beauty, it would be even more perfect. Chen Chu has 20 concubines. All of them are stunningly beautiful in their own ways. He had been spoiled without even realizing it. Chun Lei smiled and said, Don't worry, little brat. The Ao family is famous for having many handsome men and beautiful women. The daughter of Ao Dong, that pretty boy, will definitely satisfy you. This journey is about 300 kilometers, which is quite long. We will set off in a month. Go back and prepare. Chen Chu did. Okay. Then he walked out the door. I don't know how long it will take for me to return from this trip, so I should spend this month being affectionate with my wives and concubines. The second concubine Su Lan and the 20th concubine Lu Ruyan are new members. So Chen Chu has focused his attention on them for the past month. 12 hours of farming time every day. Little Witch Yueling for 2 hours. Su Lan and Liu Ruyan for 4 hours. The remaining concubines took 6 hours. Perfect allocation. And within a month, as expected, several concubines became pregnant one after another. The first one to make a move was Su Lan. One morning, Su Lan touched her belly, her eyes shining brightly, and she walked happily to Chen Chu, leaning gently on his shoulder. Husband, I have our child. Chapter 77. Wives and concubines become pregnant one after another. Departure. Dongshui's city goal. To seize concubines. Su Lan. Tall and beautiful, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white coat. Intelligent super beauty. The person I have liked since childhood. After 3.5 years of hard work, She became my 19th concubine. Now I have my own children. Chen Chu was extremely excited, even though his strength and knowledge have undergone tremendous changes in the past 4 years. But this feeling of finally realizing my childhood dream can still have an impact. Certainly, the most important thing is definitely joy. Chen Chu happily picked up Su Lan and spun her around several times. Su Lan called out in surprise. Not long after Su Lan became pregnant, Lu Ruyan is also pregnant. In this way, 3 of his wives and concubines became pregnant. Yi Miao, Su Lan, Lu Ruyan. 2 fewer concubines. Naturally, Chen Chu focused more of his energy on other concubines. During this month, 5 more concubines became pregnant one after another. Among these 5 concubines, one of them is the concubine bought from Zhang Yazi, Wang Yin, special ability. Level 3 meditation power, strength, peak level 3. The remaining 4 were 4 of the 10 that Dad had robbed when he expanded Spark City into a giant city. She is also in the same group as the beautiful girl Xingyue and the little Wichou Yueling. Most of their ability levels are at level 1 and 2, and their strength is above level 4. This also made Chen Chu discover a pattern. It seems that the higher the level of the wife's or concubine's supernatural power and the stronger their strength, the easier it is for them to get pregnant. Chen Chu asked every concubine. The 5 concubines he bought from Zhang Yazi were of the lowest rank and strength among his 20 concubines. According to them, in recent months, every time after that, I feel warm inside and my strength becomes stronger. Now there are 5 concubines, all of whom are at the peak of level 3. Just one step away from crossing the threshold and entering the 4th level. Chen Chu pondered. Could it be that as I quickly became stronger, my concubines of lower levels and lower strength could not keep up with my growth, so in the end it turned into energy that made them stronger? It seems that when you take a concubine in the future, you must choose a high-quality concubine so that you can continue to have many children and good fortune. Chen Chu came to a conclusion and made some considerations. Of course, for his 5 concubines of low power, Chen Chu didn't dislike it either, since I can make them stronger. Then, just improve their strength to a level that can match your own. After, Chen Chu spent a lot of time on his 4 concubines who had low abilities. Because Wang Yin is pregnant, she cannot improve her strength for the time being. A month later, before setting off for Dongshui City, all concubines have entered the 4th level. At the entrance of the villa, fully armed guards ran to the door in small steps to notify the family. Master, the city lord is at the city gate. We can set off at any time. Chen Chu nodded. Got it, wait for me for a moment. Today is the day to set off for Dongshui City. A distance of kilometers is considered a long distance in the glacial apocalypse. Husband, we will practice hard while you are away. When you come back next time, we will definitely become stronger. The 4 concubines who had just entered the 4th level were in tears. Although this time leaving the city was to expand power and prepare to dominate the province. But when I thought about not being able to see Chen Chu for several months, tears started to fall unconsciously. Who would be willing to give up a husband who is handsome, kind to her, and capable? Chen Chu hugged them one by one. I will test it when I come back. These words made the 4 concubines blush slightly, and their eyes were full of anticipation. After saying goodbye to the other concubines, Chen Chu turned his attention to Yi Miao's pregnant wives and concubines. He now has 8 concubines who are pregnant. The one who spent the longest time with him was his wife Yi Miao. It's been 6 months. The second is Su Lan, 1 month. Lu Ruyan and the other 6 concubines were only about 10 days pregnant. Husband. Yi Miao's eyes were red. As the date of delivery approaches, Yi Miao becomes more and more emotionally sensitive. But she knew that her husband and father were going to expand their power. Let the family and family members live a better life. She bit her lower lip and tried to hold back her tears. Husband, I'll wait for you to come back. Chen Chu felt warm in his heart. He hugged his wife in his arms and kissed her forehead. I'll be back before you give birth. Really? Yi Miao looked up with joy in his eyes. I will give birth in more than 3 months. Chen Chu smiled and nodded. Yi Miao buried his little head in Chen Chu's arms and took a deep breath. Husband, I'll wait for you at home, and I won't go there. After saying goodbye to Yi Miao, Chen Chu walked up to Su Lan and Lu Ruyan. After all, Su Lan has seen the world since she was a child. She smiled tenderly. I will help you take care of the house, my Achu. Achu. I haven't heard this title for a long time. Chen Chu smiled knowingly. Ruyan will also wait patiently for the young master to come back. Lu Ruyan also had red eyes. In the past, whenever they went out, she was the one who protected Chen Chu. It won't work this time. Call me husband, not master. Chen Chu pulled her soft face. Say goodbye to my wives and concubines. And he told me that if anything happened, I must hide in the house. His own villa is a boutique-level shelter, and he has stored a large amount of supplies in it. Can cover it. Then he followed the guards to the city entrance, and a figure followed him stealthily. Sister Oyu, where are you going? The beautiful girl Xingyu asked. Oyu Welling walked quietly to the door and turned around awkwardly. She stretched out her hand, and pink light bloomed in it. Excuse me, I just happened to break through to the 7th level so I can go with my husband. Chen Chu turned around when he heard that. The little succubus Oyu Welling has already reached the peak of the 8th level. The entire Xingho city excluding the secret of Chen Chu. Ouyueling's strength is second only to her father. These words made Xingyue's eyes light up. She happily showed her little canine teeth, raised her hand, and said sweetly, "Husband, I want to go too." As she spoke, a gleam of light burst forth from her body. I also broke through to level 6. Level 6, which is also the elite level among giant cities. Even in Dad's team, he is the main force. Moreover, Xingyue's ability is the special light-type starlight flashing. It has both healing and attack capabilities, and is also good at restraining zombies. And Xingyue is not pregnant, so she can go out. It won't delay Dad's progress. Chen Chu nodded. Okay, you come too. Ouyueling is very strong, and her physique really makes Chen Chu unable to stop. And the little beauty Xingyue has the ability to make people feel happy when they see her. And to him, foreign girls are indeed different. So the two of them are the best choices. Chen Chu didn't notice that Jiang Qingxue, who was standing at the stairs, also had red eyes, but she knew that she would only be a hindrance. Chen Chu walked out of the house with the plump and voluptuous little succubus, Ouyueling, and the bouncing and blonde Xingyue with twin ponytails. Just went out. A large number of fully armed guards then provided all-round protection for the villa. Apparently, the harvested arsenal brought good results. Moreover, Chen Chu also felt 3 more supernatural auras around the villa. It's level 7. Dad sent a 7th level psychic to protect us. Level 7, the top expert in Spark City. The guard following Chen Chu spoke in a trembling voice. Master, don't worry. In addition to the arrangements made by the city lord of Liehua City will also help during this period of time. The safety of the young ladies and grandchildren will not be a problem. I feel relieved with Sister Fenju taking care of me. Chen Chu nodded. So, now you can set off to Dongshui City with peace of mind. Go grab the 21st level wood-type mutant, A.O. Qing. Chapter 78 Coal Mines, Iron Mines, Great Harvest. The desperate extreme cold and the suffocating vast expanse of white. It has been more than half a month since I left Spark City, but it's still on the way. In the glacial apocalypse, a distance of 300 kilometers is also a big problem for people with special abilities. On this trip, Chun Lei brought a total of 300 psychics, a number that has exceeded the total number of many giant cities. This time we are attacking the city, so we naturally have to go all out. This time, they also brought various weapons, equipment, and enough supplies to sustain 300 people for 3 months. This is also the reason why the team slowed down. Modified car interior. Chun Lei pointed the map to Chen Chu. We are here now. Dongshui City is here. It will probably take about 10 days to arrive. Chen Chu was chewing an apple out of boredom. Walking in a vast snowfield in extreme cold is more difficult than drifting in the boundless ocean. Chen Chu originally thought that based on the speed of the previous attack on Corpse King City, the 300 kilometers should be completed in 15 days. Unexpectedly, due to the great distance between the two places, it is difficult for a psychic to determine the path perfectly. So, basically you have to turn around here and there, which increases the distance and waste time. While Dad was looking at the map carefully, Chen Chu went into the bathroom to pee. The so-called toilet in the carriage is just a small space. The filth will be discharged directly into the carriage through pipes, where it will be frozen and crushed into powder. Guaranteed to be environmentally friendly, green, and pollution-free. Buzz. With a slight sound, Chen Chu used a spatial ability. He immediately appeared in the wild sky. The azure blue space energy enveloped him. Perception diffusion. The supernatural power is at the 10th level, and the current perception can extend to 100 kilometers. The 3 model in Chen Chu's mind overlaps with the provincial map in his memory. Then, he immediately planned a route that was the shortest, safest, and most convenient. This road not only has simple terrain and few monsters, but also contains some doomsday plants that can supplement the team. The next moment, Chen Chu returned to the carriage bathroom. He walked out. I happened to see the psychic who had completed today's exploration mission and was reporting the situation to my father. Oh, you mean if we go this way, it only takes 8 days to reach Dongshui City? Chun Lei was surprised. Yes, City Lord. Psychic Wu Wu nodded. Okay. Chun Lei waved his hand, drew a route on the map, and handed it to the guard. Give it to Xiao Song and follow this route. Chen Chu took it with a smile. I'll go. It's a good opportunity to exercise. The old man nodded and said, okay, it's boring to travel in the wild. If you hold on a little longer, I will give you a concubine soon. Chen Chu smiled, turned and walked towards the front of the car. Driving in the Ice Age is a technical job, and the Xiao Song that my dad mentioned is the most skilled person in Spark City. Master Song, this is today's route. We will follow this route from now on. It will not be changed. Xiao Song, who was concentrating, saw that it was Chen Chu, immediately reached out and took it. Okay, Master. Sorry to bother you, Master. It's inconvenient for me to drive, so I can't salute you. I'll give you one more next time. I didn't expect that the honest black-faced man could tell jokes. Chen Chu smiled, placed 2 oranges in front of him, then patted him on the shoulder and left. Done. Chen Chu modified the route. It only takes about 5 days to reach Dongshui City. Then he walked to the second carriage. It is divided into 2 parts. Half of the space is used to store food supplies. The other half of the space is the living room for him. The little witch Yueling and the little beauty Xingyue opened a door and Vulcan. A wave of heat came. The outside of this carriage is coated with thick quartz powder. The inside is made of thin quartz panels, and a large amount of thermal insulation materials are also used. Inside the carriage, Yueling was lying on her stomach, swinging her legs, and reading a book. Xingyue plays video games with headphones on. Husband, when they saw Chen Chu coming back, they were surprised and ran over to ask for a hug. 2 hours later, Yueling opened the book again, and Xingyue no longer had the energy to play games. Chen Chu finally had time to talk about the good news. We will reach Dongshui City in 5 days. Great, Xingyue has never been to such a far place. Xingyue raised her trembling hands, her weak tone full of joy. Great, there will be a 21st sister soon, and Fire Phoenix can only be the 23rd sister, Yueling said shockingly. Chen Chu gave her a slap on the head. Ever since Yueling reached the peak of the 8th level, she has become more and more arrogant. She seemed to be trying to snatch Jiang Fenju back to be her sister. Husband, where are we now? Yueling rubbed her head and changed the subject. Chen Chu pointed to the map on the wall. We are in this position now. If we follow this road, we will reach Dongshui City in 5 days. Yueling got up and lay down on the map, observing it carefully. Before the end of the world, the place we are in is called Shuncheng. It is the place with the largest coal reserves in the province, and Shuncheng is also called the kidney of the province. If we can get it, Spark City will be prosperous. At the end of the glacier era, many energy sources lost their function, but fossil fuels like coal are still very useful. Chen Chu didn't say anything, but his heart moved. Perception. The spatial ability expands and explores deeper. Snow, glaciers, soil, houses, and warehouses. Subsequently, a large number of black lumps appeared. Coal. Pick up. As soon as the thought came to his mind, the coal that was originally buried deep under the snow layer immediately appeared in the city's supernatural space. A smile appeared on Chen Chu's lips. Yueling looked at the smile. Her eyes rolled, and she looked mischievous. She lay back on the bed to read, then said casually, following this road, the next place we arrive at was called Yecheng before the end of the world. Before the end of the world, it was the most famous sword and ironware town in Xia country, exported all over the world, so there should be a lot of cold weapons, ornamental ironware, practical ironware, iron materials, and a lot of iron ores. Hearing this, Chen Chu looked up at the map and estimated how long it would take to get from here to Yecheng. Yueling looked at Chen Chu's little action, and a smile appeared on her lips. About 6 billion tons of coal. The next night, Chen Chu suddenly opened his eyes. During this day and a half, he used his special powers at all times to conduct a thorough search for coal in Shuncheng. No corner was left out. Finally, after searching the entire city, 6 billion tons of coal were obtained. Not only the coal mined by humans before the end of the world, but even the coal that had not yet been mined underground in Shuncheng was taken by Chen Chu. In other words, he is a 10th level space ability user. Otherwise, how can we obtain these 6 billion tons of coal? Even if all the huge cities in the province were added together, it would take at least several decades to conquer them. What is the concept of 100 million tons of coal? Enough for everyone in Spark City to use for 10,000 years. From now on, the physical power generation business in the city can be closed down. Spark City can also free up a large amount of manpower to do other things. This also means that Spark City is about to enter a stage of rapid development. Looking at the coal that occupies nearly 1/10 of the supernatural space, Chen Chu was very satisfied. There was a light in his eyes. Next target, Yecheng Iron Mine. In the dark night, Master Song drove a huge and bulky modified car out of Shuncheng and slowly entered Yecheng. 2 days later, the team left Yecheng. Chen Chu stood at the side of the carriage, looking at the vast glacial apocalypse outside through a narrow window. This time, 20 million tons of iron materials were harvested in Shuncheng, including industrial weapons, iron products, iron materials, and iron ore. Coal mines, iron mines. These two kinds of materials are very important even in the Ice Age. Therefore, Chen Chu decided to reward the little succubus Yueling handsomely. And this journey is almost over. Tomorrow, we will arrive at Dongshui City. Chapter 79. Take over Dongshui City and get married tonight. Day 2. It was just dawn. Chen Chu felt that the modified car was slowly slowing down. He woke Yueling and Xingyue up. The three of them put on their clothes and walked out of the room. Walked forward and arrived at the first carriage. Dad was holding a smoking cigar. You little brat, why are you up so early today? Chen Chu looked at the backbone members of Xingho City who were preparing around him. Is it coming? Dad smiled and said, yes. I didn't expect that it would take 8 days, but only 5 days. You kid, get ready, we'll get married tonight. Chen Chu looked at the backbones around him who were equipped with starstone weapons and full of fighting spirit. Is this a direct fight? Is it so hardcore? Shouldn't we challenge the enemy first, then intimidate them, and try to win without fighting, and then fight when the negotiations are no longer successful? Dad nodded. Just hit it. Chen Chu held his forehead with his hand. I'll go too. Going by yourself can ensure that there will be no accidents. As he said this, he showed the gun in his hand. Machine tools pulled from the Corpse King City, plus special ores obtained during the expansion process. Engineer Liao used these materials to strengthen his firearms and inlaid the bullets with special materials. This greatly increases the lethality of his firearms. Originally, the Infinite Stone could only kill level 6 psychics. However, if a level 7 mutant is shot in the head, he will have no choice but to die. Chen looked at the two concubines beside Chen Chu. I heard one is level 7 and the other is level 6. And he himself was promoted to the 9th level. He waved his hand and nodded. Okay, let's go together. Then, a group of people got off the bus and headed towards the legendary Dongshui city. It's just 2 kilometers ahead. The psychic Wu Wu, with an eagle standing on his shoulder, pointed ahead. Everyone was given supernatural powers, and Chen Chu was given 2 wives and concubines. Run forward quickly. A huge dragon-shaped ice sculpture unfolded in front of everyone. The ice sculpture in front of me is over 100 meters long and several dozen meters high when coiled up. It's the dragon in the Xia Kingdom legend, lifelike, and beneath this dragon, it is a series of ice sculptures, forming a frozen city. Among them were dozens of people with special abilities and ordinary people wearing special protective clothing. As Chen Chu and others approached, these psychics immediately panicked. Some went forward to fight, while others rushed towards the underground passage to report the news. Some people even shouted outside, "Stop moving forward! Stop moving forward! Dongshui City is ahead!" Can't blame them for panicking. 300 superpowers, flashing various superpower energies, rush towards you. Would you panic? And, judging from the concentration of their superpowers, their strength is not low. The bearded man in the center, who was over 2 meters tall, didn't make any move, but he looked like the most difficult one to deal with. Stop? Huh? Chun Lei waved his hand. The 2 7th-level psychics next to them attacked immediately. A huge fireball burst out and directly smashed the dragon head of the dragon sculpture. An earth-based supernatural power bloomed, and a mountain rose up under the dragon sculpture, overturning it. This. The psychics who were still here were stunned. This is the symbol of their Dongshui city. It's their face. This is a slap in the face. This matter is over. Quick, go find the city lord. The psychic in Dongshui city shouted and retreated. The people in front, any one of them is at level 7 and is invincible. A moment later, teams of superpowers emerged from various hidden passages around them, surrounded the Spark City team. Oh, who am I thinking? Isn't this Lei Laohu? What? Are you looking for death? A middle-aged man with a gloomy face walked out amidst the support of a group of people. As soon as Chen Chu saw him, he knew that he was the mayor of Dongshui City, Ao Dong, an 8th-level peak water-based mutant. Because my dad said that the Ao family has many handsome men and beautiful women, especially Ao Dong, who is a pretty boy. The man in front of me should be around 50 years old. But his skin was incredibly white, and his eyebrows were sharp, his eyes were sharp, and his features were angular. Even with your toes, you can guess that Ao Dong had the image of a handsome young man when he was young. Bang! Bang! Without waiting for Chun Lei to speak, the backbone members of Starfire City and next to him used their ultimate moves one after another to attack Ao Dong. Insulting your own city lord is seeking death. Humph, I see that you Lei Laohu have just broken through to the 8th level, and you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Ao Dongxing's eyes widened, and a huge water dragon roared and rose from behind him, rushing towards the attack. In a moment, under the blessing of the glacial apocalypse, the water dragon turned into an ice dragon, and its fierce aura became even stronger. Bang! Ao Dong used one skill to directly dissolve more than a dozen powerful attacks. Chun Lei stretched out his hand and signaled his men not to move. Water Dragon King, I am here for a happy event. Ao Dong was naturally in a bad mood because he was beaten at his doorstep. What's more, he is a well-known 8th-level master, while Chen Lei was only heard to have broken through to the 8th level not long ago. He accepted the strong beating the weak. As a strong man in the end times, he understood this. But the weak beat the strong, and even beat them at their doorstep, destroying the symbol of his Dongshui city. What's the difference between this and shitting on his face? Oh, a happy event? Lei Laohu, if you don't give me the entire Spark City today, I will turn your happy event into a funeral. As soon as these words were spoken, the two sides became hostile. Chen Chu's eyes changed. At the same time, Ao Dong suddenly felt a terrifying aura enveloping him. His legs went weak, and he almost fell down. Chun Lei, who has always been domineering, did not react much now, but instead had a smile on his face. Water Dragon King, I came to your house today to discuss the marriage between your daughter and my boy. Ao Dong looked around. The terrifying aura only appeared for a moment. Could it be an illusion? However, when he heard that Chen Lei wanted to become his relative, he immediately laughed out of anger. Ha ha ha! Lei Laohu, are you mistaken? Your useless son, a pervert with dozens of concubines, wants to marry my pure and innocent, smart daughter? You are just dreaming. Ao Dong laughed wildly and exaggeratedly. The psychics in Dongshui City also laughed. Chen Lei put away his smiling face. Ao Dong pointed at him and said, "What? Are you unhappy? Do you want to start a war? Come on. Am I afraid of you?" Boom! A thunder roared. No one saw what happened. Chen Lei had already arrived in front of Ao Dong from 100 meters away. Under Ao Dong's incredulous gaze, Chen Lei kicked his head directly into the snow. Then he kicked and chopped it one by one. "Fuck you, you don't want to be shameless, right? Dare to scold my son? I think you are tired of living. I respectfully call you Water Dragon King. If I look down on you, you'd be a dead dog." Quiet. Incomparable silence. Throughout the entire scene, the only sound was the sonic boom of Chen Lei kicking people with lightning, and the twitching sound of the half of Ao Dong's body that remained in the snow. The other psychics in Dongshui City didn't dare to move, because there was an extremely terrifying aura pressing down on their heads, a horror they had never experienced before. Moreover, the psychics in Spark City have already placed their weapons on their necks. Unbelievable. These hundreds of psychics, all equipped with Star Stone weapons. Moreover, although they are the same level, the psychics in Spark City have much stronger aura and a much higher concentration of psychic powers. What's going on? Could it be that the supernatural beings in Spark City eat extraordinary fruits as food and drink crystal cores as water? Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sound of sonic booms lasted for 10 minutes before Chen Lei stopped. He waved at Chen Chu. "Come here, son. Step on it and shine it on your face." Under the gaze of hundreds of superpowers, Chen Chu stretched out his legs. Bang. It sounded like just an ordinary person's kick, but Ao Dong's twitching body suddenly stopped moving. Chen Chu was confused. "So weak? I just used the 6th order peak gravity ability." Chen Lei spat. Then he stretched out his big hand, grabbed Ao Dong's hair, and pulled out his pig head. Ao Dong, who originally had a slick back hair, a pretty face, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. Now it really looks like a dead dog. His hair was unkempt, his nose and face were bruised, he looked like a pig, and his face was covered in blood. The psychics in Dongshui City all lowered their heads and dared not look. The city lord who was so arrogant just now turned into such a miserable state in the blink of an eye. Chen Lei pulled his head and lifted him up. "From now on, your Dongshui City will belong to me. Do you understand?" Ao Dong, whose face was bruised and looked unrecognizable, nodded. "My boy wants to marry your daughter, understand?" Ao Dong's body stiffened. Pop! Chen Lei's broad palm, carrying lightning, hit him directly in the face. Half of Ao Dong's face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chen Lei then asked, "Do you understand?" Ao Dong's shoulders were shaking like a dead dog, and tears were streaming down his face uncontrollably. He nodded heavily, as if he had made some huge decision. "Ha ha!" Chen Lei laughed heartily. He dragged Auto and shouted, "Young man, let's go. Your master is getting married tonight." Immediately, warm cheers broke out at the gate of Dongshui City. Chapter 80. Taking a concubine. A-level wood element. Xing Li Draja del Dong. Chen Chu followed with his 2 concubines. The Xingho City psychics behind were escorting the people from Dongshui City. With the threat of Chen Lei, the 9th level master, no one dared to fight back. Level 9 Thunder System. Number 1 in the province. Everyone entered one after another through the underground passage. The huge underground world unfolds. From the architectural layout of Dongshui City, it can be seen that Aodong is definitely a germaphobe. In the huge underground world, the houses of Dongshui City are clearly visible. It's so neat, row upon row of them, like small squares piled together. The people of Xingho City looked at Dongshui City curiously. The people of Dongshui City also looked at the people of Xingho City curiously. Then, a sharp voice broke the silence of this underground world. "City Lord, it's the City Lord. The dead dog in that man's hand is the City Lord." One sound stirs up 1,000 waves. Dongshui City was in complete panic. In the end times, it is a very serious matter if a city is breached. Death is a small matter. There are many things that are worse than death. The citizens of the city fled in all directions, screaming and hiding in their shelters. At this time, several fully armed teams approached cautiously, holding riot shields. "The guards! It's the guards!" There is hope for the city's citizens. The guards are the city's armed forces, equipped with a variety of firepower weapons. Game Boutique recommendation: people in front, let go of our city lord, and do not take a step forward. Otherwise, you will be sanctioned by our firepower. Sank. Several bazookas protruded from behind the shield. The rocket launcher is indeed a good weapon, and even some 6th-level psychics can be suppressed by it. However, Chen Lei waved his hand. Dozens of speed-type mutants rushed out immediately. Disarm and overthrow the guards. The warm underground environment allows heavy weapons such as rocket launchers to resume normal use. Likewise, a speedster's abilities underground are far superior to those on the extremely cold ground. Here, they are truly superhuman. I only saw a few streaks of light. The guards were all lying on the ground with bruised faces. Now, the entire Dongshui City was even more panicked. The armed forces that were able to absolutely suppress them were now easily defeated. Chen Lei listened to the crying and noise like that in a vegetable market. His brows were slightly furrowed. Immediately, he released all his energy without reservation. Ninth level strongman. Even those with special abilities would find it difficult to survive under such a terrifying aura, let alone ordinary people. Hundreds of thousands of people. At the same time, I felt like someone was pointing a gun at my head. Humans don't make a scene when faced with real fear. Moment. The entire Dongshui city fell silent. Chen Lei used his supernatural powers to enhance his voice. I am Chen Lei, the mayor of Xingho City. You can call me Lei Laohu. I won't hurt you, but only if you shut up. After saying these two sentences, under the eyes of hundreds of thousands of people, Chen Lei transformed into a 4-meter-tall, bronze, white-eyed god of war. He has bronze skin, eyes that glow white-hot, and lightning all over his body. Bang! He threw a punch at a rock. A huge ball of lightning rushed over. Finally, a charred deep pit was left behind. As everyone knows, I, Lei Laohu, am a reasonable person. Chen Lei shouted to the people in Dongshui City. So, you must also be reasonable. Just now, I had a talk with your city lord, so now Dongshui City belongs to me. You belong to me too. From now on, you and I are a family. The entire Dongshui City was silent. Chen Lei continued. Tonight, my son is going to marry Ao Qing, the daughter of Water Dragon King Ao Dong. You guys line up and re-register your personal information. Let's celebrate my son's wedding together tonight. Chen Lei finished speaking. A tentative voice came from the crowd. Long live! Moment. The entire Dongshui City erupted with a sound like a tide. Long live Chen Lei. Long live Lei Laohu. Long live Spark City. Long live the young master. What is the most important thing in the end times? Survival is the most important thing. No one wants to die. Moreover, many of them are survivors from other cities during Adong's expansion. Ao Dong himself was beaten into a pig's head. Expect them to fight to the death. Don't be ridiculous. In the end times, being alive is better than anything else. Moreover, Lei Laohu did not kill anyone and took things one step at a time. People were sent to take over Dongshui City and count the supplies. Chen Lei dragged Ao Dong, took Chen Chu and some key members to occupy the city lord's mansion. He immediately issued 2 orders from the city lord's mansion. Notify all high-ranking officials in Dongshui City to come to the city lord's mansion for a meeting within 5 minutes. Bring Ao Qing here to let our boy take a look. Minutes later, a group of fat and big-eared high-ranking officials from Dongshui City, dressed in gorgeous clothes, crawled into the city lord's mansion. Now, immediately, go and prepare for the wedding of my boy and Ao Qing. Also, your family property will be gone. If you have any objection, you will be killed immediately. If you want to return to the top, prove yourself to me with your abilities. Okay, you can get out of here now. The terrified senior executives secretly glanced at Ao Dong, who was dying with a pig-like face. They did not dare to raise any objection and immediately lay on the ground and rolled out. After a while, 2 7th-level female psychics from Spark City walked in holding a woman. The woman looked to be in her 20s. She wore a green long skirt that revealed her snow-white shoulders and highlighted her perfect figure. Her lush hair was tied up with a jade hairpin. The whole person is incredibly good-looking and, more importantly, gives people an extremely fresh feeling. Let me go. The woman struggled, shaking her tender, white hands, but to no avail. Are you Ao Qing? Chen Lei asked. Ao Qing's handsome eyebrows frowned slightly. He glanced at the domineering Chen Lei, the handsome Chen Chu next to him, and the pig-faced Ao Dong lying motionless on the floor. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed even deeper. Dad! She shouted to Ao Dong, who was lying on the floor. Dad, what did you do to my dad? Ao Qing struggled. Chen Lei reached out and pulled Ao Dong up. It's nothing. He just fainted. Someone take him down for treatment. 2 people carried Ao Dong out. Wait a minute. Ao Qing shouted. I am a wood-type mutant. Please let me check it out. Ao Qing bit her red lips and spoke. She was aware of her current situation, so she used the word please. Chen Lei nodded. The 2 psychics let go of each other's hands. Ao Qing walked up to Ao Dong. A pair of hands emitting a strong green light were placed on Ao Dong. After a moment, she withdrew her hand. Fortunately, the injury is not serious, although it only looks serious on the outside. For a peak 8th-level warrior like Ao Dong, recovery is quick, so the terrifying man in front of him still held back. After Ao Qing withdrew his hand, the 2 female psychics immediately subdued her, and Ao Dong was also dragged away. Chen Lei looked at Ao Qing with a smile, then pointed at Chen Chu. This is my son, and he is marrying you today. Ao Qing turned to look at Chen Chu and looked him up and down gently. Her calm attitude caught Chen Chu's attention. I heard that you already have many concubines? Ao Qing said. 20. Chen Chu replied. Then why do you want to marry me? Ao Qing's expression was extremely serious. Because you are beautiful. Chen Chu was very straightforward. Ao Qing stared at Chen Chu's face carefully for a while. Then he nodded. Okay, it's Mariayu. Chapter 81. Ao Qing is pregnant. 8 people carried the sedan chair, and gongs and drums roared. Decorated with lights and a 100-meter red carpet. These were all brought specially by Chun Lei from Xingho City. When my son takes a concubine, the situation cannot be bad. In wedding dresses, Ao Qing was wearing an exquisite phoenix coronet and bridal robe, which made her originally pure and lovely appearance even more beautiful and charming. Chen Chu was wearing a black suit, which highlighted his tall figure and handsome appearance. The wedding was presided over by a former senior official of Dongshui City. He shouted excitedly. The process was completed quickly, and the newlyweds were sent directly to the bridal chamber. People in the whole city cheered, shouted, and made a lot of noise. No wonder they cheered. Holy shit! Lei Lao, whose son got married, and got free supplies. Although Ao Qing is the goddess of all young people in Dongshui City. But Lei Lao, who was giving out vegetables. Oh my god! Itante doit. I can't do it at all. Lei Lao, who is the one that everyone is looking forward to. Master Chen Chu is definitely worthy of goddess Ao Qing. But in a few hours, Dongshui City changed from an atmosphere of fear to a sea of joy. Chun Lei and Ao Dong stood together, watching Chen Chu and Ao Qing walk into the bridal chamber hand in hand. Chun Lei laughed out loud. Ao Dongqiang smiled, tears streaming down his face. Hey relative, why are you crying? Do you look down on my boy? Chun Lei patted his shoulder. Ao Dong immediately wiped away his tears and forced a smile. I'm happy. I am happy my daughter is getting married, and it's such a good marriage. I'm so excited that I'm crying. Haha. Chun Lei patted his shoulder. That's right, let's go. Drink. Chun Lei dragged Ao Dong into the banquet. At the same time, he spoke to the guards around him. Send dozens of people to stand guard 20 meters away from the wedding room and forbid anyone to disturb the brat's bridal chamber. These words were like a knife, stabbing Ao Dong's heart. The cute cabbage that I raised since it was little is now being eaten by a pig. It's so fucking uncomfortable to be Lao Deng. And when he entered the banquet, look at the food on the table and the supplies in the hands of every ordinary person. His eyes went dark and he almost fell down. Damn it. These are the supplies he saved by living frugally over the years. It was ruined by Lei Lao, who liked this. His own citizens still remember his kindness. Ao Dong couldn't help but shed tears again. In just one day, he suffered 3 critical hits. The pain of losing a city, the pain of losing a daughter, the pain of losing a family fortune. It hurts so much. Ao Dong grabbed the Australian lobster on the main table and stuffed it into his mouth. Damn it, can't let others get away with it. Why are you willing to marry me? Chen Chu looked at Ao Qing's beautiful and fairy-like face. Because you are handsome. Ao Qing was also straightforward. And it also has a bit of a counterattack meaning. A smile appeared on Chen Chu's lips. My own 21-year-old little wife seems to be very interesting. I'm more than just handsome, Chen Chu said with a smile. Ah, surrounded by vines. Day 2. Husband. In the living room, Ao Qing, wearing a green long skirt, leaned on Chen Chu's shoulder. After the wedding, there are some changes between her eyebrows, and her overall temperament has become more charming. No wonder my husband can marry so many sisters. Chen Chu tilted his head and looked at her with a smile. Your wooden vine surround is also nice. Ao Qing's face turned slightly pink, and she said unwillingly. In fact, the vine encirclement is just an elementary skill. As soon as she finished speaking, she was picked up by Chen Chu. Husband, what are you doing? I want to see the advanced skills. It has been a week since the wedding day. During this week, Ao Qing and Chen Chu did not step out of the house. Xing Yue and O Yueling were also very sensible and did not come over to disturb them. This day, Ao Qing ran to Chen Chu in surprise and gave him a bear hug. After a few minutes, Ao Qing finally freed his mouth and excitedly told the good news. Husband, I'm pregnant with our baby. Really? Chen Chu was also very surprised. Although Ao Qing and I have been quite diligent during this period, but it was still beyond his expectations that he got pregnant so soon. Yes, husband, our little baby. Ao Qing took his hand and placed it on her lower abdomen. Ao Qing is a 6th-level wood-type mutant. The perception of the breath of life is very strong, so you can feel that there is a new life in your belly without checking. And this Monday, the two of them spent time together day and night, and their relationship quickly heated up. Chen Chu was not only handsome, but also very kind to her, making her feel a different kind of warmth and the sweetness of love. Moreover, Chen Lei is not like other vicious people who do evil as soon as they invade other cities. Instead, he used thundering means to break up the original power divisions in Dongshui City and collapse small groups one by one. He formulated new rules and took control of the entire Dongshui City. Husband. Ao Qing enjoyed the feeling of hanging on Chen Chu. She said coquettishly, your 21st concubine is pregnant and can't take care of you. You can let your 2 sisters live in here. Chen Chu gently scratched her little nose. Okay, it's a good opportunity to tell daddy about your pregnancy and make him happy. Ao Qing's beautiful eyes were extremely bright. And tell my father. He has doted on me since I was a child, and he will be very happy to know that I am pregnant. Chen Chu agreed. Okay. City Lord's Mansion. Chun Lei's hearty laughter echoed far and wide. Ha ha ha, my Chen family has been a single-line family for 8 generations. Now it's time for this brat to give birth to more branches and leaves. Great, great, ha! As he spoke, he took out an extraordinary fruit from his arms. Someone, send it to my good daughter-in-law. Hey, relative, why are you vomiting blood? Chen Lei looked at Ao Dong, who had blood on the corner of his mouth. Ao Dong stared, trying hard to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. It's okay, my breath is messed up, I'll go back and adjust it by. Ao Dong immediately stood up and left. When I walked back to my room, he couldn't hold on any longer. With a bang, he knelt on the ground. No, he screamed to the sky. Blood spurted out of his mouth. His pure, intelligent, charming, and lovely daughter was actually pregnant with the child of Lei Lao, whose useless son. My darling daughter, the cabbages I grew were eaten by a pig. Oh my god, just let me die. And the extraordinary fruit that Lei Lao, who just sent, was something from his warehouse. Damn the Chen family, there isn't a single good person in them. They're all bad. Wedding room. After the little beauty Xingyue and the little succubus Yueling received the news, he ran over immediately. A whole week. They really miss their husbands too much. Husband, Xingyue cried as she threw herself into Chen Chu's arms. Xingyue misses you so much. I miss you too. Chen Chu rubbed her little head. You are the 21st sister. Yueling's gaze was fixed on Ao Qing in surprise. Hello, sister. Ao Qing greeted. Haha. Yueling laughed with her hands on her hips. I finally became a sister. Chapter 82, a ninth-order monster appears, and the extraordinary beast egg begins to hatch. Yueling acted like a big sister and gently touched Ao Qing's little head. Although among Chen Chu's concubines, there are 2 more entry times after her, but one is Chen Chu's childhood sweetheart and the goddess of his youth, Sulan. One is Chen Chu's longtime personal bodyguard, with whom he has a deep relationship, Lu Rian. She obviously couldn't act like a big sister in front of these 2 people. Originally, I wanted to train Jiang Qingxue to be my 21st sister. Unexpectedly, Chen Chu married Ao Qing first. But it's okay. Ao Qing met Chen Chu later than her. It's natural for me to be the eldest sister. Ao Qing smiled slightly and called sweetly, hello, sister. Yueling's smile grew even wider. Sister Ou, do you want to give your niece or nephew a gift? Ao Qing pointed at her belly. Yueling's laughing face froze. My goodness, it seems that this 21-year-old girl of mine is not as easy to fool as she looks. But I've been put here. Yueling immediately took out an extraordinary item. Extraordinary item with spirit fruit. Just consider it as a meeting gift from my sister. Yueling was, after all, an 8th-rank peak warrior, and had once been the lord of a large city, so his family background was naturally not bad. Thank you, sister. Ao Qing smiled sweetly, and took the wood spirit fruit, seeing that the 3 concubines were familiar with each other. Chen Chu spoke? Okay, stop standing and come sit down. The 3 girls followed and sat down in the living room. Yueling sat next to Ao Qing and gently poked her belly. Sister Qing, you are so fast, so amazing. Ao Qing blushed. Maybe it's because he's a wood-type mutant. His life energy concentration is stronger than that of ordinary mutants. Oh yeah, Xingyu was stunned, then suddenly realized, Sister Sulan is also super fast. Ao Qing looked at Yueling. Sister Ou, did you give birth to a son or a daughter? I heard that my husband has many children. These words made Yueling's expression freeze. Chen Chu also looked at her curiously. It seems that Yueling has never been pregnant. Because I have so many concubines, I have never paid much attention to this issue. But logically speaking, the person who has spent the longest time with me is Yueling. In terms of talent, potential, and strength, Yueling is the closest to me. But why is this happening? Facing the puzzled expressions of Ao Qing and Chen Chu, Yueling opened her mouth, not knowing how to explain. Husband, don't you know? Xingyue next to her had an innocent look on her face. If I remember correctly, according to our Western mythology, succubi almost never get pregnant. Hey sister Ou, what are you doing? Yueling pinched Xingyue's soft face with a gloomy face. Xingyue, you are the succubus. And I just said that because my husband is not strong enough. Yueling's voice became smaller and smaller. As soon as these words came out, Ao Qing and Xingyu looked at Yueling as if she were a devil. Oh my god, are you crazy? Isn't your husband strong enough? She is worthy of being a succubus. Ao Qing said this subconsciously. I see. No wonder she felt an involuntary urge to get closer to Yueling the first time she saw her. Succubus is so scary that it appeals to both men and women. What greeted her was Yueling's sharp gaze. No, Sister Ou, that's not what I meant. Ao Qing smiled awkwardly. She pointed at Xingyue and said, you can't pinch me now since you pinched Sister Xingyue. Then she pointed to her belly and said, I'm pregnant, and I can't be pinched. Yueling held her forehead with her hand, with a tired expression. Why are the concubines my husband finds stranger than the last? Chen Chu, on the other hand, frowned seriously. I'm not strong enough? If other concubines said this, he would definitely teach them a lesson. But the little succubus Yueling is indeed qualified. Welling, Level 1 Physique, Charming Demon Body. Physique Development Level. Intermediate Conception Restriction. Host is extraordinary. It's great to have a system. Don't worry yourself. Welling's special physique requires her to have extremely high-quality pregnancy in order to get pregnant. But, although Chen Chu knew this, but the little succubus said she couldn't do it. A real man never says no. He picked up Welling like a princess. If you say your husband is not good enough, you will be punished. Late night, Chen Chu left Dongshui City quietly and appeared in the wild. In addition to taking a concubine, another important thing is to explore the environment of the end times. Because of the Ice Age, humans were trapped underground and information was extremely blocked. Just like his unlucky father-in-law, Ao Dong. Because of lack of information, he didn't know that his father had been promoted to the 9th level, so he was beaten into a pig's head. And Chen Chu himself has the ability of space, which is a great advantage. He can explore the end of the world at will, and search for supplies and special items. Teleport. With just a thought, Chen Chu appeared 100 kilometers away from Dongshui City. He always keeps his perception on to keep track of the situation within a 100-kilometer radius. Extraordinary thing. Several fruits with special scents appeared within Chen Chu's detection range. A thought. The extraordinary fruit appeared in his supernatural space. Grade 10 cold rice fields. After a few jumps, Chen Chu didn't know where he appeared. But the vast rice fields in front of him made his eyes light up. Grade cold rice fields. Not only can it make the cold rice mature faster and produce more, but it also contains supernatural energy. It is the most sought-after food among those with special abilities. Take away. Thoughts together. The 10-acre ice field in front of him was dug up by Chen Chu, leaving a huge pit. Starts the minute. Yao Mine. Gold mine. Extraordinary fruit. A large number of items continued to pour into Chen Chu's huge space. This is the correct way to activate my supernatural powers. Looking at the various supplies piled up like a mountain in the supernatural space, Chen Chu smiled. What a great harvest. Extraordinary fruits, 300 pieces. 40 large and small mineral veins, 10 cold rice fields of various levels. During this moment, the supplies collected by Chen Chu are already comparable to those of Spark City, which has been promoted to a giant city. Give Dad a big surprise later. Chen Chu's face was full of smiles. If you give these supplies to your dad, he will definitely be very happy and will be able to expand better. It's time to go back. Chen Chu estimated the time. Just as he was beginning to sense and prepare to teleport, a violent breath appeared within his perception range. A creature just broke through? It's level 9. Chen Chu's eyes lit up. The azure light flickers. Chen Chu disappeared on the spot. 80 kilometers away. In a frozen stone forest with no visible boundaries, a 60-meter-long ice-blue python covered in frost howled to the sky. It exhaled white breath. Moment. The temperature in the entire area immediately dropped by 50 degrees. Minus 200 degrees. This place has become an absolutely dangerous place. 9th level. Chen Chu appeared here. Human? The giant python that had successfully ascended to the throne bowed its head. Its vertical pupils were filled with the aura of murderous intent. Human, it is your honor to be swallowed by me, a 9th-level person. The giant python spoke human language. Chen Chu stood on the snow, staring at the giant beast rushing towards him. Perception. An invisible wave popped out from his body. The invisible wave passed through the giant python. The ferocious python suddenly stopped. He stood there with his mouth wide open, stunned. That aura just now was level 10? Impossible. He was the first monster in the area to be promoted to level 9, and the fastest human should be at the same speed as him. There are living polyps. Chen Chu looked up and found that there were actually live polyps in the giant python's head. He smiled a harmless smile. Cut! The giant python, which had just been promoted to the 9th level, did not make any sound. The brain was shattered by the force of space. The giant python's vertical pupils quickly blurred, and a thick layer of white barrier covered its eyes. Bang! The next moment, the huge body of the 9th-order giant python slammed heavily into the frozen stone forest. A huge shockwave was generated, and large areas of beautiful frozen stone forests were destroyed. This area has also recovered from an absolutely dangerous area with a temperature of minus 200 degrees Celsius to an ordinary dangerous area with a temperature of 150 degrees Celsius. Pick up. The next moment, the 60-meter-long body of the giant python disappeared on the spot and entered the supernatural space. And Chen Chu had 2 more items in his hands. A deep blue ice crystal core and a green life polyp. The attribute crystal core will be given to Xiaoan later. Chen Chu smiled knowingly and put away the crystal core. Life polyp. Chen Chu didn't even think about it. Directly take the white flame bear egg out of the supernatural space. A giant egg appeared, as tall as a person and covered with white hair. Chen Chu placed a life polyp on it. Immediately, life polyps are absorbed. Gata! A crack appeared on the dome. Chen Chu called out to the system in his heart. What's the situation now? White flame bear egg. Potential, currently in the birth period, will be born in 10 months. Please grasp the time and drip blood into it 7 days in advance to recognize the master. breaking out of the shell in 10 months. Chen Chu nodded. As expected, it is a monster that can grow into an extraordinary level, but it is complicated. Okay, I'll wait for you for 10 months. Chen Chu put the cracked white flame bear egg back into the supernatural space. Then he walked into the frozen stone forest in front of him. If you remember correctly, monsters of this level usually have some high-level goodies in their lairs. Thousands of miles away from Chen Chu's current location, in a cave, the beautiful girl who was sleeping on the furry and warm white flame bear suddenly opened her eyes. That little thief shows up. Chapter 83. S-level extraordinary item. A-level mineral vein. Potential promotion to S. Gravity talent level 8 peak. S-level extraordinary item. Frozen fruit. Looking at the 10 ice blue fruits surrounded by cold air hanging on the vine in front of him, Chen Chu's eyes lit up. It is worthy of being a monster that can be promoted to the 9th level. I just followed its scent and entered its nest, and then I saw this good thing. Level. No one is not jealous. Chen Chu put the entire plant, including the vines, into the supernatural space. Then, he walked into the huge and dark snake cave in front of him. The further you go in, the stronger the snake smell becomes, and even the extremely cold temperatures can't suppress it. Finally, it came to an end. In the dark environment, a small round fruit with a golden luster appeared in Chen Chu's sight. Super extraordinary item. Chen Chu's eyes lit up. Sure enough, there is some good stuff. He said that even the 8th level monsters found in the cave before had bronze lightning liquid. The giant python can be promoted to the 9th level. Of course, it can't be too bad. He came closer. Observe this extraordinary fruit carefully. Bright red, so red that it's almost black. Round and the size of a fist. Snake fruit. Level 1, after swallowing, it can increase the energy concentration and quality in the body. Remove impurities from the body and enhance personal potential. Note, swallowing it a second time will not increase potential. What a good thing. Chen Chu's eyes lit up. This snake fruit can not only enhance strength, but more importantly, it can actually improve personal potential. But it can only be upgraded once. A bit limiting, but not a big deal. Without hesitation, Chen Chu picked one, chewed it, and swallowed it. So sour. Extraordinary fruits have always been known to be difficult to swallow and taste like hell. After a while, the snake fruit begins to take effect. Chen Chu's abdomen was burning and the surface was red. Then, he actually started to shed his skin. The whole process lasted an hour. Chen Chu shed a complete skin like a snake. After molting, all the bones in his body crackled. Call. After a while, Chen Chu let out a long breath of white breath. So comfortable. This feeling is like that of an ordinary person who has worked hard all day and received a full-body massage in the evening. The whole person seemed to be soaking in a hot spring, feeling warm. The supernatural energy that was originally strengthened by the three-dimensional improvement has been improved again, and it feels like the level barrier for gravity abilities is quite loose. Chen Chu sensed his body. In fact, when using the three-dimensional enhancement before, the level of gravity power had already been loosened. However, he was only focused on improving his spatial ability to the 10th level and didn't pay much attention to it. First, with the help of snake fruit, the gravity ability actually broke through the peak of the 6th level and entered the 7th level. And it didn't stop at the 7th level. Stage 7 midterm, Stage 7 late term, Stage 7 peak. We advanced all the way and arrived at the door of the 8th level. Chen Chu's mind moved. Gravity power operates. Park! The familiar sound of water drops rang out. A black halo rose from the soles of his feet. Gravity ability, level 8. Breaking through the level. The energy in the body began to flow autonomously again. Middle 8th level, late 8th level, peak 8th level. When facing the level of entering the 9th level, the power stopped. Chen Chu actively used his gravity ability, but there was no breakthrough. But he felt that as long as he could calm down and take some time, with the power of gravity, one can easily enter the 9th level. Open the panel. Chen Chu muttered silently in his heart. The strength has increased significantly this time. And by the way, let's see if the potential that has been stuck at the level for a long time can be broken through. Host Properties Panel. Name Chen Chu. Identity. Patriarch. Age. 22 years old. Talent. Level 1 Space System. Freezing. Level 1 Gravity. Potential. Physical characteristics. Level 1 Healing. Spiritual Awareness. 15 Poison Immunity. 10 Defense Bonus. 10 Damage Rebound. 20 Body Recovery. Strength. Level 10. Peak of the Spatial Level. Level 8. Peak of the Gravity Level. Skills. Basic Space Skills. Basic Gravity Skills. Elite Physical Skills. Elite Gun Skills. Elite Boxing Skills. Elite Body Skills. Rage. 36 Punch. And Kick Styles. Good. Chen Chu nodded with satisfaction. Potential was promoted from level 1 to. It seems that the effect of the snake fruit is still good. If it is given to my father, concubine, or offspring, it should have a good effect. Fold the panel away. Chen Chu looked at other places in the snake cave. Let's pick up the supplies first, and then we'll talk about breaking through the 9th level of gravity when we get back. I have the 10th level space ability, and I'm not in a hurry to break through the 9th level of gravity ability. The important thing is that I have been out for a long time. I have to go back. A thought came to my mind. Chen Chu put the remaining 4 grade 5 snake fruits and the vines into the supernatural space. Then perception unfolds. In the dark snake cave, all the surroundings appeared in Chen Chu's mind. This is a level mineral vein. At the end of the snake cave, a special mineral vein that had never been seen before appeared. Without further ado, Chen Chu directly put the entire thing into the supernatural space. Then the figure disappeared, back to Dongshui City. Give Dad a big surprise. Chapter 84, Detecting the New Concubine. S-Level Extraordinary. Eastwater City. In the wedding room, Chen Chu came out of the bathroom. I just happened to see Xingyue getting up and stretching in the bedroom. The bright light shines through her clothes, outlining her beautiful figure. Chen Chu smiled slightly and walked in. He closed the door. 2 hours later. Wow! Fish soup. Wow! Chicken soup. Wow! Lobster. Wow! Vegetables. Wow! Such big and fresh fruits. Food and beverage recommendations. On the dining table, Ao Qing's eyes were bright. As the daughter of the lord of a giant city, although she had eaten these things before, but even if it was her, this type of super rare material is rationed every month. And just this meal, this pile of food on the table, it has been her quota for 5 years. It's really luxurious. So no wonder she was surprised. Xingyue served her a bowl of chicken soup. It tastes delicious, and the meat is very tender, as if it was freshly slaughtered. Chen Chu looked at Ao Qing with a smile. His concubine was pregnant. Naturally, you need to get some good things to replenish it. And in the past few days, I've been busy warming up my relationship. So I didn't have time to take out the good things from the supply warehouse in the supernatural space. The things in his warehouse are all stagnant in time, ensuring the absolute freshness of the ingredients. So Xingyue was right. These things were just slaughtered not long ago. The vegetables and fruits are also freshly picked. This is very rare in the last days. Ao Qing sipped the chicken soup. Looking at the other food on the table, my eyes were full of stars. In the end times, food is the ultimate weapon. What's more, it is such high-end, high-quality, and ultra-rare food. Even Xingyue and Ou Yueling, who had eaten it many times, turned into little greedy cats. Chen Chu looked at the 3 people with a smile. Then he secretly began to perceive and surveyed the entire Dongshui City and its surrounding environment. He has dozens of mineral veins. Thinking that my father would stay in this place for a while longer, build up his prestige, and completely control Dongshui City. So we just buried some mineral veins directly around Dongshui City. Accelerate the pace of development. By the way, improve your father's strength. Oh my god, 2 peak level 8 creatures. As soon as the power spread out 80 kilometers, Chen Chu discovered 2 8th level peak creatures sleeping in the cave. Cut! He strangled 2 8th level peak creatures and put their bodies into the supernatural space. Chen Chu sighed at Ao Dong's good luck. Having been stationed here for so many years, surprisingly, I didn't encounter these 2 monsters causing trouble. Otherwise, Dongshui City would have been destroyed long ago. In addition to these 2 monsters, there are many other monsters of different sizes. Chen Chu frowned and cleaned them all up. However, his frown deepened. It's okay that there are many monsters around Dongshui City. Why are supplies so scarce? After searching for a long time, they found a small strip of iron ore. Chen Chu shook his head and sighed. Forget it, Dongshui City is ours now anyway. Then, he casually buried more than 20 large and small veins of starstone and brilliant stone in the surrounding area. Now, with just a pickaxe strike, shiny ore would flow out like honey. After doing all this, Chen Chu set his sights on the high-grade mineral vein found in the snake cave. Ice Spirit Crystal, born with the end of the glacier, contains rich and pure energy level. An upgraded version of the crystal core? Chen Chu stared at the entry in a daze. The more you explore the end of the world, the more you discover that it is not simple. There are actually minerals that can replenish energy, and they are pure. You know, the crystal cores in the skulls of zombies and monsters are the first energy sources discovered by humans that can be used to cultivate supernatural powers. But in fact, the smell is mottled, mixed with blood and murder. Chen Chu discovered this after using 3-dimensional enhancement. Because every 3-dimensional improvement will help it remove impurities brought by the absorbed crystal nucleus. With this thing, Dad's strength should be able to improve quickly. Chen Chu has figured out where to put the Ice Spirit Crystal. He can use the 3-dimensional power to enhance and purify the energy in his body. And my father has been here from before the end of the world until now. During this period, in order to become stronger, he ignored any side effects. Because he has a family to protect. The only right way is to become stronger, stronger, and stronger. It's the end of the world. Why bother about impurities and mottled smells? Funny, are you staying healthy in the apocalypse? I have to find a way to get the snake fruit and Ice Spirit Crystal to my dad. Chen Chu thought to himself. At this time, I'll shine the door. Stinky boy, I'm here to see you. A familiar and bold voice came. Chen Chu and his 3 concubines went out to greet them. Dad. Chen Chu looked at his father whom he hadn't seen for a few days. Chen Lei walked up to him with a big laugh. Haha, that brat didn't bring shame to our Chen family. Saying, he took out an exquisite little box and stuffed it into Chen Chu's arms. Here, the extraordinary fruit that strengthens the body. Then, Dad walked up to Ao Ching and nodded with satisfaction. Well, you're pretty good. As he spoke, he also handed out a small box. Thank you, father. Ao Ching said generously. Then, Chen Lei took out 2 boxes from his coat pocket and handed them to O Yueling and Xingyue. You have it too. Wow, an extraordinary fruit with light attribute. Thank you, Dad. Xingyue was extremely happy. Extraordinary fruits with light attributes are quite rare. Thank you, Dad. O Yueling took the small box. She felt the alluring atmosphere in the box. My father has always cared about his family and gave them the most suitable gifts for each of them. Cough cough, Ao Dong, who was following Chen Lei, suddenly coughed wildly. Dad, why are you vomiting blood? Ao Ching looked surprised. She remembered that her father had fully recovered a few days ago. After all, he had only suffered some minor skin injuries. Ao Dong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and forced a smile. When he smiled, his bright white teeth were covered in blood. It's okay. I feel like I'm about to break through these few days, and my breath is often disordered. Dad will adjust it, and it will be fine. Oh, that's good. Ao Ching nodded. She reached out to check Ao Dong's body and found that his breathing was indeed disordered. Go to the heart. Ao Dong rubbed his chest with a grin, looking at Chen Lei's back with gloomy eyes. Damn Lei Lao Hu, he gave away all my assets. Then, he looked at his good daughter Ao Ching next to him. I found that my little girl, now with her black hair tied up, has a little more maturity between her eyebrows. His heart ached again. The blood flowing from the corner of his mouth turned black. My darling daughter, my little cotton-padded jacket, the little cabbage that I have raised since she was a child. Ruined. Ao Ching obviously didn't realize this. She stroked her belly, which had not yet become prominent, with a maternal glow in her eyes. Dad, I'm pregnant with my husband's child. From now on, Ching is an adult, and you can rest assured about me. Cut. From the darkness, a sound of breaking was heard. Dad, what's wrong with you? Looking at Ao Dong, who was lying on the ground, Ao Ching spoke in a panic. Someone come quickly, doctor. Her hands were glowing green as she cast wood healing spells while calling for a doctor. Dad, even if you want to break through the 9th level and become the same level as Dad, you don't have to be so anxious. You're already getting angry. What would happen if you were really born? How pitiful would it be for the child to not be able to see his grandfather as soon as he was born? East Waters City Medical Department. Ao Ching's expression was blaming, but his tone was sympathetic. Ao Dong slowly woke up, but almost fainted again. The grandfather of the child of Lei Lao, whose useless son? Puff. Another mouthful of blood. Ao Ching was frightened and panicked. A moment later, Ao Dong walked out of the medical department with a dark face. This minor injury is nothing for a peak 8th level warrior like him. He just needs to adjust his breath. What really chilled him was, the little girl whom I have raised for so many years has been speaking well of Lei Lao, whose useless son. Haha, in-laws, are you okay? Outside the medical department, Chen Lei came over with Chen Chu and others. Ao Dong gave a stiff smile. It's nothing, my aura just went astray. He really couldn't afford to mess with the 9th order terror. Now, the only strategy is endurance. That's good. I plan to take the brat to get familiar with Dongshui City. After all, he will inherit it in the future. Ao Dong stared and looked at Chen Lei as if he were a ghost. Thought, is Lei Lao Hu crazy? He wants to hand over 2 huge cities to an ordinary person? I originally thought that Lei Lao Hu was just a rough guy, but I didn't expect that he had a hole in his brain. Ao Dong felt more and more that he should rescue his own cabbage from the dire straits. Yes, take action now and plan a riot. Ao Dong made up his mind. Haha, relative, you're most familiar with Dongshui City, so please take us around. Chen Lei laughed and put his hand on Ao Dong's shoulder. My breath is disordered, I won't. Ao Dong quickly made an excuse that he had important things to do. Chen Lei exerted force with his palms. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of Ao Dong's mouth. Okay, please come this way. Ao Dong was holding back his internal injuries. Ha, that's right, my good relative. Chen Lei laughed. Nonsense, Lei Lao, who has been in the apocalypse for decades and has seen all kinds of scenes. Now in Dongshui City, besides him, Ao Dong is the strongest, so how could he let him go? Husband, let me come too. I'm also very familiar with Dongshui City. Ao Ching also walked out of the medical department. She smiled sweetly and took Chen Chu's hand. Looking at the sweet appearance of the two, Ao Dong's eyes went dark. This is the market. This is a residential area. This is the black market. Although Ao Dong was extremely unhappy, he didn't dare to show it. Chen Chu looked around Dongshui City casually. In fact, he was calculating in his heart where was the best place to place the ice crystal and snake fruit. As he walked to the black market, son, a cold mechanical voice came from my mind. Hint, attention, detected a suitable host's mate. Name, Yang Buqing, talent. Level 1 Bloodbath Phoenix, lost status. Level 1 Fire Element, potential, strength. Early stage of extraordinary, falling status. Late stage 3. Appearance, 99 points, status. Innocent. Chapter 85. Taking an extraordinary concubine. S-level blood-soaked phoenix. Appearance 99. Extraordinary level. Innocent body. Chen Chu's eyes immediately lit up. He has always been good at catching keywords. These 3 keywords. It's simply impossible to take your eyes off it. He stopped here. Dad, do you want to go to the black market? Ao Dong, the father-in-law who was already unhappy, interrupted. There's nothing much to see in the black market. Just some miscellaneous things, mainly sex traffickers. Snap. Chun Lei patted Ao Dong on the shoulder with his big hand. In an unquestionable voice. Just go shopping if you want, a brat. Why are you talking so much? Ao Dong felt the pain in his body and nodded reluctantly. Okay, let's go shopping. Chun Lei waved his hand. Let's go. Brat, just take whatever you like. The group walked towards the black market. Ao Dong was in an invisible place, with black blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Level 9 is so terrifying. However, there is only a 1-level difference, but the strength difference is so huge. Black market. The originally noisy and bustling market. Because of the arrival of Chun Lei and others, it became extremely quiet. Because everyone knows, the owner of Dongshui City changed half a month ago. Although according to the custom in the end times, even if the city changes hands, the new overlord will basically not cause trouble for the black market. But everyone still doesn't want to bring bad luck, so they just behave themselves. And Chen Chu led everyone. Following the location prompted by the system, I walked to a simply built house. Then he walked in, others followed in. Only Ao Dong had a strange look on his face. Isn't this the biggest sex trafficking point in the black market? He looked at Chen Chu's back with disgust and resentment. I wish I could swallow him whole. This kid, even after having my own baby daughter, I'm still not satisfied. Pervert. Ao Dong roared inwardly and followed in with a gloomy face. Hey, Zhang Yazi. Once he went to the door, Chen Chu saw an old acquaintance. Zhang Yazi, the sex trafficker in the fiery city many years ago. She also obtained 5 concubines with special powers from him. Zhang Yazi, with a mouth full of gold teeth, walked over with a wry smile. How is Master Chu these days? How is City Lord Chun Lei these days? How are the 3 young ladies doing lately? He is shrewd and well-informed. I have long known that the new owner of Dongshui City is Chun Lei. He was surprised that Chun Lei had just been promoted to the 8th level 4 years ago, but had reached the 9th level so quickly. The 8th level strongman wants to give him Zhang Yazi face. But the 9th level is definitely the best in the province. So he served carefully. The few of them exchanged a few pleasantries. Chun Lei and Chen Chu didn't make things difficult for him. After all, Zhang Yazi is a good person and he had formed a good relationship with the father and son 4 years ago. Master Chu is here to visit us. You can pick anyone you like in our shop. It's free. Chen Chu looked at Zhang Yazi with appreciation. What a smart person. He showed his goodwill before he even opened his mouth. Well, he likes to deal with smart people. Take a look first. Chen Chu walked to the location prompted by the system, pointing to one of them. That's her. The man shuddered. Zhang Yazi was also confused. This person in front of me has an average appearance, an average figure, and average talent. I haven't seen you for 4 years. Has Master Chu's taste changed so much? He sneered. Master Chu, this talent is only the lowest. You know, the good stuff is in there. Zhang Yazi pointed to the inner room. Chen Chu shook his head. No, it's her. Seeing Chen Chu's firm attitude, Zhang Yazi said no more. He immediately asked the strong man to hand the handcuffs and chains to Chen Chu. A key was handed to Chen Chu. Master Chu, please take it. This is just a small gift for you. I'll let you know as soon as I find something good. Chen Chu took it and nodded. In the end times, the strong are respected. If he really wanted to give money, he was afraid that Zhang Yazi would not dare to accept it. After everything is done, Chen Chu looked at his father. Chun Lei is still very generous. With a wave of his hand, we'll have the wedding tonight and have a banquet. O Yueling, Xin Yue, and Ao Qing stood aside with faint smiles. Ao Dong looked like he had seen a ghost. Roaring inside. No, my dear daughter. He married you and then took a concubine. Shouldn't you give him a big fight? Forget about taking a concubine. Look at me. This prostitute is no match for you. My dear daughter, slap him. However, Ao Qing still smiled sweetly and held Chen Chu's arm. Nothing happened. Chen Chu held the key and looked at the new concubine in front of him, who was covered in dust and looking down at the road. She was an ordinary woman. Level 1 phoenix rising from the ashes. Extraordinary. Appearance 99. Tonight, I'll test your strength. Chapter 86 Strength. Early stage of transcendence. New concubine, Yang Buqing. Light up the lights. The people of Dongshui City stared in amazement as the city service team once again transformed the originally gray city into a festive red. Then there was carnival frenzy. Because they're giving out supplies for free again. I had eaten rice, meat, and vegetables not long ago. I've had a bit of stomach upset after drinking the nutrient solution again these past few days. Unexpectedly, it comes again. City Lord Chun Lei is the one that everyone wants. Spark City. Dongshui City should be renamed Spark City. Master Chen Chu, I want to marry my daughter to you. The original residents of Dongshui City fanatically admired Chun Lei and Chen Chu. Ao Dong stood on the roof of a tall building with a dark face. He took out a white handkerchief and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It seems that my backup warehouse has also been found by Lei Laohu. He closed his eyes. A tear fell. The following people: eat his, use his. He praised Lei Laohu in his mouth. After being the city lord for so many years, he knows it. In the end times, the citizens who have enough food will not rebel against him. In my own city, I used my family fortune to take a concubine for the bastard who cheated my precious daughter. This is ridiculous. This is really ridiculous. It's outrageous to think about. Boss, what should we do? Lei Lao, who is too strong. Behind him, two people in black, a man and a woman, looked serious. Tolerate. Ao Dong opened his eyes. You two, one is in the middle 7th stage, and the other is in the late 7th stage. You have worked hard as my shadow for so many years. But this time, we must seize every opportunity to defeat Lei Laohu. Take back Dongshui City. Save my baby girl from this dire straits. The two diehard fans looked at each other and nodded very seriously. Swear allegiance to the boss till death. Ao Dong nodded. Although I can't defeat Lei Laohu at this stage, you can watch the joke later. Waste Chen Chu. Such a big fanfare. Married a hunk with average talent, average looks, and no figure. Hee. When the bride comes out later, while the citizens are stunned, I will have the people I arranged in advance expose her identity as a hostage. Where can you and your son put your faces? At the end of the red carpet, the bride Yang Buching walked out led by two cute little flower girls. Both sides of the red carpet were crowded with people. They are all waiting to see the bride's beauty. After all, the three concubines around Chen Chu. It is very famous in Dongshui City. Which man would not be stunned by it? And Chen Chu took another concubine so quickly. One can imagine how beautiful the new concubine is. Then, Yang Buching, wearing a Showa suit with a dragon and phoenix pattern, gradually appeared in everyone's sight. Everyone looked from top to bottom. He has an ordinary appearance and figure, and doesn't seem to have any special features. Everyone was silent. Ao Dong, standing on a tall building, had an evil smile on his face. This looks like, damn it, Lao Wang, quickly marry your daughter to young Master Chen. A cry of surprise rang out among the crowd. Then, the crowd was immediately shocked. Countless women pushed towards Chen Chu, who was standing across the red carpet. Master Chu, look at me. Look at me. I'm an amazing cook. Master Chu, I'm burning with anger. Master Chu, look at my daughter. She can farm. The people of Dongshui City went crazy. If she could marry Chen Chu, her whole family would be blessed. Chen Chu felt a headache. He waved his hand. The Earth-type supernatural being next to him immediately built a half-person high earth wall to isolate the crowd. He looked at Yang Buching, who was frowning across from him. You're playing these little tricks on me. You're 99% beautiful. I'll take a good look at your true face later. Ao Dong was completely confused. Wrong? Shouldn't we harshly mock the loser, Chen Chu? This plot is wrong. He gritted his teeth and waved his hand downwards. Then, the crowd shouted, I know her. This bride is a black market prostitute. As soon as these words came out, the citizens were silent, and Ao Dong smiled. It is normal to marry an ordinary person, and it also allows ordinary people to see their own hope. But marrying a prostitute, to be honest, aren't the black market prostitutes the ones that belong to the rich? Is young Master Chen Chu okay with this? Surrounded by wooden vines. Son, a murderous voice sounded. Suddenly, huge vines rose from the crowd. Tied up a thin man. The vines will be like pythons. Wrap the man's whole body. Ao Ching stood up with a cold face. This is what will happen to anyone who dares to make up stories about my husband in Dongshui City. The voice fell. The vines binding the man contracted violently. Strangle. Bang. A muffled sound. The man turned into a bloody mist. The daughter of a giant city lord, with level 1 talent and 6th level strength. Growing up in the end times, Ao Ching is not a little white rabbit. The crowd, which had been whispering, fell silent. Then there was a burst of cheers. Master! Master! Young madam! Young madam! Ao Ching took action personally. So it must be that person who spread the rumors. He deserves to be put to death. As for the dead, when will people not die in the end times? Bride and groom enter the bridal chamber, seeing the atmosphere recover. The MC was immediately excited. Then, Chen Chu smiled and took Yang Buching's hand and walked into the bridal room. In a high-rise building, Boss, what's wrong with you? You're vomiting blood. Ao Dong wanted to cry, but had no tears. He roared, this little cotton-padded jacket is leaking air. Wedding room. Chen Chu had a smile on his face and slowly approached Yang Buching, who was lowering his head. 22, little wife. Chen Chu said. Yang Buching's body shook slightly, and veins popped out on his forehead imperceptibly. What do you think we should do on our wedding night? Yang Buching frowned secretly. But on the surface, he still pretended to be a timid hostage. I don't know. Chen Chu held back his laughter and continued teasing. He showed disgust. You really don't know? You all are just prostitutes, don't you? I bought you for your ability, and you say you don't have it. Don't pretend. I can tell you're not just a simple person. You're definitely a veteran. I'm definitely an experienced fighter. Come on, stop pretending. Show me some skills and shock me. A few sentences in a row. Yang Buqing, who had originally planned to continue pretending, trembled all over. The disgust in his eyes was hard to hide. Veins popped on his forehead, and his fists clenched involuntarily. She took several deep breaths, then forced a fake smile, and he tried to imitate her by making a few glances. So my husband likes this, come on. Yang Buqing gritted his teeth. He held the scissors hidden in his sleeve tightly. How dare the heir of a mere first-class city tease me like this? You pervert. I'll cut you off when you come over here. Yang Buqing made a decision in his heart. In order to cross the region, she became what she is now. But how could a group of people who were not even at level 10 hurt her? Unless it's an extraordinary person, that's still a possibility. But where can you find an extraordinary person in a place like this? And the reason why she became a hostage. It is to make it easier to travel through the apocalypse by following these human traffickers. I didn't expect to meet such a pervert. How dare she say that she has been through many battles? Hateful. In the end times, no one dared to say this to her. Damn it, I clearly haven't had it yet. Looking at Chen Chu, who was getting closer and closer. Yang Buqing's eyes were full of ferocity. Cut it off! Cut it off! What to do on the wedding day, of course. Chen Chu leaned closer. Go to hell? Yang Buqing was extremely fast, and the scissors with cold light flashed directly at Chen Chu's bottom lane. Chen Chu flipped his hand, pinched her hand, and with a little force, the scissors fell. You are level 10. After all, Yang Buqing was an extraordinary person before, so he immediately made a judgment. But she was only slightly surprised. She has seen everything in the apocalypse. A 10th level person thinks he is playing the pig and eating the tiger. What a frog in a well. Chen Chu smiled slightly, and an idea came to his mind. The spatial ability immediately removed all of Yang Buqing's disguises. Then, a beautiful face and a slender, plump, and fair body appeared. Yang Buqing's appearance at this moment was completely different from what it was just now. Even Chen Chu, who had 21 stunning beauties, was slightly stunned. This is the beauty of sharing. Looking at Chen Chidengzi's eyes, Yang King Bu Frounet, Phoenix Guardian, she gave a light scolding. Immediately, a blood-red flame burst out from her body. At the same time, a totem of a flaming bird appeared between her white eyebrows. Against the backdrop of blood-red flames and flying bird totems. At this moment, Yang Buqing was like a fire fairy in the sky. She said proudly, Huh? 10th level. You want to touch me without being extraordinary. My aunt is right here. Come over if you can. If you can touch it, I'll give it to you. As she spoke, she opened her arms, which were as white as lotus roots. She is extremely confident. There is absolutely no extraordinary in the province. Chen Chu thought for a moment. Then he took out a handful of ice crystals. Black energy is circulating in the palms. Then, a huge black halo rose from under his feet. Gravity level 9. Then, blue and black light bloomed on his body. Under Yang Buqing's curious gaze, Chen Chu captured her. The answer to my question just now is you. Tip. The host has detected that he has an extraordinary concubine, and the system is being optimized. Optimized content. The strength column no longer breaks down the strength into subdivisions, but instead displays the overall strength. Host's current overall strength. Early stage of transcendence. Chapter 87, The Origin of the Extraordinary Concubine. New World, East District. Day 2. The sun is at its highest point. Chen Chu stretched lazily, feeling refreshed. The extraordinary person with a 99% appearance is different. He then washed up and went to the restaurant. Half an hour later, Yang Buqing with messy hair and strange steps, with fists clenched and veins popping out on his forehead, he rushed to Chen Chu aggressively. She banged her fist on the table. The tone was horrifying, word for word. This girl's innocence is gone. You are responsible for this. Chen Chu looked at her like a fool. You are my 22nd concubine, married in a formal ceremony. Am I not responsible for it? Oh, that's right. Yang Buqing was stunned and scratched his head cutely. Chen Chu shook his head and lowered his head to eat. Yang Buqing frowned and sat down, his expression falling into endless thought. After a while, I am your wife. Yang Buqing pointed at herself. Then she pointed at Chen Chu and said, Are you my husband? Chen Chu nodded. Before she could say the following words, Chen Chu took the initiative. Including you, I have 22 wives. I have always respected women. If you don't believe me, go ask your 21 wives before you. We held a grand wedding, and you had no objection. And last night, it was you who flirted with me first. It was you who took the initiative to open your arms and invite me. Chen Chu expressed justice and stated the facts in a way that put him in a morally invincible position. Veins popped up on Yang Buqing's forehead. This invitation sounds like something you're doing. But recall carefully. So my husband likes this, come on then. Huh? Level 10. You want to touch me without being extraordinary? I'm standing right here. Come over if you can. If you can find it, I will give it to you. The scene of last night played clearly in my mind. Yang Buqing's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. It seems like I really took the initiative to do it myself. Her slender white fingers tapped her forehead quickly. But this kid in front of me actually has such profound strength. And he's handsome, and he's young, and he's handsome. Yang Buqing secretly looked at Chen Chu. Although she is powerful, she is still very conservative. So she did not keep a bunch of male lovers like other extraordinary women in high positions of power. And she believes that everything is the best arrangement. And the person in front of me knelt down 3 times and kowtowed 9 times to me. And I married her in a formal ceremony. At last, and entered the bridal chamber. It seems like the matter has been settled at this point. She thought about it over and over again. Her mind was in a mess. Finally, I just stopped thinking about it. She said directly, "How old are you? What's your strength? What's your talent? What's your potential? Since he is your husband, you should know more about him. Otherwise, he would probably be beaten to death by people from the East District." Chen Chu replied calmly, 22 years old, early stage of transcendence. He only answered 2 questions. The rest is no longer revealed. After all, I am special. Yang Buqing waved his hand. Well, barely enough to be my husband, but I will still be beaten to death by the people in the East District. I should first think of a way to recover my strength. Beat him to death? Chen Chu raised his eyebrows. Yang Buqing looked serious. You are indeed the strongest in the province, but there are still many people in the district who are stronger than you. Chen Chu was stunned. Could it be that the place where I am is the weakest in the entire apocalypse? You are the strongest in your province, but you are just a dog when you go to the East District? The strength is at the bottom, and anyone can step on it? No, does it have to be so bloody? Your strength can only rank among the top 20 in the Eastern region. Yang Buqing said, tilting his head. Then, how many people are there in the East District? Chen Chu asked. Probably a few million. I haven't calculated it. Yang Buqing thought about it carefully. Then, there are millions of people, and I'm in the top 20. Isn't that enough? I was just an ordinary person 4 years ago, but now I am ranked among the top 20 in the so-called East District. Chen Chu was a little proud. Yang Buqing looked at Chen Chu, who suddenly became competitive, with some amusement. For you, okay. But if you marry me, that won't work, and I have already calculated your strength. For example, the one ranked 10th. Although he is also in the early stage of transcendence, his ability is very abnormal. There is no opponent at the same level. If you meet him, you will probably be hacked to death. System. Where is my overall strength in the early stage of transcendence? Chen Chu called out to the system in his heart. Extraordinary. He didn't understand it very well. The host is in the early stage of transcendence, invincible. The system gives a concise and clear entry. A smile appeared on Chen Chu's lips. Why can't I marry you? Chen Chu looked at Yang Buqing's beautiful face. Yang Buqing lowered his head to eat the big meal on the table, his words unclear. You are not ready yet. I will tell you when you are. Veins popped up on Chen Chu's forehead. He pushed the stool away and picked up Yang Buqing, whose face looked like a hamster from eating so much. Let me show you if I can do it. Chapter 88. Yang Buqing is pregnant. The true face of the end of the world. Day 2. On the sofa in the wedding room, Yang Buqing hung on Chen Chu. Now that the facts have been established, the matter has been settled. Then we have to confirm it. Once Yang Buqing recognizes someone, he or she will be with him for life. Husband, no wonder you can marry so many wives. Yang Buqing's face was rosy. Chen Chu looked at Yang Buqing, who had a lazy expression, and asked, now you can say what the East Side is, and how did you become like this? Yang Buqing bit her red lips lightly, with a hint of confusion between her brows. She shook her head. Not yet. Wait until I recover my strength, and help my husband further improve his abilities. It won't be too late then. There is still time. Chen Chu tapped the table impatiently. He hates the riddle man the most. And now I always feel like there is a sword hanging over my head, which makes me very uncomfortable. Recovering your strength, huh? Chen Chu picked up Yang Buqing. Husband, what are you doing? Yang Buqing asked tentatively with a slightly red face. Chen Chu's expression was extremely serious. Help you regain your strength? Then, the bridal chamber was constantly flashing with dazzling light that only appears when one's superpowers are elevated. Level 6 peak. Yang Buqing opened her red lips slightly. But in just one day, my strength has recovered to the peak of level 6, which is incredible. It seems that my little husband is not as simple as he seems. Chen Chu took out a handful of ice crystals and handed them to her. After you absorb it, it shouldn't be a problem for you to break through to the 7th level within the next 2 days. Okay, now tell me about your background and origins. Yang Buqing opened his mouth and was about to speak. But she rolled her eyes, closed her mouth, and shook her head. You're still not telling me? Chen Chu galat? Yang Buqing made a nasal sound. Chen Chu rolled up his sleeves. I think you're still not convinced. Then he took Yang Buqing away again. In Chen Chu's arms, looking at Chen Chu's handsome profile. Yang Buqing's eyes were cunning, and a triumphant smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the next 5 days, from time to time, a dazzling red light would rise in the wedding room. Sometimes in the middle of the night, sometimes in the early morning. 8th level. Yang Buqing was a little surprised. At the rate she originally expected, it would take about a year to achieve this progress. And Yang Buking frowned slightly. She touched her lower abdomen and felt something strange. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Chen Chu came over carrying breakfast. Yang Buching nodded with a painful expression. A little bit. Chen Chu came over immediately. I'll take you to the medical department. He frowned. It's really a bit crazy these days. Think about it together. Yang Buching's strength had already been greatly damaged, and he was in a state of loss. To endure such a storm again, there must be something wrong with my body. When Chen Chu approached Yang Buching, Baji, Yang Buching kissed Chen Chu on the face. She smiled with her eyes curved. I'm pregnant. Chen Chu's look of worry quickly turned into surprise. Real? Yang Buching took his hand. Touch it. Chen Chu. He definitely believed what his concubine said. Yang Buching looked at him with a smile. How dare you make this girl pregnant? Once those people in the East District find out, you will really be hacked to death. Chen Chu said, I'll cut them down first. The dragon has a reverse scale, and it will be angry if it is touched. His family is what he cherishes most, and what he wants to protect the most. What the hell is the East District, top 20, top 10? If you dare to come, you will die. Yang Buching looked at Chen Chu with satisfaction. But if they want to kill my husband, I will kill them first. Extraordinary? No matter where he is placed, he's a powerful person. Yang Buching is not someone you can easily mess with. She slowly took the initiative to speak. The glacier exploded in the apocalypse, killing more than 90% of the creatures on the blue planet. Humanity is trapped underground. Gradually, people with special abilities and monsters began to become the new masters of the apocalypse. And after 34 years of development, the original Xia Kingdom was divided into 5 regions. We are in the East region, and the others are Central, South, North, and West. My husband, the province you are from, is an unplanned area in the East District, and I am from the central city of the East District. Yang Buching told Chen Chu about his origins and more about the end of the world. After all, she and Chen Chu are husband and wife and have a child. We have been honest with each other so many times, so let's be more honest. The combination of the extraordinary and the extraordinary has always been pursued by those strong people. I am young, talented, good-looking, and have always been the object of pursuit by the strong. Yang Buching lo ke chao. It's normal to say these words. After listening to Yang Buching's background, Chen Chu said, So you came to the province to escape the persecution of the powerful? Yang Buching nodded and shook his head. Yes and no. The province is far from the city, has not yet been planned by the District Alliance, and has no extraordinary people. It is in a semi-developed state overall. I am here to seek an opportunity to break through to the middle stage of the extraordinary. When I break through to the middle stage of the transcendent, I will go back and kill them. Chen Chu asked, Is it difficult to break through from the early stage of transcendence to the middle stage of transcendence? Aren't it generally easy to break through certain stages of rank? Yang Buching nodded. It's more difficult than letting an ordinary person advance to the 10th level. Chen Chu was in deep thought. He has never encountered a bottleneck, and now his overall strength has reached the initial stage of transcendence and is invincible. In Xingho City, 7 of my wives and concubines are pregnant. Ao Qing and Yang Buching in Shuidong City are also pregnant. I will wait for the children to be born and see how much my strength can be improved. Although Chen Chu was able to use his spatial abilities to escape with his family. But compared to this, he would rather kill the so-called strong men in the East District. He looked at his 22-year-old wife and said, They forced you to risk your life, willing to sacrifice your talent and strength in order to cross the region. So the strong men in that city are very ruthless? Are other extraordinary women also so passionate? Well, it is very important for Chen Chu to care about other extraordinary women in the East District. Yang Buching looked at him. When I am in the extraordinary state, the blood of the blood-soaked phoenix will flow through my body. If you marry me, your partner will gain great benefits. So, that group of people has been messing with me. Chen Chu's eyes lit up. He flipped his hand. An extraordinary fruit, the snake fruit, appeared. Then 22 wife. You should recover your strength quickly. Level? Yang Buching widened his eyes. Where did you get this thing? Chen Chu was puzzled. Is it rare? I found it in the lair of a 9th level monster. Yang Buching's eyes widened even more, and her cherry mouth opened wide enough for a fist to fit in. There are level 9 items around the provincial level 9 monster? Oh my god. I'm rich. It turned out that I was right to risk my life to cross the region. Not really. Chen Chu shook his head. These words made Yang Buching, who was extremely surprised, breathe a sigh of relief. That's right. If it's not an extraordinary creature, how could it possibly have an extraordinary fruit associated with it? I think my husband must have encountered an isolated case. Chen Chu scratched his head and said, I killed an 8th level peak underground beast last time and obtained a level 1 extraordinary item. Yang Buching, take me to kill monsters. Her originally watery peach blossom eyes immediately turned into the shape of money. In Yang Buching's eyes, the province not only has a handsome and capable husband, but it is also a huge treasury. There are extraordinary objects of the 8th and 9th level around the creatures. If this gets out to the city, there will be an uproar. She felt more and more that she had made the right decision by risking her life. Boom! Chen Chu tapped her on the head with his index finger. You are pregnant, so just stay home. I'll find anything you need. Yang Buqing felt warm in his heart. It feels like you're just eating free food, but it feels good. Then, she immediately made a long list. Fire type, wood type, and one with a strong breath of life. Then, she kissed Chen Chu on the face. Chen Chu looked at her with a smile. He has spatial abilities and doesn't care about the glacial apocalypse at all. With some time, the entire province can be searched thoroughly in no time. This is the real pet. Then, Chen Chu took out a large pile of ice spirit crystals and gave them to Yang Buqing. Yang Buqing, who hadn't even warmed up the snake fruit in his hand, was even more confused. Before, Chen Chu only took out a few dollars at a time, and she thought it was Chen Chu's family fortune. Why are they being taken out in piles now? Husband, do you have a lot of things at this level? Not much. Chen Chu said, there is only one vein. Yang Buqing stood there in a daze. If the people in Maya City knew that there was a province in the East District, they would definitely risk their lives to cross the region. Husband, you must quickly develop your power. Before the province is planned by the District Alliance, take all the good things. Chen Chu Samai. Of course, Dad is a fanatic about grabbing territory. Okay, I haven't been out for a long time. Now, let's go tell Dad the good news. Chen Chu stood up, but Yang Buqing grabbed her. Her big eyes were full of water. Husband, please help me improve my strength. Chen Chu had a strange expression on his face and looked at her belly. No, Yang Buqing pled it. Yes, really. I swear. Chapter 89 Daddy is promoted to the 10th level. Snake fruit, ice spirit crystal. Outside the city lord's mansion, Chen Chu and Yang Buqing held hands. These few days of getting along, the relationship between the two heated up very quickly. Chen Chu joked. The ugly daughter-in-law is going to be nervous when she meets her parents-in-law? Yang Buqing raised his head. I'm not ugly. Chen Chu looked at the beautiful and charming Yang Buqing. Well, with a beauty score of 99, she is indeed a beauty. He reached out and scratched Yang Buqing's little nose. Okay, go in. Yang Buqing wrinkled his beautiful nose. Cute and fierce expression. Snort. Dad, I'm here to tell you the good news. Stepping over the threshold, Chen Chu shouted. Ha! What good news can you have, little brat? Is your new wife pregnant? Or is he going to marry a new wife again? In the main hall, Dad strode out. Chen Chu pulled out Yang Buqing. Dad, the new daughter-in-law is pregnant. Chen Lei laughed. Okay, you're pretty quick. As he said that, the old man looked at Yang Buqing and was stunned. Which concubine is this? I don't think I've ever seen it. Chen Chu explained to his father. This shows that Yang Buqing had previously disguised himself as an ordinary person. No mention was made of her strength or background. Dad didn't care too much. As long as my kid is happy. Then, Chen Lei thought for a moment, turned around and walked into the hall, took out an exquisite little box and stuffed it into Yang Buqing's hand. I just happen to have a special item that's just right for you. Consider it a gift from me to my little grandson. The moment Yang Buqing took it, he felt the breath coming from the box. Her eyes widened. Super extraordinary item. Oh my God! Although she is extraordinary, the most commonly used items in the city are level 1 items, and level 1 items can be obtained from time to time. But now, in just a few hours, in her hand, she had a level snake fruit, a bunch of level ice spirit crystals, and now she had a level extraordinary fruit, which was in line with her fire element. Thank you, Dad. Yang Buqing's eyes flashed with gold. It's so generous that the meeting gift is a level 1. Now, she couldn't help but want to go out and explore the province. Husband, at this time, there were 3 surprise shouts from outside the door. They are Oyueling, Xingyue, and Ao Qing. The 3 of them threw themselves into Chen Chu's arms. We hugged for quite a while. A few people separated. Until then, the 3 women's eyes then turned to Yang Buqing. So beautiful. This was the first reaction of the 3 girls. Because Yang Buqing looks like a fairy from heaven in terms of face, figure, and temperament. Xingyue's eyes were filled with tears. Husband, this beautiful sister. Where did you trick her into finding you? She is so beautiful. Chen Chu repeated what he said to his father. After all, Yang Buqing's aspect is really hard to explain, so it's better not to explain it. Then, Chen Chu introduced the 4 girls to each other. 9 wife, Xingyue. 18 wife, Oyueling. 21 wife, Ao Qing. 22 wife, Yang Buqing. The 4 girls knew each other. Then, the 4 girls started chatting with each other in a familiar manner. 3 women in 1 drama. What's more, there are 4 women. Moreover, there are 4 beauties with similar looks, and they have many common topics. So, Sister Buqing, you are pregnant? Xingyu stared at Yang Buqing's belly. Yang Buqing blushed and nodded. Xingyu said, no wonder my husband is willing to go out today. Bang! Chen Chu gave Xingyue a slap on the face. Xingyue cried out in pain. Rubbing his head, tears welled up in his eyes. Chen Chu pouted. You deserve to be punished, right? As soon as these words came out, Xingyue stopped pretending. He immediately grabbed Chen Chu's arm and swung it back and forth. Husband, please take care of me. Those watery and indescribable eyes made Chen Chu shiver uncontrollably. He tapped Xing Yue's forehead gently again. I'll come back to deal with you later. I'm going to go around the surrounding areas of East Water City with my father now. Xing Yue's eyes were bright. She showed her fangs and said, Okay, I'm going to take a bath with Sister Ou now, and I'll wait for my husband to come back and deal with me. After saying that, she kissed Chen Chu on the face. Then he pulled Ou Yueling and ran towards his residence. Chen Chu shook his head and smiled. Dad, this Dongshui city is well planned. Chen Chu, Chen Lei and a group of guards walked around the edge of Dongshui city. Discuss how to develop and expand Dongshui city. The old man in the big windbreaker nodded with his hands behind his back. Although this water dragon king is a little weak, he has obsessive-compulsive disorder and has done a good job in planning. Moreover, a lot of space for expansion was reserved in advance to facilitate our construction. Let's go and take a look ahead. As he spoke, Chen Lei led the team toward an empty, reserved area. Chen Chu followed behind his father. He paused, eyes closed and opened. Preparation is complete. Then, he followed in his father's footsteps, etc. Chen Lei frowned and suddenly stopped the team. And he immediately protected Chen Chu behind him. Weapons in hand. Roar! An ugly underground beast at the peak of level 8 suddenly roared, broke through the wall, and rushed out. He glared at the humans around him, full of fighting spirit. Chen Lei frowned slightly. 8th level peak? You're looking for death. His height increased to 4 meters, his skin turned bronze, and he was surrounded by a sea of lightning. Chen Lei rushed towards the underground beast with his weapon. He is in the early stage of the 9th level. Dealing with the peak of the 8th level is easy. Chen Chu stood outside the court. An exquisite revolver appeared in his hand. Bang! 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 6 shots were fired. The infinite bullet shot into the monster's body. Although the Infinity Stone bullet can only kill rank 7 monsters, but it is still possible to cause some minor damage to the 8th level monster. More importantly, he attached space energy to the bullets. As soon as he thought about it, the monster was immediately restricted. Bang! After a few rounds of fighting, Chen Lei smashed the underground beast's head with a stick. He reached into a mass of flesh and blood and took out a pink crystal core. Pink crystal core, not bad. Chen Lei spoke. Dad, what is that? Chen Chu pointed at the deep pit where the underground beast had just appeared. Chen Lei turned his head and looked. In a vine, there was a fruit in it that was red and darkening with golden light. Super extraordinary item. Chen Lei's eyes lit up and he walked over quickly. Chen Chu and the guards followed in. It's a level 1 extraordinary thing. The snake fruit has appeared in Chen Lei's hand. Chen Chu looked curious. Dad, eat it and see the effect? Okay. Chen Lei threw it directly into his mouth. Then, the skin all over the body turns red and begins to peel. An hour later, Chen Lei shed a complete skin. There was a faint golden light on his body. My talent seems to have been upgraded in level. Chen Chu opened his father's panel and took a look. Sure enough, Dad's ability has increased from level 1 to level 2. As for potential, my dad is like this, it's hard to improve himself. And his strength has reached the middle stage of the 9th level. There was joy in Chen Lei's eyes. I didn't expect to have such good luck just by wandering around. Dad, what's that shiny thing? Chen Chu pointed to the end of the cave, where there was a dazzling light. Chen Lei looked up, then he strode over. It seems to be a new doomsday mine. Chen Lei reached out and grabbed a piece of ice crystal. Immediately, energy surged throughout the body. Dad's health started to change. 9th level middle stage, 9th level early stage, 8th level peak. The father, who constantly absorbs the energy of the ice spirit crystal. The aura became stronger and stronger, but the rank dropped rapidly, until it fell to the early 8th level. Chen Lei inserted his hands into the ice crystal vein. A huge white energy vortex appeared in front of him. A large amount of ice crystals are consumed, and Chen Lei's rank also began to soar. The beginning of the 8th stage, the middle of the 8th stage, the late 8th stage, the peak of the 8th stage, the 9th stage. This is not over yet. All the way to the peak of the 9th level. The energy fluctuations on Chen Lei's body slowed down. Chen Chu stood behind him and nodded. Snake fruit has the effect of removing impurities, and ice crystal is a pure energy carrier. After swallowing the snake fruit, Dad absorbed the ice spirit crystal, which caused the energy in his body to be compressed and his rank to drop. After continuing to absorb large amounts of ice spirit crystals, his pure energy was replenished in large quantities, his strength was restored, and he even broke through to the peak of the 9th level. Although my father only broke through 2 small levels, but the strength is at least 3 times stronger than before. Drink! Suddenly, Chen Lei shouted. The energy vortex in front of him that was almost stagnant started to spin rapidly again. Break it for me! After a loud shout, a huge, dazzling white halo rose from under Chen Lei's feet. Chen Chu's eyebrows trembled. Dad has been promoted to the 10th level. Chapter 90. The plan to dominate. Crazy improvement of Dad's strength. At the end of the cave, the endless sea of thunder dissipated. The terrifying aura disappeared. Chen Lei's figure reappeared in front of everyone. Dad. Chen Chu walked forward. Originally, I wanted my dad to obtain some cultivation resources so that he could quickly gain a foothold in the ninth level. I didn't expect my dad to be so ambitious. Directly broke through the ninth level and reached the 10th level. Level 10, this really makes you invincible in the province. Because within Chen Chu's exploration scope, there has not been any creature beyond the ninth level in the province. Ha ha ha, you little brat, I've finally been promoted to the 10th level. After digesting the improvement in strength, Chen Lei patted Chen Chu's shoulder and laughed heartily. Chen Chu also smiled from the bottom of his heart. Dad was promoted to level 10. Then the progress of Xingho City to dominate the province can be greatly accelerated. Dad laughed, the corners of his mouth behind his ears. Level 10. There should be no rival in the entire province. Ha ha ha. I can give your boy another concubine. Now in the whole province, if you have a crush on someone, just tell me. Many children bring good fortune. The revival of mankind is just around the corner. Ha ha ha. Chen Chu's mouth couldn't stop twitching. Really? This is my dad's normal train of thought. No. Dad suddenly stopped. It's not like you can just go and snatch whoever you like. I'm waiting for you to dominate the province and develop Spark City into a super city. Ha 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 ha. Then I'll line up for you to choose. Chen Lei smiled with his hands on his hips, very satisfied with his idea. I remember in the history of the Xia Kingdom, there was a man called Lu Sheng, the king of Zhongshan, who had 120 descendants. You should try your best and give birth to 1,200. Chen Chu held his forehead. I am speechless. No, Dad, what 1,200? My goal is 12,000. Dongshui City, City Lord's Mansion. It is a great joy that the new City Lord Chen Lei has been promoted to the 10th level. Feast cheers. Hundreds of thousands of ordinary citizens were reveling in various places in the city. Hundreds of supernatural beings gathered in a special banquet hall. On the main seat, Ao Dong, with a dark and bloodshot face, stared at Chen Lei. Lei Lao Hu, you said that you went to the pre-planning area of Dongshui City to investigate, and then found a level 1 extraordinary fruit and a new type of doomsday, or for replenishing energy. And then you broke through to the 10th level. Chen Lei raised his head and took a big gulp of wine. Then he laughed and patted Ao Dong. Ha! Yes, it's right next to the pre-planned area. The cave is only 1 meter thick. Thank goodness I came to Dongshui City, otherwise it would take me many years to break through to the 10th level. Come, drink. After hearing this, Ao Dong's bloodshot eyes, which were surrounded by dark circles, widened hugely. I am the one who is only 1 meter away from obtaining the extraordinary fruit and a new type of mineral vein. Ao Dong, who was originally handsome. Now his face is sallow, his hair is messy, and his face is covered with stubble. He looked totally down and out. After learning that Chen Lei had found a level 10 extraordinary item in Dongshui City and successfully completed the ordinary level 10, he even vomited blood and fainted. He was unwilling. Now that we have received the confirmed news, his originally sallow complexion was now terribly pale. If I put in a little more when building the city, would the level 1 extraordinary item and level 1 doomsday or be mine? Will my city not be robbed? Especially my precious daughter would not be deceived by that useless guy, Chen Chu, and get pregnant. It hurts. It hurts so much. Ao Dong stared at the banquet with a crazy and dull look in his eyes. Looking at the revelry crowd around, big mouthfuls of wine and big mouthfuls of meat, he was a little dazed. After the banquet, food and beverage recommendations. Ten Kifon his feather Tin Li. That I've been out for 2 months. Yi Miao will give birth in 2 months. I want to prepare to return to Xingho City in a month. Hans Famit. Chen Chu opened the door and went into the mountain and stated his purpose. With my dad's generous personality, there's no need to try to separate the relationship between father and son. And Dad nodded in agreement. Xiaoyu was not only a key member of the secret guards of Xingho City, but also your legal wife, and she gave birth to Xiaohan. She is giving birth to her second child now. You really should go back to accompany her, little brat. Dad is very serious. As a man, protecting your family is your first priority. Well, you are worthy of being my offspring. I will go and arrange the return to the city now. Chen Chu nodded. Okay. Originally, he wanted his father to lead the team to stabilize Dongshui City and then continue to attack other cities, and he could just go back with his concubines and guards. Don't waste time. But Dad interrupted him with a laugh. Haha, you little brat. You've grown up and now you know how to feel sorry for me. But do you think it's easy to train a city? I plan to strengthen the connection between Xingho City and Dongshui City. Only by dispersing the population between the 2 cities can we completely crush the original class system in Dongshui City. And Chinlei laughed. Recently, more than 20 good doomsday mineral veins were discovered around Dongshui City. This is far beyond my imagination. So we need to go back to Spark City and make new plans. I don't know how that old fellow, the Water Dragon King, managed to develop East Water City with so many resources. And Chen Lei put his hand on Chen Chu's shoulder. I conquered the world so that I could marry you a wife and concubines and let you inherit my throne. If anything happens to you, I won't give you a beating. I'll just bury this damn doomsday with you. All right, go back and get ready, you little brat. With the experience of the last route, we can go back in less than 2 weeks this time. He was roughly pushed out of the city lord's mansion by his father. Chen Chu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This stinky old man, it's obvious that his main purpose is to care about him. There is so much preparation in the previous part, but Chen Chu's heart was still warm. While Dad is preparing, I will hurry up and search for more things for him. Chen Chu made up his mind. Now I know there are extraordinary beings above the 10th level. Then we must help Dad improve his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens to my dad on the way to grabbing territory and wives and concubines for him, he couldn't guarantee that he would do something more cruel than the end of the world. When we returned to our residence, Chen Chu, feeling warm in his heart, met Xingyue and Yueling, who had been preparing for the whole day. He also made his concubines feel warm and cozy. But not in my heart. In the following days, various high-level extraordinary fruits and doomsday mineral veins are constantly being unearthed around Dongshui City. Chapter 91 Dad reaches the 10th level. New ability. Resurrection. In less than 2 weeks, Dad Chen Lei obtained a bunch of high-level extraordinary fruits. Moreover, Chen Chu specifically selected extraordinary fruits that are suitable for his father and not suitable for ordinary person Chen Chu. Otherwise, he was afraid that his father would send the things to him again. Residence on the 6th floor. Looking out the window, I could see that the entire Dongshui City was being built. To facilitate better connection with Spark City, Chen Chu's heart suddenly moved. If I use my spatial ability to move the entire East Water City to the vicinity of Spark City, will that work? He thought about it carefully. Throw this idea away, because the entire Dongshui City, it's not the buildings, it's not the place that's important. What is important is the population of hundreds of thousands. In the end times, there are basically only 2 things that people fight for. Supplies. Population. Although the current supernatural space can accommodate tens of thousands of people, but it must be dead. If it's a living person, according to his experiments and calculations, the room can accommodate about 500 people with special abilities at a time and 2,000 ordinary people. Moreover, transporting living people consumes a huge amount of energy. Forget it, let's help Dad improve his strength first, and we can deal with the other things after we have extraordinary powers. I got some information about the end of the world from Yang Buqing, the concubine of 22. Chen Chu is also planning to spend some time. Go explore the central city of the legendary Middle East. In the Ice Age, for others, traveling across the zone is a life and death adventure. But for Chen Chu, it was just a matter of consuming some energy. According to Bu Qing's description and the system's classification of my strength should be 10th in the eastern region. So, in the entire East District, there are still 9 people who are better than me. A strange smile flashed across Chen Chu's lips. It's really frustrating. After staying in the last days for too long, subconsciously, Chen Chu developed the habit of being fully prepared. Once there is a creature stronger than itself, that means that your life and death can be controlled by others at any time. It's really frustrating. Miao Miao will give birth in just over a month. Sister Lan, Ruyan, and the other 5 concubines will also give birth within 6 months. Qing and Buqing have been pregnant for more than half a month. Wait another year, and when our strength has been raised to a certain level and we can be sure that nothing will go wrong, we will go and explore the East District. Chen Chu made up his mind. In the next year, just accompany the concubines during childbirth and help Dad improve his strength. Also, make the other concubines' bellies move again. Husband, what are you thinking about? Yang Buqing, whose face was almost perfect, leaned his head on Chen Chu's back. Chen Chu smiled and said, I'll think about it someday and go to the city to chop to death those who dare to pursue 22 concubines. Yang Buqing smiled and said, then you might have to kill for 3 days and 3 nights, because the people pursuing me are lining up from the city to the province. Chen Chu turned around and hugged her. The eyes are doting. Then kill all those who forced 22 concubines to risk their lives to cross the glacial apocalypse. Yang Buqing's eyes curved. The weakest of those people are in the top 20, or even the top 3. Chen Chu leaned close to Yang Buqing's ear. I will break his legs and feet and make him kneel before you, at your mercy. I mean all the legs. Husband, Yang Buqing's face was covered with a layer of pink. Her eyes were blurry. This is what it feels like to be loved and pampered by someone. Although she was extraordinary before, but the surrounding area is full of dangers. You have to tread on thin ice. Any mistake will result in consequences more painful than death. But now she feels at ease. My husband loves me. Yang Buqing's trembling tone was like melted chocolate. Chen Chu kissed her on the face. Then he smiled and said, no. Okay, really, I swear. Yang Buqing said in a halting tone. Chen Chu smiled slightly and turned around to look for the beautiful girl Xingyu and the little witch Yueling. Only those who know how to exercise self-control are real men. Day 2. Chen Chu stretched out his body. Then he put on a new set of clothes and walked to the city lord's mansion. Dad. As soon as he entered the door, Chen Chu felt that his father was a little different. You little bastard. Chen Lei turned around, laughed, and picked up a knife. He chopped down on his own hand with lightning speed. Click! A splash of blood flew up. The broadsword in Chen Lei's hand bones made a collision sound. Then, lightning burst out from Chen Lei's horrific bloody wound. The wound was charred black. Then, visible granulation tissue emerged from the charred wound. Then, the charred part fell off. Chen Lei's arm returned to its original state, and even looked stronger and more powerful than before. Stinky boy, isn't this awesome? This is my new ability. Then, if you remember correctly, this was one of the effects of the extraordinary fruit he had recently found, the lightning strike fruit, resurrection. It seems that this ability is very powerful. Dad's strength has increased by at least half. A lot of good things have popped up these days. My strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Not only has the ability level been promoted to the peak of the 10th level, but this body has also become increasingly powerful. Chen Chu nodded with satisfaction. He has traveled almost all over the province in the past 2 weeks. I found a bunch of high-level extraordinary fruits suitable for my dad. And some unripe high-grade extraordinary fruits were also marked. He also kept a close eye on his father's condition. The more than 10 levels of extraordinary fruits and a large amount of ice spirit crystals quickly pushed Dad to the late 10th level. And the Thunder Attribute extraordinary fruit that was most suitable for Dad pushed Dad directly to the peak of the 10th level and gained the ability of Resurgence. I feel like my strength has increased by at least 3 times compared to before. A city of the level of Dongshui City can be easily occupied. So I moved up my plan to return to the city by a few days, and we'll go back tomorrow. You and your 3 daughters-in-law should get ready, Brad. Chen Chu smiled and nodded. Okay, now there is only 1 month left before my wife Yi Miao gives birth to her second child. Husband, should we prepare some gifts for those sisters? I went to my father's warehouse to find some things. I wonder if the sisters will like them. Modified car, independent compartment. Ao Qing was somewhat looking forward to it. I've only heard that he had more than 20 concubines before, but this time I'm going to meet them all. Judging from the other 3 sisters around me, my husband's concubines are all extremely beautiful women. Oh my God, what a beauty. How can your husband handle her? Ao Qing blinked his big eyes and his face turned red. If it's my husband, it seems like it would work. Husband, I'm not prepared. Yang Buqing, who was standing by, widened his eyes, a little panicked, and immediately used his supernatural power to secretly call Chen Chu. Although she has seen many big scenes, when her current identity is Chen Chu's 22nd concubine, she was really afraid that the other sisters would have a bad impression of her when they first met. She thought quickly. All I had on me was a bottle of beauty pills I brought from the province, about 50 pills. If you drink it after dissolving it in water, your appearance will remain unchanged for 3 years. Husband, do you think the sisters will like it? Should I prepare something new? Chen Chu, who originally wanted to help Yang Buqing prepare things, twitched his mouth. Quite speechless. It's really the authorities who are confused. This is a beauty pill. It's definitely a killer of women. Think about it. Why are there only the rejuvenating pills left on your body? Chen Chu tapped her head. 1 word is enough. Yang Buqing's eyes immediately lit up. The beauty pills are the most sought-after item among women in the province. With Chen Chu's advice, Yang Buqing immediately took out a few anti-aging pills and shared them with Ao Qing, Oyi Welling, and Xingyu. Watching the 4 concubines chatting animatedly, Chen Chu was smiling. He looked through the small window at the vastness outside. After a few days, you will arrive at Spark City. At this time, there were only about 20 days left before his wife, Yi Miao, gave birth. Chapter 92, Yi Miaoxing, A-level Immortal Guardian. Potential, S-. 3 days later, the bulky modified train slowly drive into Spark City. After 4 years of mergers and development, and it housed a large number of people with special abilities. At this time, the underground expansion of Spark City has not only increased by more than 10 times. Moreover, a small town was built on the ground. Hundreds of superpowers patrolled the small town on the ground, stood guard, and checked the identities of superpowers coming and going from other places. Everything, they all demonstrate the power of Spark City. Chen Lei had arranged in advance for a team of superpowers to arrive in Xingho City first. So many people were waiting here. After the train stopped, Chen Lei, Chen Chu, and others got out of the car. The people who came to greet them had golden eyes when they saw Chen Lei and Chen Chu. He quickly drew a line on his chest and saluted immediately. Welcome, City Lord. The young master is back. Chen Lei waved his hand and said, Get up. Everyone immediately came over with a smile. Several of Chen Lei's confidants were extremely excited. Boss, have you been promoted to level 10? Chen Lei showed an extremely confident smile on his face. He frowned. The few people at the peak of level 7 in front of him were stunned on the spot, unable to move. The breath of death is just a thought. That was the pressure that belonged only to a 10th order strong man. Ha 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 ha. Chen Lei removed his pressure, laughed, and patted his confidant's shoulder. Boss, awesome. Several powerful people with special powers could not suppress their inner joy. This is the 10th level, the last stage in the theory of supernatural powers. No one has ever reached it in the entire province. So your boss is the strongest. Spark City is really going to fly this time. Fly, fly, fly into the sky. Boss, Now we can go and quickly attack several powerful cities in the province. Boss, now we can go and get rid of those vicious monsters. Their flesh and blood are good things, as well as crystal cores. Boss, now we can go get more concubines for the young master. Get Jiang Finju first. All the subordinates were extremely excited. Chen Lei pointed at the third confidant who spoke. I still like to listen to you the most. Ah yes, I have to snatch a wife for that brat. That brat is my lucky star. If I hadn't wanted to snatch his wife away, Dongshui City wouldn't be our first choice, and I wouldn't have been promoted to the 10th level so quickly. Chen Lei and a group of Xingho City backbones were bragging. Chen Chu shook his head and smiled. He took his 4 concubines with him and walked towards the villa with the guards clearing the way. Husband, don't you want to wait for father? A.O. Qing asked. She was not familiar with Xingho City. Xing Yue took her arm and said, No need. Dad must be planning a banquet with his subordinates now. We can just go first. Hold a banquet? A.O. Qing scratched his head. All right. Dad really likes to give parties. Villa residents. From a distance, Chen Chu saw expectant faces lined up neatly in the window. I was immediately surprised when I saw his figure. Then the face immediately moved away from the window. Then, the 18 concubines who remained in Xingho City rushed towards Chen Chu. Husband, there was a hint of crying in the voice of surprise. Chen Chu opened his arms. Husband, we missed you so much. Then, he was nearly suffocated. A.O. Qing and Yang Buqing, who came to Xingho City for the first time, stood there in amazement. They looked at the beautiful women in front of them, each with their own unique features. The mouth opened wide enough to swallow a whole fist. My husband is really fierce. This was the only sentence left in the two people's minds. Are these the 2 new sisters? Su Lan, whose belly was already very obvious, came over to them. Hello, Sister Sulan. A.O. Qing and Yang Buqing responded sweetly. Although one of them is the daughter of the original city lord of a giant city. One was once extraordinary, but at this time he was not arrogant towards outsiders but very kind. Because they believe that they are Chen Chu's people, they can naturally accept everything about Chen Chu. Su Lan held their hands and said, My husband's legal wife is Yi Miao Miao Miao, but she will give birth next month and is already in the medical department. Let me pick you up on behalf of Miao Miao now. You don't have to worry about the distinction between wives and concubines. We all call each other sisters. And Miao Miao prepared gifts for you before she went to the medical department. As she spoke, Su Lan took 2 exquisite boxes from the guard and handed them to the 2 of them. Extraordinary fruit. Yang Buqing's eyes almost popped out of his head. The people in the province are really rich. She put it away immediately and said thank you with a smile. A.O. Qing was also very polite and asked people to distribute the things she brought from Dongshui City to the sisters. After everyone got to know each other, Yang Buqing took out a crystal bottle from his pocket. Pachiko pills. 1 pill can keep your appearance unchanged for 3 years. My sister is giving gifts to all the sisters. Come and get them. As soon as these words came out, the lively place fell silent. Yang Buqing's heart was in his throat, fearing that the sisters would not like it. Afterwards, me, give it to me. I want it. Me, and me. I want one too. The concubines immediately pounced on Yang Buqing. Nonsense. What woman can resist the temptation of this kind of thing? Chen Chu stood aside. Looking at his concubines who were having fun, he smiled with satisfaction. Who wouldn't like to see harmony in his or her harem? Stop. Chen Chu grabbed the sneaky Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, aren't there 1 beauty pill for each person? Why did you get it twice? Feeling guilty, Xiao Xiao rolled his eyes, straightened his body, and said in a timid manner, Husband, I am the Qiao. Looking at the clever Xiao Qiao, Chen Chu felt amused. It's the Qiao. I was planning to go see Xiao Qiao tonight, but now I realize I miss you more. I'll go to your room later. Xiao Qiao was anxious, and immediately bit her lower lip and said, Husband, I'm Xiao Qiao. Come to my room. I'm going to return one of the anti-aging pills now. No, 2, I don't want them either. Chen Chu gently pulled her face. I'm just kidding. Take both of them. Xiao Qiao threw herself into Chen Chu's arms. Husband, you are amazing. Growing up, my parents couldn't tell me and my sister apart, but you can. Chen Chu raised his eyebrows. Of course I know, you 2 sisters are different. What's the difference? Xiao Qiao looked up, but after meeting Chen Chu's eyes, she understood what he meant. Xiao Qiao patted Chen Chu cutely. Husband, I love how bad you are. Chen Chu smiled. As expected, it is the most comfortable feeling to have family around. There are the quirky Xiao Qiao, the gentle Su Lan, the charming O Yueling, and the sweet Xing Yu, each of whom is beautiful and distinctive around him. Even the end of the world is so warm. Then, the warm Chen Chu also made every concubine who was not pregnant feel warm. It's more than just warmth in the heart. 1 month later, the medical department. An exclusive hospital for concubines. Husband, Yi Miao's eyes were like water. This month, Chen Chu's life is basically a straight line between 2 points. Home and medical department. In the last month of delivery, Yi Miao felt very happy and at ease with her husband's daily company. Don't worry. Although Sister Lan is not the surgeon this time, The new doctor is also a top-level wood-type supernaturalist with more than 50 years of experience in delivering babies. She was the best gynecologist in the top 3 hospitals before the apocalypse. Looking at Chen Chu, who was comforting him, Yi Miao smiled brightly. As long as my husband is here, I will never be afraid. Looking at his wife, Chen Chu lowered his head and kissed her on the forehead. I will always be there for you. Then, Chen Chu personally sent Yi Miao to the delivery room. Master, please stay. I will hand the young mistress back to you safely. Chen Chu was stopped by a kind and benevolent white-haired female doctor. Chen Chu nor did. He loved every one of his wives and concubines, and loved every one of them deeply. But the one with whom he has the deepest affection is his wife Yi Miao. Snap. About 10 hours passed. The red light outside the delivery room turned green. Then the attending doctor came out. She took off her mask and smiled and nodded to Chen Chu, who had been standing outside the door. Mother and child are safe. Chen Chu smiled. He strode into the delivery room. The system also sounded at the right time. The birth of the host's offspring has been detected. Talent. Level 1 Immortal Guardian. Potential. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Chapter 93 Gravity is promoted to the 10th level. 20 Children's Reward. S-Level Golden Spiritual Sensor. Talent. Level 1 Immortal Guardian. Potential. This offspring has great talent and potential, and is already ranked among the top 5 among all his offspring. Moreover, offspring of this level, the system rewards are not too bad. But Chen Chu was not in a hurry to check the rewards. Instead, he strode to Yi Miao and held her hand. Yi Miao, with his hair all wet, smiled at Chen Chu. Husband, child. Chen Chu immediately took the newborn baby from the nurse and held it to Yi Miao. Look, it's a big fat boy. Yi Miao raised his neck slightly and saw that the child had a chubby face. She's fatter than when Xiaoan was born. Chen Chu lovingly wiped the sweat from his wife's forehead. Yes, a talent of level 1, a potential of level 2. He will grow into a great psychic. Yi Miao showed a knowing smile. Then she wondered, potential? This was the first time she had heard of this. Chen Chu nor did. Well, other places use 2 criteria to measure a person with special abilities, talent and potential. Both are equally important. The former determines the lower limit, while the latter determines the upper limit. Level, but it's very rare. Yi Miao is also extremely smart. She said in surprise. Husband, is our new child also a genius? Chen Chu nodded. Yes, a genius similar to Xiaoan. Yi Miao stretched out her white fingers and gently teased the newborn baby. That's great. Husband, please give the child a name. Chen Chu looked at the child with chubby cheeks. Think about it. Just call me Chen Bummy. Yi Miao was stunned. Then he smiled. Immortal, forever immortal, live well. Chen Chu's new offspring, Chen Bummy, looked back and forth between Chen Chu and Yi Miao with his round eyes. Such a cute smile. After, Chen Chu handed the child over to the new director of the medical department for a comprehensive examination. He comforted his wife Yi Miao, promised to take her home tomorrow. Then, Chen Chu left the medical department and returned home. It was late at night when he returned home, but the concubines were still waiting for him. Chen Chu spent some time with his concubines, coaxed them back to sleep, and promised the little, which Yi Welling that he would go find her later. Then he walked to the training room alone. System. Receive the reward. Rewards received successfully. Breakthrough card, basic. Intermediate 3-dimensional upgrade. Another level-breaking card? A black card appeared in Chen Chu's hand. It's the same reward as the last time the 8th daughter, Chen Mo, was born. After the first use experience, Chen Chu did not hesitate. Directly used the breakthrough card. Then, a huge black halo rose from under his feet. Another terrifying aura burst out involuntarily from Chen Chu's body. The gravity in the entire training room suddenly increased by dozens of times. The stools collapsed and the cups exploded. Even the ground began to deform slightly. Gravity, level 10. Chen Chu opened his eyes, and 2 black air flows through his eyes. Then, he put away all his energy. The training room finally calmed down. In other words, Chen Chu had transformed the residence into a high-quality shelter a long time ago. Otherwise, it would have collapsed long ago. Then, Chen Chu took out another pile of crystal cores and began to absorb them. Mid-level 10, late level 10, peak level 10. Keep hitting the edge of the extraordinary. Only then did Chen Chu stop. The tens of thousands of crystal cores in his hand were also used up. After his overall strength reached extraordinary level, he could clearly sense the impurities in the crystal core. But, use 3D boost. Intermediate 3D lifting was used successfully. Medium life boost. Middle talent improvement. Medium potential improvement. 3 pleasant and numbing sensations rush straight to the top of my head. The supernatural power in the body is also washed away of all impurities, turning into the purest energy. Space, gravity, double 10th level peak. Chen Chu's left hand flashed with blue light, and his right hand shone with twisted black light. There is a natural chasm between the 9th and 10th levels. After the gravity ability reaches the 10th level, Chen Chu's overall strength increased by about 70%. This is already a considerable improvement. What is my current overall strength level? Chen Chu thought so. After all, his overall strength had already reached the invincible level in the early stage of the extraordinary realm. An entry appeared in Chen Chu's mind. Strength, extraordinary mid-stage, entry level. It seems that the extraordinary stage is indeed difficult to advance. Strength increased by 70%, only go from the initial invincibility to the midterm entry. But Chen Chu was not discouraged. In the second half of the year, 7 concubines including Lan Jie and Ruyan will give birth. In the middle of next year, Ao Qing and Yang Buqing will also give birth. By then, our strength will be improved to a very good stage. Ao Qing is a top-level talent, and Yang Buqing is even more extraordinary. Chen Chu was vaguely looking forward to it. Open the offspring panel. After organizing his strength, Chen Chu opened the panel of his new offspring, Chen Bumi. Nim, Tin Bune. Identity, 12 sons. Birthday, June 23rd, 34 years after the end of the world. Talent, level 1, Immortal Guardian. Potential. Then he checked the status of the other offspring. Chen Chu closed the panel with satisfaction. My offspring are all growing up healthily, which is very good. At this time, another system sound came late. It is detected that the host's offspring has successfully reached 20, and a level blind box reward is obtained. Please claim it. The sudden reward made Chen Chu raise his eyebrows. For years, he already has 20 children, sons, and 8 daughters. Level 1 blind box reward? Receive it. Chen Chu didn't hesitate at all. Based on his experience, the level reward will definitely make a great improvement in your strength. Successful collection. Rewards issued. As the system's cold voice sounded, a huge black vortex appeared in front of Chen Chu. A colorful gift box with question marks painted on it jumped out. Chen Chu didn't hesitate and reached out to open it. The gift box squirmed as if it was about to burst. Then, a card popped out from inside. The card shows a golden figure sitting cross-legged with a glow on his forehead. Successfully opened the blind box. The host received a reward. Level 1 Gold Divine Sense. Then, a dazzling golden light flowed from the card into Chen Chu's forehead. He then entered the spiritual consciousness that Chen Chu had opened up before and began to rush around rampaging. Thank you for your concern, brothers. Not dead yet. I have received and read all the messages and gifts, but I will not reply to them one by one. Next, I will try not to talk about off-topic matters at the end of each chapter to avoid affecting your reading experience. There will be no discontinuation afterwards. Ahem, this body is still too weak. But it's still okay. Hee hee cough cough coffee. Chapter 94 Strength. Late Extraordinary Stage. S-Class Bear King B Jelly. As the dazzling golden light continued to enter my mind, a splitting headache came quickly. Chen Chuqiang frowned and trembled all over. The whole process lasted 2 hours. Absorb all the golden light. Chen Chu, who was sweating all over, stopped trembling. He opened his eyes, and 2 strong golden lights shot out from his eyes. Chen Chu scanned the surroundings with golden light. A moment later, the golden light converges. Chen Chu closed his eyes again. He gently rubbed his brows with his fingers, feeling the changes deep in his brain. The spiritual space that was originally the size of a fingernail. At this time, it was opened up into a boundless space of thousands of meters. Thin golden lights were shining in it like a dragon lying on the ground. Chen Chu had an idea. A golden light was released from his forehead, easily lifting up the stone bench placed in the distance. The golden light enveloped the stone bench. Chen Chu's eyebrows moved. Then, the stone bench, weighing hundreds of pounds, immediately turned into a handful of dust and floated in the air. What a powerful force! Chen Chu was stunned, and the greater use of divine consciousness should be mental attack. As soon as the thought came to mind, Chen Chu disappeared in the training room and appeared in the wild 100 kilometers away. Extremely cold, the perception skills of spatial ability unfold. After a few jumps, he found a giant gray bear that had just been promoted to the 9th level. Chen Chu restrained his whole body's breath. Completely in the form of an ordinary person, he walked towards the giant bear's cave. As soon as I entered, a bloody smell hit my nose. Chen Chu took a look. This giant bear must have hunted a lot of peak level 8 monsters to celebrate its promotion to level 9. When Chen Chu stepped into the cave, the giant bear that was snoring loudly slowly opened its eyes. It sniffed first and found that the little man in front of it did not have any dangerous smell. It slowly stood up. A body that was stronger than a giant truck came in front of Chen Chu in an oppressive manner. Human, are you here to celebrate my promotion as well? The giant gray bear spoke in human language, with a mouth full of the smell of blood. It bowed its head slightly. A powerful pressure filled the entire cave. The giant bear's eyes, as big as lanterns, stared at Chen Chu fiercely. Chen Chu looked up. A pair of golden eyes stared at the giant bear. The next second, bang! The 9th level giant bear fell to the ground with a loud bang. The pupils of its lantern-sized eyes quickly dilated and were covered with a layer of gray mist. Pick up! The giant bear's body disappeared. Chen Chu covered his mouth and nose with his hands to avoid the pungent smell of blood in the cave. Perception. In an instant, the situation in the entire cave appeared in Chen Chu's mind. A thought. Empty all the useful things from the 9th level giant bear cave. Chen Chu disappeared. Once again, he has appeared in the practice. What attribute crystal core? A fist-sized attribute beast core filled with rich green light appeared in Chen Chu's hand. This is the attribute beast core carried in the giant bear's brain, but unfortunately, there is no life polyp. My strength has at least doubled. Recalling the battle, just now, Chen Chu was a little excited. Just a look. The golden divine consciousness instantly killed the early 9th order giant bear. This ability is simply hard to guard against. What is my current level of strength? Chen Chu thought. A term appeared clearly in his mind. Extraordinary late-stage entry. Chen Chu was stunned. I didn't expect that the ability of this so-called golden divine sense would allow him to directly cross a realm. According to Buqing, there are only 3 late-stage transcendent experts in the entire East District. So my current strength is at least 4th in the East region. The substantial improvement in strength has brought back the long-lost sense of security. Chen Chu relaxed a little. It seems like it's about time we go to the city and explore. And maybe I should find an opportunity to confront my dad. Chen Chu's current strength is unmatched in the province, and he has few rivals in the entire Eastern District. I hid it before because I was afraid that a powerful person beyond my knowledge would come and I would not be able to stay. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot, so be steady first. In the end times, survival is the first rule. Later it turned out that, in the end times, there are indeed powerful people who are beyond our cognition, extraordinary people. And now, I have roughly understood the situation of the end of the world and the depth of the East District. His strength is much greater than his father's. It's time to step forward and lead Spark City to rapid development. And now my father has reached the peak of the 10th level. The business development is in full swing. Don't be too anxious at this time. After Chen Chu put this matter in mind, he began to check the items he had harvested in the giant bear cave. 3 pink crystal cores. They should be the 8th level creatures killed by the giant bear. Superior item, ground grass, has good healing effects. This is... Chen Chu lifted out a shining beehive that was 1 person tall and 1 person wide from the supernatural space. It is filled with golden honey. Very tempting. Bear King Bee Jelly. A superlative substance that can regulate the body of the user, increase energy concentration, and boost spirits. Increase spirit. This word made Chen Chu's eyes light up, as he had just become a golden spiritualist. He reached in and scooped up a handful of golden honey, then put it into his mouth. Sweet and refreshing. Chen Chu's eyes lit up. This was the first time he had eaten it, and it was not bad at all. It was even incredibly delicious. And as the Bear King honey was in his stomach, Chen Chu immediately felt a hint of golden aura in his consciousness. He drank the Bear King honey in big gulps. He didn't stop until the entire spiritual space was filled with golden aura, allowing him to fully utilize the effect. An hour later, bang! With a loud bang, the spiritual space expanded again. Chen Chu's strength has changed again. Strength. Extraordinary late stage, medium. Chen Chu looked at the beehive that was as tall as a person. He just ate about one. After his spiritual consciousness had undergone a transformation, he swallowed some again, but the increase was not as much as at the beginning. He waved his hand. Collect the remaining Bear King honey into the supernatural space. Then he walked out of the practice room. This Bear King Bee Jelly can help my wives and concubines to improve their health and strength. Chen Chu thought so. Of course, he also reserved a portion for his father